Chapter 1. Rebirth and obtain the golden fingers. Jiang Tian slowly opened his eyes. Am I dead? Is this heaven? Then, a flood of memories surged into his brain. Jiang Tian, 21 years old, born in the Jiang family, studying at the command department of the Central Military Academy. The Jiang family relied on its fleet, reorganized pirates for their own use, growing from a small clan to the lord of a star system. Both of Jiang Tian's parents were imperial officers and were tragically killed in battle with interstellar pirates when he was 18 years old. Not a single ship in the entire fleet survived. All along, Jiang Tian wanted to avenge his parents. Jiang Tian finally realized what had happened. He had crossed over. As he was browsing through these memories, a clear sound interrupted his train of thought. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the Invincible System. You now have one choice opportunity to bind one of the following systems. System 1. The Invincible Technology System. Constantly receive upgrades in technology. System 2. The Invincible Warship System. Constantly receive blueprints of powerful warships. Recalling his previous position, Lieutenant General. As a general, Jiang Tian decisively chose System 2. Congratulations to the host binding the Invincible Warship System, issuing the starter package. Congratulations obtaining L1 Snow Wolf class Star Frigate Blueprint. Obtain talent, battlefield leadership, enhanced battlefield commandability. New mission released. Main quest, own a fleet of 100 ships, 0/100. Side quests, none yet. System upgrade quest, build 1 L1 class warship. Jiang Tian looked at the system notification and couldn't help but be shocked inside. I've not only crossed over, but I've also obtained golden fingers. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Tian called up the system panel in his mind. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, LV1. Inventory, L1 Snow Wolf class Star Frigate Blueprint. Curious, Jiang Tian clicked on the L1 Snow Wolf class Star Frigate Blueprint. Snow Wolf class Star Frigate. Level, L1. Speed, 50 knots. Length, 300 meters. Weapons, 1x 200 centimeters phase cannon. 4x Azure level close range defense cannons. Defense, hull strength, 300. Special none. Just as Jiang Tian was lost in contemplation within the system, a gentle female voice broke through. Jiang Tian, if you don't get up soon, you'll miss today's exam. Jiang Tian glanced at the calendar, year 3824, January 1st, according to Saint Light calendar. At that moment, his head was tapped lightly. Hey, time for the exam. Jiang Tian looked up and saw him. No, it was his good buddy standing beside him, holding a luminous voice changer. Jiang Tian gave him an exasperated look, saying, Ihan, did you take the wrong pills this early morning? Ihan, Jiang Tian's best friend, his great-grandfather had once been an imperial lieutenant general. And after he passed away, Ihan's grandfather managed to accumulate some spaceships to transport goods across star systems, making the family somewhat wealthy. Ihan scratched his head and said, It's the new year, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Jiang Tian remained speechless, casting a sidelong glance at him before flipping out of bed. After breakfast, they went to school together. Today was the written exam, which posed no difficulty at all for Jiang Tian, a diligent student. Upon finishing the test, just as he was about to leave, his teacher's holographic projection suddenly appeared in the classroom. This final examination is a little different from usual ones. Since this is your graduation exam, 3 days later, there will be a simulated combat training session. We'll be using completely new virtual reality technology to simulate real battles, and we'll evaluate students based on those results, the teacher explained slowly. Additionally, the top 3 performers in this practical evaluation will each receive a scholarship reward. Upon hearing this news, everyone burst into a buzz. All right, everyone prepare well during these few days. We'll gather here in 3 days, dismissed. After dismissal, Ihan came to stand next to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, we're graduating soon. What are your plans? Jiang Tian hesitated for a moment. Originally, he intended to enlist in the military, but now, with the system, he harbored a much grander plan. I want to build my own fleet to avenge my parents. I also wish to claim my territory, eliminate pirates within the star system, and set sail beyond the stars to the vast universe. However, Jiang Tian didn't say the latter part aloud. Even if he had, Ihan might not have believed it. To this, Ihan didn't seem particularly surprised. Our family has decided that I should go back and inherit our family business. Jiang Tian smiled without responding. The next day, Jiang Tian woke up early and told Ihan he'd be leaving for a few days. Han asked with puzzlement, Where do you need to go at this time? Jiang Tian replied, Anyway, I'll be back before the exam. You'll know then. With that, he left. Central Academy Spaceport. Jiang Tian arrived at this bustling place. His eyes caught by countless points of light around. Warships of all sizes were everywhere. From an L1 small starship to the L4 Saint Light Spear-class battle cruiser of the Spaceport Guard Fleet. Jiang Tian was walking down the street when a humanoid robot flew over to him. Hello, welcome to the Central Academy Spaceport. May I assist you with anything? I'd like to rent a maintenance berth and also purchase some raw materials. As Jiang Tian spoke, he took out a list. After waiting for a short while, the robot replied, You've rented maintenance berth E475 for 3 days. After payment is made, the raw materials will be delivered directly to your berth. Jiang Tian glanced at the bill that neared all his current assets but completed the payment without hesitation. In this spaceport capable of accommodating hundreds of millions of people, the efficiency was not low at all. Just as Jiang Tian arrived at his berth, the materials were already there. He immediately began constructing his first starship. First is the blueprint, then this. Jiang Tian muttered to himself as he swiftly operated the computer. With the mechanical arms in the workshop continuously working, the starship started taking shape bit by bit. Within half a day, the keel of the starship had been constructed. Then Jiang Tian wasted no time starting on the internal structure. 2 days passed in a flash, and Jiang Tian's warship was completed. During these 2 days, he had slept less than 8 hours total, pushing hard to construct it. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding, system upgrade task detected as completed by the host. System upgraded to LV2, granting 1 opportunity to draw for an L2 class warship blueprint. Jiang Tian saw it was a lottery, a good thing, and chose to participate without any hesitation. Instantly, countless warships appeared in his mind, and they spun around like a roulette wheel. Finally, a cone-shaped silver warship came to a stop in front of Jiang Tian. Congratulations, host has drawn an L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort ship. Jiang Tian checked the time and didn't immediately open the blueprints. Instead, he fell asleep right on the ship, planning to head directly to the exam tomorrow. Chapter 2. Simulated Combat. Yihan woke up in the morning and found that Jiang Tian hadn't shown up yet, so he went to school alone. On his way, he suddenly saw a starship flying overhead and landing on the school's tarmac. Yihan sighed in his heart. I wonder whose young master is coming to school. Even though the human race had grown powerful, not everyone could afford a starship. Besides the cost of purchasing a starship, each maintenance session required a huge amount of money, which an ordinary family couldn't bear. Even though the Central Academy had built a ground-based starport for free use by every student, not many people chose this method of going to school. Most of the time, it was left empty. When Yihan passed by the starport, he just happened to see Jiang Tian walk out from there. He ran quickly toward Jiang Tian and said in surprise, "Little buddy, what's going on? Is the starship that just landed yours?" Jiang Tian nodded and replied, "Yeah, I made it myself." Yihan puzzled. "Where did you get the blueprints then?" Jiang Tian chuckled. "This is a secret." Although Yihan was curious inside, he also knew it wasn't polite to pry, so he didn't ask further. Subsequently, the two headed off to take part in the simulated combat exam. In this test, you will need to each command your own fleet to fight against the computer-controlled mechanical empire fleet, with the aim of destroying the enemy fleet. At the same time, military personnel will score your performance, and the best performer can receive a reward of 10 million holy light coins. The rest also have the chance to be directly selected by the military to join the armed forces. The principal was delivering an encouraging speech. Standing nearby were a group of officials dressed in imperial uniforms, led by a stoic-looking brigadier general. Upon hearing about the millions in prize money, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel excitement bubbling up inside him. Ding, triggered side quest. Rank first in the simulated combat exam. Completion reward. Randomly obtain a blueprint for an L2 warship. His thoughts stirred as he called up his personal interface. Host, Jiang Tian, system level, LV2. Warehouse, L1 Snow Wolf class interstellar escort ship blueprints. L2 Bullet class interstellar escort ship blueprints. Mission, main mission, own a fleet of 100 ships, 1/100. Side mission, rank first in the simulation exam. System upgrade mission, own 3 L2 warship blueprints, 1/3, and possess 30 L2 starships, 0/30. If I have these 10 million coins, I'll be one step closer to my LV3 level system. Jiang Tian thought excitedly. At this moment, the principal's speech concluded. Now all students, please enter the simulation pod. Following the direction he pointed, Yihan saw hundreds of hemispherical devices on the ground, with a crack opening in each device allowing students to enter. Jiang Tian chose a simulation pod at the edge, stepping inside. The entire apparatus lit up instantly. The crack closed, separating the inside from the outside completely. The scene inside the simulation pod changed, and Jiang Tian immediately appeared on the bridge of a warship. Outside the window stretched endless darkness. Suddenly, a line of red text appeared on the window. Please, commanders, review the battlefield intelligence and plan your battle strategy. Combat will begin in 10 minutes. Jiang Tian raised a hand and tapped lightly in the air, causing a holographic projection to display the battlefield information. Mission introduction. A mechanical empire fleet has been detected heading towards the empire's border and is expected to pass your fleet's location in 1 hour. Please assist in intercepting them. Enemy fleet scale, 1 L4, class warship, approximately 100 L3, class warships, 200 L2, class warships. Our fleet, 1 L4 Saints Spear class battlecruiser, 50 L3 Holy Soldier class light assault ships, 100 L2 Holy Shield class interstellar escort ships, Saints Spear class battlecruiser. Level, L4. Length, 7,000 meters. Speed, 200 knots. Weapons, 1 by 5,000 millimeters large caliber electromagnetic rail gun, 200X laser closed defense guns. Defense, hull strength, 20,000. Energy shield, 100,000. Holy Soldier class light assault ship. Level, L3. Length, 1,460 meters. Speed, 150 knots. Weapons, 1 by 100 centimeters phase cannon, 10XL 3 torpedo tubes, 20X laser close defense guns. Defense, hull strength, 8,000. Holy Shield class interstellar escort ship. Level, L2. Length, 278 meters. Speed, 100 knots. Weapons, 40x laser rapid-fire guns. Defense, hull strength, 4,500. After reviewing the battlefield intelligence, Jiang Tian thought, there should be no mistake about winning first place this time. In most battles, defeating a mechanical fleet under equal manpower is already difficult, as the transmission of orders within the mechanical race has almost no delay, which is incomparable to the human race. For trainees without combat experience, this would be a disaster. But for Jiang Tian, who had advantages in hand, it seemed effortless. 3, 2, 1. The mission began. The line of red text on the screen suddenly disappeared, replaced by the endless darkness of space. At the same time, outside the simulation pod, a holographic projection displayed images of each student for the teachers to grade. Inside the simulation pod, Jiang Tian quickly issued combat orders. He first dispatched 2 L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ships to conduct reconnaissance in the front. He then ordered the remaining L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ships to spread out, forming a circular ring in the void. In the middle of the ring was the L4 Saints Spear-class battlecruiser, tightly surrounded by 100 L2 Holy Shield-class interstellar escort ships. Seeing that the formation was ready, Jiang Tian felt confident and even somewhat eager for the mechanical fleet to arrive. Chapter 3. First Victory. Outside the simulation arena, the teachers were observing the performance of the students. Some were occasionally taking notes or discussing with the teacher beside them. In no time, 50 minutes had passed, and some students had already engaged the mechanical fleet. Points of flashing light erupted on the holographic screen. But before 5 more minutes could pass, some screens suddenly dimmed, indicating that this student's fleet had been completely annihilated. Inside the simulator, Jiang Tian's 2 reconnaissance ships had come into contact with the mechanical fleet. The mechanical fleet swiftly destroyed these 2 ships while simultaneously entering battle formation. Jiang Tian had paid the price of 2 L3 level warships to gain detailed intelligence on the mechanical race's warships. 1 L4 Dark Knight cruiser-class battleship, 120 L3 Crow-class light frigates, 200 L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates. These 3 types of warships were prominently introduced during school lessons. They were all the mainstay warships of the mechanical faction. Among them, the L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigate was the most unique. Since the mechanical race didn't rely much on their environment for living, the entire Reconstructor ship was divided into several small modules based on an 8-sided pyramid structure. Each module freely disassembled and reassembled in space. 2 damaged Reconstructors could be recombined into a new ship. Thus, even though this L2 level warship had relatively weak individual power, it often displayed L3 level strength in combat. Seeing this situation, Jiang Tian paused for a moment, then ordered the L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ship to advance at 5 knots while targeting the L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates first. At this point, the mechanical race fleet had entered attack range, and the L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ship transmitted a request for an attack order. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian immediately issued the command. Full force attack. The L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ship at the front of the formation opened fire first, causing streaks of lasers to flash in the void. Occasionally, 2 brilliant bursts of sparks exploded. Because Jiang Tian's fleet was too dispersed, the mechanical race had to split its formation to deal effective damage, which played right into Jiang Tian's hands. The L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates positioned at the front of the mechanical force scattered and aimed at the L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ship, preparing to launch an offensive. The L3 Raven-class light escort quickly moved to fill the position vacated by the L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates. Upon seeing this scenario, Jiang Tian showed no expression on his face and then ordered. The L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ship aims at the L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates, unleashing full firepower. The L4 Holy Spear-class battlecruiser and the L2 Holy Shield-class star escort set speed at 20 knots, aiming for the mechanical race's L4 Dark Knight cruiser-class battlecruiser. Light balls of varying sizes flashed intermittently in the void. These were interstellar torpedoes and phase cannons launching attacks. Sparks continued to explode in the mechanical army ranks. At this moment, the mechanical side commanded the fleet to initiate an attack. Many L3 Raven-class light escorts mixed with quite a few L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates approached Jiang Tian. Upon witnessing this situation, Jiang Tian immediately changed his formation, allowing the L2 Holy Shield-class star escorts to orbit around the L4 Holy Spear-class battlecruiser. This added another layer of shielding outside the energy shield of the L4 Holy Spear-class battlecruiser. A round opening was left in front of the shields for the electromagnetic railgun to attack through. By now, the battlefield had fully unfolded. Outside the area, the number of videos showing on the system-wide screens grew fewer and fewer until ultimately only a dozen or so students remained fighting. The Brigadier General still watched without expression, but everyone could tell he wasn't very satisfied. At this moment, a junior officer walked toward the general, respectfully saying, "Brigadier General, they recommend you take a look at this student." As he spoke, he turned on Jiang Tian's video display in front of the general. The general furrowed his brows as he started to observe Jiang Tian's command. Gradually, his frown softened, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The junior officer noticed and felt puzzled. Could this student be performing so well? Inside, Jiang Tian's fleet was still locked in tense battle with the mechanical race. Jiang Tian, at the cost of 48 L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ships, managed to wipe out 120 L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates. Meanwhile, both sides' L4 level ships launched mutual offensives. With half of the L2 Holy Shield-class Star Escorts sacrificed, the energy shield of the L4 Dark Knight Cruiser-class battlecruiser was shaken to its brink of collapse. Part of the L3 Raven-class light escorts and the L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates had begun retreating, positioning their ships in front of the L4 Dark Knight Cruiser-class battlecruiser, intending to buy time for the energy shield to recover. However, Jiang Tian wouldn't give them this opportunity. Main gun prepare. All remaining L2 Holy Shield-class Star Escorts accelerate to full speed and prepare to self-destruct, clearing a firing path for the main gun. Jiang Tian calmly looked at the battlefield as he gave orders. The remaining L2 Holy Shield-class Star Escorts abandoned their formation, dispersed, and charged at full speed toward the mechanical race's warships. Once surrounded by enemy ships, they immediately self-destructed to maximize damage. The L4 Holy Spear-class battlecruiser continuously poured firepower toward the L4 Dark Knight Cruiser-class battleship. After just a few shots, the energy shield of the L4 Dark Knight Cruiser-class battleship suddenly disappeared. The high-speed electromagnetic railgun directly bombarded the main gun port of the L4 Dark Knight Cruiser-class battleship, causing the entire L4 Dark Knight Cruiser-class battleship to explode. The kilometer-long warship instantly turned into a bright light in the void. At this moment, Jiang Tian was left with only one L4 Holy Spear-class battlecruiser with half of its energy shield remaining, all other warships having been destroyed. Meanwhile, the mechanical race still had more than 70 L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates and 40 L3 Crow-class light frigates remaining. At first glance, the mechanical race seemed to have the advantage in terms of numbers, but the L4 level warships possessed an energy shield, a clear technological superiority. Jiang Tian maintained a pace of destroying one warship per main gun shot, and one by one, the remaining mechanical warships disappeared, yet the energy shield of the L4 Holy Spear-class battlecruiser remained intact until the end. As the last warship of the mechanical race exploded, a line of blue text appeared on the screen. Mission successful. Then the hatch of the simulation chamber opened, outside lights shone in, and the sound of the principal's voice reached his ears. All students gather. Jiang Tian walked out of the simulation chamber, just as Ihan came out too. I barely managed to destroy 100 L2 Reconstructor-class combination frigates. It was way too difficult. What we learned is nothing like this. The disparity in forces was too great to fight. As soon as he saw Jiang Tian, Ihan complained bitterly. How about you? How many did you destroy? Jiang Tian hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, then smiled and said, Me? All of them. Ihan looked at him in disbelief. That's impossible. I don't believe you. Jiang Tian smiled without replying, thinking to himself. You'll see soon enough. On the holographic screen where the teachers were observing, the rankings for this simulated combat exercise were displayed. First place, Jiang Tian, casualties, 100 L2, level warships, 50 L3, level warships, achievement, annihilated the enemy. Second place, Dai Ling, casualties, entire fleet lost, achievement, 150 L2, level warships, 60 L3, level warships. Third place, Tang Zue, casualties, entire fleet lost, achievement, 173 L2, level warships, 36 L3, level warships. 10th place, Gu Ran, casualties, entire fleet lost, achievement, 120 L2, level warships, 20 L3, level warships. Chapter 4, A New Identity. Upon seeing the battle results, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Who is this genius, Jiang Tian? He actually managed to win. I feel like my performance isn't that far off from theirs. Man, don't fool yourself, you're nowhere close. Ihan was similarly extremely astonished, his eyes wide as he stared at Jiang Tian. You actually won. At this point, the dean spoke up. Congratulations to Jiang Tian for securing first place in this simulation exercise. The second and third place students will each receive a reward of 1 million yuan, already transferred to your personal accounts. Now you may all disperse. Please have Jiang Tian stay behind. Jiang Tian looked at Ihan and said, You go back first, I'll be there soon. Ihan nodded, patted Jiang Tian's shoulder, and laughed, saying, You're really flying high now, but don't forget about me, alright? Then he turned around and left. Jiang Tian adjusted his clothing, swallowed, and walked towards the dean. The dean smiled and said, Your performance this time was outstanding. The Army's Brigadier General specifically requested to see you. With good behavior, your achievements should not fall short of his. Jiang Tian modestly smiled. Thank you, Dean, for the compliment. The dean waved his hand, signaling Jiang Tian to hurry over. Jiang Tian looked at the Brigadier General and his aides standing nearby, feeling somewhat nervous in his heart. He quickly walked over, stood in front of the general, and saluted respectfully. The general reciprocated the salute and said, Relax, no need to be tense. As the only one who won the simulated combat, your tactics were truly impressive. Analyze your tactics for me. Jiang Tian organized his thoughts and slowly said, With such a large disparity in manpower, it would be basically impossible to achieve victory through direct engagement. So I thought about utilizing the energy shield advantage of the L4 class warships to attack the L2 and L3 class vessels. To achieve this objective, there could be no interference from the enemy's L4 class ships. I first had the L3 Holy Soldier class light assault ship split up to attract most of the fire, giving the L4 Holy Spear of light class battleship cruiser enough room for attack, while keeping the Holy Spear continuously firing to decapitate the enemy's L4 ships. Simultaneously, I had the L2 Holy Shield class star destroyers protect the Holy Spear so as to preserve its condition while delivering attacks on the enemy. Once the enemy's L4 class warship is destroyed, we gain the technological advantage and can reverse defeat into victory. The general listened attentively to Jiang Tian's explanation and approvingly nodded. Suddenly, one of the aides interjected. But wouldn't fighting this way be too aggressive? There's a high risk of casualties. In this situation, to win the battle, I had no other choice, Jiang Tian responded. The general looked at Jiang Tian and asked, your strategy is excellent and shows great courage. The Holy Light Empire needs talents like you. Are you interested in joining the military? Jiang Tian hesitated for a moment, then still shook his head and declined. Maybe it's better not to. I'm used to being lazy and laid back, and I don't think military life suits me well. Thank you, General, for your kindness. He thought, since he has a system within himself, if he entered the military, the system might very likely be exposed. By then, he'd probably be dissected. Seeing Jiang Tian refuse, the general didn't get angry. Instead, on the holographic terminal on his wrist, he brought up a document and showed it to Jiang Tian. It was a document regarding the recruitment of freelance personnel by the military. Due to the war with the mechanic race, the Holy Light Empire suffered heavy losses. To make up for the lack of strength, the Empire devised a method, developing civilian militia forces. Generals and above from various local military districts would issue recruitment invitations to suitable individuals when they encountered them. However, to prevent any individual officer from having too much power, each general could only extend such offers to 2 people. Freelance personnel would enjoy certain conveniences and price discounts when handling affairs or using stargates within the Empire. In return, they would need to regularly complete tasks issued by the Holy Light Empire, such as clearing pirates or escorting the Empire's fleet, or provide support when the Empire needed it. Of course, accomplishments on the battlefield would earn corresponding rewards, or they could accumulate military merits to become official officers. As Jiang Tian read, he pondered that if he were to develop his own fleet in the future, these conveniences would be greatly helpful to him. And it also meant that he could obtain more resources. Seeing that Jiang Tian had read enough, the general said, I've reviewed your dossier, and you meet our selection standards perfectly. What do you say? Would you consider joining? Jiang Tian nodded, smiling, and said, in that case, I accept the invitation humbly but willingly. The general stood up, saluted, and said, the military department of the Holy Light Empire welcomes you. Jiang Tian similarly returned the salute. At this point, the general's aide stepped forward and said, Jiang Tian, your new identity has been synchronized to your personal terminal. You can develop your own fleet first. For the first 3 months, we won't assign any missions to you. Generally speaking, in order to act more conveniently, the identity of a non-regular personnel is confidential. But right now, not many people have joined this policy, and even if it's exposed, no one would believe it, so you don't need to worry too much about arousing suspicion. Jiang Tian looked down at his terminal and said, all right, thank you. The brigadier general patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder. I've completed my task. I'll take my leave. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. With that, he left with his aide. Jiang Tian watched as the general left, and when they were far away, he suddenly realized that he didn't have their contact information. Jiang Tian felt a little speechless, but thought that there wasn't any problem now and decided to figure out a way later when needed. Back in the dormitory, Yihan curiously approached him, asking impatiently, how was it? What did the brigadier general say to you? Jiang Tian waved his hand, saying, nothing much, just asking me to explain my tactics. Yihan then showed an envious look. At such a young age, you've already gained the favor of a brigadier general. I need to cling to you for success. Speaking of which, I'm going to start establishing my fleet soon. Are you interested in being my second in command? Yihan paused, pondered for a moment, and replied, I don't have any talent in command. I wouldn't want to be a burden to you. Jiang Tian laughed and said, it's all good. My fleet isn't just for military officers. You can manage my fleet. Yihan understood and smiled. Haha, then I'll join. Then let's rest today and start recruiting tomorrow. Yihan laughed and said, yes, Commander. Jiang Tian looked at Yihan's overacting performance and didn't know what to say. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that the reward for the mission had yet to be issued. He went back to his room and called out to the system in his mind. Ding detected host completing task, issuing reward now. A familiar spacecraft roulette appeared before Jiang Tian's eyes. As the wheel spun rapidly, a dark green rectangular warship stopped in front of Jiang Tian. Congratulations, host obtains L2 Dwarven-class light industrial vessel blueprint. Jiang Tian rejoiced inside. Now I can build warships without doing it myself. Chapter 5, the first L2. Early the next morning, Jiang Tian and Yihan set off together in an L1 Snow Wolf-class interstellar frigate to the Central Academy starport. Jiang Tian planned to rent a port here for a month as a temporary base. They split up to inquire about options, eventually comparing several choices, and finally settled on a port that cost 2 million credits per month. Fortunately, Jiang Tian had won a 10 million credit bonus. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't even have enough money to rent the port. The rented port was remote, but its space was much larger than the one Jiang Tian had previously rented. On his personal terminal, Zhang Tian purchased materials for one L2 dwarf-class light industrial ship and 5 L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigates, spending another 7 million credits. With the remaining 1 million, he asked Yihan to recruit starship pilots online, inviting those interested to come for interviews at the port. When the 7 million credit worth of materials arrived, Zhang Tian and Yihan began constructing their first L2 dwarf-class light industrial ship with great urgency. Working seamlessly together, they managed to assemble the basic framework of the starship within just 1 day. That night, Yihan also received several interview applications, which he showed to Zhang Tian, saying, "Take a look. Are any of these suitable?" Zhang Tian took over the terminal and began reviewing carefully. Most of the applicants were students from the Central Military Academy who were looking for fleets to join after graduation. Suddenly, he spotted 2 top 10 ranked simulation combat graduates, Xianhuan and Pei Qingli, ranked 6th and 8th respectively. Both were talented individuals. Excited, Zhang Tian turned to Yihan and said, "I'll call these 2 right away, you keep checking." Afterward, he dialed Pei Qingli's contact number. Not long after, the holographic projection of a girl dressed in a windbreaker appeared. Zhang Tian straightened his clothes, preparing to speak, but she preempted him, calling out, "Great Master Zhang Tian." An internal question mark slowly formed in Zhang Tian's mind. As if realizing Zhang Tian's confusion written all over his face, Pei Qingli explained, "Your performance has been so impressive that everyone now calls you by this title. I want to join your fleet because of it." After hearing her words, Zhang Tian became more confused and looked toward Yihan. Yihan chuckled and said, "Isn't this for easier recruitment? I just attached your name to it." Zhang Tian was speechless, rolling his eyes, then turned back to Pei Qingli and said, "In that case, I'll send you a location soon. If there are no issues, please report here the day after tomorrow." Just as Zhang Tian was about to end the call, Pei Qingli suddenly called out, "Hey, could I ask if Xihan made the cut?" Zhang Tian smiled faintly. "Are you two couple?" Pei Qingli decisively answered. "In that case, you two can come together the day after tomorrow. There's no need for me to call him." Pei Qingli responded excitedly, "Fantastic. Thank you, great master." Before Zhang Tian could reply, she ended the call. Then Yihan came up again, handing over another contact detail. By the end of the night, Zhang Tian and Yihan had recruited more than 20 people, including a teacher from the academy. The following day, Zhang Tian and Yihan continued working tirelessly to finish the L2 dwarf-class light industrial ship. Finally, they completed it by evening. Lying down in bed that night, Zhang Tian opened the blueprints of the L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigate. Bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigate. Level 2. Length, 220 meters. Speed, 120 knots. Weapons, 20 rapid-fire close defense cannons. 1 500 centimeters electromagnetic cannon. Intensive alloy ramming bow, replaceable. Defense, 3,800, ramming part 10,000. Special, chambering, not unlocked, bond collection progress 50%. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tian realized the warship actually had a special skill, something quite rare. But when he saw the collection progress at only 50%, the flame of excitement that rose inside him quickly diminished. Zhang Tian, forget it, this isn't something I should be thinking about at my current stage. He flipped over and went to sleep. Another new day dawned, and when Zhang Tian woke up, all the members of the new fleet had already gathered, just waiting for Zhang Tian's appearance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Tian yawned and walked out. Everyone couldn't help but laugh upon seeing their admired Zhang Tian make such an entrance. Startled, Zhang Tian quickly composed himself. At that moment, Yihan appeared perfectly timed, helping ease the awkwardness. "Commander, everyone is here today." Zhang Tian nodded, uttering a good, then turned to face everyone. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Tian, commander of this yet-to-be-formed fleet. Welcome here. For more specific details, you can ask Yihan. This morning, please acquaint yourselves with the surroundings. Return here for lunch. And this afternoon, we'll begin boarding simulation training. Now, I'll send everyone a briefing on our battleship this time. Please read it in advance. That's all for now. Everyone may be dismissed." Everyone saluted in unison and then dispersed. Zhang Tian and Yihan returned to their room. As soon as they entered, Zhang Tian mysteriously locked the door and leaned toward Yihan. "Is there a way to access the dark web?" Yihan was taken aback. "What do you plan to do?" "With funds running low lately, I'm thinking of selling some blueprints to make some extra cash." Yihan nodded, opened his terminal, performed some operations, and sent Zhang Tian a strange string of code. "Be careful when you use it, don't get caught." Zhang Tian smiled. "All right, also let's have a hearty lunch today. We haven't eaten well recently." Yihan nodded again. "Right, I'll go prepare it," and turned to leave. Zhang Tian sat down and opened the dark web link. The once blue interface of his terminal immediately turned black, with green text adding an oppressive feel. Zhang Tian found the trading section and uploaded partial blueprints of the L1 Snow Wolf-class frigate. He then waited for buyers to show up. Chapter 6, Selling the Blueprints. Zhang Tian waited all morning without receiving any information. As Yihan came to call him for lunch, he decided to eat first and then come back to wait. When Zhang Tian arrived at the dining room, more than 20 people had already sat down neatly. Zhang Tian walked to the head of the table, sat down, and said, "Today is your first day here. We'll have a meal together as a welcome gathering. Afterward, you can eat freely, or take it back to your rooms if you prefer. Then he gestured, signaling that everyone could start eating. Only after his words did anyone begin eating, but no one spoke. It was only Zhuang Qingli who subtly winked at Xianhuan. Zhang Tian looked around at this scene and felt it didn't resemble the crew of a fleet at all. But perhaps they were just newly acquainted and still unfamiliar. Take it slowly, Zhang Tian thought. When everyone had finished eating this lunch, Ihan announced. Now the first L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort ship has been launched. Everyone prepare. We'll conduct simulation operations on the ship in 1 hour. The group responded in unison. Understood. And with that, they left the dining hall. After everyone had gone, Zhang Tian returned to his room, only to see a communication request on the dark web. Zhang Tian put on a mask and immediately connected the communication. A faint silhouette appeared before him and quickly solidified into a man about his height. This man also wore a mask. Are the data on your blueprints real? The man asked first. His voice fluctuated between male and female, devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian silently turned on a voice changer, choosing a little girl's voice without hesitation. Of course, I wouldn't dare sell counterfeit goods on the dark web. The man seemed shocked by this voice, taking a moment to respond before coughing lightly. Well then, name your price. Zhang Tian hesitated slightly, speaking deliberately. 1 million. Deal. The man instantly transferred 1 million to Zhang Tian's account. Seeing this, Zhang Tian inwardly jumped in rage, thinking he should have asked for more. But he maintained an expressionless demeanor. May I inquire which party you represent? Thousand Illusions Star City. This answer was as good as saying nothing. Zhang Tian saw that the other side didn't wish to elaborate, so he ceased asking further questions. Thousand Illusions Star City was a gathering place for interstellar pirates and mercenaries, with countless large and small organizations inside. Thousand Illusions Star City was located within a massive magnetic storm nebula. Communication would be disrupted when entering the nebula. The Imperial military suffered a significant loss due to this, losing tens of thousands of warships here, ultimately failing to clean it up, leaving it to develop freely. The man looked at the blueprints again and asked, "Is this a warship you designed yourself?" Zhang Tian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Do you have any interest in joining our organization? With your talent, designing L2 or even L3 class warships in the future isn't impossible." But Zhang Tian refused without hesitation. "No worries, next time if there are new blueprints, you can contact me. I'll take them." With that, he cut off the communication, his form dissolving into light particles and vanishing in the air. Zhang Tian stared at the 1 million that had arrived, lost in deep thought. He thought to himself, selling blueprints is really the faster way to make money. Feeling like he had found a new way to earn money, the next time he'd need to remember to ask for a higher amount. Subsequently, Zhang Tian exited the dark web, using the freshly obtained funds to purchase materials for 5 L2 bullet-class high-speed escort ships. When the time was right, Zhang Tian arrived at the hangar where a brand new starship was parked. This was the newly launched L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort ship. This silver-white cone was smooth throughout its body, with a large-caliber cannon at its tip. Zhang Tian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Lost in thoughts, he turned around to find all his team members already gathered behind him. Zhang Tian turned back and said, "The ship behind me is the L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort ship. Now everyone divides based on job roles, forming groups to practice. I will observe from the side." Zhang Tian opened a list and pointed, "The division lists are here. Group 1 will board now." Saying this, Zhang Tian turned and boarded the spaceship. On the bridge, Zhang Tian found a spot to stand steady, ready to see their operation. Sihan happened to be the captain of this group, while Pei Qingli was also assigned to this group by Zhang Tian. Sihan looked somewhat nervous, his hands unsure where to go as he sat at the captain's station. But being an outstanding graduate, each command was clear and concise. The vast bridge functioned smoothly under his direction, and his condition became increasingly natural, unlike the tension from earlier. This made Zhang Tian nod continuously from the sidelines. About half an hour later, the practice was basically completed, and it was time for the next group. Time flew, and an afternoon soon passed. Under Zhang Tian's guidance, the members of the 5 groups had each undergone practice sessions, and now only real combat training was needed. Seeing this, Zhang Tian felt a great surge of excitement within. They were, after all, graduates of the Central Military Academy, and giving them instructions was indeed an easy task. They understood almost immediately. "Looks like I can consider my first mission tonight," Zhang Tian thought to himself. As they were about to conclude, Zhang Tian addressed the group with a hint of excitement. This afternoon, everyone performed very well. Now, each group will correspond to one of the 5 L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort ships, based on today's arrangements. Also, until the flagship is ready, ship number 1 will temporarily serve as my flagship. Good work this afternoon, everyone. Take your time to rest tonight. We'll likely have our first operation soon. That's all. Dismissed. Everyone gave a synchronized salute before turning and leaving. Zhang Tian stayed behind, modifying the production parameters for the L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort ships. He adjusted 2 of the 5 vessels to use alloy rams, while the remaining 3 would be equipped with electromagnetic cannons. Having completed everything, Zhang Tian returned to his room to start searching for tasks he could take on. Chapter 7, Senior Sister. 2 days later, Zhang Tian finally found a suitable escort mission and immediately signed up to participate. After clicking confirm on the virtual screen, a countdown timer showed nearly 30 hours until the deadline. Immediately after, he summoned all the team members. Within 5 minutes, all the members had neatly gathered below the 5L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort ships. Then, Jiang Tian appeared with Yihan. Jiang Tian pulled up a holographic screen in front of him and displayed the mission details. Recently, the borderlines have been unstable. The mechanical race has started to move, and pirate activities within the Empire's territory remain active. The main objective of this operation is to escort the military supplies convoy heading to the borderlines. Everyone should follow the previous grouping arrangement. We'll depart in half an hour. Upon hearing this, the team members quickly boarded their corresponding ships and prepared for departure. Jiang Tian turned around and said to Yihan, "This time, you stay here and recruit more people while we're gone." Yihan nodded. "All right, then I will wait for you here." Jiang Tian waved and then turned to board ship number 1. In the blink of half an hour. Departure. At the command from Jiang Tian, all the warships slowly departed from the starport. Subsequently, they smoothly turned in space towards the Central Academy Stargate. Blue lights continuously flashed from the propulsion engines at the back of the ships as the fleet sailed toward the Stargate. Inside ship number 1, Jiang Tian instructed the communications officer, "Submit a transit request to the Stargate and relay orders to the entire fleet to maintain formation for the jump." Less than 10 minutes later, the fleet appeared right in front of the Stargate. Seeing the Stargate, which was nearly the size of a satellite, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel amazed inside. The communication officer's call in his ear brought him back to reality. "Commander, the Stargate requests communication." Jiang Tian came to and felt a bit strange. As he turned into the meeting room on the bridge, he spoke. "Transfer the communication to the meeting room." Once the door closed, a female officer's projection appeared before Jiang Tian. After exchanging salutes, neither of them spoke. Finally, Jiang Tian broke the silence first. "Is there anything wrong?" Instead of answering his question, the officer smiled and said, "Not bad, starting to accept missions so soon. I thought you'd take a vacation before preparing." Jiang Tian felt utterly puzzled, going through his memories, yet finding no trace of her. The female officer continued to smile gently, as she said slowly, "My teacher really has good judgment. You are indeed quite impressive." Jiang Tian became even more confused and blinked at her. That female officer couldn't help laughing out loud. "How cute." "Jiang Tian, did I just get flirted with?" "Oh yes, let me introduce myself. I am Long Ju, General Zheng Jun's student. He asked me to keep an eye on you. Also, he has prepared a gift for you. It was about to be delivered originally, but now it can wait until you return from your mission." It seemed that General Zheng Jun was the person who promoted him. Jiang Tian's expression turned respectful. He said, "Thank you for your assistance, senior sister." Long Ju waved her hand dismissively. "I'll be waiting for my junior brother to come back then." With that, she winked and cut off the communication. Jiang Tian, "I definitely got flirted with, without a doubt." Jiang Tian left the meeting room in frustration and returned to the bridge. Just as he watched the fleet prepare to cross the Stargate, his previous annoyance disappeared instantly, and he rushed to the front of the bridge, eager to observe this miraculous process up close. A thin barrier floated in front of the fleet, like flowing water. When the ship made contact with it, it was completely absorbed into it. Then endless darkness faded away, replaced by countless streaks of light rushing backward. Jiang Tian was immersed in this surreal scene when suddenly, something made a duong sound and struck his soul. Instantly blinded, Jiang Tian took 2 steps back. Sihan reacted quickly, catching him. As Jiang Tian gradually recovered, Sihan anxiously asked, "Commander, are you alright?" Jiang Tian stopped looking outside, shook his head to indicate he was fine, and then turned to return to his rest quarters. Before leaving, he ordered Sihan, "After the jump, head straight to the rendezvous point and call me when we arrive." Sihan gave a polite salute and then sat down on the captain's chair. Back in his room, Jiang Tian wasn't there to rest. His consciousness submerged into the system as he wanted to ask the system some questions. Of course, it was obvious that the system didn't seem too willing to talk to him. As a result, under relaxed mental conditions, Jiang Tian dozed off. About 5 hours later, Jiang Tian woke up leisurely called by the room's AI, and immediately afterward, he heard Sihan calling, "Commander, we have arrived at the destination. We are about to dock at Lanchi Starport, and the person in charge is already waiting for you." Jiang Tian shook his head, feeling much more alert than before. "All right, inform all ships to rest well, but do not leave the vessels. Then, you and Pei Qingli follow me." 10 minutes later, Sihan and Pei Qingli followed Jiang Tian out of the ship. They boarded a levitating car and flew toward the command center. Throughout the journey, all 3 were silent as Jiang Tian kept looking out the window. As a military starport, it was far from being as bustling as other places. What remained in sight were tight security and a stern military presence, enveloping everyone with a solemn atmosphere. Soon they reached their destination, where the person in charge of the command center was already waiting at the door. After a quick salute, "Lieutenant Jiang Tian, welcome to Zhongshan Star Domain, please come in." With that, the corridor changed instantly, and Jiang Tian soon found himself in the meeting room. Zhongshan Star Domain was known for its defense-oriented starships that excelled at withstanding enemy attacks while launching counterattacks. Together with Duotian Star Domain and Fengshan Star Domain, it guarded the eastern border of the Empire. There were already 3 people inside. Jiang Tian recalled the mission briefing. 2 of them must be the fleet commanders for this operation. At this point, the person in charge stepped forward and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's begin." Suddenly, a massive star map appeared behind him. The map was split into two halves. One half dark gray, the other light gold. He moved his finger, and a route of intertwined golden red stood out. Last month, the fleet in Duocean Star Domain was plundered by pirates, and the Imperial upper ranks were furious. They will clear out the pirates soon. Our operation must proceed with extreme caution. This is our navigation route, and we must strictly follow it. If we encounter pirates along the way, annihilate them without mercy as long as it does not affect the escort mission. Under no circumstances should such a disgraceful incident happen in our domain. Next, you may discuss strategies among yourselves. I have another meeting to attend, so I'll take my leave. Everyone saluted in unison, and the person in charge turned and left the room. In the following few hours, Jiang Tian exchanged opinions with each ship captain and basically determined the task allocation for tomorrow. Subsequently, everyone left and returned to their respective fleets to rest. Chapter 8, System Update. The 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and all escort fleets had gathered outside the Lanchi starport. A massive cargo ship sailed out from within the starport. That was Jiang Tian's target for this escort mission, the L3 Humpback class heavy transport ship. Humpback class heavy transport ship. Rank, L3. Length, 958 m. Speed, 100 knots. Weapons, none. Cargo capacity, 7 million cubic meters. This was a starship specifically built for transporting cargo, having abandoned all unrelated configurations. The entire starship resembled a big box with an engine attached. The L3 Humpback class heavy transport ship slowly entered the formation. At this moment, the navigator's voice sounded through the public channel. Escort Fleet E306, the L3 Humpback class heavy transport ship has entered the formation. Adjust the formation to escort configuration. Set speed to 90 knots. Adjust course to 157.3. 5 minutes later, everyone was ready, and the fleet leader responded over the channel. Escort Fleet E306 is ready. Requesting clearance to depart. Permission granted. Escort Fleet E306, wish you safe travels. Upon hearing clearance to leave, the leader ordered on the public channel. All hands, let's move out. The vast space was instantly filled with dazzling blue light as the immense fleet moved forward in unison. The sound of the leader continued to echo in their ears. The journey will last approximately 15 hours. We'll pass through the Stargate in 20 minutes. While Jiang Tian idly daydreamed, the fleet arrived at the Stargate. This time, Jiang Tian had learned his lesson. He didn't look for thrills and instead stood quietly in the middle of the bridge. Xianhuan followed closely behind him, fearing that Jiang Tian would faint again. Fortunately, there were no accidents this time, and Jiang Tian sighed in relief. Just then, Jiang Tian felt a sudden jolt in his head, sensing a change in the system. Without hesitation, he handed over control to Xianhuan and quickly returned to the cabin. As soon as he entered, the system, which had been silent for so long, appeared again. The system has received new data and is updating. Completion, 99%. Jiang Tian rejoiced inside, jumping up and down in excitement. But after 10 minutes passed, Jiang Tian stared at the unmoving 99%, falling into deep thought. What's going on? Is it stuck? He focused intently on the progress bar. Suddenly, it felt as though his consciousness had been captured, pulling him directly into the system. When Jiang Tian woke up dazedly again, he found himself aboard an unimaginably enormous battleship. People on the bridge were working busily, and in the middle of the bridge sat a luxurious golden throne. He tried communicating with those around him, but got no response. Report to His Majesty. Enemy firepower far exceeds our estimate. Our fleet cannot hold any longer. The one seated on the throne sighed and stood up. Order the Royal Guard to prepare all ships for space jump and support the front line. Then Jiang Tian saw a glittering bubble envelop the entire warship, glowing brightly and blinding to the eyes. Set sail. With the Emperor's order, the countless starships originally obscuring the sky disappeared one by one. A flash of white light appeared before Jiang Tian's eyes, and the next second, the view outside was already the fiery front line. Outside the window was endless artillery fire and lasers, illuminating the dark starry sky like daylight. Main cannon targeting alien command ship, fire. A continuously expanding light sphere flew out from the front of the battleship, leaving no other vessel unscathed along its path. Just as everyone thought the cannon would hit, the huge light sphere suddenly vanished. At the same time, all the weapons fire in the starfield also disappeared, and the entire universe once again fell silent. People on the bridge looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Only the Emperor had a distant gaze, muttering to himself, "It has come." Jiang Tian's mind was once again jolted, his thoughts instantly returning to the L2 Bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort ship. Ding. System update completed. Reward received. Random L2 warship blueprint. Host Jiang Tian, long time no see. New task has been issued. Hearing this voice with emotion, Jiang Tian froze momentarily. System U. Then the system stopped talking. Unable to do anything about it, Jiang Tian opened his system panel in confusion. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, LV2. Warehouse, folded. Task, main task. Own a fleet of 100 ships, 5/100. Side task, collect system fragments, 0/100%. System upgrade task, possess 3 L2 warship blueprints, 3/3, and own 30 L2 starships, 6/30. Looking at these strange tasks, Jiang Tian wondered, are there other systems elsewhere? Regardless, I'll upgrade the system first. Subsequently, Jiang Tian opened the lottery wheel, and there was that familiar interface once more. This time, what he drew was a black warship. Congratulations, host Jiang Tian has obtained an L2 night-class medium assault ship. Jiang Tian looked at this reward and muttered to himself, this reward isn't bad. Once the mission is over, I'll go back and start production. Then Jiang Tian turned and left the room, heading for the bridge. Xianhuan was sitting in the captain's seat on the bridge. Upon seeing Jiang Tian come in, he immediately stood up. Commander, our escort mission is almost over. We'll be there in a few minutes. Jiang Tian stared at the military fortress not far away and was completely dumbfounded. Hadn't he just gone in? How could it already be nearly over? Jiang Tian asked, how long have I been gone? Xianhuan thought about it for a moment and said, it should be around 15 hours. Jiang Tian was increasingly shocked. It seemed this system was more advanced than he had imagined. He had to gather its fragments as soon as possible. Not long after, the entire fleet came to a halt, and the responsible officer's voice rang out through the public channel. We have safely arrived at our destination. Lieutenant Jiang Tian, you may return with your fleet. Thank you for supporting the Empire. The rest of the troops will regroup here and wait. Jiang Tian replied with a thanks before commanding his warship to head back to Central Academy Spaceport. After more than 10 hours of travel, the fleet finally returned. Inside the port, Ihan was already waiting. Seeing Jiang Tian come out, he approached and gave him a hug. He asked solicitously, how did the mission go? Jiang Tian's expression became somewhat heavy, which made Ihan think something might have gone wrong. This mission went smoothly, too smoothly. I don't know why we needed support for a mission like this. Ihan responded with nonchalance. What's wrong with that? Your face still looks so serious. I thought something happened. Let's go eat. Jiang Tian nodded, knowing he wouldn't figure anything out now anyway. So, he simply followed Ihan to eat. Chapter 9, Gaining the L3. The next day, just after waking up, Jiang Tian received a communication. As soon as he picked it up, he heard that unforgettable voice. Little brother, I've come to deliver your present. Jiang Tian recalled that last time, General Zheng Jun mentioned preparing a gift for him, which should be this one. Jiang Tian replied, when will sister arrive? I need to get ready. I'm already outside your port. Just open the gate and let me in. In a rush, Jiang Tian opened the port gates, then immediately saw a small shuttle fly in. Jiang Tian hurried to the platform, waiting for Long Ju's arrival. Long Ju appeared alongside a wink at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian twitched his lips but couldn't summon a smile. Long Ju walked over to Jiang Tian, turned around, and pulled him back into the shuttle. Still dazed, Jiang Tian listened to her explanation. Our teacher helped you quickly form a fleet by finding you an L3 class retired warship as a gift. I've already brought it over here. Let's go take a look now. As Long Ju spoke, she started up the shuttle, and the recently stopped shuttle reoriented itself and flew back out of the starport. Just as they exited the starport gates, Jiang Tian caught sight of a massive starship floating motionless in the void. Guessing Jiang Tian's astonishment, Long Ju introduced. This is the L3 Saint Messenger class battlecruiser, previously one of the Empire's main combat ships. However, with the rapid advancement of technology, this battle-honored vessel has been decommissioned. This particular ship is newly retired, one of the final batches of the L3 Saint Messenger class battlecruisers. From Long Ju's words, Jiang Tian could sense the hidden sorrow. Before he had a chance to inquire further, Long Ju continued speaking. My father used to be the captain of an L3 Saint Messenger class battlecruiser, serving under our teacher's fleet during the era when the Empire was clearing out pirates. In one battle, knowing that he wouldn't return, to protect our teacher, he positioned his heavily damaged starship between our teacher and the enemy, ultimately dissipating into the universe along with the ship. That year, I was only 5. As she spoke, Long Ju's voice began to choke up. She wiped her tears with her hand and said, sorry, I lost my composure. Long Ju gently halted the shuttle, patting Jiang Tian on the shoulder saying, let's go. We're here. Jiang Tian scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. I didn't know you had such a tragic past. Long Ju chuckled after hearing this. It's fine. It's been a long time ago. It just came to mind this time. With that, she stepped out of the shuttle first, and Jiang Tian followed closely behind. Our teacher has arranged a complete crew for you. The only person missing from the entire ship now is you, the captain. Let's head over to the bridge first. On the way to the bridge, Long Ju looked towards Jiang Tian and asked, where do you plan to go next? You can't stay in the starport forever, right? Jiang Tian pondered. Since entering the Central Military Academy, he hadn't returned home. Now seemed like the time. I suppose I should return to my family. My father owns a planet within the family, and I'll likely be stationed there permanently, Jiang Tian responded. Long Ju nodded approvingly. That makes sense. You come from a large family, so naturally, you must go back. As they talked, the two had already arrived at the bridge. With the opening of the door, all the crewmen on the bridge stood up and saluted in unison. Welcome, Captain. Clearly startled by this grand display, Jiang Tian momentarily froze, unsure what to do with himself. Seeing this, Long Ju stepped forward and directed the crew to return to their tasks, helping to ease Jiang Tian's discomfort. Only then did Jiang Tian have a proper opportunity to examine the bridge carefully. The L3 Saint Messenger class battlecruiser truly lived up to its reputation as the Empire's main force warship. The scale of the bridge went beyond Jiang Tian's imagination. Sitting down on the captain's chair, Jiang Tian raised his hand and called up the data for the L3 Saint Messenger class battlecruiser. Saint Messenger class battlecruiser. Level, L3. Speed, 130 knots, first order warp engine. Length, 1399 m. Weaponry, 1 billion watt energy cannon. 5600 centimeters phase cannons. 600 rapid fire close defense cannons. Defense, hull strength, 9,000. Partial energy shield, 10,000 units. After taking a glance, Zhang Tian noticed there was an energy shield. He turned to Long Zhu and asked, energy shields aren't supposed to come standard until L4 class warships, so how does this L3 have one? Long Zhu paused to consider the question before answering. The reason this ship became the Empire's main force warship largely comes down to the energy shield. Under circumstances where only L4 class vessels can equip energy shields, a single L3 equipped with one inevitably drew attention. The Imperial scientists strained every effort to design this starship, eventually managing to obtain a flawed version of the energy shield. The shield on this ship can only protect certain areas partially, and the amount of energy it can store is also very limited. However, it's often this small energy shield that can play a crucial role on the battlefield, which also makes the L3 Saint Messenger class battlecruiser famous. If such a powerful battleship exists, why haven't I heard much about it? Zhang Tian couldn't understand. Because with the continuous development of weapon firepower and ship defense, energy shield technology has remained stagnant. And in modern warships, investing heavily in a flawed energy shield yields less return compared to enhancing the armor shields. Over time, scientists abandoned this kind of technology, so it's not surprising that you don't encounter it anymore. Zhang Tian nodded, realizing that advanced technology often comes with great demands. Long Zhu glanced at her watch and said to Zhang Tian, well, this ship is yours now. I have to get back to work, so I'll be leaving. As Zhang Tian stood up to see her off, Long Zhu pressed him back into his chair. There's no need to see me off. Take some time to familiarize yourself with the ship. With another wink, she turned and left. Watching this charming senior sister walk away, Zhang Tian was momentarily caught between laughter and tears as he bid her farewell. After Long Zhu left, Zhang Tian began contemplating his own issues, enlightened by her words. He had been away from his family for too long because of his parents' affairs, and it was high time he went back to visit. Meanwhile, he also needed to find a place for his next step in development. Ultimately, Zhang Tian rose to his feet and began issuing orders on the bridge. Prepare the entire ship for launch. Submit a jump application to the Stargate. Destination, Blue Cloud System. Depart once I'm back. With that, Zhang Tian walked toward the hangar, piloting a shuttlecraft back to the starport. When he docked the shuttle, he just happened to see Yihan searching everywhere for him. He stopped Yihan, took him inside the room, and sent him the blueprints for the L2 Night-class medium assault ship. He then told him, these are the blueprints for the new warship. Start production. I've decided to go home to my family, but I should be back soon. For now, everything here is in your hands. Caught completely off guard by these sudden instructions, Yihan quickly composed himself and promised Zhang Tian, don't worry, I'll make sure things are handled well here. Zhang Tian gave a relieved smile. I trust you completely. That's why I'm leaving this to you. So I'll take off now. Go? How will you leave? Are you piloting the Snow Wolf? Yihan asked curiously. Zhang Tian pointed out the window. General Jing Jun gifted me an L3 Saint Messenger class battlecruiser. It's parked outside. I'll be taking that. With those words, he turned back to the shuttle. Yihan was absolutely astonished. All sorts of exclamations condensed into one word. Wow. Chapter 10. Return to the family. After leaving Starport, Zhang Tian immediately returned to the L3 Saint Messenger class battlecruiser. Once he was seated in the captain's chair, he issued the order. Set sail. With the engines firing up, the massive warship slowly began to move, heading toward the Central Academy Stargate. It took no more than 5 minutes for the warship to reach the Stargate. Zhang Tian opened a ship-wide broadcast. Attention all crew, prepare to pass through the Stargate. At just this moment, the Stargate also transmitted its passage clearance. L3 Saint Messenger class battlecruiser, destination Blue Cloud System, passage approved. Younger brother, may you have a safe journey. Zhang Tian chuckled upon hearing Long Zhu's voice. Full ship transition. The enormous warship was swallowed by the Stargate and reappeared shortly after outside the Blue Cloud Stargate. At this time, a communication request from the Blue Cloud Stargate came in, which Zhang Tian immediately projected onto the bridge. A figure appeared, and Zhang Tian instantly recognized the unified family attire of the Zhang family. He himself owned a set of this clothing, though he had rarely worn it and couldn't find it anymore. May I ask what business brings you to the Blue Cloud System? The person on the other side asked. Zhang Tian replied firmly, I am the 7th-generation descendant of the Zhang family. Zhang Tian. Upon hearing this, the man immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully spoke. Welcome home, young master. Would you like me to inform the head of the family? Zhang Tian waved his hand. There's no need to bow, nor is there any need to inform the head of the family. I will go myself. With that, he waved again and cut off the communication. Zhang Tian directed the warship into the orbit of the 4th planet in this system, the most beautiful planet in the entire Blue Cloud System, and also the main planet of the Zhang family. Once the warship entered orbit, Zhang Tian stood up. Wait for me in orbit. Contact me if there are any issues. Captain's guard, follow me. He then led 3 shuttles towards the planet's surface. Even though it had been many years since his last return, there were not too many significant changes on the entire planet. With his memory guiding him, Zhang Tian easily found his old house. When Zhang Tian landed, a team of guards dressed in uniforms approached. Zhang Tian stepped down first, with his captain's guard behind him. Both sides exuded an imposing aura, and the situation became tense immediately, until the captain of the guard squad appeared and called out his name. Young master, after so many years, you've finally come back. The elder lady has been mentioning you often. Zhang Tian recalled this was the captain of the guard squad, and also the adjutant of his father at the time. Although Jiang Tian was no longer the original individual in this body, influenced by memories, he felt inexplicably close to them. Jiang Tian stepped forward. Uncle Six, after all these years, you're still as energetic as ever. The person Jiang Tian called Uncle Six scratched his head and said bitterly, my body is already worn out. The ailments left from previous battles are hard to cure. But look at you, you've matured a lot. I've graduated now. This time I've come back to see my relatives, Jiang Tian replied. Uncle Six nodded. I'll take you inside. Jiang Tian instructed his captain's guard to remain outside while he followed Uncle Six into the house. After passing through a magnificent corridor, Jiang Tian arrived at the entrance of the reception hall. Jiang Tian recalled this grand building was specially constructed by his father years ago, using the best technology of the time to link the large structure with rapid passages, combining convenience with high aesthetic value. At this point, Uncle Six knocked on the door and respectfully said, Elder lady, young Master Jiang Tian has returned. The door of the reception hall slowly opened, and Uncle Six gestured to enter, saying, Young Master, I shall not intrude. Jiang Tian nodded and walked in alone. The reception room was naturally decorated. It was more like a garden than a room. An elder sat in a chair at the center of the garden. As Jiang Tian approached, he said, Grandma, I'm back. The elderly person looked up and said to Jiang Tian, Tian, you've finally come back. Ever since you were accepted into the Central Military Academy, you never sent word home again. At that time, when my parents met with trouble, I decided to avenge them. Now that I've graduated, naturally, I must return home. Child, we owe you. When your father encountered trouble, his rightful inheritance of the head of the family position was handed over to someone else. Our line status within the family plummeted dramatically, and we have long been marginalized from the political center of the family. Everywhere we turned, people added difficulties for us, and even our own survival became a problem, leaving us unable to offer you much help. Jiang Tian was surprised by this account because none of this happened when he left before, and upon hearing it now, he instantly became angry. He consoled his grandmother. Don't worry about it. Now that I'm back, I'll reclaim everything we lost. Just as Jiang Tian was preparing to leave, his grandmother called him back. Over these years, I also heard that the death of your parents back then wasn't so simple. Although at that time they fought for the empire, when cleaning up the battlefield, I sent people there as well. They found an incomplete transmission on your father's warship. I examined the content. It was entirely a string of gibberish, and I didn't pay much attention to it back then. It wasn't until later that I heard rumors saying that the death of your parents was actually instigated by the Great Elder. He had always opposed your father being the head of the family, so he conspired with pirates to ambush him. However, this claim has never been substantiated and eventually faded away. Jiang Tian looked at his grandmother. Is the message from that time still retrievable? I'd like to take a look at it. The grandmother nodded. I've kept it in my room all along. Regardless of what it says, it was the last piece of information left behind by my son. Chapter 11, Father's Message. Jiang Tian followed his grandmother to her room, where he saw a holographic projector placed beside her bed. It displayed a photo of Jiang Tian's father. Beneath the photo was the string of garbled characters. Grandma picked up the projector, pressed a few buttons, pointed at Jiang Tian, and immediately, the symbols appeared on Jiang Tian's watch. At this point, Grandma came over, patted his shoulder gently, and said warmly, Child, your room is ready for you. Go take a look. Jiang Tian nodded, smiling as he agreed. All right, go back to your room first. If anything feels off, let me know. I'm tired and need some rest. All right then, Grandma, get some rest. I'll leave now. Saying that, he tiptoed out of Grandma's room. On the way, Jiang Tian kept looking at the garbled string of characters. This string included numbers, letters, Chinese characters, and patterns. Everything was jumbled together. Jiang Tian could not figure it out right away, but felt a sense of familiarity. He had only seen it before. As he thought, Jiang Tian reached his room. He bent down, and after retinal identification, the door slowly opened. Looking around, everything in the familiar room was just as it had been when he left. On the floor, there were a few boxes. Upon opening them, he found they contained mementos of his parents. Without checking further, Jiang Tian quickly closed the boxes again. He walked toward his desk, gazing upward at the bookshelf and began scanning through its collection. Jiang Tian was very certain that something about this bookshelf had to be different. Books from the shelf were taken down one by one. Each time he picked up a book, memories of Jiang Tian resurfaced. As fewer books remained on the shelf, Jiang Tian became increasingly convinced that this bookshelf held a secret buried deep within his heart. When the last book was removed, Jiang Tian finally got a clear view of the entire bookshelf. The bookshelf consisted of various mechanisms, assembled in an ancient, manual manner, showing no signs of modern technology. Jiang Tian's memory revealed that this was a project he completed with his father. Following his memories, step by step, Jiang Tian opened all the mechanisms until a click was heard. A side panel on the bookshelf opened, revealing a safe. This should have been the only piece of technology incorporated into the bookshelf. Jiang Tian carefully entered the password. As the safe slowly opened, he saw what was hidden inside. There was a pile of envelopes containing letters written by Jiang Tian to his future self. One letter was added each birthday. There were also many toys and memorabilia, which represented the childhood memories of Jiang Tian. Deep within the safe, there was a leather notebook. Jiang Tian took it out carefully. The moment he touched it, he knew he had found what he was looking for. He turned back to make sure the door was locked, and with trembling hands, opened the notebook. This was similar to a codebook, part of an agreement between young Jiang Tian and his father. Different symbols, numbers, and patterns represented different meanings. Any small secrets were communicated through this unique method. As Jiang Tian grew older, the book gradually became obsolete and stored away and used. Jiang Tian firmly believed that this was the message his father had left for him. He never expected his father to remember it so long and use it at such a crucial time. Step by step, Jiang Tian compared the contents of the codebook and began decoding his father's message. As the decoding progressed, a URL started to form. After scanning it with his personal terminal, Jiang Tian decisively chose to visit it. Inside was a video. Before Jiang Tian could react, it began playing automatically. The background was chaotic, and in the center stood Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Xuanhuan. Jiang Xuanhuan looked filled with sorrow. "Son, our fleet has been ambushed by pirates. It seems we won't be coming back. I'm sorry we can't continue being by your side." As he spoke, Jiang Xuanhuan's sadness grew, and he covered his face, bending over. After a while, he wiped his face and refocused his gaze on the camera. This attack was highly irregular. Pirates had no reason to attack our fleet, leading me to suspect external influence. Tianer, I leave you my final message through this means, hoping that you will remain vigilant in the future. Even the Zhang family is not entirely safe without us. Take care of yourself and our family, Tianer. At that moment, the video cut off abruptly, leaving Jiang Tian deeply shaken emotionally. Unknowingly, Jiang Tian had merged these memories with his own. He no longer considered them someone else's memories. "I swear, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and seek revenge for both of you." Facing the paused video, Jiang Tian vowed solemnly in his heart. Respectfully, Jiang Tian placed the codebook back into the safe and restored the bookshelf to its original state. At that moment, Jiang Tian's bedroom door was knocked on. Curious, he opened it. "Who is it?" A small figure suddenly rushed into Jiang Tian's arms. "Big bro, I missed you." This was Jiang Xiang, the daughter of Jiang Tian's father's brother, 1 year younger than him. Jiang Tian affectionately patted her hair. Little Jiang Liang has grown up and become even more beautiful. Jiang Liang used to always cling to Jiang Tian, sometimes leaving him at his wit's end. Jiang Liang looked up, pouting. You've been gone for so long, and didn't even send a message or anything." Seeing her slightly reddened eyes, Jiang Tian comforted her. There, I'm back now, stop crying." Jiang Liang wiped her eyes and said with great hope, "How about you take me with you next time you leave?" Jiang Tian gently refused her request. "Not now, focus on your studies first. After you graduate from university, I'll come pick you up then." Jiang Feng nodded vigorously. "All right, deal." For a while, both were silent. Suddenly, Jiang Liang slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot. I came to ask you to join us for dinner. Dad heard you were back, and specially sent me to fetch you." Without waiting for Jiang Tian to react, she dragged him along. Outside Jiang Tian's house, a hover car had already been waiting for quite some time. Chapter 12, Jiang Liang's family. In the middle of the lake next to Jiang Tian's house, there was a magnificent mansion, and that was Jiang Liang's home. Led by Jiang Liang, Jiang Tian went through winding and complex paths like a maze. Along the way, he could hear Jiang Liang's quiet complaints. "Why did they build this house so big? It's exhausting every time I go to the main hall." After about 10 minutes, Jiang Liang finally led Jiang Tian to the destination. Jiang Liang's parents were already waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Tian had arrived, they greeted him immediately. Jiang Liang's father, Jiang Si-chun, spoke first. "Jiang Tian, it's been a long time since you came back. Tonight, we must have a good drink." Jiang Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. "All right." At this point, Jiang Liang tugged at Jiang Si-chun's clothes and said with an aggrieved look, "I'm hungry. Can't we go inside and talk later?" Jiang Si-chun immediately responded, "Jiang Tian, you must be hungry too. Let's eat first." Jiang Tian gestured as if inviting them. "Please." Subsequently, the four of them entered the main hall together. The room was decorated extravagantly. A massive amethyst chandelier hung from the ceiling. On the floor lay a kind of mineral that even Jiang Tian couldn't name, with the entire floor made from a single block of stone, showcasing an unusual beauty. In the middle of the room stood a dujing wood table, a kind of rare wood, also obtained directly from an entire tree. This type of tree was extremely rare, originating from a remote planet in the Eden Star domain. Jiang Tian had only seen it once before, in the highest meeting room of the Central Military Academy. Looking at this luxurious room, Jiang Tian couldn't help but marvel. This is truly wealth. Almost too much wealth, in fact. At this moment, Jiang Si-chun pulled out a chair and indicated for Jiang Tian to sit down. After everyone was seated, robot waiters began serving dishes, home-style cuisine, many of which Jiang Tian liked when he was a child. Jiang Si-chun poured a glass of wine for Jiang Tian and pointed to those dishes, saying, "These are all cooked by myself. I remember how much you enjoyed my cooking when you were a kid. Try them and see if my skills have declined." Jiang Liang added from the side, "I rarely get to eat the food Dad cooks these days. I've almost forgotten what it tastes like." Jiang Tian smiled modestly, then started tasting Jiang Si-chun's dishes. As he ate, he praised, "Uncle's cooking has not only not worsened, but it's actually become even better." Really? Excited, Jiang Liang grabbed her chopsticks and reached for the dishes. This harmonious scene made Mr. and Mrs. Jiang smile contentedly. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Si-chun settled his wife and daughter, making sure they slept well, then accompanied Jiang Tian outside the mansion. Their shadows flickered under the moonlight. Jiang Si-chun patted Jiang Tian's shoulder and cared deeply. "You must take care of yourself. It's something I promised your second uncle years ago. If you ever encounter difficulties, just tell us. We'll do our utmost to assist you." Touched, Jiang Tian felt a warm flow in his heart and nodded gratefully. As they neared the estate gate, Jiang Xichen waved and said, "I'll send you off here. Remember to visit often." Jiang Tian waved back, got on the car, and returned home. Jiang Xichen stood at the gate, watching Jiang Tian leave. When the car completely disappeared, a communication request popped up on his personal terminal. Glancing down, he saw it. His smile instantly vanished, replaced by endless coldness. After hesitating for dozens of seconds, he eventually answered the call. A man clad entirely in black robes appeared as a projection in front of Jiang Xichen, opening angrily. "Why did you answer the call so late?" However, Jiang Xichen remained calm, answering instead with a question. "Is there anything particular? You've never called me before." Upon hearing this, the man in black seemed less upset. He glanced at some documents in his hand and stated, "A new mission has been issued by superiors. Try to recruit students graduating this year. I'll send you a list shortly. Prioritize recruiting those listed, and if recruitment fails, find ways to deal with them accordingly." Jiang Xichen quickly responded. "Understood, noted." The cloaked figure placed the document down and looked up. "It's not your first time handling this. I trust you can manage it well." Pausing briefly, he continued. "Hurry back, your wife's looking for you." Jiang Xichen's expression changed drastically as he questioned. "You're monitoring me?" With a careless shrug, the cloaked figure replied. "Haha, just focus on completing the mission." Saying that, the connection ended. Although angered, Jiang Xichen was powerless against the situation. Turning toward his room, he glanced at the file sent over by the cloaked figure while walking. When he approached the entrance, a wave of dizziness suddenly surged over him. Stunned, Jiang Xichen stared at the file, noticing a certain page read. Jiang Tian, Major in Command Department of the Central Military Academy. Ranked first in college-wide simulated combat drills, separately summoned by military authorities. Rating, A*. Jiang Xichen clearly knew that a grade A meant this person had immense potential. If they couldn't be recruited, then one would have to find ways to eliminate them. Jiang Xichen bitterly smiled a few times and wiped the corners of his eyes, muttering to himself. "You've always been so outstanding. Even your son is too." At that very moment, Jiang Xichen's wife came out looking for him and saw him standing alone at the doorway. "Honey, what's wrong? Didn't you go see Jiang Tian off?" Jiang Xichen took a deep breath, calming his emotions. "I've already seen Jiang Tian off. I'm fine. I was just reminiscing about some past events." Then, Jiang Xichen hugged his wife and said gently, "I'll be going out for a while. It might take me some time before I come back. You take care of yourself and Liang here." His wife reached out her hand, touching Jiang Xichen's face, gazing into his eyes. After a long while, she spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Go on, it's time to sleep." With that, she turned around and walked upstairs, her tears streaming down her face where Jiang Xichen couldn't see. Jiang Xichen still stood dumbfounded downstairs. He simply couldn't believe all that had happened. After much time passed, he finally let out a long sigh and headed towards the room. Chapter 13, Jiang Xichen's Secret. Jiang Tian had returned to his room at this point. He slumped onto the bed, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. Jiang Tian knew there was something wrong with Jiang Xichen. The valuable items now appearing in their house were almost worth as much as an entire planet. They were definitely not from the Jiang family. Moreover, Jiang Liang was completely unaware of it, indicating that Jiang Xichen was putting on a very good act. But the feelings Jiang Xichen harbored for Jiang Tian could not be fake. The concern he showed was heartfelt. A bloodline bond like theirs cannot be counterfeited. Moreover, harming his brother would have given Jiang Xichen no advantage. Yet what was she hiding then? His father's message still weighed heavily in Jiang Tian's heart. Someone within the Jiang family had killed his parents. At this moment, Jiang Tian felt the Jiang family was nothing but a vortex of danger. As his thoughts spiraled into confusion, Jiang Tian drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as his thoughts became more and more tangled, Jiang Tian wanted nothing more than to leave the place immediately. Once Grandma rose and they bid their farewells, Jiang Tian planned to return to the Central Military Academy. Jiang Tian boarded the shuttlecraft which took him to the L3 Saint Messenger-class battlecruiser, stepping into the bridge, where tasks began to be arranged. Preparations for departure, all fleet divisions ready. Communication officer submits jump gate application. Return to Central Military Academy. Following Jiang Tian's orders, the L3 Saint Messenger-class battlecruiser started its exit from the planet's orbit, heading towards the Stargate. As it got closer to the Stargate, sudden communication signals came through from the Stargate itself. "Transfer the call to the conference room," said Jiang Tian, his voice grave, before turning around and entering the mentioned room. Upon entering, a hologram appeared. Upon looking, it turned out to be the great elder of the Jiang clan. "Jiang Tian, tell me, after being gone for several years, you've become so unruly that you won't even abide by the rules anymore? You come back home, skip paying respects to the head of our family, and are just about to leave." Jiang Tian understood. The elder was deliberately picking a fight. The younger generation encountered a sudden matter in the academy requiring immediate attention, thus I left in haste. "Paying respect to the patriarch can wait until my return later," replied Jiang Tian politely. Great elder snorted and then said, "You're already graduated, and from here on out, whenever the family needs you, you'll contribute. Don't forget the Jiang family's nurturing grace." On the outside calm, but inwardly seething, Jiang Tian answered while barely suppressing the urge to yell back. "Junior will do so." Appearing quite satisfied with this answer, the great elder nodded and disconnected the communication. Back on the bridge, Jiang Tian remained sullen as the ship sailed through the Stargate. No one noticed. Far away amidst the stars, floated another battle cruiser, its captain intently watching the L3 Saint Messenger battlecruiser. This cold-blooded commander spoke emotionlessly. This ship isn't bad. Worthy of its status as a main military craft from back then. Don't know where he got it though. As soon as Zhang Tian entered the Stargate, the unknown ship's captain commented, "We should leave. This guy seems too tough to handle right now. Best give it over to Jiang Xichen. After all, we're family." The warship slowly pivoted and with an ever-increasing brilliance from its engine, swiftly entered curvature space and disappeared into the cosmos. Unaware of all this, Jiang Tian returned to his temporary base, where Ihan was currently inspecting a newly manufactured L2 night-class medium assault vessel when he saw Jiang Tian's shuttle land. He approached him and asked, "How was your trip home? Why did you come back so quickly?" Jiang Tian didn't respond to the inquiry, diverting the conversation instead by asking, "How's the new ship production going?" Ihan replied, "Just completed the first one. I'm on my way to inspect it now." Jiang Tian nodded. "All right, I'll take a look too." In the port, hovered a grayish-white battleship resembling a knight's longsword. Jiang Tian called up the data on this ship. Night-class medium assault vessel. Level L2. Speed 100 knots. Length 315 m. Weapons 2x 400 cm electromagnetic cannons. 40x 200 mm gun turrets. Defense, hull strength 4000. Specials none. Jiang Tian alternated between viewing the ship's stats and the ship itself. A satisfied smile crept across his face. "It's fine, continue production." Hearing this, Ihan scratched his head. "But we don't have any materials left." Jiang Tian hearing this frowned again. Money really was a big issue. "In that case, I'll sell some blueprints on the dark web again." Ihan nodded. "There's nothing else to be done. A penny can truly stump a hero." Jiang Tian smiled and returned to his quarters. He effortlessly opened up the dark web. After pondering for a bit, he posted the blueprints for the L2 Bullet-class high-speed star frigate. Within just 2 minutes, a customer arrived. Jiang Tian, adeptly slipping his mask on, watched the full holographic image appear. This time, a middle-aged man dressed in pale purple robes appeared and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Ren Tianming, the general director of the Huashan Star Domain branch of Stardust Heavy Industries." This person was no small figure. Outside of the Holy Light military industry, which directly supplied the military department, all battleship-related businesses within the star system were split between Stardust Heavy Industries and Universal Industrial Group, truly industrial giants. However, Jiang Tian was not intimidated by this title. Instead, he already had a new plan in his mind. Fixed price, 500 million. Data guaranteed to be authentic. Jiang Tian spoke preemptively before Ren Tianming could respond. Ren Tianming was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, "There's no way to do business like this. This price." Jiang Tian chuckled. The prestigious head of Stardust Heavy Industries coming to the dark web to buy blueprints and can't afford this price. That man seemed to have been offended, taking a deep breath to calm himself, then looked back at Jiang Tian. "Could you lower the price a bit? Let's consider it making a new friend." "Ho ho, if you don't want it, that's fine. I don't need customers like you." Jiang Tian moved as if to end the communication. No, I'll buy it." Ren Tianming hastily interjected. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Ren Tianming continued, "but I can't come up with 500 million all at once." Hearing this, Jiang Tian knew it was exactly as he had planned, yet still feigned irritation. "If you can't come up with it, why bother talking about it? I can offer goods of equal value in exchange." Ren Tianming added. "Tell me what you've got." Ren Tianming paused to gather his thoughts. "Last month, I found a pirate base at the border between the Huashan Star Domain and the Central Star Domain. On impulse, I took it out. It now completely belongs to me. I can give it to you. Moreover, I'll also throw in 200 million credits." Jiang Tian internally rejoiced. His goal was already achieved. But he acted hesitant, eventually nodding. "All right then. Seeing how much you need these blueprints, let's consider it making a new friend. We'll meet at that base you mentioned tonight. I'll hand over the blueprints in person." Ren Tianming sighed in relief. "Okay, see you then." He left a set of coordinates and then ended the communication. Chapter 14, Cooperation. Jiang Tian immediately went to share this good news with Ihan. "Wow, 5 billion credits. You really dare to ask for it." Normally, L2 blueprints top out at 2 billion. Upon hearing this, Ihan looked completely shocked. Jiang Tian shrugged. "He's definitely desperate if he's coming to the darknet. Might as well take advantage of it while we can. Besides, that base shouldn't mean much to a chief executive officer." Ihan nodded silently, still lost in admiration for Jiang Tian's bold move. Jiang Tian patted him and said, "Then you inform everyone to take everything with them." Ihan nodded. "Also, I'll go first. Once you're ready, head out." Jiang Tian added. Ihan suddenly became concerned. "Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go alone? Why don't you wait for us?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "If they want to harm us, there's nothing we can do about it anyway, so it's better if I go ahead. Don't worry, nothing will happen, and who knows, maybe we'll even have good news." Ihan sighed. "All right, but still be careful. We'll catch up soon." Jiang Tian nodded and then boarded the shuttle to return to the L3 Saint Messenger-class battlecruiser. At the same time, Ren Tianming was standing in a meeting room, reporting to a middle-aged man. "With this blueprint, your contribution to the group will surely increase significantly," Ren Tianming said seriously. The man was playing with a fan in his hands. "For the inheritance rights this time, my brothers and sisters have spared no effort. Tianming, you've done well this time, and helped me immensely." Ren Tianming instantly bowed low. "This is what I should do. So according to your suggestion, what should we do next?" Ren Tianming thought for a moment and answered. Those who still possess new blueprints now are either geniuses or backed by great powers. In either case, I think we should try to recruit them. The man put down the fan in his hand. You say it easily. Which kind of people could we possibly recruit right now? Well, Ren Tianming cautiously asked. Never mind, I'll also attend tonight. We'll talk in person then. You can refuse to help us, but please don't push it to others. Ren Tianming stood at attention and respectfully replied. Understood, I'll prepare right away. The man waved his hand, and Ren Tianming stepped out, leaving only him in the room. He picked up the wine beside him, poured himself a glass, and looked towards the large floor-to-ceiling window, muttering, Even if I sit on the seat of the head of the family, you won't come back. His eyes began to water. Then he tilted his head back and drank the wine in one gulp. Time flew quickly during the journey, and finally, as evening approached, Jiang Tian arrived at the base. From the view of the L3 Saint Messenger-class battlecruiser, the entire base was like a small boat floating in the vast sea. There was darkness all around, not a speck of life visible. As Jiang Tian slowly drew near, the image of the base kept expanding. At this point, Ren Tianming sent over a message. Welcome. Please head to Dock U03 to dock your ship. I will be waiting for you there. Jiang Tian said to the bridge. Let's go. We shouldn't keep them waiting. 10 minutes later, Jiang Tian landed the shuttle on the platform at the port. On the platform, Ren Tianming was already waiting, with 4 bodyguards standing before and behind him. Jiang Tian walked alone towards Ren Tianming and stopped a few meters in front of him. Ren Tianming spoke. Young friend looks very young. May I ask your name? Jiang Tian tossed Ren Tianming a storage device. Jiang Tian. Ren Tianming extended his hand to receive it and slipped it inside his clothes, then transmitted a code to Jiang Tian. This is the highest control permission for this base. It's yours now. Jiang Tian opened it on his personal terminal and started browsing through it. While Jiang Tian was reading, Ren Tianming asked, I wonder which faction Jiang Tian comes from. Without raising his head, Jiang Tian answered, No faction, just graduated, family has some money, so came out to look around. Naturally, Ren Tianming didn't believe him. Then does the young friend have any interest in joining our Galaxy Heavy Industries? Hearing this, Jiang Tian raised his head with a disdainful smile. Why, Galaxy Heavy Industries shouldn't be lacking someone like me, right? Ren Tianming's eyes trembled. Then he looked back at Jiang Tian and whispered, Galaxy Heavy Industries is being constantly restricted in its competition with Universe Industry and now desperately needs an external force to change the current situation. Jiang Tian snorted. Is that the real reason? You can't even tell the truth. Ren Tianming was startled, and his eyes started wandering. What do you mean, young friend? How can you say that? Jiang Tian cut him off before he could finish speaking. Have the person above you come see me personally. Ren Tianming opened his mouth, intending to explain something, when he heard Jiang Tian say again, I'm not talking to you. Jiang Tian looked at one of the bodyguards in front of Ren Tianming. You think I'm right, don't you? At once, Ren Tianming broke into a cold sweat, laughing nervously. Young friend you. But the bodyguard raised his hand, cutting off Ren Tianming. Then he walked up to Jiang Tian and tore off a layer of unknown material from his face. The originally somewhat swarthy face gradually transformed into an imposing demeanor. This mask is pretty advanced, but it's still uncomfortable to wear. He patted the emblem on his chest, and the black suit began to shimmer before transforming from top to bottom. Finally, a set of purple gold robes appeared on him. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Fengling Juwen. Jiang Tian was taken aback. You're from the Fengling family? The Fengling family was the largest family in the empire aside from the royal family, with an enormous sphere of influence that extended across various industries. The ancestors of the Fengling family were founding heroes of the Holy Light Empire, renowned for their great military achievements. Fengling Juwen nodded and smiled, saying, This is something I can explain to you in detail later. But first, I have a few questions to ask you. Jiang Tian shrugged. All right, go ahead and ask. Afterward, I also have some questions. How did you figure out it was me? Asked Fengling Juwen. From the start, I thought it strange that Star River Heavy Industries would buy blueprints on the darknet. Clearly, there were secrets involved, but since Ren Tianming personally came, it meant there was someone above him. Fengling Juwen glanced back at Ren Tianming, who kept his head down, and his lips twitched. You are very short on blueprints, so someone like me who directly puts L2 level blueprints up for sale is obviously highly valued by you. You will definitely seek cooperation with me, and there's a high chance you'd come meet me personally. Fengling Juwen nodded. That's true, the young friend is spot on. More importantly, Ren Tianming kept glancing at you, although very subtly. Jiang Tian said confidently. Fengling Juwen didn't expect Jiang Tian to be so observant, and couldn't help but clap. Jiang Tian continued. Are you done asking? It's my turn now. Why exactly do you want to recruit me? Fengling Juwen pondered for a moment, and replied. The Fengling family is vast, and if I want more benefits and higher status, I need greater power. If these L2 starships sell well this time, it will increase my leverage in Star River Heavy Industries. Jiang Tian nodded. So that's why you wanted me to join Star River Heavy Industries? Fengling Juwen shook his head, leaving Jiang Tian somewhat puzzled. That was the plan before. People like you joining Star River Heavy Industries would be a waste in my opinion, but we can collaborate. What do you think? Chapter 15, New Base. Jiang Tian smiled. Cooperation is possible. Let's talk about the conditions first. I need you to provide me with more warship blueprints. L2, L3, and even L4 blueprints are all mine. Of course, I will give you a share based on the price of each warship sold. Jiang Tian looked at him, noting his certainty that he still had blueprints, and couldn't help but marvel in his mind. They're all old foxes. Fine, the share will be 50% of the selling price for L2, 60% for L3. For L4, we'll wait until I can produce it. What do you think? Feng Ling Jiwen turned to Ren Tianming, who immediately understood and started calculating. A few minutes later, Ren Tianming walked up to Feng Ling Jiwen and whispered something into his ear. Feng Ling Jiwen nodded and said to Jiang Tian, "All right, I agree. How will you provide me with these blueprints?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment. Currently, his blueprints were obtained through system tasks, so constantly giving them out to Feng Ling Jiwen would indeed be difficult. Here's what I propose. Every year, I'll give you at least 2 sets of L2 blueprints or 1 set of L3 blueprints, and their quality won't be lower than this time. Delivery will still require you to come here personally. Feng Ling Jiwen was slightly surprised. Are these blueprints developed solely by you, or do they come from another source? That's none of your business. Jiang Tian retorted directly. Feng Ling Jiwen also realized that this was someone else's deepest secret, so he quickly apologized. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, "It's fine. Let's prepare the contract then." As soon as Ren Tianming heard this, he immediately projected 2 contracts. After scanning through them and confirming there were no issues, Jiang Tian authenticated them using his terminal and signed his name. Behind the light screen, Feng Ling Jiwen also finished signing his name and then said to Jiang Tian, "So, we officially have a partnership. If there's anything, you can contact Ren Tianming." With that, he led his team onto the shuttle and left. On the shuttle, Feng Ling Jiwen sat in his seat, closing his eyes to rest while Ren Tianming watched beside him. Suddenly, Feng Ling Jiwen opened his mouth and asked, "How's that thing going? Have you investigated it yet?" Ren Tianming paused momentarily before reacting quickly. "Master, it has been confirmed. The young miss is in Xianhuan Star City, but we couldn't gather more specific information due to our lack of influence there." Feng Ling Jiwen sighed. I wonder how she's doing now. That incident back then. It's me who owes her an apology." Standing nearby, Ren Tianming listened silently without saying a word. Several hours later, Yihan and his group also arrived at this base. Seeing the enormous structure floating amidst the starry seas, Yihan felt deeply impressed. Can 3 billion credits actually get such a massive base? After all the fleets had entered the port, Jiang Tian proceeded to arrange accommodations for everyone. True to its reputation as a large military base, even after everyone was accommodated, the base still appeared spacious, and even doubling or tripling the number of people wouldn't make it feel crowded. Then, Jiang Tian took Yihan to the command room of the entire base and casually gave him a share of the control authority. "Now that we've got money, this base also has very complete industrial facilities. Continue building warships. At the same time, recruit more people, and let the salaries be decided as you see fit." Jiang Tian spoke indifferently. Yihan wiped sweat and laughed. "You really are a lazy boss, aren't you?" Jiang Tian remained unbothered. "You can handle these things. Only come to me if there's something you can't solve." Yihan dumbly nodded, instantly feeling like he'd gotten himself into a mess. Jiang Tian patted Yihan's shoulder. "Well, work hard then. I'll leave it in your hands." Without waiting for Yihan's reply, he returned to his own room. Back in the room, Jiang Tian called out to the system as he flopped onto the bed habitually. "Host Jiang Tian, nice to see you again." "Host, Jiang Tian. System level, IV2. Warehouse. Collapsed. Click to open. Mission, main mission. Own a fleet of 100 warships, 8/100. Side mission, collect system fragments, 0/100%. Reward per 10% collected. Blueprint of current level warship. System upgrade task. Own 3 L2 warship blueprints, 3/3, completed. Own 30 L2 warships, 8/30. Jiang Tian stared at the mission panel, lost in deep thought. There's quite a gap between these tasks, and it looks like new blueprints won't be coming anytime soon. He tried questioning the system. "Is there any way to get more blueprints?" Ding. We detected a strong desire within the host. In light of the current situation, a time-limited task is now being issued. Construct 20 L2 warships, 0/20, countdown, 47 hours. Destroy 100 mechanical race warships, 0/100, countdown, 71 hours, 59 minutes. Note, upon completing each time-limited task, the host will be rewarded with 1 blueprint of the current level warship. Failure has no penalties, and tasks are updated at irregular intervals. Shit. Jiang Tian was startled by what the system had just announced. This seemed like a pretty major move on the system's part, but it also felt more reliable after the recent upgrade. Still, as he reflected on the phrase, "in light of the current situation," a sense of unease crept into his heart. It felt as if a storm was brewing. He needed to urgently focus on developing his own strength, Jiang Tian thought inwardly. Then he turned his attention back to those 2 tasks. The one about building warships might actually be doable, while the other, taking out 100 mechanical race warships, probably couldn't happen in 3 days since it'd be hard to even encounter that many ships. So there was no point in thinking about it. "I'll go for the first task then." Jiang Tian made up his mind and rushed out of the room to find Yihan. At that moment, Yihan was still in the command room going over the control permissions when Jiang Tian burst in breathlessly. Yihan looked confused and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so hurried?" Jiang Tian paused for a second to catch his breath before continuing. "It's not a big deal. I just forgot to tell you earlier. We're planning to produce 20 new warships, and they need to be ready within 2 days." Upon hearing this, Yihan's expression soured, and he stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian acted as if he didn't notice and went on confidently. "I've already done the calculations. This base has exactly 20 production lines, and with our L2 Dwarven-class industrial ship added in, our capacity should be more than enough. Xianhuan was utterly bewildered by these details since he hadn't yet had time to fully review all the information about the base, leaving him with no choice but to believe whatever Jiang Tian said. The materials have already been purchased, and they should arrive within a few hours. Make sure everything is prepared for production. Jiang Tian summarized. Now Xianhuan clearly understood what he had to do, replying promptly. Understood, Commander. Mission guaranteed. Jiang Tian, watching Xianhuan's energetic posture, patted him on the shoulder approvingly. Good buddy. Let me know if there are any issues. And with that, he left the command room. As expected, Xianhuan proved to have excellent execution skills. A few hours later, every production line in the base was up and running. The 20 Knight-class medium assault ships were being produced methodically. Meanwhile, Xianhuan darted back and forth between each production line, ensuring everything would be completed on schedule. Finally, after 35 hours, the 20 Knight-class medium assault ships were all built and ready. Now, Jiang Tian was officially the fleet commander of 28 L2 class warships, which, by interstellar standards, was considered an entry-level force. Standing in the command room, Jiang Tian gazed down at the 5 bullet-class high-speed star escort ships floating among the star seas alongside the 23 Knight-class medium assault ships. He felt the grand vision in his heart steadily coming to life. At this moment, Xianhuan approached to report to Jiang Tian. Commander, the entire production task has been completed, taking 35 hours. Jiang Tian smiled contentedly, praising Xianhuan. Great job, Xianhuan. You're much more capable than I thought. Xianhuan grinned sheepishly and continued. To address the personnel shortfall for the new warships, I've recruited another 200 people, who should arrive soon. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. You handle it, but make sure to check their backgrounds carefully. We don't want to bring in anyone untrustworthy. Xianhuan assured him. I've reviewed everyone's identity information already, and there aren't any major issues. Jiang Tian laughed. All right, you've got my trust. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Detected completion of the time-limited task by the host, now dispensing corresponding rewards. Before long, the familiar spacecraft roulette reappeared before Jiang Tian's eyes. As the wheel spun rapidly, a dark blue warship finally stopped in front of Jiang Tian. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the L2 Misty Waves class interstellar cruiser. Chapter 16, Unexpected Situation. As Jiang Tian's mind flickered, he opened the blueprint of the L2 Yanba class star cruiser. Yanba class star cruiser. Level L2. Speed 100 knots. Length 352 m. Weapons Yanba type 3 small missile launching platform. 10 Yen type close defense rapid fire missiles. 35 Bow type anti-ship cluster missiles. 50 laser close defense cannons. Defense ship's hull strength 3500. Special none. The appearance of this Yanba-class star cruiser perfectly compensated for the slight lack of firepower that Jiang Tian was experiencing. Just as Jiang Tian was still immersed in the newly obtained blueprint, his personal terminal suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a red background and black-lettered information message was projected in front of Jiang Tian. Imperial Military Department summoning order. An urgent situation has arisen. Lieutenant Jiang Tian is requested to lead the fleet to the nearest interstellar military base within 20 hours. No delays will be tolerated. Jiang Tian was startled. He had never heard of such an urgent notice. Before Jiang Tian could react, the information before him turned into a star chart, marking a route. Jiang Tian carefully studied the route. The destination was the Tianxing military base, located in the middle and closer to the border area of the falling Godstar domain. From here, it would take about more than 10 hours to reach there. After determining the location, Jiang Tian immediately contacted Xianhuan. Xianhuan, yesterday you said you wanted to recruit new crew members. How is this going? Xianhuan looked a little dazed at the unexpected communication, but quickly responded. Commander, we have recruited over 200 new crew members. I am arranging them to learn the spacecraft systems. It's expected they will be trained by tomorrow. There's no time for that. The Imperial Military Department has issued an emergency summons requiring us to assemble within 20 hours. I'm giving you 5 hours to divide all crew members into teams, allow them to board and practice, ensuring they can initially master driving skills. The combat part will be taught on the way. When the time comes, we must set off immediately. The entire base should enter battle readiness status. Jiang Tian arranged with serious expression. Xianhuan also understood the importance of the matter, ended the communication right away, and went down to arrange the tasks. Time flew by in just 5 hours. 28 L2 warships and 1 L3 warship quietly floated in the universe outside the base. At this moment, Jiang Tian also boarded the L3 Sacred Messenger class battlecruiser. Jiang Tian ordered. Send orders throughout the fleet. Prepare to depart. Check the ship's condition and report. Night level ship number 1 has prepared for departure. Night level ship number 2 has prepared for departure. Night level ship number 12 has prepared for departure. Night level ship number 20 has prepared for departure. Bullet level ship number 5 has prepared for departure. Soon, all ships were ready, and Jiang Tian continued to give orders. Set navigation lines. The fleet enters defense formation and depart. Following Jiang Tian's command, the vast fleet burst forth with specks of blue light in the vast universe, slowly heading far away. Since there was still time on the journey, Jiang Tian took a moment to send a message to his senior sister Longju. It took quite a while for the communication to get connected. Longju appeared extremely exhausted, which made Jiang Tian feel heartbroken. Seeing it was her junior brother's communication, she asked, Junior brother, Why did you think to contact me? Swallowing his saliva, Jiang Tian explained the information he had received. After hearing this, Long Zhu murmured, "It seems like the situation is quite serious this time." Then, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Tian, explaining, "At dawn yesterday, a large concentration of mechanical clan fleets was detected in the eastern part of the empire, moving towards the empire. The Imperial Military Department urgently ordered the dispatch of troops to garrison at the eastern border. Suddenly, things have become very busy. I haven't rested since last night. I didn't expect even you to be summoned, meaning that the number of mechanical clans this time will not be small." Jiang Tian now had a basic understanding of the situation and showed concern towards his senior sister. "Sister originally doesn't have much rest time, and my visit is disturbing you." There was a look of apology on Jiang Tian's face. However, Long Zhu seemed indifferent. "It's fine. Talking with you actually counts as rest. But this is your real battlefield debut. You must be careful with everything." Jiang Tian nodded solemnly and said, "I'll take good care of myself." After hearing this, Long Zhu waved her hand and said, "I'll continue working then. Junior brother, goodbye." After seeing that familiar wink, Long Zhu ended the communication. Jiang Tian thought about something in his own room. This system really is quite mysterious. It already knew the mechanical clan's movements, so it gave me these two missions. The more Jiang Tian thought about it, the more frightened he became. This system was simply too miraculous. It had far exceeded the technology of this galaxy. A system capable of predicting war would surely attract enhancements from everyone. However, Jiang Tian turned and gave a self-deprecating smile. "With my current fleet, others wouldn't even bother with me. These are matters to consider later." After adjusting his mindset, Jiang Tian decided to take another nap to prepare for the possible upcoming war. Drip, drip. Jiang Tian was woken by a call from the bridge. He glanced at the time, realizing it was now appropriate for him to be there. He immediately dressed neatly and headed toward the bridge. Outside the bridge, the military base was making feverish preparations for the impending battle, with ships of all sizes weaving in and out of various parts of the base. No fewer than 10 fleets were parked in the void surrounding the perimeter of the base, comprising armies from other star domains within the empire, as well as protective squads from local prominent families. At this moment, the communication officer on the bridge reported, "Captain, we have received instructions from the Tianqing military base. You are requested to go to the tactical command room to participate in the formulation of strategy." "Understood. Prepare a shuttle for me. Tell Sihan and Pei Qingli to come with me, and the rest of the fleet is to remain here on standby." With that said, Jiang Tian turned and headed towards the hangar. In no time, a small shuttle flew out from the L3 Sacred Messenger-class battle cruiser. This was already the second time for both Sihan and Pei Qingli to attend such a meeting, so they seemed much more composed this time. Very soon, the shuttle arrived at the base's helipad, and Jiang Tian, along with 2 others, reached the combat command room under the guidance of the staff. There were already over 10 people inside the command room, presumably the commanders of the fleets outside. A middle-aged brigadier general stood in the center of the room. Seeing Jiang Tian enter, he cleared his throat and began speaking. "Good evening, everyone. I am Brigadier General Yan Lai, the head of the Tianqing military base. According to long-range radar detection, the mechanical clan has now mobilized 200,000 troops divided into 3 routes heading towards the empire. It is estimated that they will cross the border of the empire in 14 hours, and our purpose this time is to intercept the mechanical clan outside the border line." Having finished, General Yan Lai gestured with his hand, dimming the lights inside the command room instantly, while revealing detailed intelligence about the battlefield in the center. According to the detected data, the mechanical clan attacking the falling God Star domain this time amounts to around 80,000 vessels, of which approximately 50,000 are L2 class, 30,000 L3 class, over 200 L4 class, and the exact number of L5s is currently unknown. The specific intelligence has been distributed to your terminals. Our plan is for the Imperial Military Department to serve as the main force to restrain the bulk of the mechanical clan's army. The rest of the fleets will be scattered to clean up any stragglers and prepare to support the main battlefield. Are there any objections to this arrangement? Having paused briefly, he looked up at the group. Indeed, this arrangement was rather reasonable, and no one present voiced opposition. Before long, the tactical deployment concluded, and Jiang Tian was assigned to lead the fleet to provide support on the northern front line. Honorable Holy Light Empire Military Department, thank you all for your support. Concluding his statement, General Yan Lai raised his hand and saluted, and everyone else reciprocated with their own salute. Chapter 17, The Outbreak of War. As per the orders, all fleets should immediately proceed to the front line for combat readiness. After a few hours, Jiang Tian arrived at the defensive line where his participation was required. The garrison here was the 3rd Legion of the Fallen God Corps, part of the border guards who were permanently stationed along the frontier line. Before the mechanical clan arrived, Jiang Tian ordered a full inspection of the fleet and instructed everyone to rest on site. The Imperial Military Department reports that the mechanical clans are crossing the Empire's borders. Current number, 69,984 ships, said the communications officer, his voice resounding through the bridge. Time had passed unnoticed. War was now imminent. Deploy all fleets and maintain distance from the 3rd Fleet of the Fallen God Corps, ordered Jiang Tian. Flashes of numerous propulsion systems erupted in the starry space outside the fleet, each pinpoint of light representing a spaceship. The Imperial Military Department orders that initial units have made contact with enemy forces. All rear fleets, enter combat formation immediately, the communicator reported tensely. Jiang Tian stared at the star chart before him as his battlefield command skill activated. Suddenly, streams of intelligence data flowed into Jiang Tian's mind, ships and their movements forming a vivid mental map of the battlefield. Under his awareness, it was as if every ship's action became crystal clear. In the first 3 hours after engaging on the main battlefield, Jiang Tian led his fleet around the fringes of the conflict, clearing out over a dozen escaped enemy vessels from the mechanical clans. Jiang Tian thought this mission would be all he'd encounter until suddenly. Emergency. To the north of the main battlefield, 10,000 mechanical clan warships have unexpectedly appeared. There are currently insufficient military resources available for support, the communication officer reported urgently to Jiang Tian. The atmosphere grew tense. 10,000 warships could disrupt the entire layout of the battlefield. If the main battlefield collapsed, none of them would survive. Seeing this unexpected battle report, Jiang Tian felt helpless to offer any effective support. He had only more than 20 warships under his command, not enough to change anything significantly. At this moment, General Yan Lai's voice appeared on the communications channel. This is the command center of the Tianqing military base. Is there anyone present capable of commanding more than 1,000 warships? The already heavy atmosphere in the communications channel turned completely silent. Commanding a fleet of over 1,000 warships typically required the rank of general. Privately owned family fleets rarely exceeded 1,000 ships in quantity, let alone having actual combat experience. About 10 minutes passed, with no one responding in the communication channel. Seeing this silence, Jiang Tian finally mustered the courage and said, "Command Major of the Central Military Academy's Command Department, Jiang Tian, I'm willing to give it a try." Immediately afterward, an individual message from the command post appeared on Jiang Tian's personal terminal. "Are you Lieutenant Jiang Tian?" asked a somewhat youthful male voice. "Yes, it's me," replied Jiang Tian. At the moment, due to the urgent situation caused by the appearance of these mechanical clan warships to the north, the army has mobilized but cannot find an experienced commander. Now Jiang Tian understood. They had soldiers but lacked commanders. "All right, what do you need me to do?" Jiang Tian asked promptly. The man replied, "We will allocate 2,000 warships to you. You don't have to win. Your task is simply to hold the defensive line. If successful, there will be substantial rewards from the Imperial Military Department. But if you fail, you'll die directly in the fight," the man added. Jiang Tian knew he could handle the task of just holding the defense, so he decisively agreed. "All right, I accept." The other party clearly felt relieved and even slightly excited. He then said enthusiastically, "That's great. A level 4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser will soon arrive at your location to pick you up. This cruiser will serve as your temporary command ship." After saying this briefly, Jiang Tian ended the communication. Back on the bridge, all members watched him with astonished looks. The deputy officer couldn't help but ask, "Commander, it's nearly impossible to win with 2,000 against 10,000. Moreover, we received orders to ensure your safety." Jiang Tian wasn't very concerned. "I just need to hold out. We're near the northern battlefield. If we do nothing, we'll eventually die anyway. Also, our order did mention following my commands, didn't it?" he reminded the crew. Realizing the inevitable risk involved, the deputy also accepted this. Escaping wouldn't solve any problems. Seeing the somber expressions of the people on the bridge, Jiang Tian spoke to lift their spirits. "Don't be so stressed. I promise I'll bring everyone back safely." At this point, the level 4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser had reached Jiang Tian's coordinates. Upon seeing it, Jiang Tian immediately boarded the enormous vessel via a shuttlecraft. "Officer Jiang Tian, I am Deputy Officer Xianxia. Thank you for coming. This way, please." It was the same person who had spoken earlier in the communication. This temporary detachment consists of 3 level 4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, 300 level 3 Qingming tactical cruisers, 500 level 3 Divine Messenger medium frigates, 500 level 2 Javelin escort assault ships, and 700 level 2 Apostle-class light frigates, explained Xianxia. As Xianxia walked, he introduced the fleet to Jiang Tian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian felt a little disappointed. He had originally thought he would command many high-level warships, but now he couldn't even assemble 1,000 L3 class vessels. The two quickly arrived at the bridge, which truly lived up to its L4 status. All operation panels were replaced with holographic projections, giving it a strong sense of technology. Jiang Tian thought to himself that when he had the money, he would definitely replace all his warships with these. Seeing how young Jiang Tian was, everyone on the bridge was quite surprised. After all, someone so young commanding over 1,000 warships was rare, but out of discipline, no one asked. Jiang Tian walked to the large star chart on the bridge and with a sweep of his hand, magnified the area between him and the mechanical clans, dividing the map into 36 sections. Then, Jiang Tian turned around and sat back in the captain's chair, beginning to give orders to the entire fleet. "Order the whole fleet to gather in zone L06. For my identity, just say I'm an officer selected by the military department. Don't disclose my age, as it might interfere with my plans." Though the crew on the bridge lacked confidence in their young and seemingly arrogant commander, they had no choice but to follow military orders. Subsequently, Jiang Tian connected to his fleet's communication channel and instructed Xuanhuan and Pei Qingli. "While I'm gone, you two are responsible for tactical combat command. No need to consult me for any decisions. In a while, you will follow behind me. Out of 10,000 warships, you must destroy at least 100. Xuanhuan and Pei Qingli paused briefly before solemnly replying, "Commander, we guarantee to complete the mission." Jiang Tian smiled, satisfied. Soon, all warships gathered in L06 zone. waiting for Jiang Tian's orders. Jiang Tian was carefully studying the star chart at that moment. He found this place to be a small asteroid belt with numerous floating planet fragments. Instantly, a comprehensive plan formed in his mind. He reflected that the mechanical clans likely didn't know they were hiding here, so ambush tactics were inevitable. He needed to catch them off guard and then use the terrain advantage to fight guerrilla style until reinforcements arrived. With the plan in place, Jiang Tian immediately started making arrangements. Whole fleet, listen up, disperse and conceal within the asteroid belt. Turn off all engines and keep communication channels open. Everyone should be in position within an hour. After pausing to listen, he continued, I know this is a war with not much suspense, but I promise I will try my best to bring everyone home. Immediately, applause thundered across the bridge. At this moment, everyone began to trust Jiang Tian. The notion of returning home touched everyone's hearts. The order was quickly executed. In front of the asteroid belt where Jiang Tian's ships hid, only the 3L4 Fallen Angel-class battle cruisers remained visible. Yunche asked curiously, Lieutenant Jiang Tian, shouldn't we hide in the asteroid belt? Jiang Tian explained with a smile. Such a large L4 vessel can't be hidden in the asteroid belt. It would only expose our plans. We'll wait here for the mechanical clans to come to us. Chapter 18, Engagement. Soon, the mechanic fleet sailed into the asteroid belt one after another. Seeing that the time was almost ripe, Jiang Tian gave the order. Attention, all ships of the fleet, prepare for combat. All weapon systems on all warships stand by, ships pre-activation, awaiting orders. Enemy distance at 10,000 units. Correction, 9,500 units. Correction. Reported enemy data, 5L4, class night cruiser battleships, 1,000 L3, class Raven light escorts, 2,000 L3, class nightmare heavy armored ships, and 7,000 L2, class reconstructor combination escorts. Jiang Tian looked at the star chart, constantly calculating the battle situation in his mind. When the timing seemed about right, Jiang Tian issued a command to the fleet. Attention, all ships of the fleet. All L3 class ships, activate and attack the nearest mechanic race ships. All L2 class ships remain on standby. After a brief silence, dark asteroids suddenly burst forth with specks of dim light. All L3 class warships instantaneously awakened and unleashed their firepower onto surrounding mechanic race warships. In an instant, the asteroid belt became a blaze of fiery skies, filled with lasers and exploding missiles everywhere. The mechanic race didn't react in time, causing a brief halt in their entire fleet. However, the mechanics' delay-free command system was indeed remarkable. They quickly gathered the troops, changed formations, and attempted to break through the asteroid belt. Battle report. Enemy lost 528 L3 warships, 1787 L2 warships. Our side lost 215 L3 class warships. Upon seeing this scenario, how could Jiang Tian allow them to have their way? He ordered again. All L2 warships awaken. Fire freely to disrupt their assembly formation. L3 warships retreat from the battlefield and regroup in the L03-L07 regions. Before long, the fires in the asteroid belt grew even fiercer, and shattered remnants of the warships floated endlessly within. At this moment, the mechanic warships abandoned the idea of reorganizing the entire fleet, opting instead to form multiple small units nearby that charged outwards toward the edge of the asteroid belt. Jiang Tian noticed and said, all L2 fleets abandon pursuit. Report current states. Reassemble inside the asteroid belt and wait for orders. L3 class warships, prepare to intercept any enemy vessels appearing from the asteroid belt. Watching as the mechanic ships broke through the asteroid belt one by one, Jiang Tian decisively commanded. L3 class warships, full firepower. A massive crossfire network appeared between the two armies. The mechanic race immediately set up defenses along the asteroid belt boundary. The void erupted with explosions, and each minute brought the fall of more warships. As the two sides reached a stalemate, the mechanics' 5L4 class night cruiser battleships finally made an appearance. In just one exchange, over a dozen L3 warships were hit and exploded. Calmly, Jiang Tian arranged. 3L4 class Fallen Angel battlecruisers separate the formations and aim at the L4 night cruiser battleships. Fire the cannons and lure them away from the battlefield. Subsequently, the front hatches of the Fallen Angel class battlecruisers opened, revealing an enormous bow cannon. Bow cannon charging. Countdown to 10 seconds. 10, 8, 3, 2, 1. Fire. The bow cannon emitted brilliant red light. After the 10-second charge, 3 dark red energy beams shot straight towards the opposing L4 night cruiser battleship, impacting forcefully on its shield. The leading night cruiser battleship instantly turned into a ball of fire, blooming brightly against the stellar backdrop. The remaining 4 night cruiser battleships began to gradually turn, aiming to focus fire and eliminate these 3L4 Fallen Angel class battlecruisers. Jiang Tian saw this and ordered the 3L4 Fallen Angel class battlecruisers to move towards the fringes of the battlefield, trying to keep as far as possible from the heart of the engagement. Those 4 L4 night cruiser battleships also started chasing after the L4 Fallen Angel class battlecruisers, continuously firing. The black hull sides revealed rows of chambers containing countless space torpedoes and cluster bombs. After a short targeting period, a large number of missiles swarmed like bees towards Jiang Tian's direction. Anti-missile system activated, full power shields running. Jiang Tian directed on the bridge. Faced with such a vast array of interstellar missiles, even the anti-missile system could not block them all. These missiles bypassing the anti-missile system continued to strike the energy shields of the L-4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers. Energy shields down to 90%, 85%, 70%. 50% has reached warning levels. At this moment, Jiang Tian proceeded with his plan. All L2 starships ready. Ambush the mechanic fleet from behind. No one expected his next command. All L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers. Deactivate energy shields completely. For a moment, everyone on the bridge thought they had misheard him, so Jiang Tian repeated it. Repeat. All L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers. Deactivate energy shields completely. At this moment, the three warships began their operations. Soon, the energy shields of these three L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers gradually dimmed until they completely disappeared. Under the fire of the L4 Night Cruiser battleships, the energy shields of these three ships seemed to be blown up. The mechanic race indeed assumed that was the case. They abandoned their formations and charged directly at Jiang Tian, intending to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Main cannons charge energy. All secondary weapons activate fully. Fire as soon as you're ready. Seeing Jiang Tian prepare for a desperate counterattack, the mechanic race also activated the main cannons of their L4 Night Cruiser battleships, continuously pouring firepower towards him. 10 seconds passed, and the main cannons finished charging. Jiang Tian gave the order decisively. Aim at the leading Night Cruiser battleship and fire. Another simultaneous volley ensued, and the mechanic's L4 Night Cruiser battleship was destroyed mid-air. Full shield activation. Main cannons charge energy, freely maneuver ships. At this point, 2 out of the 5 L4 Night Cruiser battleships had been eliminated, while Jiang Tian's side had only suffered slight energy shield damage. The remaining L4 Night Cruiser battleships from the mechanic race had come to a halt, as if calculating whether to continue the fight. Jiang Tian would not give the mechanic race this opportunity. After another 10 seconds passed, L4 Fallen Angel-class flagship, aim at the ship on the left. The other 2 L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, target the one on the right. Fire all main cannons simultaneously. Once again, 3 trails of dark red streaked across the starry sky. After several rounds of combat consumption, both sides' energy shields were almost depleted. In this instance, the 2 L4 Night Cruiser battleships exploded simultaneously. The situation had shifted from 3-on-5 to 3-on-1. The last L4 Night Cruiser battleship's engine flickered, ready to flee at any moment. Right then, Jiang Tian interrupted everyone's pursuit thoughts. Don't chase retreating enemies. Return to support in the small stars zone. Only now did everyone remember the dire situation in the other battlefield. In the vicinity of the asteroid belt, fierce battles were raging. Initially, the mechanic fleet consisting of 10,000 ships lost over 2,000 in Jiang Tian's ambush. Following a prolonged battle, fewer than 3,000 ships remained. For this, the military department had paid a heavy price. Of these 2,000 ships, only more than 200 L3S and over 300 L2S were left. However, the mechanic race had learned of the fall of all their L4 Night Cruiser battleships. Even with such an advantage, they dared not attack, instead fighting while slowly retreating into the asteroid belt. By the time Jiang Tian arrived, the fighting in the asteroid belt had mostly ceased. Wreckage of spaceships and bodies of human warriors floated everywhere in the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian felt no joy from victory, but rather immense grief. After some time, he finally spoke and gave the order. Clean up the battlefield and collect the remains of our fallen warriors. The people on the bridge seemed stunned as well. It took them some time before they reacted. Chapter 19, Promotion to Lieutenant Colonel. As the battlefield cleaning operation progressed, Jiang Tian finally had a chance to stop and take a rest. Xianxia walked up beside Jiang Tian and said with deep respect, "Commander, would you like me to escort you to a room for some rest?" Jiang Tian shook his head and explained, "The battle on the front line hasn't ended yet. You need to take half of the fleet to support the front line. My task is done, and I should return to my own fleet." Xianxia knew how urgent the war situation was, so he didn't persuade further, only said to Jiang Tian, "Well then, Commander, let me see you off." Upon hearing Xianxia's words, everyone on the bridge stood up and saluted Jiang Tian together. This victory wouldn't have been achieved without Jiang Tian's strategic deployment. Otherwise, the 2,000 warships would have all been destroyed here. People's attitudes toward Jiang Tian transformed from initial suspicion into gratitude and admiration now. Jiang Tian smiled, returned a salute, then left the bridge with Xianxia. On the way, Jiang Tian asked Xianxia, "When did they start developing the Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser?" Xianxia thought for a moment before answering. It should be the research plan that began in 3810, but initially, they were aiming to develop an L5 spacecraft. After 10 years, there was no hope, so they decided to retreat and develop an L41 instead. Even so, the Fallen Angel just started its service last year. Jiang Tian chuckled. No wonder. The comprehensive data of this warship far surpasses the mechanical race's L4 Night Cruise class battlecruiser, and it also has high-powered energy weapons. This warship established great merits in this battle. Without this warship, we might not have won this battle. Xianxia understood that this was Jiang Tian's modesty and thus didn't reply. After 2 days of fighting, Jiang Tian finally returned to his own fleet. He had barely stepped on board when he received Sihan's report. "Commander, in this battle, we destroyed a total of 132 enemy ships. The fleet suffered no losses, but 7 ships are severely damaged and require repair." Jiang Tian thought for a while and decided. Send orders throughout the entire fleet to directly return to the Tianqing military base for repair. Meanwhile, you and Pei Qingli still command ahead of time. I need to go rest. After saying that, Jiang Tian returned to the cabin and fell asleep immediately. When Jiang Tian woke up again, it was already over 10 hours later. He got up at once and headed for the bridge. The executive officer on the bridge saw Jiang Tian and came forward to report. Commander, the main battlefield ceased fire 2 hours ago. The mechanical race retreated, but our military force also suffered heavy casualties. 3 major star domains in the east part of the empire have been partially broken through. The fleet you intercepted was only a part of them. In the end, about 6 fleets entered the internal parts of the empire and disappeared without a trace. Jiang Tian frowned. It would now be difficult to find the mechanical race again. Junior General Yan Lai is currently in the combat command room. He said that once you wake up, please visit him. Jiang Tian said, all right, I understand. I'll go now. Before leaving, Jiang Tian suddenly remembered something and said to the assistant, you stay here and wait for me. Tell Xianhuan to lead the remaining warships back to the base first. In the combat command room, Junior General Yan Lai sat in the main seat, surrounded by all the fleet commanders involved in this operation. Alas, in this battle, we lost nearly half of our warships. Even the surviving ones need repair. Our preparation for the attack of the mechanical race was not enough. I've decided to submit an application to the Empire to double the number of regular troops at the border. A commander closest to Junior General Yan Lai sarcastically said, this should have been done long ago. The Central Military Department kept suppressing us and didn't approve it. This time, it probably will. Then the meeting room returned to a dead silence. Jiang Tian's arrival broke the quietness of the meeting room. As soon as Jiang Tian walked in, he saw all the commanders lift their heads to look at him, making him feel quite uneasy. Next, all the generals stood up and saluted Jiang Tian. Everyone already knew about Jiang Tian's achievements. As a student, he took on a critical mission in peril and successfully resisted 5 times more enemies than his own forces. Such a performance deserved every soldier's respect. With a dazed brain, Jiang Tian returned a salute and was then arranged to sit in the only empty spot at the conference table. At this point, Junior General Yan Lai spoke up. We're all here today to reward the meritorious officers in this battle. First is Senior Colonel Mu Yu, who took the lead in resisting the mechanical race in this battle, now promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. A stern-looking woman standing halfway along the table stood up and walked towards General Yan Lai. Junior General Yan Lai held the medal himself and personally upgraded Mu Yu's rank. The second is Lu Qing, the patriarch of the Lu family in the Xintian star system. In this campaign, he led the family guards to resist the mechanical race at the front line, now granting the Lu family special privileges, exemption from taxes for 20 years, and priority rights for family-related enterprises at the Stargates. A middle-aged man sitting next to Jiang Tian stood up, bowed, and said, thank you, Lieutenant General. Then, General Yan Lai smiled and looked at Jiang Tian, saying, the last one, Lieutenant Jiang Tian actively requested to fight in this campaign and bravely defeated the mechanical race fleet 5 times larger than his own force, now promoted to the rank of Major. Jiang Tian stood up solemnly, adjusted his clothing, and walked to General Yan Lai. After pinning on the military badge, Junior General Yan Lai patted Jiang Tian's shoulder and then turned back to the command room and said, well, that's all for this meeting. I still have something else to discuss with Jiang Tian. Everyone understood immediately and quickly left the conference room. Junior General Yan Lai watched the last commander leave, then sat back in the main seat and gestured for Jiang Tian to sit beside him. Major Jiang Tian, I checked your record. According to the contract rules, every enemy ship your fleet destroys earns you 1 military merit point. The final battle under your command counts as 5,000 military merits. You can log into your personal terminal to check the specific number. Oh, by the way, this promotion to your current rank was directly granted by the Empire, so no military merits will be deducted. Jiang Tian nodded to indicate he had understood. Junior General Yan Lai added, in addition to the exchanges listed in the system, military merits can also be used to exchange for active warships. It would be an astronomical figure, but judging from your current momentum, it probably won't be a problem. Also, military merits can be converted into Saint-like coins at a ratio of 1 to 200,000, and this conversion is one way. Now, Jiang Tian fully understood that there were many uses for these military merits. Seeing that Jiang Tian had absorbed this information, General Yan continued. Actually, I do have another request. I want you to stay in the Fallen God Star region. I can directly promote you to Colonel, and I guarantee that you'll become a Brigadier General within 5 years. This was a huge temptation. There has been no one in the history of the Saint Light Empire who has risen this fast. However, Jiang Tian refused without hesitation. He looked slightly apologetic towards General Yan and declined. Sorry, General, I prefer a freer lifestyle. The military department isn't suitable for me. General Yan laughed carelessly. All right, no problem. If you change your mind, you can come talk to me anytime. Jiang Tian nodded and agreed. All right, I will. General Yan checked the time and said to Jiang Tian, all right, I have other matters to attend to. I won't see you out. You can go yourself. Yes, General. After saluting, Jiang Tian left the combat command room. After Jiang Tian left, Junior General Yan opened communication with another person. Young Master, a very talented individual appeared in the Fallen God Star region this time. I've observed him, and he fits your requirements, but may not be easy to recruit. There was silence on the other side for a moment before replying. All right, I understand. Send me that person's information. You don't need to handle this anymore. I will take care of it. All right, young master, I understand. Junior General Yan respectfully said. The person on the other side looked at the data sent by Yin and nodded in satisfaction before ending the communication. Chapter 20, System Upgrade. On the other side, Zhang Tian returned to his base aboard an L3 Apostle-class battlecruiser. He suddenly remembered that he still had a mission reward unclaimed. Zhang Tian thought of something, and the system appeared. Zhang Tian host, long time no see. Host, Zhang Tian. System level, IV2. Warehouse, collapsed, click to open. Mission, main mission, possess a fleet of 100 warships, 28/100. Side mission, collect system fragments, 0/100%. Each 10% collection rate rewards 1 current level warship blueprint. System upgrade mission, possess 3 L2 warship blueprints, 3/3, completed. Possess 30 L2 warships, 28/30. Timed mission, destroy 100 mechanic race warships, 167/100, completed. Note, each completed timed mission rewards 1 current level warship blueprint. Failure has no penalty. Missions update at random times. Just as Zhang Tian was about to claim the mission reward, he suddenly thought that he would be upgrading to a level 3 system soon. If I wait until after the level 3 system upgrade to claim the reward, wouldn't I get an L3 blueprint? At this moment, the system's prompt interrupted Zhang Tian's dream. Ding. Mission rewards are determined by the time the host completes the task. Stop dreaming, host. Zhang Tian's smile instantly disappeared. As expected, it's impossible to exploit the system's loophole. He decided to claim the reward now. Immediately, another roulette wheel appeared before Zhang Tian's eyes. After a dazzling spin, a warship resembling a flying sword came to a stop in front of him. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer. Out of curiosity, Zhang Tian opened the blueprint of the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer. Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer. Level, L2. Speed, 110 knots. Length, 326 m. Weapons, 50 units ZL, 8 universal missile launch silos. 10 rapid-fire close defense cannons. Defense, hull strength, 3000. Special, none. Upon seeing these stats, Zhang Tian was overjoyed. The firepower of this warship was on par, or even better than the L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruiser, and almost matched that of a normal L3 warship. However, after the initial excitement, Zhang Tian realized something. While the ship might be cheap to build, missiles certainly aren't free. The market price of a single L2 interstellar missile is around 1,000 star coins, which sounds affordable individually, but a fully equipped L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer can carry up to 500 missiles. That's 500,000 coins, roughly a third of the cost of a whole ship. After doing some quick calculations, Zhang Tian immediately sobered up. 2 or 3 ships were manageable, but any more than that would become unsustainable. Zhang Tian considered his current assets, over 200 million coins. His priority should be upgrading the system to level 3. With that thought, he immediately sent Ihan the blueprints for 2 ships, instructing him to produce 3 units each of the L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruisers and L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers. That already took away nearly 10 million coins. Thinking about this, Zhang Tian sighed internally. After giving instructions to Ihan, Zhang Tian finally collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. He hadn't rested for 2 days straight and was utterly exhausted. It wasn't until 20 hours later that Zhang Tian woke up. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was a message from Ihan telling him that the ship production was complete. Zhang Tian instantly became energetic and immediately summoned the system. Host, Zhang Tian. System level, IV2. Warehouse, collapsed, click to open. Mission, main mission, possess a fleet of 100 warships, 34/100. Side mission, collect system fragments, 0/100%. Each 10% collection rate rewards 1 current level warship blueprint. System upgrade mission, possess 3 L2 warship blueprints, 3/3, completed. Possess 30 L2 warships, 34/30, completed. System detected the completion of the system upgrade mission. System upgraded to LV3. System upgrade rewards issued. 1 L3, level warship blueprint. A new starship roulette appeared before Zhang Tian's eyes, larger than the L2 one, but with fewer warships available. As the wheel rapidly spun, a pale golden warship stopped in front of Zhang Tian. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the L3 Xuanhuan-class battlecruiser. Subsequently, Zhang Tian skillfully opened the blueprint of this warship. Xuanhuan-class battlecruiser. Level, L3. Speed, 130 knots / first-grade curvature engine. Length, 1571 m. Weapons, 1 Xuanhuan-class heavy laser bow gun, 2 2000mm caliber cannon guns, 40 medium laser closed defense cannons, 50 small mobile anti-aircraft cannons. Medium drone hangar, can store 70 Xuanhuan Type 2 interstellar drones. Defense, hull strength, 12,000. Energy shield, 20,000 units. Special, none. Whoa, Zhang Tian's jaw dropped at the sight of this blueprint. The firepower was almost on par with 2 L3 Apostle-class battlecruisers, and the energy shield value had doubled. It even came equipped with interstellar drones. Zhang Tian immediately felt as though his luck was through the roof for drawing such a strong blueprint right from the start. Ding. System upgrade task updated. Triggered side quest. Vengeance for Kin's murder. Zhang Tian heard the system prompt and looked back up at his data panel. Host, Zhang Tian. System level, IV3. Warehouse. Collapsed. Click to open. Missions. Main mission. Possess a fleet of 100 warships, 34/100. Side missions. Collect system fragments, 0/100%. Each 10% collection rate rewards 1 current level warship blueprint. Vengeance for Kin's murder. Establish your base in the Illusion 1000-star city. Reward upon completion, 1 current level warship blueprint. System upgrade mission. Possess 5 blueprints for L3 combat ships, 0/5. Possess 3 blueprints for L3 auxiliary starships, 0/3. Possess 100 L3 warships, 0/100. As Jiang Tian stared at these newly appeared missions, his mind instantly buzzed. It seems the system thinks I'm already qualified to learn the truth about that day and avenge my parents? Jiang Tian thought. Apparently he would have to make another trip to Illusion 1000-star city and set up a base there. How hard could it be? With that in mind, he got up immediately and headed for Yihan. Yihan, who was sound asleep in the command room, woke up startled, sneezed once, and was just about to go back to sleep when he saw Jiang Tian walk in. The half-awake Yihan was suddenly jolted fully awake. In a rush, Jiang Tian said, Quick, quick, time to start producing new starships. An irritated Yihan replied, Didn't I just produce 6 ships for you? Why are you back so soon? Besides, our facility already has well-established production lines. If you want to build an L2 ship, just upload the design. Jiang Tian shook the still groggy Yihan and explained, It's not for L2. This time we're producing L3 warships. Huh, if you just upload them, wait, huh? Damn, where did you get blueprints for L3 ships? And those L2 ships, they're completely unheard of within the Empire. You didn't betray the Empire, did you? Now it was Jiang Tian's turn to be stunned. What do you mean? Am I really that kind of person? These blueprints were all designed by me. Fine, if you don't want to say then don't. People work for years and can't develop a single starship, yet you casually create several. Yihan rolled his eyes, clearly dissatisfied. Jiang Tian smiled to himself. All these blueprints were given by the system, might as well call them my designs. Even if I told you about the system, you wouldn't believe me anyway. He changed the subject, saying, Alright, I've sent you the warship blueprints. Get started on the production as soon as possible. Yihan opened the blueprint of the L3 Xuanhuan-class battlecruiser and studied it. Not long after, he looked up at Jiang Tian and said, We don't have the equipment yet to manufacture L3 starships. We'll have to use L2 production lines to construct it piece by piece. It will take around a week to build a single L3 Xuanhuan-class battlecruiser. And there's another problem. The cost of building one L3 Xuanhuan-class battlecruiser is around 300 million holy light coins, and we're out of money again. Jiang Tian paused for a moment before responding. We've got time. No rush. As for the funds, that's no issue. I'll sort it out. Materials should arrive by tomorrow. You plan the construction first. Yihan asked curiously, Where are you getting the money? Jiang Tian grinned. I don't have any cash, but there's still the reward from the military department this time. Yihan quickly realized that Jiang Tian had been a key contributor in the recent campaign. Chapter 21, 1000 Illusions Star City. Back in his room, Jiang Tian began to research the military merit exchange function of the military department. He logged into his account on his personal terminal and opened the page for merit exchange. Instantly, several L4 class battleships appeared before Jiang Tian's eyes. Among them were the L4 class Holy Light Spear battleship and the L4 class Fallen Angel battleship that Jiang Tian had once commanded. The prices of these two warships were 130,000 military merits and 150,000 military merits respectively, a price that immediately discouraged Jiang Tian. L4 class battleships are certainly majestic, but simply unaffordable. After being disheartened, Jiang Tian flipped to the material exchange interface, where all materials available within the Holy Light Empire could be exchanged, including the extremely rare Ryujing wood. However, that wasn't Jiang Tian's target. He quickly gathered all the materials required to build an L3 class Phantom Wave battleship and completed the exchange. The exchange within the military department was quite affordable, on average 10% cheaper than in the external market. Seeing how cheap the materials were, Jiang Tian didn't hesitate and bought materials for 3 ships. At this point, after exchanging materials, Jiang Tian only had 1,117 military merits left, but he was still quite cheerful. Having done all of this, Jiang Tian found Yihan and instructed, I've already purchased the materials, they will arrive tomorrow. But you still need to continue recruiting people. You can recruit more in the future. Yihan responded with a woeful expression. I've already tried my best to find people, but I simply can't recruit that many. Jiang Tian smiled and comforted him. It's fine, just keep trying. Next week, we'll go establish a base inside the 1000 Illusion Star City. At that time, recruitment will be simpler. Yihan nodded and agreed. Alright. During this week, Jiang Tian's L3 class Phantom Wave battleship was being expedited in construction and all battle-damaged ships were repaired completely. Finally, on the 7th day, the L3 class Phantom Wave battleship was completed, and Jiang Tian finally saw his long-awaited first L3 class warship. The ship's wedge-like hull paired with the heavy main cannon extending from the bow gave the entire battleship a solemn atmosphere. Coupled with its light golden paint scheme, it also displayed its elegance. When enemies are mesmerized by our perfect paint job, they don't know they've already been locked onto by my main cannon. L3 Phantom Wave class battlecruiser. What? Can't starships have a line? Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Tian boarded the ship where everyone on the bridge was conducting pre-navigation checks. Communications system normal. Navigation system normal. Weapons system normal. Battlefield command system normal. Commander, all system self-check successful, ready to depart, reported the officer on the bridge. Jiang Tian nodded and ordered, The L2 Smoky Wave-class interstellar cruiser and the L2 Wolf Hunter-class missile destroyer are ready to depart. The rest of the starships remain at the base under the responsibility of Xuanhuan and Pei Qingli. Yes, Commander. Xuanhuan and Pei Qingli replied simultaneously. Zhang Tian turned to look at the starry sky outside the bridge and ordered, L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser, set sail. This vessel was covered everywhere in a light golden color, even its engines emitting a light golden glow in the vacuum. Behind the massive hull of the L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser followed 6 L2-class ships. After a stellar gate jump, Zhang Tian and his companions appeared outside the Thousand Illusions Nebula. Before entering the nebula, Zhang Tian informed the fleet, maintain speed, do not break formation. Communication via electromagnetic waves is unavailable within the nebula. Do not panic. With that, the fleet sailed into the Thousand Illusions Nebula. The Thousand Illusions Nebula got its name from the Thousand Illusions Star City. This is a large magnetic storm nebula, emitting pink and purple intermixed light, occasionally punctuated by flashes of lightning. After being struck by lightning several unfortunate times, Zhang Tian and his companions emerged through the outer layer of the nebula to see the interior space, the Thousand Illusions Star City. This city resembles an ultra-large space station, hollow inside as a colossal engineering structure which serves as the residential area, with concentric rings of space stations encircling it serving as the industrial zone and docks, brimming with technological allure. Within the enclosed nebula, this vast city appears even more imposing. Zhang Tian also became immersed in this never-before-seen spectacle until the patrol ship of the Thousand Illusion Star City interrupted his observation. Unidentified fleet ahead, please state your purpose. The mechanical voice of the patrol ship rang out on the bridge. Zhang Tian snapped back to reality and replied, we want to find a plot of land within the Thousand Illusion Star City. Please proceed to the central office to handle relevant procedures. Your ship may dock at berth H116. After leaving this message, the patrol ship departed. Zhang Tian also followed the instructions to secure the spacecraft, and then flew alone aboard a shuttle to the central office located within the residential zone. After Zhang Tian disembarked, he followed the instructions and entered a room with only a virtual screen displaying his information. The approval process had been going smoothly until the last item. Obtaining a plot of land in Thousand Illusion Star City was actually a simple process. The hard part was finding an available site. Over the years, the developable parts of the Thousand Illusion Star City had already been fully utilized. To get a new piece now would require acquiring it from someone else. As Zhang Tian looked at this requirement, he immediately felt troubled. Buying a piece of land in Thousand Illusion Star City, where every inch of ground was worth its weight in gold, was no easy task. Still, Zhang Tian decided to visit the trading market and take a look. Thousand Illusion Star City's trading market was the largest in the entire Holy Light Empire. You could find anything here, from a single gun to an entire L4-class battleship. If the price was right, everything could be negotiated. Zhang Tian walked through the real estate section of the market, carefully observing which properties might suit him. Finally, he spotted a base that was within his budget and promptly approached it. The seller of the base turned out to be a young girl who appeared about Zhang Tian's age. Her face was weary as she sat there. Zhang Tian asked, excuse me, are you selling this base? The girl looked up, blushing shyly and replied, yes, the location is excellent, and it's quite affordable. Only 2 billion credits will suffice. Her face was red, and she couldn't bring herself to make direct eye contact with Zhang Tian. But even so, one could tell she would grow up to be a stunning beauty. Zhang Tian found this situation odd since all the prices he'd seen on his way were much higher. Why was this one so cheap? He chuckled and asked, young lady, why is this so inexpensive? Lowering her head, the girl answered softly, my mother is sick, and we urgently need money. So I decided to sell this place quickly to save my mom. This explanation seemed reasonable enough, and without hesitation, Zhang Tian said, all right, I'll buy it. With that, he transferred 2 billion credits to the girl. Let's make a deal. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhang Tian. Bellflower. After receiving the money, the young lady handed over the relevant documentation and hurriedly left. With the successful purchase of the land, Zhang Tian passed the final review. Chapter 22, A Strange Mission. Soon, Zhang Tian arrived at the newly purchased base with his fleet. This was on the outermost ring of the toroidal space station. Naturally, it wasn't as bustling as the inner rings and most of it was designated for use as various fleet bases. The scale of this base could only be considered average. It could just about accommodate 20 L2-class warships. Zhang Tian disembarked first and took a look around before sending a communication to Ihan. Ihan, I've established the base. You bring half of the L2-level warships here. I'll send you the coordinates shortly. Ihan responded promptly. Understood, Commander. After arranging these trivial matters, Zhang Tian opened the system interface and prepared to claim the rewards for this mission. Ring. Host has completed the side mission. The reward is now being distributed, and the next phase of the task has been updated. Congratulations, Host, for obtaining the L3-class Moon Shadow Large Aircraft Carrier. Underscore. Zhang Tian mentally wrote a question mark. What was wrong with this system? How could such a simple task result in such a huge reward? But since it had already been given, Zhang Tian eagerly opened the blueprint of the L3 Moon Shadow Large Aircraft Carrier. Moon Shadow Large Aircraft Carrier. Level, L3. Speed, 100 knots / Tier 1 curvature engine. Length, 1663 m. Weapons, 30 laser close defense cannons. L3 Moon Shadow Type I Starfighter, L3 Moon Shadow Type 3 Star Bomber, L3 Moon Shadow Type 7 Combat Drone, L3 Moon Glow Class Electronic Interference Star Drone. Hangar configuration. Capacity for 200 L3 Moon Shadow Type I Starfighters, 180 L3 Moon Shadow Type 3 Star Bombers, 1000 L3 Moon Shadow Type 7 Combat Drones, 100 L3 Moon Glow Class Electronic Interference Star Drones. Defense. Hull strength, 12,000. Energy shield, 30,000 units. Special none. Jiang Tian stared dumbfounded at the data. This aircraft carrier was incredibly large, capable of carrying more than 1,000 starfighters. Such an enormous combat capability also required a crew of over 500 people, nearly rivaling the total number of personnel in Jiang Tian's current fleet. Moreover, constructing such an aircraft carrier would require materials worth 10 billion credits. Including personnel costs, Jiang Tian simply couldn't afford it at the moment, so he temporarily stored the ship in the warehouse. After reviewing this blueprint, Jiang Tian opened the system again to check what the next level of the mission would be. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 3. Warehouse, folded, click to open. Mission, main mission, possess a fleet of 100 ships, 35/100. Side missions, collect system fragments, 0/100%. A blueprint for a current grade ship will be rewarded every 10%. Blood Vendetta, rank within the top 100 on the 1,000 stars ranking list. Reward, current grade ship blueprint upon completion. System upgrade tasks. Possess blueprints for 5 L3 class battle type ships, 2/5. Possess blueprints for 3 L3 class support type starships, 0/3. Own 100 L3 class ships, 1/100. Jiang Tian was a bit confused after seeing this and searched online to figure things out. The 1,000 stars ranking was an internal ranking within the City of Illusory Stars, listing the top 100 military forces by their strength. The City of Illusory Stars contained over 1,000 major and minor factions. While this task seemed difficult, it wasn't impossible. Having just registered, Jiang Tian couldn't find his own ranking yet, but according to his estimation, he was somewhere outside the top 1,000. To break into the top 100, at least the construction of the L3 class Moon Shadow large aircraft carrier would be needed. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian felt the weight of his long journey of vengeance. A few hours later, Ihan arrived at the City of Illusory Stars with a team of L2 class warships. As soon as he saw Jiang Tian, Ihan asked, "Commander, give our fleet a name. Otherwise, if someone asks, we won't even have an official designation." Jiang Tian thought for a moment. It made sense. His fleet would definitely grow bigger in the future, and it was indeed time to give it a name. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian decided, let's call it Star Sky. The Star Sky Fleet. Gazing at the brilliance of the stars. Our goal is the boundless starry sky. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect you to be so poetic, Ihan laughed. Ignoring Ihan's flattery, Jiang Tian continued. We still need a set of uniforms. You should design one for us. Hearing this, Ihan put on a somewhat coy expression. I've already designed them. There are 3 options. Pick one, Commander. Ihan pulled up 3 pictures from his personal terminal and showed them to Jiang Tian. After hesitating briefly, Jiang Tian chose the middle one. The outfit was primarily blue, with white stripes and gold embroidery at the collar. Seeing his choice, Ihan grinned even more widely and quietly whispered to Jiang Tian. To be honest, I designed that outfit myself. Jiang Tian. After speaking, Ihan left to prepare the uniforms. As he was leaving, he heard Jiang Tian shout, I'll send you the emblem of our fleet shortly. Ihan made an okay gesture to indicate he understood. Before long, half a month had passed, and 2 more L3 level Phantom Wave battleships were offline. Having been idle for 2 weeks, Jiang Tian didn't mind. He wished he could just keep staying low until he got a system of levels 6 or 7. But alas, there was no more money. Ihan came to his place every day yelling about the lack of funds, which gave Jiang Tian a headache, leaving him with no choice but to find ways to make some. It then occurred to Jiang Tian that military merit could also be exchanged for money. He immediately logged into his account, looked at the 1117 merits, and decisively traded in 117 points to round it off. This way, Jiang Tian handed over 30 million to Ihan, who then calmed down. Jiang Tian thought to himself that he could now rest for a few more days. But before evening even came, he received a new mission announcement from the system. A time-limited mission has been issued. Please host. Head to the MO Cloud Star system to resist the Star Eroder fleet. Countdown, 72 hours. Level 1. Annihilate 1,000 warships, 0/1000. Level 2. Annihilate 5,000 warships, 0/5000. Level 3. Eliminate 10,000 warships, 0/10,000. Note. Completion of each level will reward you with blueprints for current grade ships. Jiang Tian was completely dumbfounded. First off, how ridiculous it was to have to destroy 10,000 ships aside. What even were these Star Eroders? He had never heard of them. System. Jiang Tian repeatedly called out in his mind, but the system showed no response. With this situation, Jiang Tian gave up and prepared his entire fleet to set out immediately. Jiang Tian left Ihan behind in the 1,000 Illusion Star City while leading the fleet directly to the MO Cloud Star system, at the same time instructing Sihan and Pei Qingli to lead the other half of the ships in the base strait to meet at the MO Cloud Star system. The MO Cloud Star system, like the Lan Yun domain of the Jiang family, also belonged to the MO Ran Star domain. A few hours later, as Jiang Tian's fleet leapt out of the Stargate, they found that Sihan and Pei Qingli had already arrived. Additionally, there was an unexpected person present. Friend Jiang Tian, how did you come to the MO Cloud Star System? Jiang Tian stared at the L3 warship hovering before him and suddenly remembered. This ship was supposedly the mount of Feng Lingjuan. Jiang Tian hesitated to confirm. Are you Feng Lingjuan? What are you doing here? Feng Lingjuan smiled. This is my star system. It's been arranged by the Feng Ling family. Jiang Tian forgot to inquire beforehand whose family owned this star system. However, it was lucky to run into an acquaintance. Otherwise, leading a fleet into someone else's star system without permission wasn't a normal behavior. Jiang Tian explained. I detected that the MO Cloud Star System would soon face an invasion by external enemies, so I've come to check. Instantly, Feng Lingjuan glared at Jiang Tian. Don't spout nonsense. Are you saying my star system will face enemies? That's impossible, and besides, how could you have possibly detected something I haven't yet? Jiang Tian tried to argue, but then suddenly realized all of this information had come from the system, and he had no proof. He could only suggest to Feng Lingjuan. There will definitely be enemies here within the next 2 days, and not just a few. I hope you can make advanced preparations. Feng Lingjuan still didn't believe him. I can't mobilize the entire defense force of this star system based on just your words. I'll treat this visit as a casual call, but please don't spread such absurd statements further. Yet Jiang Tian refused to give up. After all, if this weren't just anyone but Feng Lingjuan, he didn't want damage to the MO Cloud Star System affecting their transactions. Compelled by necessity, Jiang Tian pulled up the image of the newly acquired L3 Moon Shadow class large aircraft carrier and assured Feng Lingjuan. This is my newly developed L3 class warship. If there's no battle within the next 2 days, I'll willingly give you the blueprint free of charge. Feng Lingjuan finally began to take this seriously. The profit brought by an L3 class ship design could easily exceed hundreds of billions, and he couldn't believe that Jiang Tian would take such a reckless step without confidence. Chapter 23, Star Eclipsers. Feng Lingzuan stared intently at Jiang Tian for a long time. Then, he turned to his subordinates and issued an order. Place the entire galaxy on combat readiness, level 2 alert. Then, he looked back at Jiang Tian and said, Friend Jiang Tian, after this is over, I hope we can have a good exchange. Jiang Tian's demonstrated value had far surpassed Feng Lingzuan's imagination. It had been less than a month since they parted ways, yet Jiang Tian had already produced the blueprints for an L3 level warship. Feng Lingzuan needed to adjust the way he collaborated with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian also realized that his current actions might be a bit excessive. Not only had he entered another star system, but he had also demanded troop deployment. With a smile, he agreed. Sure, it would be an honor. After that, Feng Lingzuan returned his warships to within the star system. He still had to oversee the current state of combat readiness, while Jiang Tian had some time to deploy his own ships. On the first night, deep into the evening, a sudden and urgent alarm sounded, interrupting Jiang Tian's sleep. Ding ding ding. Jiang Tian immediately got out of bed and rushed to the bridge. As soon as he arrived, he encountered his harried accompanying scientist. The moment the scientist saw Jiang Tian, he stopped what he was doing and saluted him. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, This is an emergency. No need for formalities. What's going on? The scientist, anxious, said, We've detected intense space fluctuations, but we've never seen anything like this before within the Empire. We have no idea what's about to happen. Jiang Tian walked over to the window, gazing outside at the spaceship where these space fluctuations were now clearly visible to the naked eye. He muttered to himself, This must be the Star Eclipsers, quite an impressive entrance. His aide didn't catch it and glanced at Jiang Tian in confusion, noticing how serious he had become. Form a defensive perimeter around the space anomaly, full fleet to enter level 1 combat readiness. Right then, Feng Lingzuan initiated a communication link. As soon as the call connected, Feng Lingzuan urgently asked, Friend Jiang Tian, what's happening with those space fluctuations? Do you know anything? Jiang Tian shook his head and said, I'm not entirely clear either, but that should be what we're waiting for. Let's organize around it. Satisfied, Feng Lingzuan simply said, All right, then cut the line to hurriedly coordinate the deployment. Not even minutes later, Jiang Tian heard the accompanying scientist exclaim excitedly, Commander, I know what that is. The scientist rushed over to Jiang Tian and pulled up 2 sets of data diagrams. The data on the left shows the current space fluctuations, while the one on the right depicts the fluctuations during Stargate construction. These fluctuations are an amplified version of the ones when constructing a Stargate, just magnified by more than 10 times. Jiang Tian understood too, asking, According to your data, does that mean a passage similar to a Stargate will open here? The scientist nodded, replying, Exactly so. Jiang Tian followed up. How much longer until this passage opens? While calculating, the scientist responded, Based on the construction data of the Stargate, its opening time should be now. Jiang Tian raised his gaze to the outside, where from the center of the space fluctuations, a dazzling beam of golden light burst forth, bright enough to make people unable to open their eyes. Several seconds later, the golden light dissipated, and the space fluctuations significantly diminished. However, there was now a wormhole there, like someone had punched a hole in a piece of paper. A new wormhole has been detected, and it's continuously expanding. Jiang Tian watched as the wormhole grew from the size of a small ball, to the point where it could accommodate a whole person, then a small L1 starship, and it continued to expand further. Suddenly, Jiang Tian noticed something moving inside the wormhole. Without hesitation, he initiated communications with Feng Lingzuan. Enemies are coming. Are you ready? Feng Lingzuan suddenly appeared flustered. That fast? I'll need at least 5 more minutes. Many fleets haven't taken their positions yet. Before Jiang Tian could say anything, something emerged from the wormhole. It was a bug-like creature, somewhat resembling a sobug, and somewhat like a cockroach. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian issued the command. L2 bullet-class high-speed escort ship, fire the bow cannons in unison. As soon as the order was given, several metal shells flew toward the bug. In no time, with the shells hitting their mark, the bug was instantly killed, its corpse torn apart into pieces. Watching the entire process from the side, Feng Lingzuan casually remarked, "So this is the enemy. Seems pretty easy to beat." Without turning his head, Jiang Tian replied, "Do not let your guard down." Feng Lingzuan shrugged, not countering Jiang Tian. The wormhole kept growing, quickly reaching a kilometer in diameter, then ceased expansion and stabilized gradually. During this time, any bugs that occasionally appeared were dealt with by Jiang Tian. Looking at these easily defeated bugs, Feng Lingzuan couldn't take them seriously. When the wormhole reached kilometer scale and stopped expanding, Feng Lingzuan asked Jiang Tian, "That's all." Jiang Tian recalled the task issued by the system and said coldly with a smile, "This hasn't even begun yet." No sooner had he finished speaking than chaos erupted inside the wormhole. Immediately after, hundreds upon thousands of creatures began to rush out from the wormhole. Feng Lingzuan, seeing this rare sight, cursed involuntarily. "Holy crap, there's so many." Jiang Tian ordered, "L2 bullet-class high-speed escort ships and L2 night-class medium assault ships will fire first. Free attack." Only then did Jiang Tian start studying the star eclipsers. Among these creatures, there were some resembling insects, others resembling avian species, and still others like intelligent beings. Jiang Tian even spotted several shadows of warships. However, despite their varied forms, all of them were gray in color. Every visible part was only gray. As Jiang Tian examined the data sent back by the sensors, the energy fluctuations of these creatures varied, ranging from L1 to L3. The few bugs earlier were L1 level. On the battlefield, the warships kept firing, one star eclipser after another being blown up. But the numbers of the star eclipsers didn't decrease. Instead, they seemed to increase slightly. The number of L2 and L3 star eclipsers also grew, and higher-ranked star eclipsers were more difficult to fight. Fortunately, the star eclipsers appeared incapable of long-range attacks, and neither Jiang Tian nor Feng Lingzuan had suffered any casualties so far. But things wouldn't stay good for long. The resistance Jiang Tian faced grew increasingly heavy, and Feng Lingzuan also found it hard to hold on. Finally, Jiang Tian decided to bring in the L3 warships. L3 Su Lang-class battle cruisers advanced to the front line. Be sure to ensure fire suppression. From the rear of the battle line, 3 L3 Su Lang-class battle cruisers that had been waiting for a long time all started up together. The massive heavy laser bow cannons tore through space and entered directly into the midst of the star eclipsers, leaving behind 3 clearings. Beside them, Feng Lingzuan was directly dumbfounded. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful Jiang Tian's warship could be. Here he was fighting hard to the death, while one cannon shot from Jiang Tian could clear a vacuum zone. Feng Lingzuan grinned and looked at Jiang Tian. "Young friend Jiang Tian, what about this ship?" Jiang Tian firmly rejected. "The blueprints are not for sale, but I can produce a few for you. Let's talk about this once we've finished this battle." Feng Lingzuan had no choice but to return dejectedly to command. Chapter 24. The Terrifying Star Eclipsers. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 24. One star racer after another burst out of the wormhole as if they were endless. Nearly an hour later, Jiang Tian received a prompt from the system. Ding host has completed task level 1. Rewards will be distributed uniformly after the task ends. Jiang Tian was inwardly stunned. They had been fighting for over an hour, but there were still so many star racers, not decreasing at all, and even showing signs of increasing. According to the system's indication, there were at least 10,000 star racers. Feng Lingzuan was also struggling. He sighed and asked Jiang Tian, "Junior friend Jiang Tian, when will this end? My fleet can hardly hold on any longer." Jiang Tian himself wasn't sure either. He couldn't even give an approximate number, let alone a total count. He could only turn to look at the scientists, hoping for an answer. After some calculations, the scientist reported, "Based on calculations, this wormhole cannot exist long-term like a stargate. Every second it exists requires vast amounts of energy. Once the wormhole runs out of energy, it will naturally close." Upon hearing this, Feng Lingzuan eagerly asked, "So how much longer do we need to wait?" The scientific officer recalculated and replied to Feng Lingzuan, "The energy decay curve shows that the wormhole is expected to start shrinking in 5 hours and completely close in 7 hours. Feng Lingzuan breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's good then." Jiang Tian added beside him, "Looks like we just need to hold on for 7 more hours. So what about these creatures? Are they even biological? What attack methods do they have?" "We haven't seen yet," Feng Lingzuan asked. Jiang Tian shook his head and said, "I'm seeing these creatures for the first time too. I don't know much about them. We've already engaged them. Shouldn't we at least know what they are? Otherwise, what happens if they come back next time?" "Then shall we try?" Feng Lingzuan was puzzled. "Try what?" Jiang Tian hesitated and then asked Feng Lingzuan, "Do you have any L1 level warships that are almost scrapped? Throw one over." Without hesitation, Feng Lingzuan replied, "There must be one. Let me immediately assign one." Within less than 10 minutes, an old L1 level warship appeared on the battlefield. Feng Lingzuan introduced it. This is the L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship, originally designed to interfere with enemy forces. Although it is an L1 level warship, it can simulate the energy fluctuations of an L2 level warship. This kind of warship plays a significant role on the battlefield. While it doesn't possess great combat power, the production cost is minimal, making it extremely effective at intimidating opponents on the battlefield. Feng Jiwen continued by giving the order. L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship, set your course, full speed ahead, and evacuate all crew members. And thus, the unmanned L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship headed straight towards the wormhole and was soon detected by the star racers en route. Instantaneously, a large group of star racers pounced on the L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship. The star racers did not care about any method of attack. They directly collided with the L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship. After being hit, there was no apparent damage to the L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship. It was as though the star racers had entered inside the ship. As more and more star racers crashed into it, within seconds, the color of the L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship changed completely to pure gray. Subsequently, this L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship began to slowly decelerate and turn around. Report, we've lost contact with the L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship. Preliminarily assessed as destroyed. Feng Jiwen's subordinate reported to him. This order utterly confused Feng Jiwen. Wasn't the L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship intact there? How did it become destroyed? Just as he was puzzled, he noticed that the L1 Fly-class rapid interference warship had begun firing upon them. Shit! Feng Jiwen swore loudly. Jiang Tian, who was observing closely, realized that the biggest feature of the star racers was assimilation. They corroded foreign entities and incorporated them into their own use, explaining why, apart from color, these star racers shared no common features. Because they weren't one species. The star racers were results of countless wars of assimilation. This ability to wage war chilled everyone present to the bone, because once the line of defense was breached, your ally would quickly turn into an enemy sweeping through the entire defensive line. Around 4 hours later, everyone began to relax, thinking that the battle was almost over. The fleet had undergone several resupplies. Jiang Tian's kill count had reached over 7,000, completing the level 2 mission. Suddenly, the star racers stopped rushing out from the wormhole, and silence fell on the front line. Just as everyone thought the battle was over, a sudden change occurred. A large number of starships emerged from the wormhole, mostly L1 and L2 class. There was no formation. They were firing while rushing toward the front line. Even Feng Jiwen was stunned at this sight. He had assumed those strangely shaped bugs were all there was to the star racers, but it turned out there was much more to come. Jiang Tian also realized that those insects were merely here to deplete their war preparations. If it weren't for the backing of the Mo-Yun star system, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. Facing the incoming cannon fire from the star racers, Jiang Tian hurriedly issued an order. Attention, all fleet units. Evade fire and strike back when appropriate. Upon receiving the command, the previously fixed defensive line immediately became mobile, with various warships continuously maneuvering to avoid enemy ammunition. As Jiang Tian focused on defense, Feng Jiwen couldn't help himself from asking nearby. Junior friend Jiang Tian, among these star racer ships, I've spotted some interstellar vessels previously in service under the Empire. Feng Jiwen pointed at the battleships on the field. That ship there entered military service in year 2000 of the Holy Light calendar. That one over there went offline in year 2500. And those ones next to them, I can see traces of the Ling race's warships. They must be their old interstellar warships as well. Feng Jiwen was utterly confused. He was very sure he had never seen any mention of star racers in the history of the Empire, yet now it appeared that these star racers had existed within their universe for a very long time. This news also surprised Jiang Tian. The extremely powerful star racers seemed not to be new entities within the Empire either. Jiang Tian began realizing that the world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Rather, it was shrouded in mystery everywhere. Jiang Tian consoled Feng Jiwen. There's nothing to worry about. At least this information tells us that the star racers are not invincible. After all, the Empire had endured so long. The invasion by the star racers must have failed before. Feng Jiwen also agreed. After this battle is over, I will personally head to the center to report this matter to the Emperor. Chapter 25. Victory in Battle. A new paragraph begins here. Chapter 25. With the intervention of the Star Eclipser's warships, the balance of the battlefield began to tilt toward the Star Eclipsers. Soon, Feng Jiwen was about to be overwhelmed. Out of desperation, he had no choice but to seek help from Jiang Tian. Little friend Jiang Tian, do you have any spare forces? I can't hold out much longer here. In fact, Jiang Tian had never used his full strength. Neither the L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruiser nor the L2 Lilang-class missile destroyer had fired a single shot yet. Previously, the situation on the battlefield was still maintainable, so Jiang Tian didn't need to use his full power to sustain with just 3 L3 level warships. Now that the combat strength of the Star Eclipsers has increased, Feng Jiwen was becoming more and more strained. He replenished ammunition for Jiang Tian several rounds and knew clearly that Jiang Tian still had warships in use. He didn't dare to ask. After all, it was already good enough that the other person came to support them. Now, there was truly no other way out. Without seeking reinforcements, they would soon be broken. Hence, he could only hope that Jiang Tian would give him a hand. Seeing his inability to resist further, Jiang Tian reluctantly ordered the 3 L2 Lilang-class missile destroyers to proceed for support. Zhang Tian still felt puzzled inside. Why the Maple Spirit clan, which possessed such an enormous combat force, actually had less actual combat strength than the fleet he had organized himself. However, amidst the ongoing battle, Zhang Tian did not have time to inquire. Fengling Jiwen saw Zhang Tian assign 3 warships to him and initially thought what use could 3 L2 warships be. But in no time at all, he was silenced. Suddenly, one L2 Lilang-class missile destroyer stopped, opened its missile bay doors, revealing 50 sets of missile launch units inside. Fengling Jiwen momentarily couldn't figure out what these were. Then in the next second, he saw hundreds of missiles being fired from the L2 warship, hurtling towards the Star Eclipsers. The missiles streaked across the battlefield like meteors, crashing fiercely into the Star Eclipser warships. Immediately, fire raged along the Star Eclipser line, and a large number of their warships were instantly annihilated. For a moment, Fengling Jiwen gazed dumbfounded at the warship, realizing that the firepower of this single warship almost matched the entire salvo of his own fleet. Fengling Jiwen looked at Zhang Tian and asked, "Is this an interstellar missile ship?" Zhang Tian nodded without objection. Fengling Jiwen immediately grinned and said, "Then could you sell me the blueprints? If not, selling me a few warships will also work." Zhang Tian laughed and said, "You'd better forget about the blueprints. There's no way I'm selling them. I could sell you a few warships if you want, but the missiles are not cheap, and I don't have them." Calmly coming to terms with reality, Fengling Jiwen realized that though the interstellar missile ship's firepower was indeed powerful, the costs involved were immense. The money spent in a single round of missile volleys might even exceed the cost of the starship itself. Such interstellar missile ships had also appeared in the history of the Empire before, once holding a certain position within fleets due to their overwhelming firepower advantages. Their short-term firepower output capability was unrivaled by any type of warship, and even intercepted missiles would cause area damage, essentially ensuring they wouldn't be wasted. This made the firepower level of the interstellar missile ship far exceed its own grade. However, behind the powerful firepower lay significant safety hazards. Should such enormous firepower explode within your own fleet, the battle would already be lost. Moreover, the cost of producing interstellar missile ships far exceeded that of other types of warships. Without a complete missile production industry, using these starships recklessly would lead to seeing your assets burn away rapidly. Due to various factors, this kind of interstellar missile ship gradually faded out of history. Nowadays, only a small portion of specialized requirement fleets would hire custom makers to produce these kinds of starships. When Fengling Jiwen suddenly saw the interstellar missile ship in front of Zhang Tian, he was genuinely astonished internally. At this point, Zhang Tian also prepared to let the L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruiser enter the battle. If it didn't play a role soon, the battle would end. Under Zhang Tian's command, the 3 L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruisers initiated a missile salvo. Similarly, over 100 missiles, leaving wave-like trails behind, rushed toward the Star Eclipser warships, triggering cascading explosions within the Star Eclipser fleet. This gave Fengling Jiwen, who hadn't recovered yet, another shock. Little friend Zhang Tian. "Oh no, brother Zhang Tian. Is this another interstellar missile ship? And it seems to have even stronger firepower." Upon seeing this, Zhang Tian found it amusing how his address had changed. Shaking his head, Zhang Tian replied briefly, "This isn't an interstellar missile ship," and didn't offer any further explanation. Actually, the firepower of the L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruiser wasn't as potent as the L2 Lilang-class missile destroyer. It's just that the L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruiser carried anti-ship cluster missiles specifically designed against warships, while the universal missiles on the L2 Lilang-class missile destroyer had broader applications and caused considerable damage to all types of military installations. Confused, Fengling Jiwen said, "Brother, if you have such great stuff, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Zhang Tian said, "If my missiles run out, you'll have to replenish them for me." Fengling Jiwen immediately stopped talking. The whole Mayan star system had only a few interstellar missile reserves. This thing wasn't useful during non-war times and required heavy maintenance costs. It was simply a losing proposition. With the addition of Zhang Tian's 6 powerful warships in a battle, the pressure on the battlefield diminished significantly, and there were signs that the front line was advancing. Soon, the Stargate's time limit would be over, as the light from the wormhole in the void gradually dimmed, and its size continuously shrank. After 2 more hours, the wormhole had shrunk to its smallest possible size, only as big as a small sphere. At its smallest, the wormhole disappeared completely within seconds, leaving behind only those Star Eclipsers who hadn't perished after exiting the wormhole. Once they saw the wormhole vanish, Zhang Tian and Fengling Jiwen's morale skyrocketed, and with renewed vigor, they eliminated the remaining Star Eclipsers. Finally, after hours of high-intensity combat, Zhang Tian and Fengling Jiwen could finally take a break. Fengling Jiwen invited him kindly. "Brother Zhang Tian, thank you for your generous help today. I've arranged for your fleet to dock at Mayun Star Harbor for repairs, and all expenses will be covered by me." Zhang Tian laughed heartily and agreed. "All right, then I'll comply without hesitation." Then, Fengling Jiwen added, "Brother, rest up first. Once you're ready, do remember to come find me. I'll treat you to some good tea I just obtained." Zhang Tian nodded in agreement. "I'll remember to visit. Just wait for me in your family residence." Fengling Jiwen felt very pleased with Zhang Tian's response and led his fleet back home. Under guidance, Zhang Tian also entered Mayun Star Harbor for rest and repair. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited task, having annihilated 9,617 Star Eclipsers. You've also obtained 2% of the system fragment. The mission reward is now distributed. It was the first time writing a book, and today marked the receipt of the first paycheck. If anyone has any suggestions or ideas, please leave a comment, and I'll make sure to read every one. Chapter 26, Another 2 L3S. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the L3 Glitter-class medium frigate, L3 Xuanhuan-class large industrial vessel. As usual, Zhang Tian opened the blueprints of these two vessels. Glitter-class medium frigate. Rank, L3. Speed, 140 knots, /level 2 curvature engine. Length, 1183 m. Weapons, 1 glitter-type rapid-fire lightweight bow cannon. 20 units of glitter-type I electronic jamming projection platform. 100 blinding-grade electronic jamming drones. Defense, hull strength, 13,500 energy shields, 20,000 units. Special none. Although this L3 glitter-class medium frigate is an L3 level warship, its combat capability is not particularly strong, with only 1 bow cannon serving as firepower output. However, what stands out about this warship is its electronic jamming function. In space battles, the electronic system of your own vessel is the most critical. Every move a ship makes relies on the help of its electronic systems. Electronic jamming disrupts enemy electronic systems using missiles and drones, causing their weapon systems and even propulsion systems to fail, turning them into sitting ducks on the battlefield. A frigate capable of electronic jamming like this can be considered the strongest battlefield support unit. Zhang Tian was quite satisfied with this warship. A well-utilized vessel like this could easily help him achieve victory with fewer forces in battle. After looking at the L3 glitter-class medium frigate, Zhang Tian also examined the plans for the L3 Xuanhuan-class large industrial vessel. Upon seeing it, Zhang Tian smiled because this L3 Xuanhuan-class large industrial vessel was indeed a good thing. Now that he had an industrial ship, his production capacity would significantly increase. What used to take a full week to produce, a single L3 Su Lang-class battlecruiser, now only took 2 days. However, achieving such high-intensity production tasks wasn't just about having a highly productive industrial vessel. There also needed to be enough materials and crew members. Thinking about it, Zhang Tian realized he still lacked a lot. Even if he now produced the L3 Xuanhuan-class large industrial vessel, it wouldn't serve much purpose yet. Considering this, Zhang Tian resolved to have a good talk with Fengling Xiwan later and exchange more resources from him. Star Eaters were a big threat and could appear at any moment. Regardless of the system, he needed to consider himself. He should at least have sufficient military power to face potential conflicts. If these Star Eaters were to show up in the Blue Cloud system, Zhang Tian wanted to ensure he had the ability to protect his loved ones. Several hours later, after getting a good night's rest, Zhang Tian headed to the main planet of the Xuanhuan system to visit Fengling Xiwan. Zhang Tian stepped off the shuttle and immediately saw Fengling Xiwan waiting for him on the tarmac. He greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Zhang Tian, welcome to the Fengling family. Please come inside. We'll discuss matters in detail in the reception room. Fengling Xiwan introduced him. Zhang Tian smiled and said, Brother Xiwan, no need for formalities. Let's go inside. After finishing his words, they both entered the reception room of the Fengling family together. Once seated, Fengling Xiwan brewed a cup of tea for Zhang Tian and boasted, Brother Zhang Tian, try this tea. It's the best in the entire ink-stained domain. Zhang Tian was quite curious about the so-called best tea in the entire domain, so he leaned down carefully to sniff before tasting it. Seeing Zhang Tian drink the tea, Fengling Xiwan couldn't resist asking, Brother Zhang Tian, why did you come to the Xuanhuan system this time? Without your help, the Xuanhuan system would have been in grave danger. Hearing this, Zhang Tian paused mid-drink, put the teacup down, and replied naturally, To be honest, brother, I'm unsure where this information came from. I initially thought it was a task assigned by the military department, sending me here for reinforcements. But there's absolutely no news from the military department here, and after checking yesterday, I discovered they never gave such a mission. It's really strange. Fengling Xiwan nodded somewhat suspiciously. After all, the appearance of Star Eaters was not a trivial matter, and they might even be related to events from 1,000 years ago in the Empire. It was normal for Zhang Tian to not know everything. Zhang Tian was pleased with Fengling Xiwan's reaction. Inwardly, he smirked. Even if you were deceived, it's not for nothing that I spent all night coming up with this story. Primarily, we cannot expose the system. Fengling Xiwan followed up. So how much do you know about these creatures? Zhang Tian shook his head with a wry smile. I don't know anything about them. We're still testing their methods of attack on site. All I know is their name. They're called Star Eaters. Fengling Xiwan pondered aloud. Star Eaters? That does fit their characteristics, corrosion and assimilation. He then looked at Zhang Tian and added, This situation is definitely beyond what I can handle now. Within a week, I will organize all the information and personally visit the Central Star Domain. Brother Zhang Tian, could you give me a copy of your combat data? This time, you were actually the main force. Zhang Tian nodded and readily agreed. No problem, I'll have someone send it to you when I get back. Then Fengling Xiwan sarcastically remarked, I know, you must be curious why such a large Xuanhuan star system couldn't even put together one L3. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian realized it was something he wanted to know too, so he looked at Fengling Xiwan, eagerly awaiting him to continue. The truth is, my position in the Fengling family isn't very high, and I was assigned to this star domain, which means all the fleets had to be prepared on my own. At first, my funds were quite tight. Moreover, since I thought a star system so deep inside didn't need an L3 for defense, just enough to deal with some blind-eyed space pirates. An L2 level would suffice. So I only prepared a single L3 warship, and last night, there simply wasn't enough time to mobilize anymore. Now Jiang Tian understood. Last night's fleet was already everything Fengling Jiwen had. Suddenly, Fengling Jiwen changed the subject and asked Jiang Tian, "Brother Jiang Tian, could you sell me a few starships? I really like those missile ships, and you can name your price." Jiang Tian saw this as an excellent opportunity. He was about to ask himself but decided not to rush things. Still, he pretended to think carefully before responding. "Well, I can only sell you the second one, but..." Jiang Tian paused for effect and then continued. "How about this? I'll directly give you the blueprints of that starship. This will count as 6 months' supply for me. Let's proceed according to our previous agreement." Upon hearing this, Fengling Jiwen felt extremely pleased and happily said, "No problem, no problem. I'd even be willing to pay another 20 million to buy the 3 warships you've already produced." Once again, Jiang Tian was impressed. Fengling Jiwen was indeed generous. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian replied, "No problem. I'll leave them at the Moyun starport before I go. You can just send people over to take them." Fengling Jiwen added, "All right, I'll send a team with you when you leave." Chapter 27, The Black-Robed Man. Chapter 27. Jiang Tian curiously asked, "Brother Jiwen, why are you so fixated on my 3 second-hand warships?" Fengling Jiwen laughed heartily and explained, "There's nothing wrong with saying it. Next week is actually the time every year when the Imperial Military Department uniformly procures warships. At that time, the military department will issue this year's warship orders to families or enterprises like ours for construction, and these families and enterprises can also recommend their own developed starships to the Empire. If they are favored by the Empire, they can exclusively supply the Imperial Military Department, which is a big deal of money. The ones that get picked by the Imperial Military Department are undoubtedly the best among peers in the same class. I was about to give up on this year's recommendation, but now Brother Jiang Tian, you need to hand over the blueprints of that warship to me," suddenly giving me confidence. "After all, to promote our warship, we do need samples. Since you have one ready, I'll just buy it directly, saving myself the trouble of production." Jiang Tian no longer felt any loss. Smiling, he responded, "Then I wish you success, Brother Jiwen. If you succeed, I'll earn quite some money as well." Fengling Jiwen seemed touched by Jiang Tian's straightforwardness and laughed. "Then let's borrow your auspicious words." But Jiang Tian had never forgotten his purpose for coming. Apart from the blueprints, there was another crucial matter. "Oh, right, Brother Jiwen. Do you have any private channels for transporting goods? I'm planning to expand my fleet and also need a way to transport supplies." Jiang Tian questioned. Though until now Jiang Tian always purchased materials within the star system, not only was it 30 to 40% more expensive, but there were also many restrictions when buying. Currently, the quantity Jiang Tian buys isn't significant enough to feel the difference, but once the fleet starts forming, the daily material consumption will be an enormous number. Relying solely on the star system definitely won't work. Fengling Jiwen thought for a moment and said, "I do know someone who specializes in delivering cargo for others. They can go to both the beast race and spirit race territories, with reasonable prices and good credibility." Jiang Tian excitedly said, "That's perfect." However, Fengling Jiwen hesitated somewhat. "However, this person has a bit of a strange temperament. I saved his life before, and he worked for me for 10 years, which is now over. I'll just give you his contact details, and you negotiate directly with him. I've known him for over a decade, but I don't even know if he's male or female. If you get a chance, help solve this mystery for me, haha." Once hearing this, Jiang Tian found this person indeed a little peculiar, but didn't dwell on it too much, and simply agreed. "All right, then thanks to you, Brother Jiwen." "Oh, no problem at all. It wasn't such a big deal this time around. Without you, it wouldn't have been a matter of being troublesome or not. I only helped out a tiny bit, nothing worth mentioning." Fengling Jiwen hastily refused. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "This tea is really delicious, truly worthy of being called the best tasting tea in the entire star domain." The two chatted all day long, discussing everything from imperial politics to street vendors. Jiang Tian also learned quite a bit about the Empire's history through Fengling Jiwen's mouth. And Fengling Jiwen himself was inwardly quite astonished. This young man spoke in a remarkable manner, dignified yet humble, without trying to flatter the Fengling family. Fengling Jiwen became even more determined to build a good relationship with Jiang Tian. Finally, Jiang Tian's warships were fully repaired, and it was time for him to leave and return home. Fengling Jiwen, just as when he came, escorted Jiang Tian back to the tarmac. "Brother Jiang Tian, come visit again when you have the chance. I'll treat you to tea once more." Fengling Jiwen extended an invitation. Jiang Tian accepted. "Old Brother Jiwen, I will surely visit when I have the opportunity." Soon, Jiang Tian piloted the shuttle leading a team of crew members arranged by Fengling Jiwen back to the Moyun Star Harbor. An hour later, the 3 L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruisers were successfully handed over, and Jiang Tian bundled the combat data and L2 Yanba-class cruiser data, sending them to Fengling Jiwen. Subsequently, Jiang Tian led the remaining fleet back to base. Before disembarking, Jiang Tian deliberately announced a full fleet notice. This month's wages would double, but everyone was warned not to speak about the star eclipse matters, acting as if unaware would suffice. The Empire was certainly no stranger to situations like this, but since no one knew, there was no need to add unnecessary panic for Jiang Tian either. Upon seeing the opportunity to gain some money with no loss, the crew of the space fleet happily agreed to Jiang Tian's confidentiality request, and each signed a confidentiality agreement. After all these matters were settled, Jiang Tian began studying the contact information given by Fengling Jiwen. Returning to his room, Jiang Tian made the call, waiting quite a while before someone answered. The person was dressed head to toe in black robes, wearing a mask, and using a voice changer. The first thing he asked Jiang Tian was, "How did you get this contact information?" Jiang Tian replied, "Fengling Jiwen gave it to me. I want to discuss a cooperation with you." The black-robed person obviously relaxed a lot and asked, "What kind of cooperation?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment and said, "I need you to provide me with raw materials and other supplies on a long-term basis. Try your best to find the cheapest sources and deliver them directly to my base." The black-robed person was silent for a few minutes, then responded, "I need to finish my current delivery first, and let's make it clear in advance that my transportation fees may be higher than others, but I guarantee quality and quantity." Transportation fee was just a small amount of money. Jiang Tian didn't care much about it. "This is no problem. I'll send you the material list I need right now and give you 30% of the price as a deposit." The black-robed person agreed. "All right, I'll contact you once the goods arrive." After finishing the call, Jiang Tian quickly prepared the material list. He planned to produce 3 L3 xuanhuan-class large industrial ships, first to develop his own industrial foundation. Then he would order materials for an L3 Yu-in-class large aircraft carrier. He had great confidence in the warships produced by the system, believing that Fengling Jiwen should have no problem obtaining the purchasing opportunity from the military department. In a week, he would have enough money to cover the remaining balance after the deposit. After finishing the list, he logged into his military department account and exchanged all the 1,000 military merits left inside for 200 million holy light coins. After completing all these tasks, he sent the list and deposit to the black-robed person at the same time. Now Jiang Tian could take a break. The star eclipsers had made him uneasy. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that this time, the system seemed to have given him 2% of its shards, which was something completely unexpected by Jiang Tian. Could it be possible that defeating the star eclipsers also produced system shards? Could the system and the star eclipsers have some sort of connection? Chapter 28, 100 billion. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 28. Once again, Jiang Tian asked the system, "System, what on earth is this stellar eroder? Can you give me a hint?" He originally thought that it would be another fruitless attempt. Unexpectedly, this time the system responded. However, ding. Please collect fragments until the system updates before asking again. Jiang Tian, upon seeing this, almost spat out a mouthful of blood, inwardly roaring. What kind of situation is this? I've only collected 2%. How long will it take? And then the system stopped talking again, leaving Jiang Tian in a powerless rage. A week after encountering the stellar eroder, Jiang Tian had largely lost his motivation to help the military department complete any more tasks. He was now just waiting for Fengling Jiwen to secure the military order so he could produce a burst of soldiers. But right now, the military department was still recovering from the previous mechanical race invasion, and Jiang Tian heard that Long Ju had been extremely busy. Finally, at the end of the week, Jiang Tian received communication from Fengling Jiwen. Awakened from his slumber, Jiang Tian looked up to see it was a communication from Fengling Jiwen. His drowsiness instantly vanished, and he quickly picked up the call. "Haha, brother Jiang Tian, good news. The military department has purchased your L2 Yanba-class star cruiser," Fengling Jiwen excitedly said as soon as the call started. Looking at him, Jiang Tian felt like he had become several years younger. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Then congratulations to you, big brother." Fengling Jiwen humbly replied, No, it's mainly due to your efforts. Without your battleship blueprints, how could I have succeeded?" Jiang Tian changed the subject and asked, "How many L2 Yanba-class star cruisers did the military department purchase this time?" After recalling for a moment, Fengling Jiwen said, "This time, the military department ordered a total of 50,000 L2 Yanba-class star cruisers, each priced at 20 million. Jiang Tian was directly shocked. "Such a high price, didn't you put in a lot of effort, big brother?" Fengling Jiwen shook his head and said, "How could I do that? As soon as the military saw the battleship, they immediately offered 20 million, and they acted as if they were getting a bargain. They clearly didn't intend to negotiate, so I signed the contract right away. But in that case, it seems like with those 3 battleships from the beginning, it was actually me who got a great deal." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Compared to the money the military is giving, that amount doesn't count for much." Fengling Jiwen also laughed and continued, "That's true. This time, the military requires me to deliver all by the end of this year, and they've already provided a 20% deposit. Based on our original contract, regarding L2 class ships, you get a 50% share. So, that amounts to 10 billion yuan, and I'll transfer it to you as soon as the military sends the money over." Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. He had never seen such a large sum of money before, and was completely bewildered, acting like a newly minted millionaire unsure of himself. It took him a while to recover, realizing Fengling Jiwen was still waiting. With a hint of apology, Jiang Tian said, "Sorry, big brother. I've never seen so much money before, so I was a bit overwhelmed." Fengling Jiwen laughed heartily and said, No problem. After all, at your age to have so much money, you're probably one of a kind. You've surpassed history. I reckon there might not be anyone else afterward either. Even within the Fengling family, not everyone has seen this much money." Jiang Tian was slightly embarrassed by the praise and could only give an awkward laugh. But when he thought about it, without the system's assistance, this was almost an impossible feat. Fengling Jiwen continued, "Well, I need to go sign the contract with the military people now. You keep being amazed over there and prepare to receive the money." Just before hanging up, Fengling Jiwen added a teasing remark and ended the communication. Jiang Tian's brain was still a bit numb. Happiness came too suddenly, and he wasn't ready for it. This also made him realize he previously knew nothing about the price of warship designs. The first few ones were sold for far less than they should have been. If he had understood this method earlier, Jiang Tian would have already become wealthy long ago. Soon, Fengling Jiwen's transfer arrived. Listening to the account notification saying 100 billion yuan received, Jiang Tian couldn't help but pinch himself to confirm that this wasn't a dream. Having recovered his wits, Jiang Tian immediately contacted the black cloak figure to place another material order. Jiang Tian quickly sent out a communication, but waited for a long time without any response. Jiang Tian didn't find it strange. The person might have been busy with something. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Jiang Tian sent out another communication. This time, after waiting a few minutes, it was finally answered. The black-cloaked figure appeared unsteady, and the quality of the communication seemed unstable as well. Seeing his state, Jiang Tian couldn't help but ask, "What happened to you?" The black-cloaked figure coughed and said, "I'm fine, but according to the current situation, your goods may not be able to be delivered. I will return your deposit in full shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian was unhappy. The black-cloaked figure might be fine with it, but Jiang Tian needed his materials. "This won't do. Tell me what trouble you've encountered, and I'll help you resolve it, but I must have my materials." The black-cloaked figure refused. "I am being pursued by someone. You'd better not get involved. If I manage to escape, I will deliver the goods to you." Jiang Tian stubbornly said, "No way. Send me your location. I don't care about your disputes, but no one can touch my things." Seeing that he couldn't persuade Jiang Tian, the black-cloaked figure had to give a coordinate. Just as he wanted to add some more advice, the communication was interrupted. Jiang Tian saw this and realized the situation was urgent. He immediately rallied the entire fleet. Starfleet, L3 Xuanhuan-class battlecruisers from ship number 1 to number 3 enter emergency readiness status. Departure in 10 minutes. After issuing the command, Jiang Tian began to study the coordinates provided by the black-cloaked person. It was a coordinate on the borderline between the Beast Race and the Holy Light Empire. Jiang Tian's journey there would take approximately 7 hours, which still owed to the warp drive of the L3 Xuanhuan-class battlecruiser. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too late by the time we arrive, thought Jiang Tian inwardly. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the 3 L3 Xuanhuan-class battlecruisers were fully assembled. With Jiang Tian's order issued, the 3 L3 warships formed a triangular formation and departed into deep space. After a Stargate jump, Jiang Tian arrived at the border region of the Holy Flame Star Domain. The Holy Flame Star Domain, along with the Chongshan Star Domain and the Yumu Star Domain, guarded the southern borders of the Empire, directly neighboring the Beast Race territories, making the trade here much more developed than the boundary between the Holy Light Empire and the Mechanical Race. After all, since the Mechanical Race isn't biological, there is practically nothing worthwhile to trade with them. On the other hand, the southern border is abundant in trading items, ranging from more than just spaceships and materials. Some Beast Race individuals are even sold as slaves into the interior of the Holy Light Empire, and there are quite a number of people engaging in such businesses. Some nobles within the Holy Light Empire even take pride in competing for Beast Race slaves. Chapter 29, Shadow Kill. Chapter 29. Jiang Tian actually detested these businesses, for he believed that all beings should be treated equally. However, the slave trade was too vast, and many nobles were involved. Even within the Holy Light Empire, there wasn't much they could do about it. At this moment, outside the 3L3 Voidwave-class battlecruisers, there were a lot of small starships. These were specifically used as slave transport ships. Jiang Tian didn't have time to think about anything else at the moment. His sole focus was finding the Black Cloak's fleet to obtain his materials. "Report, Commander. We've detected a signal from the Black Cloak," the adjutant suddenly reported. Jiang Tian immediately issued orders. "Set the course. The fleet will proceed at full speed." In an instant, the 3L3 Voidwave-class battlecruisers entered first-order curvature. "Report, Commander. The starship has accelerated to 1 times light speed. Its estimated will arrive in 5 minutes. Curvature levels are divided according to the achievable multiples of light speed. Level 1 means 1 times light speed. Level 2 means 10 times light speed. Each level is 10-fold greater than the previous one, and so on. And the curvature engine consumes enormous energy. At least L3 class warships are required to maintain such speed. L1 and L2 warships can only use regular engines for propulsion." 5 minutes passed quickly, and the 3L3 Voidwave-class battlecruisers simultaneously disengaged from the curvature state. What came into Jiang Tian's line of sight was a battered and worn-out fleet. This should be the Black Cloak's fleet. While thinking this, Jiang Tian opened communications with the Black Cloak. This time, the Black Cloak answered almost instantly. Jiang Tian spoke first. "I've arrived at your location. Now I'll escort you. Let's leave together." The Black Cloak replied, "I'll detach the transport ship carrying your materials. You take it, and the rest doesn't need your concern anymore." Just as Jiang Tian was about to say something, a few alarm sounds reached his ears. "Report, Commander. Short-range radar has detected enemy warships approaching. Detecting 13 ships. Correction, 21 ships. 36 ships. 47 ships. It's confirmed. There are 29 L1 class warships, 17 L2 class warships, and 1 L3 class warship." Jiang Tian smiled at the Black Cloak and said, "Now, we're stuck here." With that, his demeanor changed, and he commanded firmly, "All fleets prepare for battle. Activate energy shield systems. Run weapon systems at full power." At that moment, Jiang Tian received an unknown communication. He answered to find a bulky and big-eared beast species on the other end. Friend, you're in our way. Could you kindly move aside? Jiang Tian bluntly retorted. Yes, I'm blocking your way. That momentarily stunned the opposite side. Then the beast angrily asked. There is no enmity between you and me. Do you really have to interfere in our affairs? I just want to take Shadow Killer away. The remaining supplies, I'll give them all to you. Jiang Tian glanced at the black cloak and realized Shadow Killer must be the name of the black cloak. Shaking his head, Jiang Tian responded. It seems our goals align, so there's nothing more to discuss. At this point, the black cloak, who was also Shadow Killer, shockingly asked, Why are you helping me? Jiang Tian scolded him. Shut up for now. We'll talk about our issues later. Let me deal with these lackeys first. After hanging up the communication with Shadow Killer, he gave the following order to the fleet. Run energy shields at full power. Protect Shadow Killer's fleet. Bring the weapon systems online. Aim at the L2 class warships first and open fire freely. As soon as Jiang Tian gave the command, the 3L3 Voidwave class battlecruisers began unleashing torrents of firepower in the void. Laser beams continuously struck the opposing beast species starships. Each attack from the L3 Voidwave class battlecruisers' main gun resulted in the destruction of a single beast warship. Shadow Killer, who was reluctantly ordered to watch from the sidelines, was already completely dumbfounded. 3L3 class warships. What virtues have I ever possessed to encounter such an extraordinary employer? Shadow Killer muttered to himself. On the other side, Jiang Tian was demonstrating incredible prowess on the battlefield. Beast warships were being hit one after another, exploding in space. Finally, the opposing beast faction couldn't stand it anymore. They sent Jiang Tian another communication. Friend, stop firing first. I don't want Shadow Killer anymore. We'll retreat. Jiang Tian chuckled and replied. Sounds good, huh? You come and go as you please. Besides, if I let you go now, wouldn't I just be waiting for you to come back with reinforcements to seek revenge? I'm not stupid, so you better stay right there. Without waiting for the other party to react, he hung up the communication. Then, Jiang Tian ordered, Attention, all fleets. Main cannons target that L3 class warship. Prepare main cannon. 3, 2, 1. Fire main cannons. Instantly, 3 laser beams pierced through the void, colliding fiercely with the armor of the enemy L3 warship. Jiang Tian noticed that the L3 class warship did not have an energy shield. At this moment, a system notification rang in Jiang Tian's ears. Ding! A system notification was detected. Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited task. Jiang Tian looked at his system data panel. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, IV3. Warehouse. Collapsed. Click to open. Mission, main mission. Own a fleet of 100 warships, 37/100. Side missions. Collect system fragments, 2% per 100%. Reward of current level warship blueprint every 10% collected. Revenge for killing relatives. Top 100 ranking in 1,000 stars. Upon completion, reward of current level warship blueprint. Rescue Black Cloak and protect own materials. Mission completed. Jiang Tian smiled with relief. Finally, the mission was done. Before departure, Jiang Tian had received a mission released by the system. He had to rescue the Black Cloak to succeed in the mission, which is why he had pushed himself into battle against the beast race. However, thankfully, he managed to arrive at the battlefield on time and found Shadow Killer. Not only did he protect his supplies, but he also obtained a new L3 warship blueprint as a bonus. It was all thanks to Shadow Killer. Those 200 million units could be worth a L3 class blueprint after all, Jiang Tian thought. To add more details. Speaking of assets, I haven't really considered it thoroughly before. Today, I went back and carefully calculated, and here's what I've worked out for everyone to see. From now on, the cost of each warship will be mentioned in the text. If you have any suggestions about warships, feel free to leave me a comment. Below is the cost for producing warships owned by the protagonist. L2 Dwarf Class Light Industrial Vessel, cost, 2 million units. L3 Masterwork Class Large Industrial Ship, cost, 50 million units. L2 Bullet Class High-Speed Escort Ship, cost, 1 million units. L2 Knight Class Medium Assault Ship, cost, 1.5 million units. L2 Misty Waves Class Star Cruiser, cost, 1.5 million units. Selling price, 20 million units. L2 Wolf Hunter Class Missile Destroyer, cost, 1.5 million units. L3 Voidwave Class Battleship Cruiser, cost, 300 million units. Military Merit Exchanged Material Discount 90%, final price at 270 million units. L3 Moon Shadow Class Large Aircraft Carrier, cost, 500 million units. Chapter 30, Flower Shadows. Chapter 30. The battle ended, and xianxia hurriedly found Jiang Tian. Master, let's leave this place quickly. The people on the other side are from the Warhowl Guild. Once they realize what's happened, we're in deep trouble. Jiang Tian chuckled inwardly, but didn't contradict him. He agreed. All right, let's leave then. But later, you'll have to tell me what exactly you've done to make them chase you like this. Xianxia respectfully responded. Don't worry, Master. I will give you a proper explanation. Jiang Tian nodded slightly, signaling his agreement, then added. Organize your fleet and set sail immediately. I will take you to my base. After finishing speaking, Jiang Tian waved and cut off the communication. In less than 10 minutes, xianxia had already prepared his fleet. At that moment, xianxia's fleet was almost completely battered. Only 3 L2 combat starships and 6 L1s remained, and all of them were heavily damaged. However, the goods belonging to Jiang Tian were intact. The transport ships responsible for carrying cargo hadn't suffered much damage. It seemed the War Howl Guild believed xianxia couldn't escape anymore, so they decided to seize some war spoils and spared the transport ships, not realizing Zhang Tian would snatch them first. Zhang Tian positioned 3L3 false wave-class battlecruisers around the fleet, forming an equilateral triangle. This way, if they encountered enemies again, he could use energy shields to protect xianxia's fleet inside from being attacked. To coordinate with xianxia's fleet and form a formation, Zhang Tian maintained the Starry Sky fleet at a speed equal to xianxia's. Finally, after 2 days of navigation, Zhang Tian led xianxia's fleet to arrive at the Starry Sky fleet's base. Zhang Tian generously arranged accommodation rooms and daily food supplies for them. In the reception room of the Starry Sky fleet base, sitting before Zhang Tian was xianxia. Zhang Tian said, "Rest assured, your fleet is already well arranged. You can stay here for a week." Xianxia expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much for your generous assistance. I am extremely grateful." Zhang Tian waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. It's no big deal. Now, let's talk about your story. Tell me about your identity and those beast clans who came with you." Xianxia organized his thoughts, then slowly began. "I was originally the prince of a small empire of the beast race. When I was about to inherit the throne, the spirit race's fleet arrived. They used massive warships to directly destroy our homeworld. My father wanted to resist, but was mercilessly slaughtered. In the final moments, my father detonated all the warships just to send me away. When I regained consciousness, I found myself within the Holy Light Empire. Using the accumulated wealth of the royal family, I established this transport team and started traveling between the Holy Light Empire and the beast race territories. Once, during a transaction in the Storm Thunder Empire, I discovered some of my fellow clansmen. They were sold as slaves to the Holy Light Empire." As xianxia continued talking, his voice started to sob. After a few minutes, he calmed himself down and continued. "From that day on, I kept buying back my fellow clansmen, having them work in my transport team. I thought as long as I bought everyone back, it would be enough until I learned. Those beasts of the Storm Thunder Empire actually kept my fellow clansmen captive and then sold them. More than 10 years ago, I risked my life attacking a base of the Storm Thunder Empire, wanting to rescue my clansmen. However, due to the vast disparity in strength, I was severely injured and saved by Lady Fengling. During these past several years, I have never given up rescuing my clansmen, but I also knew my strength wasn't yet sufficient. Until a few days ago, I learned about a loophole in one of their bases. I thought my opportunity had come, but unexpectedly, there was a traitor within my fleet. He revealed my information to the War Howl Guild and lured me into a forced assault on the base. If it weren't for his overeagerness which exposed his flaw, I would have been dead this time for sure. Afterward, I led my fleet to flee, then met you, master." Inside, Zhang Tian sighed. This was still the story of a vengeful prince. "So what do you plan to do now? Your fleet has essentially been annihilated," asked Zhang Tian. Xianxia replied dejectedly, "I don't know. It's my fault that I let down my clansmen." "Well," Zhang Tian said, "in that case, why don't you consider joining my fleet and working for me? I guarantee your daily necessities." "But what about my clansmen?" Xianxia looked despondent. Zhang Tian reassured him again. "This is something you shouldn't worry about. If you join my fleet, we'll become one family. I promise to annihilate the Storm Thunder Empire within 2 years." Zhang Tian looked at xianxia and explained, "I know you may not believe me. Take a look at these before making any decisions." Zhang Tian pulled up all the starship blueprints he had acquired. As soon as xianxia saw the starships, his eyes lit up. Excitedly, he said, "With these starships, my clansmen might have a chance of survival." Zhang Tian, seizing the opportunity, pursued further. "So, have you considered joining the Starry Sky fleet?" This time, xianxia had no hesitation and firmly responded, "My lord, I'm willing." Zhang Tian smiled and said, "Since you're already joining my fleet, take off your mask so I can see your face. I haven't even seen what you look like yet." xianxia froze for a moment, at a loss. "Is it inconvenient?" "Never mind then. I was just satisfying my curiosity," Zhang Tian said, seeing how difficult it was for him. xianxia gritted her teeth and replied, "My lord, there's nothing to hide." With that, she quickly tore off the mask on her face. "What?" Zhang Tian's jaw almost dropped in shock. xianxia was actually female. No, female of the beast race. She had a pair of snow-white ears on her head, an exceptionally cute face shape, and somewhat resembled a cat girl. Zhang Tian was startled by xianxia's appearance and hadn't expected her to be this attractive. Zhang Tian asked, "Why do you always wear a mask?" xianxia explained, "My appearance could bring unnecessary trouble to my plans. Every time I went out, I would put on a mask. Over time, it became a habit. Now that you've joined my fleet, you can show your true face." xianxia nodded and took another glance at the mask in her hand before throwing it directly into the trash can. "Commander, what job do you plan to assign me?" xianxia asked. Zhang Tian hesitated for a second but still sought xianxia's opinion. "I'm considering placing you in an administrative role. Can you handle it?" Without hesitation, xianxia agreed. "I can. I used to specifically deal with matters my father didn't have time to resolve." Zhang Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Then you will serve as my secretary. You'll mainly be responsible for communication between me and the fleet, as well as handling part of the fleet's affairs." "Commander, I promise I will do my best," xianxia guaranteed. Zhang Tian suddenly remembered something. "Also, the name xianxia sounds unpleasant. Let's change it." xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Call me Hua. It's my original name." Zhang Tian laughed and said, "Good. You may rest for a week first and officially start next week." Your fellow clansmen will also be assigned to various starships. Huang respectfully said, "Thank you, Commander." Chapter 31, Jiang Family Reunion. The Jiang Family Reunion was an event filled with both joy and tension. Family members gathered from all corners of the country, their faces a mix of excitement and unease. At the head of the large dining table sat Jiang Zhengming, the patriarch of the family, his presence commanding respect and authority. As the dishes were served, laughter and chatter echoed through the grand hall. Yet beneath the surface, there lay unspoken tensions and unresolved conflicts. Jiang Liang, the eldest son, exchanged glances with his younger sister, Jiang Mei, who sat quietly, her mind elsewhere. The atmosphere was heavy, each word chosen carefully to avoid stirring any potential storms. Chapter 31. Soon a month passed. It was the trial voyage day for the L-3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier. In this month, Zhang Tian's 3 L-3 Shingang-class large industrial ships and 1 L-3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier had all been launched. Additionally, Zhang Tian had procured materials for 4 more L-3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carriers, 7 L-3 Shingang-class large industrial ships, 12 L-3 Su Lang-class battlecruisers, and 5 L-3 Xianhuan-class medium frigates. These warships, which were so expensive he dared not think about them before, became incredibly cheap after acquiring 1 trillion units of currency. Furthermore, the previous rescue mission of Hua Ying completed the system's time-limited task, thus obtaining the blueprint for the L-3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship. Combat on the battlefield inevitably leads to the loss of some ships, though Zhang Tian hadn't experienced that yet. An interstellar medical ship like this can retrieve ejected escape pods and provide medical treatment to the personnel. The interstellar medical ship is a true battlefield doctor, and Zhang Tian fully understood this point. Thus, he also purchased the materials for 3 L-3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ships. The construction cost of such an interstellar medical ship was as high as 6 billion stellar credits, which still didn't include the later operational costs, and was already far beyond the cost of an L-3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier. At the moment on the bridge of the L-3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier, Zhang Tian was watching the trial voyage of this large aircraft carrier. The trial voyage proceeded very smoothly. Suddenly, Zhang Tian received a call from his second uncle, Jiang Xichen. Jiang Tian answered with a look of confusion. Jiang Tian, tomorrow is the day of the Jiang family clan meeting. When do you plan to come back? Only then did Jiang Tian remember that he had received such a notification a few days ago, but paid no attention to it at the time, and had completely forgotten about it. Jiang Tian replied, "Second uncle, I'll be there within today. I'll return by piloting my starship." Good. Come over for dinner when you arrive. Little sister Jiang Liang said she misses you. After saying that, Jiang Xichen hung up. Jiang Tian looked up and gave orders on the bridge. Suspend the trial voyage, set the target as the Blue Cloud Star System, full speed ahead. In deep space, the L-3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier slowly turned around, and then instantly entered curvature state, flying forward. After several hours of travel, Zhang Tian finally arrived at the Jiang family house just before dinner. Jiang Tian effortlessly landed the shuttle at Uncle Jiang Xichen's doorstep. Jiang Liang had been waiting at the door for a long time, and as soon as she saw Jiang Tian, she rushed towards him. "Cousin, long time no see." Little girl, get down from me," Jiang Tian said helplessly, looking at Jiang Liang clinging onto him. "No, I won't get down. I won't get down," Jiang Liang whined. Jiang Tian paused briefly and whispered, "But your father has arrived." Upon hearing her father's arrival, Jiang Liang immediately jumped off Jiang Tian. However, once she landed, she realized it was only the two of them, and she glared at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian affectionately rubbed her head and consoled her. "Let's go. It's time for dinner." Once Jiang Liang heard about eating, her earlier unhappiness dissipated in an instant, and she skipped happily inside for dinner. Jiang Tian followed Jiang Liang into the room where he had been last time. Sister-in-law had already prepared the dinner. Seeing only 3 sets of tableware, Jiang Tian asked curiously, "Sister-in-law, isn't second uncle home?" "He's busy with tomorrow's Jiang clan meeting. He won't be back tonight. He'll probably stay at the Jiang family manor." Jiang Tian nodded. "I see, second uncle is truly busy." At this moment, Jiang Liang interjected, "Not really. I haven't seen my dad for days." "Jiang Tian, after dinner, just stay over at our place. We'll attend the clan meeting together tomorrow. The room is already ready. It will save you the trouble of going back and forth." Jiang Tian thought about it, realizing he hadn't told Grandma he was coming back either, so he agreed. Early the next morning, Jiang Tian woke up Jiang Liang. "Cousin, let me sleep a little longer," Jiang Liang said groggily. Jiang Tian wouldn't hear any of it. "If you don't wake up, we're leaving without you. If you're late for the clan meeting, wait for second uncle to discipline you." As soon as Jiang Liang heard about getting punished, she woke up instantly. She hopped out of bed and quickly dressed herself, laughing as she said to Jiang Tian, "Let's go, cousin. I'm all set." Watching her deft movements, Jiang Tian thought to himself, "Well, looks like she's pretty experienced at this. Another person who doesn't get up until the last moment." The 3 of them got on the hover car. About an hour and a half later, they arrived at the entrance of the Jiang family manor. The Jiang family manor was the face of the Jiang family, lavishly decorated, with a night pearl embedded every 3 meters on the wall. In Jiang Tian's memory, the last time he entered this house was probably a few years ago. Since his parents' sacrifice, he hadn't attended a single clan meeting. Soon, the 3 of them entered a magnificent hall decorated in gold and azure, resembling an imperial palace. On both sides were places for people to sit, while the middle was left open. Over here, over here. As soon as Jiang Xichen saw them come in, he called out to them. Jiang Tian quickly approached Jiang Xichen and greeted him. Second uncle, it's been a long time. Jiang Xichen also patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder and asked caringly, how have you been recently? I heard that you've gone into battle. Jiang Tian laughed lightly. It's nothing much. I was just picking up leftovers at the edge of the battlefield, not particularly dangerous. At this moment, the conversation between three young people nearby caught Jiang Tian's attention. These three turned out to be his cousins, though they were not very familiar with each other, and their communication was limited to family gatherings. I'm telling you, I saw a super large aircraft carrier orbiting around the planet earlier, which must be at least L3 level. Jiang Zheng, she said excitedly. That's right, I saw it too. We don't know whose it is, but to own such a colossal warship. Jiang Yunxiu added in agreement. This can be figured out later when we leave. I'm quite curious too. How could one of our clansmen possibly pilot this class of starship? The eldest of the trio, Xianhuan, proposed. At this point, they noticed Jiang Tian standing quietly nearby. Jiang Yunxiu nudged Xianhuan and asked, Brother, who is this guy? He seems unfamiliar to me. Xianhuan smiled and replied, His name is Jiang Tian. He's from Jiang Xiyuan's household. Oh, so he's the one whose parents passed away? Jiang Zheng, she suddenly remembered. At this moment, Jiang Liang leaned towards Jiang Tian and whispered, Hey, cousin, they're talking about you. Jiang Tian didn't seem to care, shrugging and responding. Let them talk. It won't make me lose a piece of flesh. Chapter 32, Clan Meeting. The meeting hall was filled with tense anticipation. Members of the Zhang clan gathered, their expressions serious and focused. Elder Zhang stood at the front, his voice resonating through the room as he began to speak. Today, we face challenges that threaten the very foundation of our clan. Elder Zhang said gravely. It is imperative that we unite and make decisions for the greater good. Zhang Wei stepped forward, addressing the assembly with determination in his tone. We must act decisively. Our strength lies in our unity. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, as various members voiced their opinions and concerns. The meeting continued late into the night, each decision carefully weighed and considered. Chapter 32. Jiang Zhengxi, who had just happened to sit closer, overheard Jiang Tian's words and muttered, Stop pretending. You're just a nobody yet act so superior. Jiang Tian didn't care about the remark, but Jiang Liang lost her temper immediately. She stood up, ready to insult someone. At that moment, the elder of the Jiang family and the clan leader appeared, and everyone fell silent instantly. Jiang Liang could only glare at Jiang Zhengxi and let it go. The leader of the Jiang clan was named Jiang Mingzhi, who should be Jiang Tian's grandfather's generation. Jiang Mingzhi looked around slowly and then said, It seems everyone is here. I'll start now. Last year, there was a decline in profits for the Jiang Corporation. Jiang Xiaolan, stand up and explain. Jiang Tian turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaolan opposite him. She was a middle-aged woman wearing many expensive jewels, looking extremely extravagant. After being pointed out, Jiang Xiaolan stood up immediately and explained. Report to the head of the family. Last year the main issue with the Jiang Group was significant losses in the warship trade department. This is mainly due to the Universal Group and Star River Heavy Industries starting a new round of competition, both fighting to grab market share. As Jiang Mingzhi took a sip of tea, he paused, stared at Jiang Xiaolan coldly, and said, Are you implying that the decrease in profit of the Jiang Group is entirely the fault of the Universal Group and Star River Heavy Industries? Being stared at made Jiang Xiaolan feel very uneasy. Stuttering, she replied, No, I didn't mean that. Jiang Mingzhi gave a cold snort and said, Great. Blaming others for your own poor management. I'll give you 3 more months. If the Jiang Group can't restore its profits within that time, you will no longer be fit to serve as the chairman. Daring not to argue, Jiang Xiaolan agreed repeatedly. That's all, sit down. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Mingzhi dismissed Jiang Xiaolan, who immediately sat back down feeling relieved. Jiang Mingzhi turned to Jiang Ximing and said, Jiang Ximing, from now on, you are responsible for leading the Jiang Group to assist Jiang Xiaolan. You will have temporary decision-making power. Startled initially, Jiang Ximing respectfully responded, Yes, Lord of the family. Jiang Mingzhi nodded approvingly, and then looked toward Jiang Tian, asking, What have you young ones been doing recently? Jiang Hanwen answered first, reporting to Lord of the family, I've recently been in charge of the material trading department at the Jiang Corporation. Jiang Mingzhi asked, How has your performance been? With confidence, Jiang Hanwen replied, Under my leadership, the profits from the materials trading department have increased by 9 percentage points. Good. Well done. Jiang Mingzhi smiled in approval. Next to them, Jiang Zhengxi continued, Lord of the family, Jiang Yunxiu and I are about to graduate and are researching our graduation exercises. Jiang Mingzhi remained silent and looked at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, you haven't returned in several years. What exactly have you been doing recently? With neither humility nor arrogance, Jiang Tian responded, Lord of the family, after graduating, I began building my own fleet and have achieved some modest success. Jiang Mingzhi nodded and chuckled. Then this is perfect. The Imperial Military Department is experiencing a shortage of manpower on the front lines and has issued a conscription order to our great families. Jiang Ximing, lead the 3rd and 5th fleets of the Jiang family to the front. Jiang Ximing, father of Jiang Zhengxi, stood up and said, Yes, Lord of the family. Jiang Mingzhi then added, Jiang Zhengxi, Jiang Yunxiu, and Jiang Tian, the 3 of you must go as well. Each of you will command a smaller fleet. Jiang Tian frowned, somewhat dissatisfied inside. At this moment, Beside him, Zhang Yunxiu looked at the Grand Elder and complained. Grandfather, I don't want to go. Unwilling for his granddaughter to fight, the Grand Elder leaned forward and said to Zhang Mingzhi, Lord of the family, Zhang Yunxiu is still young. Going into battle would be too dangerous. Can we request she doesn't go? Zhang Mingzhi became angry immediately. You're almost graduating, stop acting so young. True experiences come from being in battles, and I went through the same process back in the day. Why fear such an opportunity? Recalling the past, Jiang Tian remembered that Zhang Mingzhi used to be a commander in the Imperial fleet before retiring mid-career due to injuries sustained in combat. He later returned to the Jiang family to assume the position of clan leader. Jiang Mingzhi continued. Xianhuan, the same goes for you too. Give me a good reason if you don't want to go. Seeking help, Xianhuan glanced at his father, but Jiang Siming shook his head, signaling him not to act rashly. All right, it will be settled like this. Before finishing, Jiang Mingzhi was interrupted by Jiang Tian, Lord of the family. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Mingzhi's face as he questioned. Jiang Tian, what do you want to say? Jiang Tian produced his officer credentials and said, Lord of the family, I am a lieutenant colonel in the Imperial Military Department, and I have other arrangements from the military. Unfortunately, I cannot participate. An immediate uproar spread throughout the room. Even Zhang Yunxiu was stunned and complained. Why does he get to become an officer? And why doesn't he have to go? Zhang Zhengxi consoled her nearby. It's fine. As an officer, he'll definitely also go to the battlefield. He'll just not be going with us. Zhang Yunxiu finally understood the situation, and her mood instantly lightened. Jiang Mingzhi then said, All right, Jiang Tian, you don't have to go. Follow the military's arrangements and serve the empire well. Jiang Tian replied respectfully but without arrogance. Yes, Lord of the family. After both major issues were resolved, and Jiang Mingzhi asked a few more questions, the clan meeting was concluded. All right, this concludes the clan meeting. Everyone can leave. Jiang Mingzhi finished speaking and left the hall first. Jiang Sison also called for Jiang Tian and left the Jiang family estate. Oh man, my good days are about to end. They've stuck me with a total mess. On the way out, Jiang Sison complained to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian chuckled and consoled him. Uncle, don't worry. If you run into problems, you can tell me, and I'll help you solve them. Jiang Sison didn't take it too seriously because he didn't think Jiang Tian could offer much assistance. Although Jiang Tian was now an imperial officer, business dealings weren't all about that. Still, Jiang Sison smiled and said, Good. When they reached the gate, Jiang Sison asked, Jiang Tian, it's almost dinner time. Would you like to come over for a meal? Jiang Tian pointed to the shuttle in the sky and said, No need, uncle. I'm rushing back. Look, they've come to pick me up. All right, then I won't keep you. Come again next time. Saying that, Jiang Sison handed a box to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian was about to ask, but by then Jiang Sison had already turned and walked away. Seeing his uninterested demeanor, Jiang Tian gave up asking and boarded the shuttle. Next to Jiang Tian's shuttle were Jiang Zhengxi and Jiang Yunxiu. As Jiang Tian prepared to leave, Jiang Yunxiu remarked, Let's follow him. I want to see what kind of warship he commands. How dare an orphan look down on us like that? Though Jiang Zhengxi wasn't as petty, he did find Jiang Tian intriguing, so he agreed. Fine, let's board the shuttle. As they trailed Jiang Tian, they saw his shuttle enter a large aircraft carrier. Jiang Yunxiu was utterly stunned, and even Jiang Zhengxi felt awkward beside her. It turned out that the aircraft carrier they had always admired belonged to Jiang Tian himself, yet they had mocked him right to his face. Chapter 33, Sneak Attack. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 33. At this moment, Jiang Tian had no idea what was happening behind him. As soon as he arrived at the L3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier, he went straight to his room to sleep. Huang asked, Commander, don't you plan to leave here? Jiang Tian, yawning, said, No rush, I'll leave after I wake up. 3.5 hours passed, and finally, Jiang Tian had slept enough. He then ordered the ship to return. The L3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier slowly disengaged from its orbiting path and headed toward the star gate of the Blue Cloud star system. Adjust course. The ship is preparing to enter curvature state. Once the ship left the range of the Blue Cloud star system, Jiang Tian gave the order. Acknowledged. The ship is preparing to enter curvature state. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly alarms blared, enveloping the entire bridge in a dim red light. Report, Commander, space turbulence detected. The ship cannot enter curvature state. Jiang Tian, looking at the current situation, clearly understood that he was trapped in a temporal trap. A temporal trap is a device specifically designed to disrupt spatial continuity. After deployment, it can cause the surrounding space to become turbulent, preventing ships from entering curvature mode. Such devices are very common on large battlefields. To prevent sudden fleet involvement, they are often placed around the battlefield before combat begins. Jiang Tian sneered inwardly. How unexpected, it's being used directly on me. Who could want to kill me? He then gave the command. L3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier. Go to level 1 combat readiness. All fighters prepare for takeoff. Report, unknown warship signals detected heading toward us. There are 3 L3 class warships, 25 L2 class warships. The report came from the bridge. Jiang Tian stated, Move towards the edge of the spatio-temporal trap. Try to gather them in one direction. Under Jiang Tian's orders, the massive aircraft carrier began to move slowly towards the edge of the temporal trap. However, due to the slow movement of the aircraft carrier, the enemy fleet quickly caught up. Jiang Tian arranged, Everyone man your combat stations and get ready. Then he attempted to contact the flagship of the enemy fleet. The communication was answered swiftly, and Jiang Tian saw their commander. It was a beast man who resembled both a tiger and a bear. Seeing the call, the commander spoke first. Jiang Tian, you know you don't have much time left. What? Are you begging for mercy? Jiang Tian shook his head and replied, how could I not have much time? I just want to see who wants to kill me. The beast man said, now you know. Rest in peace. And he was about to cut off the communication. Jiang Tian interrupted hastily and asked again, you needn't be so hasty. At least give me a reason for my death. Let me die knowing why. The man laughed heartily. Ha ha, you haven't offended anyone. But the Hall of Star Eclipses won't allow anyone to obstruct the steps of the Star Eclipse Eye. If someone with talent like you can't be used by us, you'll have to be exterminated. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Hall of Star Eclipses sounds like a cult. This statement instantly enraged the opposite beast man. Damn, you dare to call the sect that believes in the Star Eclipse Eye a cult? When your ship is destroyed, I will find your corpse and offer it to the Star Eclipse Eye to calm his anger. With that, the communication ended. Jiang Tian immediately realized the urgency and shouted, energy shields, full power, quickly. Instantly, between Jiang Tian and the opposing fleet rose a huge golden energy barrier. Then, the main cannons of the 3L3 class warships fired simultaneously, and their shells collided with Jiang Tian's energy shield. Upon realizing that one round of fire proved ineffective, after a brief pause, all the enemy warships unleashed their full firepower, aiming to break through the energy shield of the L3 Moonshadow class large aircraft carrier. Energy shield remaining 90%, 78%, 64%, 49%, below warning threshold. Estimated survival for another 3 minutes. Instantly, everyone's hearts sank, fearing that their lives might be ending soon. Jiang Tian calmly gave the order, release all L3 Mooneye class electronic interference drones. Wait for my command. Commander, long-range sensors detect a fleet approaching via curvature behind us, suddenly reported the bridge. Jiang Tian let out a sigh of relief and said lightly, we're fine. We won't die this time. In the next second, dozens of warships exited curvature status together, appearing behind the L3 Moonshadow class large aircraft carrier. This sight immediately stopped the opposing fleet's attack. At this moment, the bridge aboard Jiang Tian's ship received a call, which he answered casually. Immediately, Xihan's voice rang out. Report, Commander, Xihan leading the Sky Fleet has come to provide support. Not too late, right? Jiang Tian glanced at the energy shield indicator showing only 28% remaining and said, not bad, not too late. Then, Jiang Tian gave the order to the bridge of the L3 Moonshadow class large aircraft carrier. All L3 Mooneye class electronic interference drones launch an attack and prioritize interfering with the enemy's L3 class warships. He then turned his head towards Xihan and said, Sky Fleet, fire at will. Don't destroy their flagship completely. I still have questions for them. Xihan saluted, understood, Commander. L3 Xulon class battle cruisers, target the secondary flagship of the opponent, charge the main cannons. L2 Wolf Hunter class missile destroyers aim around the battlefield and perform missile coverage. Not a single ship should escape. The rest of the fleet, free fire. As soon as these words were spoken, the battlefield immediately erupted in chaos, with hundreds of interstellar missiles drawing circles in the void and enclosing the battlefield within it. A simultaneous volley from the 3L3 Xulon-class battlecruisers struck the energy shields of the opposing L3 warships with 3 beams of lasers. However, less than 3 seconds had passed before the enemy's energy shield fizzled out, leaving the laser beams colliding directly onto the hull of the L3-class warship, blowing massive holes through it. With this blow, the warship was completely wrecked. Jiang Tian once again called the Beast Man on the other side. This time when the communication connected, that Beast Man had already lost all arrogance and stared fiercely at Jiang Tian with a sinister face. Surrender now. Don't resist anymore. I can let you live, Jiang Tian said. How could you know my plan today? There must be a mole within our organization. The other side roared furiously, his eyeballs red with rage. Jiang Tian shrugged indifferently. That's none of your concern. Ha ha ha. The Hall of Star Eclipses never surrenders. I'll meet him soon, Jiang Tian, and I'll wait for you there. That Beast Man raved like a madman. His eyes then flashed with resolve, and he activated the self-destruct mechanism of his ship before Jiang Tian could even react. Instantly, every remaining vessel in the void transformed into bright fireballs. On board an L3 Xulon-class battlecruiser, Xihan shouted excitedly toward Pei Qingli. Honey, look, fireworks. Chapter 34, Yihan's Anxiety. Yihan was extremely worried. Chapter 34, Pei Qingchao and Xihanli rolled their eyes, as if to say that they really didn't want to look. Jiang Tian was also surprised by the situation. He didn't expect the beast race person to be so decisive, choosing to self-detonate at the sign of defeat and not giving Jiang Tian a chance to ask questions. Now, Jiang Tian was lost in thought again. Originally, he risked his life to find out who wanted to kill him, but here the clues were cut off once more. All he knew was about the Star Eclipse Hall, which seemed related to the Star Eclipsers. Indeed, the appearance of the Star Eclipsers wasn't without reason, Jiang Tian thought inwardly. At this moment, Huaying curiously asked, Commander, how did the Starfleet end up here? Jiang Tian snapped back to reality and explained to Huaying. Of course, I called them here. I waited for them on the Jiang family's main planet for hours. This revelation cleared things up for Huaying. No wonder Jiang Tian hadn't left at the time. He had been waiting for someone. However, Huaying was more puzzled and pressed further. Then, Commander, How did you know there would be an ambush here? With a profound look, Jiang Tian said, it was my second uncle who told me. There was a note inside the box he gave me before I left. It contained this information. Huaying widened her eyes. So, isn't it possible that he's part of the Star Eclipse Hall? Jiang Tian nodded and replied, it seems to be the case now. And judging by how much he knows about their plans, his position within mustn't be low. We'd better return to the Jiang family system and get some answers quickly. If we don't, there'll definitely be another attempt, Huaying angrily said. Shaking his head, Jiang Tian explained. There's no need. If my second uncle was willing to pass me this information, he clearly didn't plan on seeing me again. For now, at least my second uncle is on our side, isn't he? Huaying blankly nodded, realizing that it made sense. Stretching lazily, Jiang Tian said, let's go back to the starbase. Afterward, the massive fleet reformed its formation in the void. The curvature engines activated, and the entire fleet instantly raced toward the Stargate. On the other side, Jiang Zemin sat in the captain's chair aboard a strangely shaped warship, his eyes half closed, muttering under his breath. I hope this kid can survive this time. I've really done all I could, otherwise I might die too. Just then, his personal terminal buzzed, startling him into action. Jiang Zemin took one glance and didn't hesitate to answer. Immediately, the holographic image of the cloaked figure from before appeared before him. The cloaked figure came straight to the point. Malian is dead, the whole squad wiped out. Jiang Zemin instantly shouted, what? How is that possible? Malian was the beast race individual who was sent to ambush Jiang Tian. Jiang Zemin was extremely shocked internally because he warned Jiang Tian originally in hopes of keeping him from passing through there. Not only did Jiang Tian go there, but he directly took down the small team. Seeing Jiang Zemin's expression, the cloaked figure mistakenly assumed he was shocked due to the task failing. Sighing, he said, I thought maybe it was you leaking secrets. Now it seems Malian just got unlucky. Jiang Zemin caught himself, realizing his previous display of shock might have accidentally saved him. He asked, so what do we do now? Continue with the assassination? Ignoring his question, the cloaked figure reflected deeply for a while before continuing. No need. If we fail this time, trying again would require mobilizing an L4 level warship. That's overkill anyway. Most of our L4s are scattered around the Star Eclipse altar. They can't be summoned easily right now. Let them live for now. Jiang Zemin nodded and agreed. All right, I understand. The cloaked figure continued. Tidy up and prepare to head to the Beast Race Division. Go there and select individuals to replace Malian. You're my most promising candidate. Work hard. He won't let you down. Jiang Zemin clenched his fists together in a salute, and the cloaked figure's hologram disappeared from the bridge. Jiang Zemin took a few deep breaths and ordered, alter the course of the warship. Destination, Beast Race Division. As the perspective pulled back, it became evident that Jiang Zemin's vessel was indeed an L4 class warship. A few hours later, Jiang Tian returned to the starbase. Just disembarking, Jiang Tian saw Yihan rushing towards him in haste. Curious, Jiang Tian asked, Yihan, what's wrong? Is it necessary to rush this way? Breathing heavily but forcing himself to speak, Yihan said. Jiang Tian, I received a message from home at noon. My grandfather was transporting cargo in the Amethyst Star Domain when he was ambushed by pirates. The entire fleet's cargo was stolen, and my grandfather was severely injured, remaining unconscious ever since. Hearing this, Jiang Tian immediately grew pale. Speaking of Yihan's grandfather, Jiang Tian had met him once during the start of school. He was a kind-looking old man who, in order to help Yihan get along well with his dorm mates, even treated everyone to a meal. Jiang Tian immediately said, now you drive an L3 Phantom Wave class battlecruiser to pick up your grandfather, then bring him back to the starbase. The first L3 Guardian class interstellar medical ship is about to be launched, and by that time, your grandfather will definitely be cured. Upon hearing this, Yihan immediately bent down and bowed to Jiang Tian, repeatedly saying, thank you, thank you. Jiang Tian immediately held Yihan and said, we are brothers, don't be so formal. Yihan touched the moist corner of his eye and forced a smile, saying, all right, we're brothers. Jiang Tian patted his shoulder and said, hurry up. The Amethyst Star Domain isn't far. If everything goes smoothly, you'll be back tomorrow. The Amethyst Star Domain is located to the north of the Inkstein Star Domain and is renowned for its high-quality mineral resources. It's also where the military factory of the Empire's military department is located, though it's unclear exactly which star system it resides in. Yihan nodded heavily and then turned around and rushed toward the L3 Phantom Wave class battlecruiser. Jiang Tian also called Huaying and ordered, immediately adjust the production level of the L3 Guardian class interstellar medical ship to the highest and reorganize the production plan. All production lines will be fully dedicated to creating L3 Guardian class interstellar medical ships. I want to see the first finished product within 24 hours. Huaying also realized the urgency of the situation and without hesitation went down to make arrangements. Jiang Tian also returned to his room, preparing to rest for a while. He had just lain down when another communication came in, and Jiang Tian's drowsiness instantly disappeared. Jiang Tian looked with a troubled expression. It was from Feng Lingjiwen. Whoa, this is a big spender. Although Jiang Tian now has $1 trillion, he still relies on Feng Lingjiwen for continuous development in the short term. Jiang Tian picked up the call and asked with a smile, older brother Jiwen, what's up? Chapter 35, The Past of Feng Lingjiwen. A new paragraph begins here. Chapter 35. Feng Lingjiwen said apologetically, Jiang Tian brother, I'm really sorry to bother you so late. Jiang Tian mentally complained, since I've already answered the call, why are you saying this? But he couldn't burst out directly, so he shook his head and said, no, Brother Jiwen, is there anything you need? At this, Fengling Jiwen stumbled over his words and said, could you help me find someone in Xianhuan Star City? All expenses incurred will be covered by me. Jiang Tian was puzzled. Why would finding a person require him to go? Nevertheless, he still agreed. Not a problem at all. There's no need for the travel expenses. Finding a person won't cost much money. However, Brother Jiwen, why come to me? Fengling Jiwen hesitated for a moment, smiled, and said, you're also going to help me out. I'll tell you everything then. Actually, the person you're looking for this time is my daughter. Daughter? I thought Brother Jiwen hasn't married. Jiang Tian made a joke. However, Fengling Jiwen couldn't laugh. He continued, I indeed haven't married. In the past, when we graduated from university together, I always thought with my status as the son of the Fengling family, it would be effortless to live together with her. However, I underestimated the internal power struggles within the Fengling family. I didn't wish to fight for the position of the family patriarch, but the two of us were caught up in this dispute regardless. Speaking of this, Fengling Jiwen seemed to have recalled past memories. After pausing for a while, he continued, in each scheme and intrigue, she couldn't endure such a life anymore, and I was unable to remain uninvolved in the family affairs. It was also because her identity wasn't recognized by the family, yet she had already had my child. In anger, she left with our only daughter. By this point, Jiang Tian had already understood the situation. Still, Fengling Jiwen added, after she left, she went to one of Eden Star Domain's satellites and bought a house, settling down there. Though I couldn't stay by her side, every month I would send her some money. I assured her that within a month, I would settle all the family issues and formally invite her over with a proper marriage ceremony. But she didn't wait for me. Just when I was about to handle the family matters, the Empire began clearing out pirates in the Star Domain where she was located. To avoid the war, she left there, and after that, the two of us lost contact. As Fengling Jiwen spoke, there was already a sign that he might cry, but he continued. It was only when I found out about this matter, which was a month later, that I became the designated heir of the Fengling family. I dispatched all my subordinates to look for them, mother and child, but there was no news at all. It was as if they were avoiding me. This continued until now. After more than a decade, I finally heard her news. The Ren Tian Alliance told me that they, mother and child, are in Xianhuan Star City, but I can't go there due to my identity, so I have no choice but to seek your help, brother. Jiang Tian isn't good at comforting people, especially a grown man. He changed the subject. I understand. No problem, I'll take care of this matter. I'll set off the day after tomorrow. Fengling Jiwen gratefully said, brother, thank you so much. If there's ever any difficulty in the future, feel free to ask. Jiang Tian asked again, are there any clues or something? At this point, Fengling Jiwen realized he hadn't given anything to Jiang Tian yet. Yes, I'll send it to you right away, Fengling Jiwen quickly responded. Then, Jiang Tian opened a file, filled with detailed records of both their information. From names and photos to birthdays and preferences, everything was included. However, Jiang Tian only glanced at the names. Fengling Jiwen's daughter is named Fengling Hanya, and his wife is Qin Yisan. After closing the data, Jiang Tian said to Fengling Jiwen, no problem, I'll get back to you within a week. Of course, Fengling Jiwen was delighted, laughing, and said, all right, thank you, brother. It's not early anymore. It was really disturbing tonight. Sorry about that, rest well. Jiang Tian replied, no worries, and ended the communication. Finally, after a long day, Jiang Tian could finally get some rest. Sigh, what a troubled time. Jiang Tian let out a skyward scream, not actually. And then, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Tian was woken up by Huang. Drowsy Jiang Tian heard Huang's report. Commander, our first L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship has been successfully launched offline. The spaceship's self-inspection is complete, and all systems are running normally. Jiang Tian said, all right, I got it. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to sleep. That, Huang hesitantly said, and Lord Yihan has sent a message saying he's about to reach the base. Jiang Tian also remembered that Yihan's grandfather was coming too. Well, looks like there's no sleeping now. Jiang Tian stretched his arms lazily and said to Huang, please prepare a breakfast set and send it directly to the command room. After finishing speaking, he ended the communication, got dressed, and left the room. Soon, Jiang Tian finished his breakfast in the command room, just as Yihan was driving the L3 Su Lang-class battleship cruiser into the starbase. Jiang Tian immediately went out to greet him. The first ones to come down were Yihan's parents, followed by Yihan pushing his grandfather's hospital bed. Seeing Jiang Tian, Yihan's parents rushed over and bowed deeply, saying, young friend Jiang Tian, our old man is counting on you. Jiang Tian replied confidently, uncle, aunt, there's no need for such formalities. I will certainly cure grandpa. Afterward, Jiang Tian waved at Yihan, signaling him to come closer. Jiang Tian then said to Yihan, we shouldn't delay. Let's take your grandpa aboard the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship. Yihan nodded, then hopped onto the base's floating vehicle with everyone else and raced toward another starship. From far away, Jiang Tian could see that purple warship. It was the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship. The entire body of the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship was shaped like a double helix, with a streamlined middle section. Jiang Tian gazed at this starship and sighed, thinking it might be the most aesthetically pleasing spacecraft he'd acquired so far. Before long, the floating vehicle drove straight inside the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship. As soon as the car stopped, a team of medical staff rushed forward and wheeled Yihan's grandfather away. Jiang Tian watched the medical procedures start smoothly before turning back to Yihan and saying, "All right, don't just sit here waiting idly. Show your parents around the base. This process might take some time, but it'll definitely work out fine." Yihan was about to say something, but Jiang Tian cut him off. "No worries, just relax. This battleship was designed specifically to rescue injured soldiers on the battlefield. After examining your grandpa's condition earlier, I can assure you, everything will be all right. Now, go take your parents to rest. They must also be exhausted after the long journey." Chapter 36. Wind chime equals maple spirit. Chapter 36. Yihan, seeing Jiang Tian's resolute and confident demeanor, could only temporarily set his mind at ease. He then took Jiang Tian's parents into the base. At this moment, Jiang Tian turned around and walked into the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship. A nurse immediately approached to greet him. Jiang Tian asked, "How is Elder E?" The nurse looked at him and replied, "Fortunately, he was brought in on time. His life is not in danger, and after treatment, he will definitely be able to return to normal life." Jiang Tian nodded, as if he had already anticipated this result, then said, "Send a complete diagnostic report to Yihan later, specifying the treatment plan." "Yes, Commander. The report will be completed within 2 hours," the nurse answered. After hearing the response, Jiang Tian left the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship. After sending Yihan a message informing him of the matter, Jiang Tian began arranging his trip to the Thousand Illusions Star City. Considering that the 3 L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers were still in rest mode after a battle, Jiang Tian decided to use the L3 Saint Messenger-class battlecruiser for this journey. After boarding, the massive L3 Saint Messenger-class battlecruiser slowly left the port and sailed towards the Stargate. Thousand Illusions Star City. A day later, in the Stargate base of Thousand Illusions Star City, Jiang Tian was lost in thought. Such a huge Thousand Illusions Star City. Where am I supposed to find people? I was just given 2 names. I know nothing else. Jiang Tian continuously complained in his heart. Alas, never mind. I'll first check out the streets and see if there are any intelligence agencies that can help me. That's what Jiang Tian decided to do. Although Thousand Illusions Star City is named as a city, its actual size is about as large as a solid planet. Moreover, with its unique 3-dimensional hollow design and distinctive multiple star rings, the entire population of Thousand Illusions Star City can reach a scale of tens of billions. To find a person here is as difficult as finding a needle in the sea. Jiang Tian aimlessly walked down the bustling streets of Thousand Illusions Star City. At this moment, he saw an acquaintance, the young lady who sold him the base. Walking up to her, Jiang Tian called out, "Feng Ling, what are you doing here?" Feng Ling was slightly startled at first, seemingly hearing someone calling her name. Then she turned around and saw the handsome man from that day who bought her base walking toward her. With a smile, Feng Ling replied, "I'm out buying some daily necessities." Jiang Tian also asked, "How's your mother? Is she feeling better?" With a trace of gratitude, Feng Ling responded, "Thanks to your 2 billion credits, my mom is now well. She just needs some more time to recuperate. It's no need to thank me. It was just a normal transaction between us." Jiang Tian waved his hand indifferently and continued, "Do you have any interest in making another deal with me?" Feng Ling thought for a moment before replying, "Well, let me hear what it is first. If I can help, I certainly will." Jiang Tian pulled up the photos and names of mother and daughter Feng Ling and Hanya. Pointing at them, he told Feng Ling, "Help me find these 2 people, and I'll give you 20,000 credits as a reward." Feng Ling paused upon seeing this and then wore a sly grin on her face. Jiang Tian, looking at Feng Ling like this, assumed it was because the offer wasn't generous enough. But thinking about it, it made sense. He did give her 2 billion credits, so offering 20,000 credits was indeed too little. Then make it 200,000 credits. No, 2 million. Does that work? Jiang Tian raised the price again. Feng Ling grinned even more widely. She said, "All right, I accept. Make sure you've got the money ready." Jiang Tian suddenly felt confused. How could this task seem so easy to her when he himself had no clue? Carrying a heavy load of doubt, Jiang Tian asked, "Do you know these 2 people?" "I am, sort of." Feng Ling pretended to think carefully for a while. Jiang Tian glanced at her and thought, "Aren't you teasing me? You don't seem certain either." Seeing the enormous confusion in Jiang Tian's eyes, Feng Ling couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. "Oh dear, you're too slow to get it. How haven't you figured it out yet?" Jiang Tian fell speechless. "Where did you give me clues? How am I supposed to guess? Think about what my name is." Feng Ling gave him a hint. Realization dawned on Jiang Tian. He finally understood at that moment. Feng Ling. Feng Ling, in pinyin, Feng Ling. Wasn't Feng Ling just a phonetic match for her own name? He had known her for so long, but hadn't thought of this connection. However, in such a vast universe, having a few people with identical names isn't strange at all. The population of the Holy Light Empire exceeds 100 trillion. With such an immense number, identifying someone based solely on their name is impossible. Excitedly, Jiang Tian said, "So you're Feng Ling Hanya? Are you sure that's the person I'm looking for?" Pointing at the photo given by Jiang Tian, Feng Ling said, "Absolutely authentic. And don't you think I look very similar to this photo?" Jiang Tian carefully compared the photos and confirmed that it should be the same person. Feng Ling then asked again, "What do you want me for? You spent 2 million credits just to find me. Oh, by the way, don't forget my 2 million. With his concerns gone, Jiang Tian said lightly, "Let's go. I'll treat you to something. I'll explain along the way." Feng Ling hesitated for a moment before replying, "All right, but could you also pack a set for my mom?" Jiang Tian responded decisively. No problem. What would you like to eat? Feng Ling pointed at a store across the street. Let's go there. I've wanted to try it for a long time. It's perfect that someone is treating me today. Unfamiliar with this place, Jiang Tian agreed. Fine, let's go. Inside the store, Jiang Tian chose a secluded private room in the back. After ordering their food, Jiang Tian was the first to ask. Feng Ling, do you have any memories of your father? Upon hearing this, Feng Ling's joyful expression vanished instantly, replaced with an unhappy look. My father is Feng Ling Jiwen, but ever since my mother and I left the Feng Ling family, I haven't seen him since. My mom always tells me that my dad will come to find us, but even when she fell seriously ill this time, I received no word from him. Perhaps mom also knows he won't come. Jiang Tian suddenly didn't know how to respond, because Feng Ling Jiwen had indeed missed most of Feng Ling's growth process. Initially planning to reveal everything directly, Jiang Tian now felt hesitant to tell Feng Ling that Feng Ling Jiwen had sent him to find her. Just at this moment, the food they ordered arrived, conveniently saving the now awkward Jiang Tian. Chapter 37. Xianxia. Chapter 37. Jiang Tian looked at the table full of dishes that had been served and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure that what you ordered is something we can finish between the two of us?" Feng Ling also looked a little awkward and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, there's also my mom's share. I'll pack it for her later." Jiang Tian could only nod his head. "All right, then you pick a few dishes to pack first. Anyway, we won't be able to finish them." Feng Ling called in a robot to help pack 3 dishes. After packing was done, they started eating. Jiang Tian looked at this girl and wondered how the children of the Feng Ling family could be so thrifty when having a meal. It seemed that since that accident, even Feng Ling Jiwen's money had been spent. Now they didn't even have money to pay for Qin Yisen's medical treatment. Jiang Tian looked at Feng Ling as she wolfed down the food, making him, who had just finished eating, feel hungry again. He picked up his chopsticks and ate a few more bites. Soon, after both had finished their meals, Jiang Tian said, "Feng Ling, can you take me to see your mother? There are some things I need to say to her in person." After swallowing the last bit of food in her mouth, Feng Ling agreed. "No problem, but my mom is still in the hospital now. You can come if you don't mind." Jiang Tian shook his head and said, "No worries, I wouldn't mind." Feng Ling curiously asked, "So, I forgot to ask, who are you, and why did you come looking for me?" Jiang Tian hesitated for a moment and replied, "I am an old friend of your mother. This time I came especially to look for her." Old friend? Feng Ling found it hard to believe that this not so much older than her handsome guy could be her mom's old friend. But she also knew that Jiang Tian wasn't willing to say more, and figured he should not be a bad person. Feng Ling picked up the lunchbox on the table and said to Jiang Tian, "All right, let's go." Jiang Tian smiled and followed Feng Ling out of the restaurant. "All right, which hospital is your mom in?" Feng Ling answered, "Xianxia Hospital. It's not far from here, we can walk there soon." Xianxia Hospital, the largest hospital in Xianhuan Star City and ranked 10th among the powers of Qian stars. Actually, Xianxia Hospital itself does not have any military reserves. However, due to its powerful medical level, every power within Xianhuan Star City must maintain good relations with it. Small wounds may be fine, but if someone were to sustain a fatal injury one day and Xianxia Hospital refused to save them, they would truly have nowhere to cry. Also, anyone attempting to cause trouble in Xianxia Hospital would be targeted consistently by all the factions within Xianhuan Star City. Meanwhile, Feng Ling's mother being hospitalized here also indicated that Qin Yisen's condition was indeed serious. Before long, Jiang Tian entered Xianxia Hospital. Everything here exuded a high-tech feel. Jiang Tian thought it was more like an estate unless told otherwise. It was filled with countless detached villas, each a place for patients to stay. Indeed, such a great power built such luxurious hospitals, Jiang Tian internally mused. Under Feng Ling's guidance, Jiang Tian finally met Qin Yisen. Jiang Tian informed Feng Ling, "I want to talk to your mother alone. Just wait outside the door." Feng Ling immediately became anxious. How could that be possible? Jiang Tian reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm not here to harm her. I will tell you what I discussed with her afterward." Reluctantly, Feng Ling nodded her head and waited patiently outside the door. Jiang Tian also turned around and pushed open the door into the room. Upon opening the door, a woman with a beautiful face sat on the sofa. Jiang Tian couldn't help but comment inwardly that Brother Jiwen really had good taste. Seeing Jiang Tian come in, Qin Yisen strangely raised her head. "Excuse me, who are you?" Kissing Yisen saw Jiang Tian enter and was merely somewhat surprised. After all, the security in Xianxia Hospital was very strict. Irrelevant people simply couldn't get in. Jiang Tian explained, "Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. I'm Jiang Tian, sent by Feng Ling Jiwen." Qin Yisen asked curiously, "Why did he send you?" Jiang Tian said, "Brother Jiwen said that I should take you and your daughter back." Closing her eyes, Qin Yisen responded resolutely, "After all these years, he has given me no information. Now he finds me." Jiang Tian hurriedly defended for Feng Ling Jiwen. "Sister-in-law, it's not like that. Brother Jiwen never stopped looking for you. After that incident years ago, he lost contact with you, and these past few years, he has been searching for you. It wasn't until now that he finally found you." Hearing this, Qin Yisen's mood slightly improved. She was no longer as angry, and said, "Then why doesn't he come to see me personally? If he claims to find me, why doesn't he meet me?" Jiang Tian laughed embarrassingly. "Sister-in-law, this is Qianhuan Star City. Given Brother Jiwen's status, it would be inappropriate for him to appear here, so he specially requested that I come over." Qin Yisen muttered to herself, "He is still like this. But being from a large family, he is truly constrained." Then Qin Yisen looked up at Jiang Tian. Never mind, I won't make it difficult for you. Now I realize that there must have been some misunderstanding back then. In fact, I did leave him a message. Call Feng Ling in, I'll talk to her. After that, I'll leave with you. Jiang Tian immediately responded. No problem, I'll call her right now. With that, he opened the door and walked out of the house. As soon as he went out, he saw Feng Ling squatting on the ground. Jiang Tian walked over, patted her shoulder, and said, Feng Ling, I've finished talking with your mom. She's looking for you now. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling ignored Jiang Tian completely and rushed into the room. Jiang Tian took Feng Ling's previous spot, waiting patiently. In truth, Jiang Tian was very clear about one thing. Qin Yisun still cared deeply for Feng Ling Jiwen. Even though she didn't often mention Feng Ling Jiwen to Feng Ling, naming her daughter after him already explained everything. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Tian saw Qin Yisun come out with Feng Ling. Qin Yisun smiled and said, All right, Jiang Tian, let's go. Jiang Tian curiously asked, Are you not bringing any luggage or anything? Jiang Tian had already prepared himself mentally to carry the bag since he was the only male present, naturally assuming his role as the bag carrier. But Qin Yisun leaving empty-handed truly surprised him. Qin Yisun smiled and said, We're returning to the Feng Ling family. Why would we bring anything else? And these things here all smell of the hospital anyway. Might as well leave them behind. Jiang Tian nodded and said, All right, let's go then. Soon, Jiang Tian returned with Qin Yisun and her daughter to the L3 Volon-class battlecruiser. Jiang Tian arranged their rooms and then returned to the bridge, initiating communication with Feng Ling Jiwen. Upon seeing it was Jiang Tian, Feng Ling Jiwen answered instantly. Without wasting time, Feng Ling Jiwen excitedly asked, Brother Jiang Tian, did you encounter any problems? Feng Ling Jiwen couldn't imagine that Jiang Tian had already resolved his issue. Then Jiang Tian laughed and said, Big brother Feng Ling, the task you entrusted me with is complete. Sister-in-law and your daughter are currently staying on my warship. At first, Feng Ling Jiwen was stunned, then joyfully responded, That's wonderful. This time, I owe it all to you, brother. Chapter 38, Preparations for Battle. Chapter 38. Jiang Tian smiled and said politely, No problem, it didn't take much effort on my part. I'll come to the Mo-Yun star system later and send the two of them over. Feng Ling Jiwen happily said, Then I'm grateful to you, brother. I'll be waiting for you in the Mo-Yun star system. Jiang Tian nodded, saying good, and ended the communication. Soon after, the L3 Holy Envoy-class battlecruiser that Jiang Tian was on slowly left the vicinity of the Xianhuan star city. The next morning, after one gate jump, Jiang Tian appeared with his battleship within the Mo-Yun star system. Jiang Tian directly parked the battleship in orbit around the Mo-Yun main star, then took xianxia and her daughter on a shuttle to find Feng Ling Jiwen. Before long, Feng Ling Jiwen saw the two people he had been longing to see. Xianxia was fine. This wasn't her first time here, but there was clearly a boundary between her and the two people she hadn't seen in a long time. Feng Ling, however, was unhappy. She never liked this father and just pouted without speaking. Seeing this, Feng Ling Jiwen was momentarily at a loss and could only arrange rooms for them to stay in first. Then Feng Ling Jiwen walked toward Jiang Tian, saying apologetically, Brother Jiang Tian, this time you've caused some trouble. To express my gratitude, I have prepared a little gift for you. After finishing, he signaled his subordinates to bring up an elegantly packaged box. Feng Ling Jiwen said, Last time when you came here for tea, I saw how much you liked it. This time I'm giving all my stock to you. Jiang Tian did not expect Feng Ling Jiwen to be so generous and declined, saying, Old brother Jiwen, this is too much. I didn't exert much effort this time, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to accept these. Feng Ling Jiwen pretended to be upset and said, Today I'm happy, so don't refuse any longer. Besides, even more tea can't compare to the importance of their mother-daughter duo, so please take it. Persuasion failed, and reluctantly Jiang Tian accepted Feng Ling Jiwen's gift. Then Jiang Tian tactfully left the Feng Ling family to allow Feng Ling Jiwen some time to accompany Xianxia and young Feng Ling. That evening, Jiang Tian returned to the starbase. Yihan's grandfather had already awakened, but was still receiving subsequent treatment on the L3 Guardian-level interstellar medical ship. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tian immediately went to visit him. Inside the ward, Yihan was cutting fruit for his grandfather. Jiang Tian knocked on the door and entered. Seeing the old man lying on the bed, he kindly asked, Grandpa, do you feel any better? Oldie looked up and smiled, saying, You're Jiang Tian, right? Yihan has told me everything. My life was saved by you. Jiang Tian bashfully laughed and replied, Not at all, Grandpa. You're flattering me. At this moment, Yihan finished cutting the fruit and gently handed it to Oldie. Unexpectedly, Oldie glared at him angrily, saying, Ask if Jiang Tian friend would like to eat first. You really lack insight. Jiang Tian is my savior. Show more respect. Startled, Yihan's face froze. Awkwardly, he turned to look at Jiang Tian, his eyes clearly asking, Would you like a piece? Jiang Tian quickly intervened, taking the fruit from Yihan and personally handing it to Old E, saying, Grandpa, you eat. If I want some, I'll get it myself. Your health hasn't fully recovered yet, so you should rest more. This eased Old Yi's mind, and trembling, he raised his hand to start eating. Yihan quickly moved to help feed him, but the old man waved his hand to stop him. I'm not that helpless. I can do it myself. Yihan could only return to his seat and sit quietly without daring to speak. Watching as Old E ate 2 pieces, Jiang Tian asked again, Grandpa E, do you know which group attacked you? Stopping his action, Old E thought for a moment and said, It should be the Demon Hunter pirate gang. Before I lost consciousness, I saw their gang emblem. What's troubling you, Jiang Tian? With determination, Jiang Tian answered. I'll make them understand that some people are untouchable, and if touched, they must pay the price. Old E hastily advised. Friend Jiang Tian, don't act impulsively. The Demon Hunter pirate gang has 10 L3 level warships. If you go now, you wouldn't stand much of a chance. It's not worth losing your fleet for my worthless life. Grasping Old Yi's hand, Jiang Tian said, Grandpa, don't worry, I will handle this properly. Just focus on recovering. Though Old Yi wanted to say something more, Jiang Tian had already stepped out of the ward. Seeing this, Yihan quickly followed. Jiang Tian, wait, Yihan called out. Confused, Jiang Tian turned around and asked, why did you come out? Hesitating for a second, Yihan said, if you're going after the Demon Hunter pirate gang, can I join you? Jiang Tian asked, what about your grandfather if you go? That's right, his parents were already gone, and if he left too, there would be no one to look after his grandfather. Yihan was momentarily speechless. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and said, how about this? We'll wait a week until your grandfather is feeling better and then take him along. After all, he's the key witness. Yihan's eyes lit up instantly. Commander, no problem. Jiang Tian waved his hand and said, then that's settled. You should head back now. Yihan suddenly stepped forward and hugged Jiang Tian, saying, brother, thanks. With that, he turned and walked back into the ward. Jiang Tian smiled. This was what true brotherhood looked like. Jiang Tian walked back to the command room and called Huang over. He asked, what's the current configuration of our fleet? Huang retrieved the data and replied, report commander, the Starfleet currently has 31 L2 class ships, 5 L2 bullet class high-speed escort ships, 23 L2 night class medium assault ships, 3 L2 Wolf Hunter class missile destroyers. We also have 8 L3 class ships, 3 L3 Voidwave class battlecruisers, 1 L3 Moonshadow class large aircraft carrier, 3 L3 Radiant Light class medium escorts, 1 L3 Holy Envoy class battlecruiser. Additionally, there are 9 auxiliary starships, 5 L2 Dwarf class light industrial ships, 3 L3 Divine Smith class large industrial ships, 1 L3 Guardian class interstellar medical ship. Jiang Tian nodded. He couldn't help but marvel that in just over 2 months since arriving in this world, he had amassed such a sizable fleet, though most of it was due to the system's efforts. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian instructed Huang, in the next week, produce 27 more L2 Wolf Hunter class missile destroyers to bring the total number up to 30. Also, produce 2 more L3 Voidwave class battlecruisers. Is that doable? Huang continued working as she calculated. Afterward, she responded, no problem, Commander. We'll ensure the task is completed within a week. After hearing her confirmation, Jiang Tian waved his hand and dismissed Huang. Chapter 39, The Hunter Demon Star Pirate Group. Chapter 39. After Huang left, Jiang Tian began to investigate the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group. However, since he had no way to obtain information himself, after much deliberation, he could only seek help from Feng Lingjuwen. Upon hearing this news, Feng Lingjuwen wasted no time and immediately introduced an intelligence organization on the dark web to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian followed the information given by Feng Lingjuwen, accessed the dark web, entered the organization's website, and then a smart customer service appeared to greet him. Hello, welcome to the Heaven's Eye Intelligence Organization. What would you like to know? The emotionless mechanical voice sounded. The Heaven's Eye Intelligence Organization was like having a divine eye, understanding all matters in the universe. Jiang Tian said, give me all the intelligence on the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group. After a brief wait, the customer service replied, 2 billion. Hearing this, Jiang Tian was surprised at how expensive it was to inquire about intelligence, so he asked, is your intelligence reliable? The customer service replied without hesitation, my intelligence is absolutely reliable. If there are any uncertain matters, we will inform you specifically. Jiang Tian nodded, thinking it was still fine, though expensive, but reliable. All right, I'll make the payment. Jiang Tian readily paid 2 billion. After confirming the money was received, the customer service sent a data package to Jiang Tian, which contained the required intelligence. Dear customer, if there are any issues with the intelligence, please feel free to contact us. After saying these words, the customer service went offline. Jiang Tian also closed the dark web and began studying the document. Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group. Leader Hunter, codename, currently owns more than 2,000 members. Owns 13 L3 level warships. Battle cruisers 3. Star destroyers 5. Star frigates 5. 200 L2 level warships. 500 L1 level warships. These L1 starships are cannon fodder on the battlefield and usually act as reconnaissance ships for patrols within their territory. The real threat to Jiang Tian comes only from L2 and L3 level warships. After seeing this, Jiang Tian thought, it seems that Grandpa Yi's information hasn't been updated yet. Jiang Tian continued reading. The Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group has robbed fleets over 2,000 times. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt his anger rise. These guys were clearly no good, habitual criminals. Jiang Tian kept flipping through until he found the information about the opposite base. The Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group's base is located within a nebula in the Yumu star domain, coordinates 7656, 4726. These two fleets have run quite far. The Yumu star domain is in the southeastern corner of the Holy Light Empire, while the Eden star domain is in the northern part of the Holy Light Empire. With such a long distance, and without using the Stargate, the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group must have been planning for quite some time. Jiang Tian already knew all the information he needed to know. Just as he was about to close the document, a small line caught his attention. The Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group is suspected to be the power of the sixth prince of the royal family. Intelligence still being confirmed. Seeing this, Zhang Tian realized why they dared to be so arrogant, because they had connections. However, Zhang Tian didn't care about all that. Those who offended him would pay the price. Soon, a week passed, and Yihan's grandfather's injury had basically healed. The Starfleet was also ready for battle. Zhang Tian dismissed the idea of bringing Yihan and Old Master Yi aboard the flagship and instead included the L3 Guardian-level star medical ship into the fleet, which would also test the effectiveness of this interstellar medical ship. Just as Zhang Tian was preparing to set off, a task reminder from the system appeared in his mind. Ding! New limited-time mission released. Old Master Yi's injury. Zhang Tian thought for a moment and opened his panel. Host, Zhang Tian. System level, IV3. Warehouse. Collapsed. Click to open. Mission, main mission. Possess a fleet of 100 warships, 69/100. Side missions. Collect system fragments, 2% per 100%. Each 10% collection degree rewards 1 blueprint of a current level warship. Revenge for kin. Rank among the top 100 in the 1,000 stars rankings. Reward upon completion is 1 blueprint of a current level warship. System upgrade mission. Own 5 blueprints of L3 combat warships, 3/5. Own 3 blueprints of L3 auxiliary starships, 2/3. Own 100 L3 warships, 12/100. Limited time mission. Old Master Yi's injury. Mission requirements 1. Breakthrough at the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group base. Mission requirements 2. Eliminate the leader of the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group. Mission requirements 3. Annihilate more than 90% of the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group's fleet. Completion of all 3 counts as mission success, with a reward of a special L3 blueprint. Zhang Tian was startled by what this special L3 blueprint might be. Clearly, the difficulty of this task was higher than previous ones, suggesting this special blueprint indeed was extraordinary. Zhang Tian closed the system panel and ordered from the bridge of the L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser. Starfleet launch. As Zhang Tian gave the order, the 69 warships simultaneously activated their engines in the void and headed towards the distant Stargate. After 2 jumps, Zhang Tian arrived inside the Yumu star domain. At this point, it was still half a day's journey to the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group base. Zhang Tian took this opportunity to arrange tactics for the Starfleet for the upcoming battle and then led the fleet toward the target. Another half-day passed, and Zhang Tian's fleet began to slowly cross the nebula surrounding the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group base. Soon, the appearance of a small reconnaissance fleet exposed Zhang Tian's location. Quick, take out that reconnaissance fleet, Zhang Tian ordered urgently after noticing them. Although he knew being detected was inevitable, every moment gained work to his advantage. The later he was discovered, the better for him. However, it seemed like his luck wasn't good, as he was spotted almost immediately upon entering the nebula. Following Zhang Tian's command, the 5 L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers fired their forward cannons simultaneously, instantly shredding the reconnaissance team. Using the forward cannons of an L3 warship against L1 reconnaissance ships was akin to swatting flies with a cannon, but if not for efficiency, Zhang Tian wouldn't have been willing to do it. Nevertheless, it appeared that Zhang Tian's actions were not swift enough. The fleet's sensors detected other fleets beginning to surround him. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tian realized his infiltration plan had utterly failed. He promptly issued an order. Starfleet, disengage stealth mode, maintain defensive formation, proceed at maximum speed. Soon, the Starfleet collectively accelerated, speeding directly towards the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group base. Finally, after wiping out 2 more reconnaissance fleets, Zhang Tian sighted the base of the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group. By this time, the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group was fully prepared for battle, with all warships hovering outside the base, waiting for Zhang Tian's arrival. At the edge of the fire range of the Demon Hunter Star Pirate Group base, Zhang Tian commanded. All L2 Wolf Hunter missile destroyers prepare. Fire all missiles the moment we enter the firing range. All fleets form combat formation, and leave room for the L2 Wolf Hunter missile destroyers attacks. Chapter 40. The battle begins. Chapter 40. Following Zhang Tian's order, the formation of the entire fleet began to change. All the warships in front of the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers moved to the sides. Soon, the formation was adjusted, and the fleet gradually approached the range. All L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer warships prepare, launch 2 rounds of missiles carried on board. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. At once, 30 L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers opened their missile launch base, revealing pitch-black launch tubes. One missile after another was launched from the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers, heading towards the Demon Hunter Pirates base far away. Each missile passed through the gaps of the fleet, coming within 10 meters of other warships at the nearest point. However, to protect the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers, Zhang Tian could only make such arrangements to ensure that the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers would not be locked onto by the enemy as much as possible. On the other side of the battlefield, inside the Demon Hunter Pirates base, the inspection personnel in the control room were still leisurely lighting cigarettes, for in their eyes, Zhang Tian's 69 warships were nothing, and those who dared to invade would have no way back. Demon Hunter Pirates had not only 13 L3 level warships, but there were only 8 present in the base at the moment. However, this base also had firepower. Even though it was not as large as Zhang Tian's Starry Sky base, having been operated for many years, its firepower was decent, with hundreds of fixed artillery mounts. However, soon, the staff in the control room became restless because their radar showed more and more red dots indicating enemies. Alarm! Alarm! Detected a large number of incoming interstellar missiles. Alarm! Alarm! Detected a large number of incoming interstellar missiles. That member of the Demon Hunter Pirates dropped the cigarette in his hand out of fear, repeatedly rubbing his eyes before daring to believe all this. More and more red dots appeared on the radar, and the computer beside it kept updating the count. Detected a large number of interstellar missiles. 580. Correction, 1123. Correction, 2384. Correction, 3000. The numbers on the radar screen kept jumping, eventually stabilizing at 3000 within 2 minutes. That staff member immediately sounded the first level battle warning and shouted into the internal communication channel of the base. The base enters the first level battle state. All personnel immediately take your positions. The base guard team pays attention to intercepting the enemy's interstellar missiles. Xianxia soon saw the distant Demon Hunter Pirates base light up with an eerie red glow, but he coldly laughed. Do you think this is all? No, the fun is still behind. Xianxia then gave the order again. L3 Moonlight-class large aircraft carrier releases all L3 Moonlight-class interstellar interference drones. After the interstellar missile detonates, interfere fully, paying attention to maintaining a distance from the missile. Soon, 100 L3 Moonlight-class interstellar interference drones were released, flying towards the defending fleet of the base. Under normal circumstances, these fighters would definitely have been detected by the radar and reported to the staff inside the base. However, due to Xianxia's previous launch of 3,000 interstellar missiles, these drones without significant combat capabilities were naturally categorized under the second urgent level by the system inside the base. It was precisely this move that brought great convenience to Xianxia. Soon, the first batch of 3,000 missiles began to come into contact with the Demon Hunter Pirates Guard fleet. On the other hand, the Demon Hunter Pirates Guard fleet adopted a formation with L1 level warships in the front, L3 crisscrossing among the L2, striving to minimize the damage to the L3 warships. All warships activate close defense cannons entirely, intercept all incoming missiles. L3 warships use energy shields as appropriate, preserve the shields. The commander of the Demon Hunter Pirates Guard fleet ordered. It can be seen that this commander was also quite experienced in combat, knowing that even if they resisted these interstellar missiles, they might not be able to stop them all. Hence, they should conserve energy shields to withstand the enemy's next attack and rely on the base's firepower to counterattack. Under his command, the entire Demon Hunter Pirates Guard fleet started intercepting the interstellar missiles. At first, such interception was pretty effective. The Demon Hunter Pirates built a fire net near the limit shooting range of their close-range defense cannons. However, with the continuous arrival of interstellar missiles, even such a dense fire net always had omissions. Soon, a single missile slipped through the fire net and flew towards the guard fleet. Upon seeing this, nearby warships quickly turned their gun barrels attempting to intercept. This missile was stopped, but doing so created other vulnerabilities in the fire net. Soon the fire net constructed by the Demon Hunter Pirates failed. The commander did not hesitate, continuing to order. All warships, cross-intercept, pay attention to evasion. However, under such a large fleet, once the missiles entered the formation, they were basically impossible to intercept. Closed defense cannons under this formation were extremely prone to injuring friendly ships, and had an extremely low interception rate. Before long, the guard fleet started to take battle losses. The 3,000 interstellar missiles soon all exploded, and the commander began tallying the battle losses. Report. This attack consisted of 3,000 interstellar missiles, with 1204 successfully intercepted. A total of 323 L1 level warships have been destroyed, as well as 174 L2 level warships. No L3 warships have been lost, but their energy shields are all down to half capacity. After pondering for a moment, the commander gave his next order. Adjust the formation. Pull the L2 warships back behind the L3 warships. The position of the L1 warships remains unchanged. Correct at the current location and prepare for a counterattack. Actually, the idea of this commander was good, as he believed that after such firepower output, the enemy would enter a cooling-off period, presenting an opportunity for him to launch a counterattack. But he underestimated Xianxia. Upon seeing that the interstellar missiles had finished firing, he ordered, L3 Moonlight-class interstellar interference drones activate. Prioritize interference against their L3 warships. Suddenly, 100 red dots appeared on the Demon Hunter Pirates radar, and the commander mistakenly assumed they were missed interstellar missiles, urgently shouting, all warships, pay attention to interception. The entire guard fleet responded quickly, though they were unable to fire. Report. Our ship's fire control system has failed. Report. My ship, communication. Report. My ship's engine system is disabled. At this point, the commander realized what was happening and roared in anger. Damn it. These are interstellar interference drones. Isn't this technology supposed to be only on L4 level warships? Tell me, where did they get an L4 level warship from? The interstellar interference system was incredibly complex, and the technological prowess of the Holy Light Empire had yet to reach the stage of miniaturizing such systems. Currently, this technology was only utilized in some L4 level warships or certain large bases. Even with its considerable size and royal backing, the Demon Hunter Pirates base had not been equipped with an electronic interference system. It was no wonder he was so shocked. His timid deputy hesitantly muttered, maybe the other side does have one? This made the commander even angrier, yelling, "You fool! If they had an L4 level warship, wouldn't they have steamrolled us by now? Why would they go through all this trouble? Besides, those interstellar missiles were all basic L2 level ones. Would they even bother using them if they had an L4 level warship?" Chapter 41. The escort fleet is annihilated. Chapter 41. Commander, all L3 xuanhuan class interstellar interference drones have been activated. The estimated interference time is 3 to 7 minutes. Huang reported to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian nodded and ordered, all L2 Hunter Wolf class missile destroyers, prepare for a new round of interstellar missiles. Fire. Jiang Tian's plan was to use 3,000 interstellar missiles to disrupt the opponent's defensive formation and take the opportunity to send in the 20 L3 xuanhuan class interstellar interference drones. When the opposing system fails, another round of interstellar missile bombardment will be carried out to maximize damage. Soon, another 1,500 interstellar missiles were launched, speeding toward the escort fleet of the Demon Hunter Pirate Group. Inside the control room of the Demon Hunter Pirate Group, the familiar alarm sounded again. Alarm! Alarm! Detecting a large number of incoming interstellar missiles. However, this time the escort fleet had no ability to intercept anymore. Most of the warships were still in system reboot mode, completely immobile. The commander of the Demon Hunter Pirate Group's escort fleet could only helplessly watch as these interstellar missiles flew into his fleet and exploded continuously. The list of his fleets before his eyes has changed from a sea of green to intersected reds and blacks now, with only 5 L3 class warships surviving. Red signifies critically damaged ships, almost completely losing their combat capability, while black signifies that the ship has perished. These 1,500 interstellar missiles came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Within moments they were gone, but the escort fleet had also been nearly wiped out. Report, our escort fleet has 19 remaining L1 warships, 48 L2 level warships, and 5 L3 level warships. That commander only felt his heart bleeding. After all, this wasn't his own fleet. He was merely someone acting on behalf of the leader. If the leader were to find out, even if he died in battle this time, the leader would not let his family go unpunished. The commander struggled to say, "All right, L3 class warships remain behind. The rest of the fleets retreat back to the base for internal repairs. Also, inform the base manager to pay attention to defending against the enemy's next wave of attacks." His adjutant saluted respectfully and went off to carry out the order, leaving the commander there boiling with impotent rage. Damn it, if it weren't for leader taking away the elite fleet from the base, how could you possibly exploit this opportunity? What he didn't know was that Jiang Tian still had half of his fleet left untouched, and not a single L3 class warship had yet played its role. Seeing such a result, Jiang Tian gave the command, order the entire fleet, all warships start up. Target, enemy base. Jiang Tian's 69 warships started their engines in unison, heading towards the Demon Hunter Pirate Group's base. At this moment, inside the enemy base, alarms were ringing, but the base manager didn't want to hear them, saying, "Turn off the alarm. There's no possibility of interception anyway. I've already requested reinforcements from the leader, who will arrive in 2 hours. We just need to hold on for these 2 hours." It sounded easy enough, but holding out for 2 hours with only 5 L3 class warships is no easy task. Soon, Jiang Tian's range of attack had reached the Demon Hunter Pirate Group's base, where he said, "The L3 Yuan class large aircraft carrier releases all drones, prioritizing attacks on fixed turrets and other defense facilities of the enemy base. All main guns of the L3 Xuanhuan class battle cruisers prepare, each aim at one of the opponent's L3 class warships. Fire." In an instant, 5 beams of blue laser ripped through the void, rushing toward those 5 L3 class escort warships. The alarms on those 5 L3 class warships blared, and they immediately opened fire with full force to intercept the beam, but all actions were futile. The deep blue laser beam struck the opponent's energy shield forcefully, rippling like waves. At this moment, the commander of the escort fleet was completely stunned. He roared angrily inside. These are clearly L3 class warships. Where did a laser flagship cannon come from? And the intensity of this laser cannon is practically at L4 level already. This Demon Hunter Pirate Group has indeed encountered a monster. With endless complaints and sighs running through his mind, the energy shield of his L3 warship finally couldn't withstand the impact of the heavy lasers, shattering violently, and then he witnessed his warship exploding continuously before soon losing consciousness. At this time, Jiang Tian received a call from the opposing base. Jiang Tian was also curious why the system hadn't yet prompted that the mission was complete, so he answered it. "Respected sir, we don't know how our Demon Hunter Pirate Group has offended you. If you leave now, we are willing to make compensation." The responsible person at the base spoke humbly. Jiang Tian instantly found it a bit amusing. They had fought to this point before thinking about making peace. What had they been doing earlier? "You injured my family and stole our goods. How can this be let go?" Jiang Tian replied coldly. That responsible person still smiled and said, "I suggest you agree to these terms. If you think they're insufficient, we can negotiate further. Once our leader returns, it won't be at this price. Whether you'll even be able to leave then is uncertain." Good grief, how dare they threaten me? But it seems their leader isn't in the base. That explains why Jiang Tian only counted 8 L3s. Jiang Tian said, "Since you're so confident, I'll show you how your leader was defeated by me. L3 Yueti class large aircraft carrier, commence attack, neutralize all firepower points of this base." Jiang Tian waved his hand and ended the communication. Once the call was disconnected, that base manager's smiling face turned gloomy immediately. He told the person next to him, "Report this incident to the leader right away and inform the leader to prepare accordingly." The defensive firepower of this base was no match for the L3 Yueti-class large aircraft carrier, like paper pasted together. Jiang Tian only lost over a dozen drones, rendering this base entirely powerless. Jiang Tian gave more orders to the fleet. "This battle isn't over yet. Use the base as a shield and get ready for defense." He also said to Huaying, "Help me tally the combat materials used in this battle, and send a combat report to Han and his son." Huaying took note of both tasks, replying, "Understood, Commander. I'll take care of it right away." In no time, the Starfleet under Jiang Tian's command had set up a defensive formation relying on the Demon Hunter Pirate Group's base. This action made that base manager grind his teeth with frustration, but without any warships, he could do nothing but rage inside the control room. In less than an hour, Jiang Tian detected a fleet rapidly approaching. He smiled and said, "It seems they've arrived. Pass on the order to the entire fleet to prepare for battle." Chapter 42, The Panicked Hunter. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 41. Upon Commander Jiang Tian's order, all combat positions entered a state of readiness. Report to the commander. Radar detection shows that the enemy fleet consists of 8 L3 class warships, 200 L2 class warships, and 400 L1 class warships. Jiang Tian was startled. This wasn't right. The intelligence didn't say this. The total number of these ships had already far exceeded what xianxia had reported. Jiang Tian complained under his breath that this was too unreliable. He would have to ask them for an explanation when he got back. But that was something for later. For now, they had to deal with this unexpected fleet first. Fleet, enter combat formation. All L2 Wolfhunter-class missile destroyers prepare to launch interstellar missiles and attack once the enemies are within firing range. Commander Jiang Tian ordered. At this moment, Jiang Tian received a communication request from the opposing fleet, and he waved to accept it. The one on the other side was a fierce-looking man with a scar across his face. He immediately said, "I am fully aware of your circumstances. You've made your point. How about you leave now, and I'll owe you a favor." When Jiang Tian heard this, he found it strange. Why was he also seeking peace? You're not without a fleet. Why wouldn't you dare to fight? Besides, Jiang Tian's mission wasn't complete yet. Today this hunter must die undoubtedly. Ho ho, it won't be that easy. You must die today as well. Jiang Tian replied decisively. Hearing this, the opposite hunter was furious and said, "Young man, you're so arrogant. Today, I'll show you my newly acquired starship. I'll use you to consecrate my flag." Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. So, the reason he left the base was to go fetch these warships. In fact, Shansang's eye's intelligence was accurate. Jiang Tian thought to himself, almost falsely accusing good people. The intelligence of Shansang's eye is still pretty precise. It's just his bad luck. "Commander, we've detected that the enemy ship has entered defensive formation." The crew member's report on the bridge pulled Jiang Tian out of his thoughts. Defensive formation? Jiang Tian nearly laughed out loud. It seemed that the other party had already guessed that he would perform another missile bombardment. Indeed, the leader was cautious. After pondering for a bit, Jiang Tian issued an order. All fleet units, move out. Disengage from the base defense formation and deploy the offensive formation. L3 class warships at the front, energy shields fully activated. L2 Wolfhunter-class missile destroyers in the rear, ready your interstellar missiles. In no time, the Starfleet assumed its battle-ready formation and advanced toward the Hunter leader's fleet. The Hunter leader found it very peculiar why Jiang Tian chose direct attack over preliminary bombardment. To him, it seemed sensible to deplete the enemy before direct combat. If only he hadn't run out of funds to buy interstellar missile ships. Soon, both fleets were within the range of firepower exchange, and Jiang Tian gave the command. L3 class glitter medium escorts, release all dazzling grade interstellar jamming drones. All electronic interference projection platforms, activate. L3 class Moonshadow large aircraft carriers, release all fighter jets and cooperate with dazzling grade interstellar jamming drones for attacks on both flanks of the battlefield. Suddenly, numerous electronic beacons emitting pale green light appeared on the battlefield. This was due to the electronic interference projectors on the L3 class glitter medium escorts. Compared to drones, these beacons were more compact and lower cost, but could be deployed in vast numbers. Once established, the beacon effect would persist until destroyed or depleted of power, making it very suitable for large-scale engagements. As for the interstellar jamming drones, their advantage lay in high maneuverability, allowing fewer units to cover a wider battlefield area. The hunter was quite astute. Clearly experienced, he quickly commanded. The fleet should prioritize clearing the jamming beacons, maintain distance, switch combat formations to offensive. However, just as he started clearing them, a massive wave of starfighters emerged from both sides of the battlefield, breaking through the 1,000-unit mark and continuing to grow. The hunter suddenly became anxious. How did he not know there was also an aircraft carrier on the opposing side? And by the looks of it, it was even an L3 level aircraft carrier. He shouted loudly. All fleet units retreat, avoid getting outflanked. Actually, it wasn't entirely his fault. When the Devil Star Pirates base reported the existence of interstellar missile ships, Jiang Tian hadn't yet deployed the interstellar jamming drones. By the time Jiang Tian began cleaning up the base turrets, all information channels had been cut off, leading to incomplete intelligence reaching the hunter. Jiang Tian saw the other party attempting to flee, and naturally, he couldn't let him get away. This was after all his mission. He ordered full fleet pursuit. Interstellar Fighter Squadron's speed temporarily held back, support the main fleet's offense. 69 warships of the Starfleet moved forward in unison, rushing toward the Hunter. On the contrary, from the Hunter's side, withdrawing in an offensive formation wouldn't be easy and progress was very slow. Seeing this situation, the Hunter began to panic. Everything had completely gone beyond his control, and he might end up dying here. Staring at Jiang Tian's relentless Starfleet, he gritted his teeth and resolved to fight to the death. In this situation, running was definitely not an option. Furthermore, if he fled now, the people behind him wouldn't let him off the hook. His only chance for survival lay in fighting until the bitter end. The Hunter leader gave the command, spread out the fleet. All L3 class warships aim for their flagship. The rest of the ships are free to fire. Actually, he had no idea which ship was the flagship. All he could do was target the larger vessels. Perhaps he'd guess right. By this time, the Hunter leader was already frenzied. Had he known how powerful the enemy's fleet was, there's no way he would have come back for reinforcements. But at this point, he had no other choice. Jiang Tian observed that they were close enough. Both fleet's ships had already started engaging each other. He issued his order. L2 Wolfhunter-class missile destroyers, L3 Moonshadow large aircraft carriers, and L3 Glitter medium escorts, stop in place. The rest of the warships reorganize into new formations. Place L3 Phantom Wave battleship cruisers up front, with the remaining L2 class warships following behind, split into 5 divisions arranged three-dimensionally. In no time, the Starfleet completed its formation change. On the battlefield, it formed 5 long lines that, viewed from a cross-section, created a perfect pentagon. As the Hunter leader wondered why the Starfleet was arranging itself this way, Jiang Tian continued. All L2 Wolfhunter-class missile destroyers launch interstellar missiles in batches along the main fleet's direction of advance, aiming for 1 minute ahead based on the maximum speed of the main fleet. Take care not to miss. L3 Phantom Wave-class battle cruisers deactivate their energy shields to avoid interfering with the interstellar missile strikes. After Jiang Tian finished issuing his commands, interstellar missiles began flying immediately, soaring past the middle and sides of the Starfleet's Pentagon formation before exploding in front of the fleet. Seeing that his plans were taking effect, Jiang Tian ordered, Starfleet, target the enemy's L3 class warships, proceed at maximum speed. It dawned on the Hunter leader that the Starfleet was heading straight for him. Immediately, he shouted, halt those ships in the middle now. All warships open fire at full capacity. Take down as many as you can. Chapter 43, Capturing the Hunter Alive. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 43. The Hunter's idea was good, but what he had thought of, Jiang Tian had also considered. Report. Our interception has been severely disrupted by interstellar missiles. The effect is negligible. Our interception fleet keeps suffering losses, and the enemy fleet is advancing further. The Hunter realized something terrible was about to happen. Due to a lack of experience in fighting interstellar missile ships, he didn't know they could perform so many combinations. Moreover, how dare the other side fight this way? If just one missile deviates from its course, it will misfire and hurt allies. And at such a short distance, energy shields won't have time to deploy. What the Hunter didn't know was that all of this came from Jiang Tian's trust in the system. System products are always top-notch, so the precision could be ensured. In panic, the Hunter shouted loudly, all warships retreat. Get out of the range of firepower. Such a large fleet, moving forward and retreating continuously like this, had already begun causing chaos within the lower-level fleets. Furthermore, with L3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier starfighters continuously attacking and interfering from the periphery, the Hunter's fleet had no place to retreat. They could only endure Jiang Tian's missiles, resulting in massive casualties. Very soon, the interstellar missiles of the Starry Sky fleet were about to hit the L3 warships of the Hunter's fleet. The Hunter clenched his teeth. With nowhere else to run, he might as well go ahead and clash head-on with the opposing side, possibly exchanging for a ship. The Hunter shouted, all L3 class warships fully activate energy shields and advance. Instantly, 8 L3 class warships headed towards the landing point of the interstellar missiles. Interstellar missiles exploded repeatedly on the surface of the energy shields. Orange-red flames intertwined with bright blue energy shields, forming clear boundaries. As both sides advanced toward each other, the assault of the interstellar missiles passed quickly, and the Hunter's warships broke through the fireballs after the missile explosions. However, what awaited him were 5 heavy laser prows fully charged. Jiang Tian, seeing the enemy coming, realized his tactics had already served their purpose and issued an order. Redirect the interstellar missiles to clean up the remaining L1 and L2 class warships. All L3 Phantom-class battlecruisers release all interstellar drones. The Starry Sky fleet spreads out the formation and fires freely. Pay attention to taking prisoners alive. Do not attack the middlemost battleship. Instantly, countless bullets, shells, lasers fired toward the Hunter. The energy shields, which had survived the round of interstellar missile attacks, were unable to withstand the continuous firepower. One by one, the L3 class warships beside the Hunter turned to dust under concentrated fire. Just when he thought the next one would be him, the attack stopped. Jiang Tian said, send surrender information onto the battlefield. Turning off the engine systems indicates surrender and can guarantee survival. Also, help me call the Hunter. Huang blankly nodded, still stunned by Jiang Tian's bold strategy moments ago. Jiang Tian, seeing her like that, touched her head, scaring Huang almost jumping up. Realizing her days earlier, Huang apologized. Sorry, Commander, I'll go right now. Jiang Tian didn't say anything. turning to look at the hunter's communication channel. When the communication connected, Jiang Tian immediately said, "Hand over control permissions of the Demon Hunter pirate base. Let your subordinates all turn off their engines and surrender, and I may consider sparing your lives." The hunter laughed bitterly. "Are you afraid I'll detonate my own ship? Then you'd get nothing." Jiang Tian mockingly looked at him. "I know you value your life too much to do something like that. Besides, ask your men, is there any system left intact? Do you really think my space interference drones are just for show?" The hunter bitterly chuckled twice. He had already clearly understood his current situation, like fish on a chopping block, at someone else's mercy. Having no options, he could only follow Jiang Tian's instructions and order his subordinates to turn off all engines. At the same time, Jiang Tian also received the base gun tower control permission of the Demon Hunter Pirates group and opened it on his personal terminal. After verifying there were no issues, he told the hunter, "All right, come here alone in a shuttle. I have something to ask you." The hunter nodded and ended the communication instantly afterward. Jiang Tian also dialed Yihan's communication device and said, "Yihan, I've captured the leader of the Demon Hunter pirate group, the hunter. You bring Grandpa here to the flagship now." Yihan was shocked because the support-type spacecraft was in the rear of the battlefield, and he could not understand the battle conditions of the front line. But in his memory, it hadn't been that long since the battle started. How could it already be over, with even the opposing commander captured? Yihan immediately replied, "Okay, Commander, I'm coming right away." At this moment, Huang asked, "Commander, what should we do with those starships that have surrendered outside?" Jiang Tian slapped his forehead and said, "Oh right, I forgot about them." Then he opened the fleet command channel and ordered, "Entire fleet free fire. Clean up the nearby surrendering starships. Don't leave a single one behind." This order stunned Huang. She couldn't understand why Jiang Tian would do this. The enemy had already surrendered, so why attack them again? Upon hearing Hua Ying's question, Jiang Tian smiled and replied, "In a space battle, there is no such thing as surrender. I just wanted to save on my ammunition, that's all. Do these pirates have any recruitment value?" Hua Ying seemed to understand and nodded blankly. Meanwhile, the hunter on his shuttle looked out as ship after ship exploded outside, but his face remained expressionless. Evidently, he usually did the same thing. Not long after, the hunter arrived at Jiang Tian's L3 Xuanhuan-class battleship cruiser flagship and was taken by the crew members to the interrogation room on board. The hunter was secured to the chair in the middle of the interrogation room with his hands tied behind his back. Jiang Tian sat across from him, looking at him but saying nothing, until, "Commander, I'm here." Yihan saluted as he entered the interrogation room. Jiang Tian turned around, waved his hand, and 2 chairs flew over. He said to Yihan and Oldie, "You've arrived just in time. Please sit down." Then he turned back and looked coldly at the hunter. "All right, now we're all here." Jiang Tian asked, "Do you recognize this old man?" The hunter nodded because he had just robbed his transport fleet last week. "So tell me why you robbed his transport fleet," said Jiang Tian. The hunter hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "I saw his fleet was sailing slowly, clearly loaded with valuable goods. Plus, I haven't pulled off any successful jobs recently, so I thought I'd try it." Jiang Tian stared at the hunter, making his scalp tingle. "You're telling me that your pirate gang from the Abyssal Star Domain ran out of supplies and conveniently ended up robbing my grandfather's fleet in Eden Star Domain? You think you can fool ghosts like that?" Jiang Tian growled. "Explain properly what exactly happened." Chapter 44, The Sixth Prince's Scheme. Chapter 44. The hunter, hearing this question, realized he couldn't explain it clearly and began to stutter. Jiang Tian observed this and coldly smiled, saying, "It seems you've chosen to be uncooperative." Jiang Tian then shouted at his personal terminal, "Hua Ying, bring in what I asked you for." Immediately afterward, Hua Ying opened the interrogation room's door, carrying something that looked like a syringe in her hand. "Commander, here's what you asked for," Hua Ying respectfully said to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian nodded, taking the syringe and signaling Hua Ying to leave the room. Jiang Tian turned to the hunter and grinned. "Do you know what this is?" The hunter shook his head. How could he possibly know? Jiang Tian grinned again. "This is the latest pain serum. After injection, your nerves will amplify by dozens of times, so will the pain you'll experience." Jiang Tian stood up, walking towards the hunter as he continued. "No worries, it'll be over soon. It doesn't hurt much now." Before the hunter could react further, Jiang Tian quickly plunged the needle into the hunter's neck. The hunter immediately covered his neck with his hand. After calming down somewhat, he cautiously lowered his hand. Jiang Tian returned to his seat and said, "All right, you've already felt the drug's effects. It actually doesn't hurt too much right after injection. Let me ask again, why did you rob Grandpa Yi's fleet?" While speaking, Jiang Tian kept playing with the syringe in his hand, observing how the hunter was still hesitating. Jiang Tian roared angrily, "If you don't speak, I'll use this needle to slowly drain all your blood." Seeing Jiang Tian's fierce demeanor, compounded by the effects of the drug, the hunter finally couldn't help himself. He shouted loudly, I'll talk. It was Prince Six who ordered me to do this. He sent me coordinates directing me to wait for a transport fleet at a certain location, and then rob them. Upon completion, he promised me a fleet as reward, just like the one you destroyed earlier." Jiang Tian nodded, considering his answer acceptable. Then Jiang Tian questioned further, "Why does Prince Six have any grudge against Grandpa Yi? And how did he even know about this transport plan?" The hunter shook his head and replied, "That I truly do not know. We people in my line of work never inquire about our employer's details." Jiang Tian stared at him, coldly laughing. "At least you're somewhat righteous." The hunter became uneasy under Jiang Tian's gaze and evaded eye contact while protesting. Truly, I swear I know nothing. Jiang Tian didn't push further as he knew even if the hunter were aware, it might not be entirely truthful. Where did you meet with Prince Six? Jiang Tian pressed on. The hunter answered, I didn't personally meet Prince Six, but instead met his top aide, Tang Qi. Jiang Tian paused for a moment, surprised it wasn't even the real person. So, how can you be sure this was Prince Six's intent rather than an impromptu decision by the assistant? Jiang Tian curiously inquired. The hunter pondered before replying. Tang Qi is Prince Six's most trusted underling, a devoted servant recruited early on by Prince Six's father. This much can be learned through general inquiries about Prince Six. Any action taken by Tang Qi must surely have been arranged by Prince Six. Jiang Tian nodded. Now there should be no issue. It was indeed Prince Six orchestrating everything behind the scenes. And where exactly did you meet him? You certainly took quite a few starships from them. Jiang Tian reposed the same question from before. The hunter responded, I went to the Zijin Star Domain branch of Xuanhuan Industries. Word has it that sector is overseen by Prince Six. At this moment, Yihan's grandfather puzzledly asked, how can that be possible? My transport team picked up the cargo precisely from there. This left Jiang Tian momentarily bewildered. Was he essentially robbing himself? The hunter was also stunned, having not expected such a strange query. Jiang Tian motioned for the hunter to elaborate. The hunter reflected a moment and said, I'm not fully clear on the specifics, but I'm certain it's the Zijin Star Domain branch of Xuanhuan Industries. After listening, Jiang Tian fell silent once more, reflecting, unless those items weren't his to begin with, he had effectively been robbing himself. Jiang Tian turned to Old Yi and asked, Grandpa Yi, where exactly are these goods supposed to be delivered? Old Yi paused a bit before responding. They're headed to some military base in the Fengshan Star Domain. I remember it being in that direction. This helped Jiang Tian understand things clearer. He declared, all right, I get it now. I'll explain further later. Do either of you have anything else to ask? Old Yi shook his head. He had gotten all the answers he wanted from Jiang Tian already. Jiang Tian clapped his hands, and instantly two soldiers wearing uniforms of the space fleet entered the room. Jiang Tian instructed, come take care of him. The two soldiers seemed puzzled, unsure how to interpret such an ambiguous order. Seeing their confusion, Jiang Tian explained, dispose of him. Treat him like trash. The two soldiers understood now, saluted in unison, and dragged the hunter out. No, please sir, spare my life. The hunter was pulled away, still shouting loudly. Jiang Tian sneered coldly, thinking, it's not that I care about sparing your life, but how am I supposed to complete the system's task if I do? Soon, the hunter's cries grew fainter, and the interrogation room became quiet again. Yilao immediately asked impatiently, Jiang friend, what did you mean just now? Can you explain it to this old man? Yihan also nodded curiously and moved closer. Jiang Tian smiled and said, in fact, it's quite simple. Prince Six must have seen that the current star system situation is unstable and he urgently needs to strengthen his own power. But with no assets at his disposal, what can he do? Naturally, robbery would be the fastest way. With the Eastern Front Line having just ceased fire, all the star domains are sending supplies there. All he has to do is ambush a few transport fleets, and then his resources problem is solved. Plus, by inciting pirates to rob military transports, even if they were traced eventually, it wouldn't lead back to him. In a worst-case scenario, he could just throw Tang Qi under the bus. Yilao fell silent, realizing that the ambush on his fleet and the deaths of countless comrades who had lived together as brothers were all because of Prince Six's personal greed. Seeing this, Jiang Tian knew there wasn't much he could say to console Yilao. After all, the Holy Light Empire was like this. The lives of the lower classes meant nothing to those noble elites. Jiang Tian sighed deeply and secretly vowed, one day, I will change this ridiculous status quo. Yihan, take your grandfather home. Jiang Tian glanced at the time and spoke. Yihan nodded, helping Yilao stand up. When they reached the door, Yihan suddenly remembered something and asked, oh yeah, what was that stuff you injected into the hunter? If something like that strange drug hit the market, it would surely go crazy. Jiang Tian chuckled and explained, that was just a trick. I just gave him an injection of stimulants, though the needle was a bit thicker than necessary, so naturally, it hurt him. After scaring him a little, he believed me right away. Yihan opened his mouth, saying, Commander, you're awesome. Jiang Tian's acting talent left the two watching from the side utterly bamboozled. They couldn't detect any hints of deception. Chapter 45, Stargate Blueprints. Chapter 45. After seeing Yihan and Grandpa Yi off, Jiang Tian arranged for Huang to clean up the battlefield and take away everything usable from the base of the Hunter Devil Pirates. After all, this could be considered a gift from nature, so there was no reason not to take it if it was available. After making the arrangements, Jiang Tian also returned to his own room. He wouldn't forget that he still hadn't claimed the system's task rewards. Jiang Tian skillfully called the system in his mind. Jiang Tian host, long time no see. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, IV3. Warehouse, collapsed, click to open. Mission, main mission, possess a fleet of 100 warships, 69/100. Side mission, collect system fragments, 2% per 100%. Each 10% collection will reward one current level warship blueprint. Vengeance for kin. Enter top 100 of 1,000 stars ranking. Reward upon completion. Current level warship blueprint. System upgrade mission. Possess blueprints for 5 L3 combat warships, 3/5. Possess blueprints for 3 L3 auxiliary starships, 2/3. Possess 100 L3 warships, 12/100. Timed mission, Elder Yi's injury. Mission requirement 1. Breach the base of the Hunter Devil Pirates. Completed. Mission Requirement 2. Kill the leader of the Hunter Devil Pirates. Completed. Mission Requirement 3. Annihilate over 90% of the Hunter Devil Pirates fleet. Completed. All 3 must be completed for mission success, with a reward of 1 special L3 blueprint. Detected timed mission completion. Elder Yi's injury. Rewards issued immediately. This time, there was no roulette wheel. The system directly set off fireworks inside Jiang Tian's mind, and then a dazzling blueprint appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an L3 Rhombus-class large Stargate blueprint. Jiang Tian was stunned. What kind of situation was this? Could the system actually possess Stargate blueprints? With doubts swirling in his mind, Jiang Tian opened the blueprint. As he read through it, Jiang Tian grew increasingly shocked. In this universe, the Stargates of the 4 major races each had a maximum daily freight limit. Given the involvement of higher dimensional space, the energy consumption for transporting goods was immense, and the amount of energy a Stargate could handle was limited. This led to different grades of Stargates being categorized based on their jump range and daily transport capacity. Using the Stargate required paying varying usage fees to maintain normal operation. However, due to Jiang Tian's membership in the military department, a significant portion of this cost was covered, which is why it seemed like Jiang Tian didn't have to pay much. Currently, most Stargates within the Holy Light Empire were L3 class, with only a few large star systems having L4 class Stargates. Even more remarkable, the Central Star System of the Central Star Domain possessed the only L5 level Stargate in the entire Holy Light Empire. That Stargate could directly teleport fleets across half the universe, and given the freight volume of the Central Star System, this Stargate could be used at will. According to the data in this blueprint, such an L3 class large Stargate far surpassed any Stargate currently in use by the Holy Light Empire in terms of freight capacity, and it consumed significantly less energy than those other Stargates. What shocked Jiang Tian even more wasn't just this. In this universe, whoever wanted to build a Stargate needed to find a spatial resonance point capable of supporting its operation. This largely depended on luck. Some spatial resonance points were very far from nearby star systems, and some star systems couldn't find any spatial resonance nodes at all, thus creating discrepancies between various star systems. However, this model of Stargate from Jiang Tian did not have this limitation, or rather, it could create a new spatial resonance point directly within the universe. The only requirement was that it must not be too close to other spatial resonance points, as this would cause instability in the two spaces, leading to serious spatial storms. Such data left Jiang Tian dumbfounded. He knew that if such data were released onto the market, the central laboratory of the Holy Light Empire would definitely take him away and dissect him for study. Therefore, Jiang Tian currently had no plans to use this technology. Furthermore, considering his current funds, he wouldn't even have enough money to cover the trillion cost for building a single Stargate. Not to mention that Stargates always appeared in pairs at least. Although Jiang Tian could integrate it into the network of other Stargates, it would essentially be the same as exposing it to others. After deep contemplation, Jiang Tian ultimately decided to put this technology aside temporarily and consider using it once his strength grew stronger. Thinking about it, Jiang Tian glanced again at the system and suddenly discovered a huge pitfall. Although this blueprint was powerful, it did not fall under either the category of combat-type starships or auxiliary-type starships. Since it wasn't even a starship, this resulted in no progress in Jiang Tian's system upgrade missions. Unable to hold back his inner rant, Jiang Tian criticized. System, are you not wanting to give me rewards? Not only is it useless for me now, but it doesn't even count toward my progress. It's driving me crazy. Jiang Tian became furious, and since the system ignored him, he was so mad that he fell asleep directly. When he woke up again, it was because Xuanhuan had already finished tallying the combat data from this battle and came to report to him. With hazy eyes, Jiang Tian listened to Xuanhuan's report. Report for Commander. In this battle, we deployed a total of 69 warships, with no losses. However, 19 warships were damaged, 2 of which are severely injured L2 level ships that took concentrated fire from enemy L3 level warships. They're currently under emergency repair at the Hunter Devil Pirates base. The others sustained light injuries and will be repaired uniformly after returning to the starbase. In the course of this operation, a total of 178 crew members were injured, with no casualties. All injured personnel are now receiving treatment on the L3 Guardian-class medical starship. Jiang Tian nodded, satisfied with these figures since this could be considered the first full-scale operation for the Starfleet. The last time fighting the Star Eaters didn't count. It was more like dealing with minor enemies and only expended ammunition. Seeing Jiang Tian smiling contentedly, Xuanhuan interrupted. Commander, additionally, we also consumed a great deal of combat supplies during this battle. Jiang Tian immediately perked up as this was something he was quite concerned about. He put away his smile and said, all right, tell me more. In this battle, we fired a total of 9,000 interstellar missiles, consuming 60% of our missile reserves. Additionally, other physical ammunition reserves were reduced by approximately 50%, with little deviation, Xuanhuan reported, glancing down at the data in her hand. Jiang Tian heard this and thought it wasn't too bad. His lips involuntarily curved slightly upward. Unbeknownst to him, Xuanhuan continued. Commander, don't smile just yet. The market price for an L2 Universal Interstellar Missile is 100,000 Holy Light Coins per unit. With your single battle, you have already spent 900 million Holy Light Coins on missiles alone. Adding up all other losses and damages, the total cost should amount to around 1 billion Holy Light Coins. Chapter 46, Battlefield Command Ship. The battlefield command ship was a crucial component in large-scale conflicts, serving as the nerve center for military operations. From its advanced bridge, commanders could oversee every aspect of the battle, relaying orders with precision and responding to threats in real time. Chapter 45. Jiang Tian slowly raised a question in his mind. So this timeout was equivalent to spending 10 billion holy light coins. This star missile ship, when it fired, it was indeed exhilarating, with wild bombardments making for an elegant display. Now looking back, it was all money, throwing loads and loads of cash at the enemy. Even though Jiang Tian still had over 90 billion holy light coins, he didn't necessarily have to fight so many battles. This amount of money wasn't nearly enough, considering personnel salaries and warship maintenance fees, leaving Jiang Tian feeling as if his heart were bleeding. At this moment, Huayin continued. However, the price just now was merely the retail price. If we produce them ourselves, the cost would be roughly 1/10. At this, Jiang Tian sighed deeply in relief, inwardly comforting himself. That's good, that's acceptable. Jiang Tian then asked Huayin, how is the cleanup of the Demon Star Pirates base going? Huayin looked down at something and replied, it's halfway done now. The estimated benefits from the entire base should be around 200 million. If we take everything, it might barely cover the loss from this battle. This made Jiang Tian feel a little better. After all, the battle itself wasn't entirely a loss. It was mainly about seeking revenge. Jiang Tian waved his hand and said, all right, then we'll leave here after the Demon Star Pirates base is fully cleaned up. Huayin nodded, saluted, and ended the communication. Jiang Tian finally got to take another nap. 2 days passed, and once again Jiang Tian returned to the star base. After carefully reflecting on this battle, he decided that he couldn't rely on the star missile ship every time. Otherwise, each battle would consume enormous amounts of materials, and mostly, it was too expensive. Jiang Tian called Huayin over and instructed, I'll arrange the construction tasks for the next month. Since our funds are abundant right now, let's first strengthen our industrial capabilities. Prioritize building 7L3 Divine Crafts class large industrial ships. Simultaneously, build 3L3 Moon Shadows class large aircraft carriers and 10L3 Phantom Waves class battle cruisers. Also, construct 10L2 Dwarfs class light industrial ships specifically to produce interstellar missiles used by the L2 Wolf Hunters class missile destroyers. Alright, temporarily, that's the plan. Huayin nodded and said, understood, Commander. I've taken note of everything. Subsequently, Huayin immediately calculated the required raw materials. According to this production plan, we expect to need raw materials worth 5 billion holy light coins. However, with such a large batch of materials, we still lack a cargo route, Huayin explained. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and said, then I'll go ask Elder Yi. We have to put off the material acquisition for now. For now, let's use the remaining materials inside the base. Huayin nodded and said, received, Commander. There's no problem. Jiang Tian waved his hand, and Huayin left to handle things. 2 weeks later, Jiang Tian originally thought he could spend the rest of the month peacefully. However, before the month was even halfway through, problems arose. One day, Fengling Jiwen personally arrived at Jiang Tian's starbase. Upon hearing that Fengling Jiwen had arrived, Jiang Tian quickly prepared to welcome him. Soon, Fengling Jiwen's shuttle landed within the starbase. Jiang Tian stood on the tarmac, the uniform of the star fleet fluttering in the wind. Fengling Jiwen descended alone from the shuttle and said to Jiang Tian, Brother Jiang Tian, after reporting our battle in the Mo Yun star system to the central star system, the Emperor assigned it to the second prince to handle. Now, the second prince has summoned me to discuss matters in the central star system and specifically instructed me to bring you along. I came this time to pick you up. Jiang Tian was momentarily confused and asked, is it that urgent? Are we leaving right now? Fengling Jiwen apologized slightly. Yes, I didn't expect this either. I only just found out the news and immediately came to look for you. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, realizing there was no reason not to go, so he simply said, all right, let's go then. I'll gather my crew members. As soon as Fengling Jiwen heard this, he hurriedly stopped Jiang Tian, saying, this time, let's take my starship. On the way, I can fill you in on the situation. Jiang Tian thought about it, and eventually nodded in agreement. The two boarded Fengling Jiwen's shuttle together. After a few minutes, a giant purple-golden starship appeared before Jiang Tian's eyes. Fengling Jiwen proudly stated, this is the flagship of the Fengling family, the Fengling Hao. Jiang Tian's lips twitched. The name was simple and easy to understand. It seemed like the Fengling family lacked talent for naming things. But Fengling Jiwen continued, don't underestimate this warship. This is a genuine L4 level warship. Jiang Tian looked utterly confused. He hadn't seen a single weapon on this warship, and aside from its length resembling an L4 level starship, nothing else seemed like it could be classified as such. Fengling Jiwen continued, this warship is actually a battlefield command ship, independently researched and designed by the Fengling family. This is currently the only one in service. It was a battlefield command ship. This revelation left Jiang Tian momentarily dumbfounded that there even existed L4 level battlefield command ships. As its name suggests, a battlefield command ship is meant for commanding operations on the battlefield. These types of warships are usually not armed with weapons, but are solely equipped with various electronic communication devices. For example, Jiang Tian's current fleet has battle-oriented starships serving as the flagship of the armada. This raises an issue. If the grade of the command ship isn't high enough, it may easily get wiped out by the enemy or fall into a situation where the hardware simply can't handle the demands placed on it. On the other hand, Using a high-grade starship means expending top-tier combat capability on commanding duties while always worrying about this vessel getting destroyed during battles. After all, if the ship is destroyed, there would be no replacement to continue its function. To solve this dilemma, scientists devised a new category of warships, the battlefield command ship. By equipping advanced command equipment and high-intensity energy shields, these vessels ensure their ability to effectively carry out their command functions on the battlefield. Seeing Zhang Tian's astonished expression, Fengling Jiwen proudly declared, "How about it? Want one? This warship has a holographic battlefield command system. It's unmatched across the entire empire. In recognition of our brotherhood, I'll give you a discount. A battlefield command ship like this isn't expensive at all. It's only 80 billion. How does that sound? A bargain, right?" Fengling Jiwen knew that Zhang Tian had just acquired 100 billion holy light coins, so he was flush with cash. Moreover, Zhang Tian didn't lack for other types of warships. Fengling Jiwen even needed Zhang Tian's support when it came to supplies. The battlefield command ship was the only type of warship that Fengling Jiwen could offer to Zhang Tian. Truthfully, 80 billion was quite cheap. L4 level warships typically start construction costs in the billions of holy light coins, with retail prices 10 times more than the cost. Based on this ship's capabilities, 80 billion wasn't too much, and if sold on the open market, it would certainly attract bids from military departments and the imperial court. But Zhang Tian wasn't interested. After all, handing over 80 billion would leave him unable to afford much else, basically depleting his remaining funds. Chapter 47, The Royal Struggle. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 47. Zhang Tian shook his head and declined, saying, "Never mind, Jiwen brother, my current fleet doesn't need such advanced stuff yet. We can discuss it when my fleet grows stronger." In reality, Zhang Tian had another thought in mind. He believed that the system wouldn't lack for something so practical as this battleship, and anything produced by the system would surely be a masterpiece. If he was going to build a warship, it had to be the best. Spending 800 billion on this now would just be a loss. Fengling Jiwen didn't insist either, knowing well this could be a major deal and couldn't possibly be settled with a few words. Soon, the shuttle landed inside the hangar of this L4 Fengling vessel. Under Fengling Jiwen's guidance, Zhang Tian arrived at the main guest room of the warship. No sooner had they sat down than Fengling Jiwen began his skilled tea brewing routine. Fengling Jiwen said, "Brother Zhang Tian, let's start with a cup of tea before we talk about other matters. This is a family treasure specifically placed on this warship to entertain guests. I don't even get to drink it normally, but this time I get to enjoy it thanks to you." Zhang Tian picked up the teacup passed to him by Fengling Jiwen and took a sip, indeed noticing its rich aroma. But Zhang Tian couldn't distinguish much difference between this tea and what Fengling Jiwen had given him earlier. After finishing making the tea, Fengling Jiwen moved on to the main topic, speaking thus. Following the instructions of Prince Tu, discussions regarding the star eclipsers involve secrets of the Holy Light Empire and cannot take place over the virtual network. We can only conduct face-to-face exchanges. Zhang Tian nodded in agreement, understanding that with such a huge matter, any leak online would mean no peace left for the Holy Light Empire. Fengling Jiwen continued. "This report I'm submitting to the central system has some battle details modified. Let me brief you first, so we're not caught off guard." Zhang Tian immediately showed a puzzled expression, looking at Fengling Jiwen. He wasn't quite sure how a battlefield report could be revised. Fengling Jiwen took a sip of tea and then said, "Let me disclose something. Actually, it's something everyone in the upper echelons already knows, except you. Truth is, our Fengling family has always stood behind Crown Prince 3. And in regard to the data of this battle, there are certain parts we can't share with Prince 2. For instance, if Prince 2 learned about your few L3 grade battleships, things won't end well for you this time. Still, making it all false won't work either. So, I've credited the victory in the battle to your L2 Wolf Hunter Destroyer and the L2 Yanba cruiser you sold to the military department. If questioned later, just stick to these two and don't mention the L3 class battleships. One reason I invited you aboard the Fengling ship is also because of this." Fengling Jiwen spoke seriously. Zhang Tian nodded and responded, "No worries, Brother Jiwen, I understand." Fengling Jiwen took another sip of tea and went on. "And Brother Zhang Tian, your appearance was too peculiar. After all, if you say you can predict where star eclipsers will appear, and if the royal family knew this ability, you'd instantly become the center of attention. I don't care, because you're helping me anyway. Everyone has secrets. It's not necessary to delve so deeply into yours or mine. However, others may not see it the same way, especially the royal house, who will definitely be interested in you." Zhang Tian suddenly felt shocked, realizing he hadn't considered this issue at all, focusing only on completing tasks assigned by the system. Fortunately, the star eclipsers appeared in the Ink Cloud star system controlled by Fengling Jiwen, or else it would have been hard to explain to others. Raising his teacup in gratitude, Zhang Tian said, "Thank you for your help, Brother Jiwen. This is something I overlooked." Having spoken, he drained the entire cup in one go. Fengling Jiwen refilled Zhang Tian's teacup and smiled, saying, "Brother Zhang Tian, no need to thank me like this. After all, you might as well say you saved my life. As a straightforward person, I Fengling Jiwen wouldn't do something disloyal to my savior. Moreover, we're still partners now. If you were sacrificed, I wouldn't gain anything either." This joke made both of them laugh, though this was exactly what Zhang Tian wanted to hear. Though Fengling Jiwen might claim integrity, as a winner in family feuds, his strategic prowess and scheming abilities rank among the top, making it impossible for him to act solely out of righteousness. Indeed, the latter half of Fengling Jiwen's statement despite being somewhat cliché and bluntly addressing their mutually beneficial relationship, was what Jiang Tian actually wished to hear. After all, a businessman should aim to receive corresponding returns for his assistance. Fengling Jiwen then added, the primary purpose of this trip to meet Crown Prince Tu is to investigate information on the star eclipsers, an investigation personally approved by the Emperor. Because of our performances in this battle, His Majesty specifically instructed the second prince to tell us the secrets behind the star eclipsers. Jiang Tian nodded. In fact, he was also very curious about what these star eclipsers actually were. Not only did they have mysterious origins, but they could even explode into system fragments, perhaps hinting at the origin of the system itself. Fengling Jiwen, looking at the almost empty teacup in his hand, said, Brother Jiang Tian, you must know about the current struggle among the princes. Have you considered which side to stand on? Jiang Tian naturally had a certain understanding of these matters. The current emperor was already advanced in age and had 2 daughters and 4 sons under his belt. Since the eldest was a daughter, though noble-born, the Holy Light Empire had no precedent for an empress. Thus, the other princes, who initially had no hope, became active, all wanting to showcase themselves before the emperor. After all, since the throne no longer followed the rule of primogeniture for a male heir, it didn't matter which son ascended the throne. As such, each prince formed their own camp. The 4th princess and 5th prince were siblings, and thus a team. The eldest princess, however, stood alone. Though there was no precedent for a female emperor, it wasn't impossible to create one. Jiang Tian thought for a moment. Actually, he didn't want to get involved in these affairs because the waters of royalty were murky. With a misstep, he could easily find himself dragged in. But he had already offended the 6th prince, so not participating was no longer an option. In the end, Jiang Tian still replied, Old brother Fengling, I haven't decided yet. I'm waiting to observe further. Chapter 48. The first encounter with the second prince. The day was unusually calm when Lin Yu first laid eyes on the second prince, Chu Fengyi. It was at the Imperial Garden Banquet where all high-ranking nobles and royals gathered to celebrate the harvest season. Chapter 48. Fengling Jiwen laughed and said, I know it's a bit early to ask you to make this decision, especially given your current strength has yet to reach this level. However, it is an issue you will inevitably have to consider sooner or later because your achievements are certainly not limited to what they are now. By the way, there's another meaning behind my words. I want you to join our camp and assist Prince 3. With your addition, he'll make a significant leap forward in the competition for Crown Prince. Jiang Tian didn't expect Fengling Jiwen to have such a high evaluation of him. Jiang Tian could only respond tactfully. To be honest, I really don't want to get involved in such matters. It doesn't matter to me who becomes emperor. Despite Fengling Jiwen's smiling face, he continued. While that might be the case, if you can build a good relationship with the princes, it would indeed facilitate your own development significantly more. Jiang Tian naturally understood this logic as well. With Fengling Jiwen continuously persuading him, eventually Jiang Tian had to promise. Fengling big brother, I can't openly stand on Prince 3's side right now, but if Prince 3 truly needs help, I will lend a hand. This was exactly what Fengling Jiwen was waiting to hear. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's attitude, Fengling Jiwen felt satisfied. Captain Fengling, we've arrived at the Central Star System. We're currently exiting the Stargate. At this moment, the shipboard broadcast of the Fengling interjected, interrupting their conversation. Fengling Jiwen said, Brother Jiang Tian, I assume you've never been to the Central Star System before? Jiang Tian nodded, replying, Yes, actually, there wasn't much need for me to come here previously. Haha, that makes sense. In fact, this is only my 3rd time coming. Fengling Jiwen chuckled. At this point, the Fengling had gradually left the Central Star Gate of the Central Star System. Fengling Jiwen continued. We're heading straight to the Holy Light Palace to meet the second prince. However, there is still some time. Let me take you to see the only L5 class Stargate within the Holy Light Empire. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian became excited. He had long yearned to see this massive structure. With the opportunity presenting itself, how could he possibly miss it? Excitedly, Jiang Tian replied, No problem, let's go now. After reaching an agreement, both made their way to the observation deck located atop the Fengling's main deck. These 360-degree glass windows were originally optical observation points used during battles. After all, under electronic interference, spacecraft might become invisible on radar. In such cases, optical telescopes became a viable method to locate fleets since the brilliant glow of a large fleet's engines in the void is quite obvious. However, outside of combat situations, this area was repurposed into an observation platform. Even though they had moved far away from the Central Star System Stargate, it was still visible to the naked eye. Jiang Tian turned around and immediately saw the colossal structure floating in the void. At this point, Fengling Jiwen began introducing. This Central Star System Stargate was actually constructed collaboratively by our Galactic Heavy Industries and Universal Industrial Corporation. When the royal family issued the construction task, our 2 groups participated in bidding. However, neither group could independently complete such a colossal project. Under the royal family's intervention, Galactic Heavy Industries and Universal Industrial Corporation put aside their competition temporarily to partner up, completing this L5 class Stargate together. So, there was such a story behind this Stargate. Had it not been for accompanying Fengling Jiwen, Jiang Tian would have never known about it. Fengling Jiwen continued. The design transportation capacity of this L5 class Stargate back then was over 1,000 L4 class warships per day. Such transportation capacity could satisfy traffic between the Central Star System and various locations. Even today, no single day has reached 60% of the Stargate's total capacity. After all, the number of people owning L4 class warships is minimal, and even fewer visit the central star system just to sightsee. Therefore, this Stargate is far more aesthetic than practical. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as it can function effectively in one critical situation, it would already be worthwhile. As their chat progressed, the Stargate grew increasingly distant. Feng Lingjiwen said, "Brother Jiang Tian, let's go. It's about time. We should disembark." Jiang Tian asked curiously, "But aren't we still not at the central star system? Why do we need to disembark?" Feng Lingjiwen explained. "The Holy Light Palace isn't located on the main planet of the central star system. It's actually a suspended garden fixed in the outer perimeter of the system." Jiang Tian wondered, "Then what's the building on the Imperial Capital Star?" Feng Lingjiwen smiled and replied, That's actually fake, or rather, it's just a secondary palace. It's where the family members of the royal household and the relatives of ministers reside. After all, a planet is too big of a target. If something happens, it's almost impossible to escape. Currently, this Holy Light Palace is equipped with many one-time curvature engines that can instantly transport the royal family within the palace across the universe. Jiang Tian muttered sarcastically in his heart. If that really happens, where could they escape to? Feng Lingjiwen reminded. Little friend Jiang Tian, you were summoned into the palace this time, so you have the right to know about the Holy Light Palace. But this is actually an Empire secret and cannot be mentioned to outsiders. Just pretend the Holy Light Palace is on the Empire's main star when you're outside. Jiang Tian became serious and said, Brother Jiwen, I know what I should do. This definitely falls under confidential information. After all, if everyone knows this, the Holy Light Palace might as well be built on the Empire's main star, which would lose the purpose of constructing it here. Feng Lingjiwen said contentedly, Brother Jiang Tian, I definitely trust you, but formalities still need to be followed. Let's go. It's time for us to disembark from the starship. Jiang Tian nodded and followed Feng Lingjiwen onto the shuttlecraft. Outside the Feng Ling, a giant palace stood floating in the void, the entire palace glowing in a golden hue. The palace consisted of a central hall, 9 main halls, and 49 subsidiary halls. The central hall was where the emperor conducted his official duties, while the 9 main halls each supervised one of the 9 departments of the Holy Light Empire. Among the remaining 49 subsidiary halls, each prince and princess owned one, while the rest belonged to some small departments of the empire. The destination for this trip for Jiang Tian and Feng Lingjiwen was one of these, the second subsidiary hall. Soon, the shuttle landed, and according to the instructions, Jiang Tian and Feng Lingjiwen entered a reception room inside the second subsidiary hall. Inside the reception room, the second prince was already seated waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Tian and Feng Lingjiwen enter, the second prince immediately stopped what he was doing. Feng Lingjiwen and Jiang Tian respectfully greeted. Greetings, second prince. The second prince smiled and said, No need for formalities. The two of you are truly considered heroes of the empire this time, so you can act more casually. Besides, I'm not older than Brother Feng Ling, so naturally, I won't have the airs of an elder. Chapter 49, The History of Star Eclipsers. A new paragraph begins here. Chapter 49. Currently, Jiang Tian's impression of the second prince was quite good. However, impressions take time to solidify. After all, first impressions can be deceptive. Feng Lingjiwen responded, Your Highness, you flatter me. I'm just trying to protect my own star system. The second prince laughed and said, Brother Feng Ling, you're being modest. These star eroders aren't easy to deal with. Every time they appear in history, they bring tremendous losses to the empire. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian realized they were finally getting to the main topic. Feng Lingjiwen continued, Then we humbly ask for your enlightenment. Your Highness, where exactly do these star eroders come from? The second prince pulled out historical records of the empire and said, The star eroders first appeared in the year 1307 of the Saint Light calendar. At that time, no one recognized them, thinking they were some kind of spirit-like creatures. However, it was unexpected when the first star system to encounter the star eroders was entirely consumed, with no survivors. After the news reached the royal family of the Saint Light Empire, an immediate gathering of all the empire's warships took place to encircle and exterminate the star system. But what the siege fleet discovered was that the star eroders could evolve, and L3 level life forms had already appeared. Reluctantly, the empire had to bring out its still experimental L3 level battleships to join the fight. Fortunately, the Imperial Academy proved reliable, and the empire ultimately won the battle. After deliberation, the empire decided to destroy the entire star system since it had been completely taken over by star eroders and offered no chance of rescue. Following a week-long orbital bombardment, the star system was reduced to rubble. The Imperial Academy once wanted to capture a star eroder for study, but abandoned the idea due to their corrosive nature, which corroded everything. Ultimately, the empire never figured out what they truly were, so they put the entire star system on high alert as they had already caused significant chaos. However, there were no further sightings of the star eroders for the next 2 years, allowing the empire to regain peace. The royal family considered it an isolated incident. It wasn't until about 100 years later that the star eroders reappeared, though this time near a military base, and were quickly dealt with. This served as a wake-up call for the empire, that the star eroders would return. Due to the unpredictability of their reappearance, the empire established the Star Eroder Patrol Department, responsible for addressing any emergencies involving the star eroders. Through numerous subsequent star eroder wars, the Saint Light Empire gradually discovered that the star eroders tend to appear roughly every 100 years. Based on this experience, adjustments were made to patrol intensity levels. Additionally, the Saint Light Empire intentionally downplayed the star eroders' presence in the public mind. After each invasion, all personnel involved were required to sign confidentiality agreements. Over time, star eroders faded from people's memory, with each invasion handled swiftly by the Empire without much notice. This situation was indeed unexpected. Star eroders have a singular offensive method, corrosion. While there are also spaceships within them, those are relatively few in number. However, the intensity of the star eroders increases each time they appear. Initially at L1 level, you encountered them at L3 level now. The highest recorded level of star eroders in Imperial history is L4. Moreover, the levels of star eroders are related to the duration of the channel. Experiments showed that star eroders and the dust left after their disappearance destabilize space channels. So theoretically, your star eroders should have evolved to the L4 level during this instance. But because of your swift reaction, there was no time for the space channel to fully form. That's why this time the star eroder assault stopped at the L3 level. By this point, Fengling Jiwen gave Jiang Tian a grateful glance. Without Jiang Tian, Fengling Jiwen might not have survived this time either. But Jiang Tian asked curiously, "Your Highness, didn't you say there is a star eroder patrol department? Why did no one come to help after the battle ended this time?" The second prince helplessly replied, "This, I don't know, because it's only been about 40 years since the last star eroder attack. Historical records of the Saint Light Empire show that the shortest interval between two previous invasions was 76 years. This time really caught us off guard." Fengling Jiwen nodded, understanding the matter. It was indeed somewhat unexpected for the Saint Light Empire. Jiang Tian then asked, "Is it possible that some star eroders secretly hid within one of the Empire's star systems and weren't discovered?" The second prince smiled confidently and said, "That's impossible. After every star eroder attack, the Saint Light Empire conducts a census of every star system, ensuring there are no large-scale populations of star eroders within the Empire." Jiang Tian nodded. Now he understood. The Saint Light Empire's Star Eroder Patrol Department was actually very capable. The second prince added, "My current responsibility is to oversee the Star Eroder Patrol Department. The reason I called you here this time actually has another purpose, to invite you to join the Star Eroder Patrol Department of the Saint Light Empire." Jiang Tian immediately shook his head and said, "Both Jiwen brother and I are businessmen. It might not be feasible for us to use a lot of time patrolling the Empire's territory." Fengling Jiwen nodded in agreement, politely declining. "Thank you for your kindness, second prince, but we really can't handle it." The second prince waved his hand and said, "Oh, don't worry about that. Our Star Eroder Patrol Department has two divisions. One is for patrols, which is handled by specialized soldiers who live long-term on starships." Jiang Tian asked, "What about their families?" The second prince replied, "The people in this line of work will bring their entire family aboard the starship to live, becoming part of the fleet. At the same time, they will receive higher wages and benefits, with these benefits lasting for 3 generations. However, they will live on the starships for 20 years. Jiang Tian nodded. This arrangement could indeed work, as very poor people might choose such a job. The second prince continued. The second division of the Star Eroder Patrol Department is the combat unit. Once star eroders are detected during patrol, the combat unit will assemble within 3 hours and reach the battlefield within 10 hours. This time frame has generally been more than enough, so no unexpected incidents have occurred. Of course, your situation this time was an exception. Fengling Jiwen nodded, meaning that they could actually join the combat division. Fengling Jiwen glanced at Jiang Tian and saw the gleam in his eyes. He then asked the second prince, "So what benefits would we get if we joined the Star Eroder Patrol Department?" The second prince pondered for a moment and said, "According to the contract, all expenses related to fighting the Star Eroders will be provided by the Empire. Additionally, a bonus will be distributed after each battle based on the proportion of military merit achieved." Jiang Tian thought it over and realized he could accept it, so he tilted his head toward Fengling Jiwen. Fengling Jiwen nodded and answered for Jiang Tian. "All right, second prince, we'll join the combat unit. From now on, if there's any matter regarding the Star Eroders, feel free to contact us." Jiang Tian also nodded beside him, indicating his agreement. Chapter 50, The Second Prince's Recruitment. Aryang, the second son of the emperor, was known for his ambition and cunning. He had always been on the lookout for talented individuals to join his cause, and now he set his sights on a promising young man named Li Cheng. Chapter 50. The second prince clapped his hands and said, "That's wonderful. The Star Eclipse Patrol Department of the Holy Light Empire welcomes the two of you to join." After finishing his words, the second prince extended his hand and shook hands with Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen. Then he took out a contract, indicating for Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen to sign it. After reading it carefully, both signed their names happily. The second prince looked over it, and finding no problems, put the contract away. At this moment, Jiang Tian asked, "If there's a conflict, how do we contact you?" The second prince then took out 2 communicators from a drawer and handed them respectively to Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen, explaining, "These are the special communicators used by the Star Eclipse Patrol Department. Their communication range covers the entire universe. If there's a conflict, these will display coordinates where you need to organize your fleet as quickly as possible and head towards the battle zone." Jiang Tian reached out and picked up the communicator, observing it closely. It was a circular device, roughly 2 centimeters squared in size. If one tied a string through it, It could easily be worn around the neck as a pendant. Jiang Tian, filled with doubts, fiddled with the little device. Its smallness made him highly skeptical of whether it was actually effective or not. The second prince had also noticed Jiang Tian's skepticism and clarified. Brother Jiang Tian, you can rest assured. This was developed by the Empire's Academy of Sciences and will certainly not fail. Only after this did Jiang Tian nod hesitantly in semi-belief. Fengling Jiwen set down the communicator she held and questioned. Lord Second Prince, I have another question. The second prince smiled and replied, no problem at all. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. After gathering her thoughts, Fengling Jiwen posed the question. Throughout all these years, has the Empire never found the origin of the star eclipsers? Does the Empire intend to passively defend itself like this forever? Upon hearing this question, the second prince sighed and explained, the Empire once explored this issue. Over an extensive investigation, generations of scientists were involved in this project. Ultimately, the conclusion was that these star eclipsers come from outside the universe. Fengling Jiwen gasped, shocked. Outside the universe. Since Jiang Tian had a system aiding him, he'd already guessed something similar and thus wasn't as surprised. The second prince gave Jiang Tian a meaningful look and continued. The space channels connecting to the outer universe and the stargates we currently use are not on the same level at all. Our present-day scientists haven't even understood the intra-universe stargates, which makes clear that the technology grade of the star eclipsers is at least a big step ahead of us. In such circumstances, should the star eclipsers attack in large numbers, neither the Holy Light Empire nor this universe would have good outcomes. At least for now, the star eclipsers do not appear to have any intention of attacking our universe, and the Empire doesn't have the capability to conduct expeditions to the outer universe either. Thus, we have no choice but to continue defending. Except for some resource consumption, it's still somewhat acceptable. Fengling Jiwen nodded. This already involved the forces of the outer universe. One misstep, and there could be the possibility of annihilation. The second prince then asked, do the two of you have any more questions? Shaking his head, Jiang Tian responded, no issues. Thank you, Lord Second Prince, for enlightening me today. The second prince waved his hand indifferently and said, I'm just doing my duty. On the contrary, the two of you have sacrificed a lot this time. Since you don't have any more questions, allow me to see you out. Saying this, he stood up, extended his hand, and gestured invitingly. Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen also rose to their feet and followed behind the second prince out of the second annex hall. Upon reaching the tarmac, the second prince paused and said, I'll send you off here. Farewell, the two of you. Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen bowed together respectfully before turning to walk towards the shuttlecraft. Suddenly, the second prince shouted toward Jiang Tian, Brother Jiang Tian, the long night is about to come. Why not seek a place to settle down? Hearing this, Jiang Tian halted in his steps, turned around, and respectfully replied, as the long night approaches, where might I settle? Perhaps it's better to remain alone. Without waiting for the second prince's reply, Jiang Tian turned and left. Once aboard the shuttlecraft, Fengling Jiwen finally asked beside him, Brother Jiang Tian, what kind of riddle were you and the second prince playing just now? Jiang Tian laughed slightly and clarified, it's nothing major, just an old reference. A great turmoil is coming, and the second prince wants to recruit me. Fengling Jiwen became even more perplexed. He was merely a businessman and knew nothing about these kinds of references. He then asked, so, did you accept Brother Jiang Tian? Jiang Tian responded, of course I didn't. I told him that while I cannot escape the chaos, I also don't want to get overly involved. At this, Fengling Jiwen felt reassured. This aligned with what Jiang Tian had promised him. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Tian remarked, older brother Fengling, why don't you read more books? These stories are quite intriguing. Fengling Jiwen agreed wholeheartedly and promised, I really should read some books, otherwise, when you talk about these things next time, I still won't understand, Fengling Jiwen said. Jiang Tian chuckled softly to himself. The turbulent times are coming. What exactly is your identity, second prince? Although the final question that the second prince asked Jiang Tian was an attempt at recruiting him, it also displayed an absolute confidence, a belief in being able to stand out amidst the forthcoming chaos. In comparison, the second prince seemed more like a master tactician, a man who valued talent, but also possessed great depth and calculation. Jiang Tian had no interest in dealing with someone like that. He would rather not get involved deeply, unlike Fengling Jiwen. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian turned his head to glance at Fengling Jiwen, who was lost in thought beside him. Before long, Fengling Jiwen returned Jiang Tian to the starbase and then piloted the Fengling back to the Mo-Yun star system. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Tian threw himself onto the bed, intending to have a good sleep. Dealing with members of the royal family was truly exhausting, always having to worry if he might say the wrong thing. Unconsciously, Jiang Tian dozed off. Chapter 51, Invisible Reconnaissance Ship. Chapter 51. Another 2 weeks passed quickly, and the 1-month production plan that Jiang Tian had previously outlined was already completed. Now, Jiang Tian possessed 25 L3 level combat warships. For a fleet starting from scratch, this was already quite impressive. Huang reported to Jiang Tian beside him. Commander, the production task was completed 3 days ahead of schedule. Also, thanks to the efficient production of the L3 Xuanhuan-class large industrial ships, out of the 5 billion holy light coins worth of materials we purchased, there is still around 1 billion left. Jiang Tian nodded and arranged. If that's the case, then we can appropriately reduce the amount of materials for next month according to the ratio. Huang responded, understood, Commander. I'll note that down. I will conduct the calculations later. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and continued. Now that we have 10 L3 Shingon-class large industrial ships, we can increase next month's production plan somewhat. First, build 20 L2 Wolf Hunter-class missile destroyers and stockpile more interstellar missiles for the L2 Wolf Hunter-class missile destroyers. Additionally, supplement with 10 L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers, 5 L3 Moon Shadow-class large aircraft carriers, and 5 L3 Radiant Glory-class medium frigates. Leave some excess production capacity available. I'll inform you in a few days. Hua Ying immediately operated her work terminal, noting down each of Jiang Tian's instructions. Jiang Tian added, "This time, we also need to recruit more troops. The warriors required by the L3 Moon Shadow-class large aircraft carrier are quite numerous. As for the materials that are lacking, compile a list and submit it along with the funds to Senior E directly." Last month, when Jiang Tian mentioned asking Senior E to transport goods for his star fleet, without hesitation, Senior E agreed and signed a long-term contract at a price significantly lower than market rates. Originally, Jiang Tian hadn't intended to set the price so low, but with Senior Yi's initiative and Yihan's persuasion, Jiang Tian had no choice but to accept it. According to Senior E, if it weren't for the fact that he has people under him to support as well, this price would be even lower. Jiang Tian knew there was no way to persuade Senior E, so he simply agreed, but raised Yihan's salary instead. Meanwhile, Hua Ying had completed all the recording tasks, saluted respectfully, and then left the command room. Looking at Hua Ying's departing figure, Jiang Tian thought to himself, the main mission is almost completed. I wonder what kind of new mission the system will refresh for me. After completing the production plan for this month, the number of warships Jiang Tian owned reached 82, not far from the main mission requirement of 100. That's why he had just instructed Hua Ying to prioritize the production of 20 L2 Wolf Hunter-class missile destroyers. Truly worthy of the L3 Shun-Gong-class large industrial ship, Jiang Tian hadn't even waited until the third day when the system notification came. Ding! Post completion of the main mission has been detected, now distributing task rewards. Immediately, a massive battleship wheel appeared before Jiang Tian's eyes, spinning rapidly. Soon, a completely silver battleship stopped in front of him. Congratulations, host has obtained an L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship. Jiang Tian opened the blueprint of this battleship. Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship. Level, L3. Speed, 190 knots. Length, 901 m. Weapons, 40 by 200 mm rapid-fire closed defense cannons. Defense, hull strength, 4,000. Energy shield, 20,000 units. Special ability, stealth mode. The ship can actively enter stealth mode, during which the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship becomes optically invisible. Jiang Tian was shocked. Optical invisibility? He must not be mistaken. Optical invisibility technology is one tier higher than radar invisibility technology. If it's merely radar invisibility, the opposing side could still discover the ship using optical telescopes. But if the ship is optically invisible, it would be very hard to detect. Installing such optical invisibility on a reconnaissance ship is truly a perfect match, undoubtedly a perfect pairing. Main mission updated. Upon hearing this prompt, Jiang Tian immediately closed the blueprint of the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship and opened the system panel to check. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, IV3. Warehouse. Collapsed. Click to open. Mission. Main mission. Explore the Eclipse Altar. Coordinates. 3910, 4000. Side missions. Collect system fragments. 2% per 100%. Reward. A blueprint for the current level battleship for every 10% collection rate. Blood Vendetta. Enter top 100 in 1,000 stars ranking. Reward. Blueprint for the current level battleship upon completion. System upgrade task. Possess blueprints for 5 L3 combat ships, 4/5. Possess blueprints for 3 L3 auxiliary starships, 2/3. Possess 100 L3 warships, 25/100. Time task none. Upon seeing this mission, Jiang Tian realized that the Eclipse Altar must have a significant connection to the Eclipse sect. Since this task appeared as the main quest again, it was evident that the Eclipse sect was going to be his primary target. Following the main mission would likely help him uncover the origin of the system. With that in mind, Jiang Tian immediately summoned Hua Ying and arranged. I'm sending you a blueprint now. Since the production of the L2 Wolf Hunter-class missile destroyers is just finished, rush an immediate sample production as quickly as possible. Additionally, produce 9 more of these ships this month. Hua Ying noticed Jiang Tian's hurried manner and immediately became serious herself, rushing off to organize things accordingly. Under the collaboration of several L3 Shun-Gong-class large industrial ships, the first L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship of the Starfleet smoothly came offline 10 hours after Jiang Tian had obtained its blueprint. As soon as he heard the news, Jiang Tian disregarded the time and immediately stood up, heading toward the Starfleet's port to take a first-hand look at the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship. At the port, Yihan and Hua Ying were already waiting. Seeing Jiang Tian approach, Yihan waved a hand at him. Jiang Tian asked impatiently, Yihan, Hua Ying, where's my L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship? Hua Ying hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yihan who gave her a reassuring look. Yihan stepped forward on his own initiative and replied proudly. Report to Commander, your L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship is here. But only the smart can see it. Jiang Tian clenched his teeth in annoyance. This concerned the success of his main mission. What bothered him even more was that wasn't Yihan implying that he was not smart. After much thought, Jiang Tian eventually chose to give Yihan a hard nut. laughing as he saw Ihan rub his head in pain. Jiang Tian teased. Seems like you're pretty smart, huh? Ihan, cradling his head, dared not make a sound. It was then that Hua Ying intervened, sensing the situation getting out of control. Commander, your ship is right here, she said quickly. At that moment, a notification sounded over the base's communication channel. The stealth function test of the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship has been completed. No optical detection confirmed. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Tian seemed to understand something, then looked up and saw a colossal vessel materializing before his eyes. Ihan jumped back in again, addressing Jiang Tian with amusement. There you go, your ship is right here. Why can't you see it? Jiang Tian glanced at him, alternating between looking at the ship and Ihan, unable to hold back from knocking him another nut. That did it for Ihan. He fell silent and squatted down without further ado. Meanwhile, Hua Ying observed the scene with muffled laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. Jiang Tian, lost in amazement at the perfection of the optical invisibility technology, had no time to attend to the antics beside him. Having walked so close without detecting any signs, Jiang Tian concluded that if placed within space, this optical invisibility would indeed render it virtually undetectable. It truly was powerful. Confirming the potency of this feature, Jiang Tian inquired Hua Ying. Are all other tests done? Hua Ying promptly composed herself, replying, Commander, all tests that can be conducted inside the base have been completed. The rest will require field testing outside the base. Chapter 52, Star Eclipse Altar. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 52. Jiang Tian nodded and said, That's good then. The trial mission needs to be changed. You need to organize a team of sailors immediately and first execute a reconnaissance mission. As he spoke, Jiang Tian sent a coordinate to Hua Ying right away. When Hua Ying saw it, she asked in confusion, Commander, are you sure this coordinate is correct? This should be within the territory of the Ling clan. Upon hearing this sentence, Jiang Tian was also startled for a moment. He immediately opened the system to confirm it and found no mistakes. However, it made sense as well, as within the Holy Light Empire, there had always been constant patrols by the Star Eater department, so any major movements at the Star Eater Hall would be unlikely inside the Holy Light Empire. There's no error. This is actually near the borderlines of the four great races, just leaning toward the side of the Ling race, Jiang Tian explained. Hua Ying replied, Understood, Commander. I will go arrange the sailors now, but because it's within the Ling clan's territory, we cannot use the Stargate. This voyage should take more than a week, she added. Jiang Tian nodded. This covert journey to the Ling clan must remain completely secret. If used improperly, anyone who knew could jeopardize his safety. 2 times the salary for the members participating in this reconnaissance mission and sign them with confidentiality agreements, Jiang Tian added. Hua Ying nodded and responded. Understood, Commander. This warship is expected to set sail in the afternoon tomorrow. Upon hearing Hua Ying's reply, Jiang Tian turned around and left. After Hua Ying became Jiang Tian's secretary officer, Jiang Tian was quite satisfied. Hua Ying ensured her availability whenever called upon, and managed the star base meticulously. Then Jiang Tian turned around again and saw Ihan standing nearby with a grin on his face. He said, Ihan, since the Starfleet lacks members right now, go recruit new members in Xianhuan Star City. Instantly, Ihan stopped smiling, knowing recruitment wasn't an easy job. Not only did one have to attract enough people to sign up, but one also had to consider whether these people could pass the selection process of the Starfleet. It was extremely challenging to reach the target number under such conditions. Ihan showed a bitter face, but when Jiang Tian saw it, he ignored it outright. Turning and leaving the port, he remarked along the way, I believe you can do it, good luck. At that moment, Ihan felt utterly wretched. If only he hadn't acted foolishly just moments before. Now he had dug his own grave. Soon a week passed, and the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship belonging to Jiang Tian had already arrived at the Star Erosion Altar location. According to the reconnaissance plan, the first reconnaissance report would be transmitted back in 5 minutes. Jiang Tian had waited early in the control room, awaiting the information update from the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship. Even before the 5 minutes were over, a document was transmitted in. Jiang Tian couldn't wait to open it and read its contents. The file started with a photo. In space floated a giant structure resembling a stargate, but slightly different. The massive structure was entirely silver, very much like the Star Eater's coloration. Its spherical design made it appear almost identical from every direction. Though it looked like a stargate, it lacked the iconic spatial channel. The reconnaissance report indicated, this colossal structure has the size of an L2 level stargate, but exhibits energy fluctuations equivalent to L4, L5 levels, suspected to be a large-scale energy collection device. Jiang Tian grew puzzled reading it. Did this thing really have L5 level energy? Although the Star Erosion Altar seemed advanced, the energy density of a building of this size was absurdly high. The more Jiang Tian thought about it, the more he was baffled. Simply pondering alone wouldn't get him far, so he let the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship continue its investigation before making further conclusions. There was also another section below the reconnaissance report, detailing the guard situation of the Star Erosion Altar. Although Jiang Tian had no plans to attack this place, considering such a huge construction, it was evident that the guard fleet would be numerous. He still checked the report, and after opening it, Jiang Tian was stunned. Clearly stated on the report were the details. Guard situation: L5 class battleships, 2 units. L4 class battleships, over 280 units. L3 class battleships, over 10,000 units. L2 class battleships, more than 100,000 units. No matter how many L2 or L3 battleships there were, Zhang Tian didn't pay them much attention. What surprised him was the unexpectedly large number of L4 battleships, not to mention 2 L5 battleships. Currently, within the Holy Light Empire, L5 class battleships were rare commodities. Even though the technology for L4 battleships had matured, the Holy Light Empire hadn't yet fully mastered L5 technology. They had designed only 2 models of L5 interstellar destroyers through experimental accumulation, equipping the entire empire with merely over 10 vessels. And yet, for a mere star erosion altar, the Star Eaters deemed it worth protecting at such enormous cost. There must be a great secret here. For the time being, Zhang Tian could only focus on reconnaissance, as military actions were completely out of the question. After all, regardless of how strong his combat prowess was, the number of these warships didn't even come close to a fraction of what the enemy's fleet had. After finishing reading the reconnaissance report, Zhang Tian silently erased all traces and issued new task instructions to the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ship. Stay at your current position and continue reconnaissance while trying to intercept their communications. There was another reason Zhang Tian wanted to keep the reconnaissance ship there. He hadn't received any prompt from the system about the completion of the mission, meaning he still hadn't obtained all the information. Then, Zhang Tian left the command room so he could process the news that he'd received today. After all, before now, Zhang Tian thought the Star Erosion Altar was merely some small cult organization causing disturbances. But considering the massive fleet currently stationed here, it seemed its combined strength was already on par with a smaller empire. And this fleet is just what's guarding here. There might be countless other fleets elsewhere. This thought reminded Zhang Tian of the mysterious system he had. Perhaps the origins of the system lay hidden in the Star Eater faction. Judging by the system's hostile behavior toward the Star Eaters, it was clear there was a deep grudge between them. What Zhang Tian wasn't sure about yet was up to what level of warship the system could provide blueprints for. If only the system would give him a blueprint for an L9 class warship right now, then perhaps he wouldn't have these frustrations. But those are just thoughts. Even if he did have a blueprint for an L9 class warship, he wouldn't be able to construct one based on his current resources. Zhang Tian had no choice but to wait patiently for the next system upgrade, as now the main missing piece was a design schematic for a support starship. Given his current industrial production rate, building 100 L3 class warships wouldn't take too much time. The real challenge was getting hold of the right blueprint, which could only be acquired through completing tasks set by the system. Zhang Tian would have to wait for the system to display its next task, he thought to himself. Chapter 53, Turbulence. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 53, March 18th, 3824 Saint Light Era. An event that shook the entire universe occurred. The Spirit Tribe collaborated with part of the Beast Empire to devise an expedition plan against the Machine Tribe, and a war was about to break out. The Saint Light Empire also received an invitation from the Spirit Tribe for a joint operation. However, due to a previous border battle with the Machine Tribe, the Empire currently lacked extra troops for the expedition and could only decline the Spirit Tribe's invitation. Even so, the Spirit Tribe still joined forces with the Beast Tribe to proceed with the expedition. The Saint Light Empire had no choice but to dispatch fleets to defend the borderline. For this battle, the Spirit Tribe mobilized almost all its idle fleets, aiming to gain an advantage at their northern border. On this day, the combined fleets of the two tribes set off together, crossing the borderline towards the heartland of the Machine Tribe. On the same day, the 4 crown princes of the Saint Light Empire all went to the front lines. After all, if they could establish great merit in this campaign, it would bring them closer to the throne in the future. April 1st, 3824 Saint Light Era. The combined fleets of the two tribes officially crossed the borderline of the Machine Tribe and were subsequently met with fierce resistance from the Machine Tribe. The Spirit Tribe commander, relying on their overwhelming numerical advantage, engaged in a stalemate with the Machine Tribe. April 3rd, 3824 Saint Light Era. After 2 days of fighting, the fleets of the two tribes destroyed over 80% of the Machine Tribe's warships and continued advancing inward. However, they soon encountered another wave of resistance from the Machine Tribe, forcing the Spirit Tribe commander into further combat. April 4th, 3824 Saint Light Era. On this day, an unexpected change occurred on the battlefield where the combined fleets initially held the upper hand. A large number of Machine Tribe warships appeared behind the two tribal fleets, forming an encircling posture. It was then that the Spirit Tribe commander realized the Machine Tribe strategy, sacrificing an entire fleet to lure the two tribal fleets deep into their territory before launching a surrounding attack, determined to annihilate the fleets of the two tribes. The racial characteristics of the Machine Tribe dictated that they could not care about the lives of crew members like other races. They only cared about resources. In the eyes of the Machine Tribe, sacrificing an entire fleet was merely equivalent to several months' production. At this point, it was already too late. No matter how the Spirit Tribe commander arranged things, the outcome could not be changed. April 6th, 3824 Saint Light Era. After being surrounded for 2 days, the fleets of the two tribes finally collapsed, suffering complete annihilation. However, due to the dying counterattack led by the Spirit Tribe commander, the Machine Tribe did not have enough troops left to advance southward. Thus, the Spirit Tribe managed to survive. After this battle, the relationship between the Spirit Tribe and the Beast Tribe broke down, both entering a decline. Although the Beast Tribe didn't send all their forces, due to their strength being the weakest among the 4 major tribes, they were roughly on par with the Spirit Tribe after this battle. The Spirit Tribe not only consumed their own fleets, but also a significant amount of the Beast Tribe's fleets. As a result, the Beast tribe gained nothing and naturally became dissatisfied, leading to a rift between the two tribes. On the other side, the Saint Light Empire, which remained neutral, was somewhat relieved that they hadn't participated, thus avoiding considerable losses. When Zhang Tian learned about the expedition, he dispatched 5 L3 scout-level stealth reconnaissance ships to the battlefield to act as war correspondents. The remaining 4 L3 scout-level stealth reconnaissance ships were also sent near the fleets of the 4 crown princes according to Zhang Tian's arrangements. Due to the existence of the L3 scout-level stealth reconnaissance ships, Zhang Tian possessed the most detailed data about this battle, even surpassing the Spirit tribe. Upon carefully observing the combat records, Zhang Tian noticed numerous suspicious points. Firstly, it took the expeditionary fleet more than 10 days to assemble, but the Machine tribe only took at most 2 days to organize their defensive fleet. Even if the Machine tribe's command transmission was fast, it was impossible to react so quickly since their cruising speed was fixed. Therefore, the Machine tribe fleet responsible for surrounding the 2 tribal fleets must have been pre-deployed nearby, waiting until the expeditionary fleet reached the designated position before appearing immediately. The fact that the Machine tribe could prepare in advance must mean someone had leaked information, yet there was currently no sign indicating who might have done so. Additionally, when realizing that the expeditionary fleet was ambushed, the Spirit tribe commander was eager to break through and immediately ordered the fleet to turn around. However, after successfully turning back, the fleet made no attempt to break through and instead formed a defensive formation on the spot to counterattack. This was the point that Zhang Tian found hardest to understand. He couldn't figure out why the Spirit tribe commander would make such a decision, abandoning the survival hope of the entire fleet. If the situation of the fleet at the time were considered, a full breakout might have allowed the expeditionary fleet to retain about 1/10 of its forces. Given the large initial scale, this figure wasn't low. However, that commander changed his mind. Zhang Tian thought it over and arranged accordingly. Divide the 5 L3 scout-level stealth reconnaissance ships on the battlefield into 2 groups. 2 will remain within the Machine tribe's territory to gather information, while the remaining 3 will head to the Spirit tribe's territory. Zhang Tian was truly curious about what conspiracy lay behind this war that involved 2 races. When Zhang Tian received this battle report, the Holy Light Empire had not yet received any news. It wasn't until April 10th that the Holy Light Empire confirmed the total annihilation of the expeditionary fleet. A wave of shock swept through the entire Holy Light Empire. From the royal nobles to the small street vendors, everyone was discussing this event. After all, the Machine tribe was also one of the Holy Light Empire's old enemies, and it had never fought such a bloody battle before. At this moment, Zhang Tian also received a communication from Feng Lingjuan. Feng Lingjuan began by saying, "Brother Zhang Tian, you must know about the incident with the Spirit tribe and Beast tribe fleets, right?" Zhang Tian smiled and nodded in response. "I just found out. What's wrong, Brother Jiwen? Why bring this up suddenly?" Feng Lingjuan chuckled and said, "Brother Zhang Tian, this is good news for us. Think about it. The current interstellar situation is chaotic, and everyone is preparing for the coming turmoil. If we take this opportunity to introduce new warships, we can surely sell a large number of them, right?" Zhang Tian thought about it, realizing the logic behind this. Truly, merchants were always thinking ahead. With such a great opportunity, Zhang Tian naturally wouldn't let it slip by, so he said, "Brother Jiwen, I see what you're getting at. Which model do you plan to sell?" Feng Lingjuan hesitated slightly, and then confessed, "To be honest, Brother Zhang Tian, I have my eyes on that L3 level warship you used in the Mo Yun star system." Zhang Tian thought for a moment. Wasn't it just the L3 Xuanhuan-class battleship cruiser? Pretending to deliberate for a bit, Zhang Tian replied, "No problem, I can provide the blueprints to you. But I've already produced several of them, so if you're selling them, you might want to make slight adjustments to the appearance." Feng Lingjuan readily agreed. "That's no issue. I'll definitely handle it properly. As for this warship, we'll stick to the profit-sharing agreement we discussed earlier. 50% of the revenue will go to you." Zhang Tian nodded and responded, "Then there's no problem. Let's settle this. I'll send you the blueprint now, and we'll sign the contract as well." Chapter 54, The Star Eclipsers Return. Chapter 54. After Feng Lingjuan saw that Zhang Tian had agreed, he immediately took out the contract he had prepared long ago and sent it to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian glanced at the contract, found no issues, and signed his name. Just as Zhang Tian was about to think it was all done and was preparing to end the communication, the system's voice sounded. "A time-limited mission has now been issued. The return of the star eclipse." Zhang Tian flicked his thoughts and opened the system interface. Host, Zhang Tian. System level, for 3. Storage, collapsed, click to open. Mission, main mission. Explore the star eclipse altar, coordinates, 3910, for 1000. In progress. Side missions. Collect system fragments, 2% per 100%. 1 ship blueprint of current level rewarded for every 10% collected. Vengeance for bloodshed. Rank in the top 100 in the 1000 stars ranking. Reward 1 current level warship blueprint upon completion. System upgrade mission. Possess blueprints for 5 L3 combat type warships, 4/5. Possess blueprints for 3 L3 auxiliary type starships, 2/3. Possess 100 L3 warships, 68/100. Time limited mission. The return of the star eclipse. Mission objective 1. Head to the Phantom Dream star system to resist the invasion of the star eclipsers. Mission objective 2. Head to the Yunxian star system to resist the invasion of the star eclipsers. Mission objective 3. Head to the Ice Trace star system to resist the invasion of the star eclipsers. Reward per completed objective. 1 L3 combat type blueprint. Completing all 3 objectives rewards an additional L4 combat type blueprint. Jiang Tian looked up with a bitter smile toward Feng Lingchuan and said, "All right, our break is over. It's time to get to work." Feng Lingchuan looked at Jiang Tian with confusion and asked, "What kind of work? What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Feng Lingchuan seemed to recall something, slapped his forehead, and exclaimed, "Could it be that the Star Eclipsers are coming back?" Jiang Tian nodded with a smile and said, "The fleet can start preparations now." Feng Lingchuan complained somewhat angrily. "Didn't they say it would be 100 years? It's only been a few weeks." Jiang Tian consoled him by saying, "No worries. Just consider this as preparation for ourselves. If we don't clean things up now, sooner or later it will reach us." Although Feng Lingchuan was unwilling, he could understand the logic behind the adage, when your lips are gone, your teeth will suffer from the cold. Feng Lingchuan couldn't help but complain. The Empire also has its own fleet, right? I think all we need to do this time is observe. Jiang Tian recalled the 3-star systems the system had mentioned and kindly reminded, "This operation is likely not simple. The Imperial side probably won't be sufficiently prepared. Proceed with caution when the time comes." Feng Lingchuan nodded in agreement. Jiang Tian added, "Brother Jiwen, I have another request." Without hesitation, Feng Lingchuan replied, "Just say it, brother. I'll definitely help if I can." Jiang Tian casually mentioned, "It's not much. It's just that during this battle, I'll be using other L3 class warships. I'd like to register these ships under the Galaxy Heavy Industries name so that I won't have trouble explaining why I suddenly possess so many warships." Feng Lingchuan readily agreed, since it was also a great opportunity to enhance his reputation. All he did was lend his name without having to invest anything. However, Feng Lingchuan quickly became puzzled. Did Jiang Tian have other L3 class warships besides what he knew? Seeing Feng Lingchuan's expression, Jiang Tian explained on his own. "In this operation, I will use 3 new L3 class warships. One set of blueprints I just sent you. For the L3 Illusion Wave class battlecruiser, I'll lend you 5 of them. Additionally, I'll loan you 2 L3 Moon Shadow class large aircraft carriers and 1 L3 Guardian class interstellar medical ship." Feng Lingchuan was stunned. What's going on? Having such a powerful battleship is one thing, but how does he even have large aircraft carriers? This type of ship took the Imperial Research Institute more than a century to fully figure out. As for the medical escort ship, its technological difficulty was relatively low, but such warships generally had slightly lower cost effectiveness and weren't equipped in every fleet. Brother Jiang Tian, you truly give me a shock. I'm starting to doubt whether you might actually be from outside the universe. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said, "How could that be? I'm definitely from this universe. It's just the system that might not be easily explainable." As Feng Lingchuan played with the communicator in his hands, he asked curiously, "Where should I go?" No coordinates were sent to me either. Jiang Tian looked at his communicator and said, "Brother Jiwen, prepare first. I reckon the Empire is still searching for the star eclipse." With that, Jiang Tian waved his hand and ended the communication. Feng Lingchuan already had immense trust in Jiang Tian's information since Jiang Tian had saved him once before. He immediately began making arrangements for his subordinates. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian summoned Huayin. Very soon, Huayin appeared in the command room. Jiang Tian, upon seeing her enter, asked immediately, "Huayin, how are we doing on the number of battleships for combat?" Huayin promptly pulled up the data and reported, "Commander, we currently have a total of 147 combat warships, 30 L3 Illusion Wave class battlecruisers, 10 L3 Moon Shadow class large aircraft carriers, 10 L3 Dazzling Light class medium escort ships, 15 L3 Scout class stealth reconnaissance ships, 50 L2 Wolf Hunt class missile destroyers, 23 L2 Knight class medium assault ships, 5 L2 Bullet class high-speed escort ships. Additionally, there are 3 L3 Guardian class interstellar medical ships." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Prepare to dispatch the L3 Scout class stealth reconnaissance ships respectively to the Phantom Dream star system, the Yunxian star system, and the Ice Tray star system for reconnaissance. Space tunnels will soon appear there. Have the reconnaissance fleet focus on gathering information. Additionally, divide the fleet into 3 parts. Let Sihan and Pei Qingli lead 20 L2 Wolf Hunt class missile destroyers, 5 L3 Illusion Wave class battlecruisers, 2 L3 Moon Shadow class large aircraft carriers, and 1 L3 Guardian class interstellar medical ship to the Phantom Dream star system. You will lead 5 L3 Illusion Wave class battlecruisers, 2 L3 Moon Shadow class large aircraft carriers, and 1 L3 Guardian class interstellar medical ship to the Ice Tray star system to meet up with Feng Lingchuan. The remaining fleet will all stay with me." Hearing this, Huayin was surprised and exclaimed, "Commander, are you saying that I'm to command a detachment?" Jiang Tian nodded and explained, "The space fleet is currently lacking senior commanders, and I haven't found a suitable candidate yet. So for now, you'll have to take charge of part of it." Huayin reluctantly nodded her head in agreement. Jiang Tian then added, "Moreover, this time you'll be directly communicating with Feng Lingchuan. I can't trust anyone else with this task." Huayin hurriedly tried to excuse herself. "But Commander, I'm not skilled at leading a fleet, and if something goes wrong, it will cause problems." Jiang Tian waved his hand and reassured her, "This is fine. Tactics and such will be arranged by Feng Lingchuan. You just need to relay his orders, and at that point, his commands will be the highest priority." Upon hearing this, Huayin felt more at ease. Jiang Tian then added, "All right, get everything prepared as quickly as possible. This will be a major battle, so make sure your supplies are ready. Also, Pass along the message to Xianhuan and Pei Qingli that both you and they should pay attention to the captains who perform exceptionally well during the battle, and summarize it for me after the battle concludes. Huang nodded, then turned and left the command room. Chapter 55, The Black Robe Man's Plan. Chapter 55. After about 5 hours, the 3L-3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ships were all in place in their respective star systems. They are now gathering information at the location where the space channel is about to appear. 2 hours ago, Zhang Tian received the coordinate information of the Saint Light Empire Eclipse Patrol Department, requesting that he arrive at the Xuanhuan star system within 10 hours to participate in the battle. Of course, Zhang Tian's target is not just one star system. He has been longing for that L4 class warship in the system. After receiving the coordinates, Zhang Tian immediately ordered, Starfleet, prepare to depart according to the arranged groupings. Team leaders, reply upon receipt. Soon, 2 voices rang out in the Starfleet channel. Pei Qingli, received, Commander. The division fleet is ready. Huang, report to the commander. The division fleet is prepared and ready to set sail. Seeing the replies from both of them, Zhang Tian immediately ordered, Starfleet, full fleet launch. Additionally, Zhang Tian said in the commander's channel, you don't need to be stingy with ammunition during combat. The eclipse isn't easy to deal with. Protect your fleets, no brute force required. Receive. All right, Commander. Pei Qingli and Huang quickly replied. Zhang Tian turned his head toward the front of the ship and ordered, Starfleet, enter curvature state. The starry expanse ahead of the fleet was constantly being pulled towards the direction of the warships, pulling out blue-white ribbons. As the blue light grew increasingly dazzling, the entire Starfleet instantly entered the curvature state, vanishing into the void as a streak of light. At the same time that Zhang Tian was heading to the Xuanhuan star system, in the Ling clan territory, beside the eclipse altar, Zhang Xichen was on that strange L4 starship. In front of him was the holographic projection of a robed figure. Zhang Xichen respectfully said, Lord, the first phase test of the eclipse altar has been successfully initiated. It is expected to summon 10 L4 spatial channels within the next 3 hours. The robed figure nodded in satisfaction and then praised, you've done well. He will thank you for your efforts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xichen immediately bowed deeply. The robed figure continued. After this test is completed, continue improving the eclipse altar and aim to reach L5 level. According to my calculations, L5 should pose no problem. Zhang Xichen nodded, agreeing, but he asked, Lord, if you have L6 level technology, why not directly design an L6 eclipse altar? The robed figure responded, to construct an L6 level eclipse altar in this universe would require too much material. We cannot complete it without detection. And do you think L6 can dominate this universe? Each race currently holds its own big guns. Even with an L6 level eclipse altar, we cannot guarantee victory. And I have never fully understood the true origin of the mechanical race. But as long as we wait at most 20 more years, his fleet will break through that gravity labyrinth and arrive in this universe. After speaking, the robed figure ended the communication without further ado. Zhang Xichen stood up, looking toward the shining eclipse altar outside the spaceship, lost in deep thought. 2 hours later, Zhang Tian arrived at the Xuanhuan star system before the spatial channel fully opened. After exiting the curvature state, Zhang Tian saw 5L-4 Saint Light spear battle cruisers hovering in the void. At this moment, Zhang Tian received communication from the opposing fleet. Huh? Young friend Zhang Tian, didn't expect you to be the fastest. It's indeed difficult for you, having just joined the Eclipse Patrol Department and already facing combat. The holographic projection of the second prince appeared on Zhang Tian's bridge. Zhang Tian saw it and realized this was the second prince's fleet. He had thought the second prince was still on the eastern front line of the empire. Zhang Tian replied, Your Highness, my base is nearby, which is why I arrived so quickly. The second prince nodded and said, This time the eclipse is too strange, reappearing so quickly and at once creating 2 spatial channels. Zhang Tian suddenly sensed something amiss. 2? Shouldn't there be 3? Why is one less here with the second prince? Pretending to be confused, Zhang Tian asked, Why would 2 spatial channels appear this time? Where's the other one? The second prince said, The other one is in the Binghan star system. I've already dispatched a fleet there, and with Fengling Juwen's help, there shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Tian absent-mindedly nodded. This wasn't good news at all. This time, the Saint Light Empire only discovered 2 spatial channels, but the system must be correct. Zhang Tian didn't know how to tell the second prince that he could detect spatial channels. What's even more unfortunate is that Xianhuan and Pei Qingli's fleet is currently in a precarious situation without backup, and they don't know it yet. Zhang Tian ended his conversation with the second prince on the pretext of preparing for battle. He then immediately contacted Xianhuan and Pei Qingli. The space channel on their side had already been established, and the 2 had already directed their fleet into combat. Seeing the call from the commander, Pei Qingli answered it and said, Commander, what's the matter? In a hurry, Zhang Tian said. The Saint Light Empire's intelligence was wrong. They failed to detect the space channel in the Huantai star system. There's only your fleet there now. On the side, Xianhuan muttered. No wonder I didn't see any other fleets. I thought we just arrived early. Pei Qingli remained calm as she said, Don't worry, Commander. Our fleet this time is stronger than last time, so guarding this space channel won't be an issue. Zhang Tian shook his head and said, This isn't going to be simple. In the history of the Saint Light Empire, there has never been an instance where multiple space channels have appeared at once. This one should be an L4 level space channel. Even the second prince brought 5 L4 class Saint Light spear battle cruisers. But star eclipsers appear according to rank progressively. Defend as long as you can. When L3 class star eclipsers appear, report back to me, and I will arrive within 2 hours. Pei Qingli replied. Understood, Commander. Seeing her demeanor, Jiang Tian added. If you really can't hold on, retreat. There aren't many people in that area, so no need to fight to the death. Before Pei Qingli could respond, the space channel on Jiang Tian's end opened up as well. Jiang Tian had no choice but to end the communication with Pei Qingli first and turn to face the star eclipsers. Chapter 56, The Third Space Passage. Chapter 56. One by one, the bugs kept crawling out of the space tunnel. Jiang Tian immediately ordered the L2 bullet-class high-speed frigates and the L2 night-class medium assault ships to open fire while the other fleet stood by. The second prince also gave the command for his fleet to attack and started clearing out the bugs. The bugs appeared rapidly, with their ashen silver bodies constantly surging out of the space tunnel. At the same time, the space tunnel continued to expand, and in less than half an hour, it was already approaching the level of an L2 class channel. As more bugs joined the battlefield, Jiang Tian also ordered the L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers to gradually enter the fray. The star eroders remained suppressed near the space tunnel. Battle Hour 2.5. Another fleet arrived on the battlefield. This fleet seemed to have been redeployed from the front line and consisted entirely of standard warships from the Heavy Mountain Star Domain. Not long after that fleet arrived, the space tunnel expanded to L3 level. On the first ship of the L4 Holy Light Spear-class battlecruiser at this time, the second prince was intently staring at the battlefield sandbox when suddenly one of his subordinates rushed forward. The second prince looked coldly at the jittery crew member and asked, "What is it?" The crew member hurriedly reported, "Second prince, the Star Eroder Patrol Division has detected a third space tunnel which is now expanding towards L3 level." Hearing this, the second prince was shocked and immediately stood up from his chair. A space tunnel went undetected for so long and has already released countless star eroders. Dispatching a fleet there would definitely be too late, and the second prince no longer had any manpower to allocate at this moment. As he was racking his brain and getting extremely anxious, the crew member spoke again. "Lord, please don't panic, there's some good news." The second prince glanced at him and motioned for him to speak quickly because he didn't care about any good news. He only wanted to solve the immediate problem. The crew member said, "We found that there's a battleship guarding near the third space tunnel. By comparing the emblem on the ship, we can basically confirm that it's Jiang Tian's Starry Sky Fleet." The second prince fixed his gaze on the crew member and joyfully said, "Is everything you've said true? Give me a connection to Jiang Tian right away." At the same time, Jiang Tian also received information sent by Pei Qingli. The space tunnel in the Illusion Dream Star System had completely reached L3 level. With the addition of the second fleet here in the Xuanhuan Star System, the combat power was already sufficient to handle the situation. Just as Jiang Tian was thinking about how to talk to the second prince, he received communication from the second prince. "Jiang Tian, you lead your Starry Sky Fleet to reinforce the Illusion Dream Star System immediately. I'll take care of things here. In addition, I will find another fleet to support you. They will arrive within 4 hours at most." Jiang Tian did not expect the second prince to come looking for him. Jiang Tian said, "Yes, Lord Second Prince, I'll go right away." Then Jiang Tian immediately commanded his own fleet to withdraw from the battlefield and headed towards the Illusion Dream Star System. The second prince watched as Jiang Tian's fleet moved further away until it finally entered curvature state. He muttered under his breath, "This Jiang Tian really is quite strange. How does he know there's a space tunnel there? But fortunately, he's on the side of the Holy Light Empire. Otherwise it would have been troublesome." The second prince raised his head and gave orders to his subordinates. "Send my order. Send a message to the person in charge of the Fallen God Star Domain Military Department. Execute Holy Light Order Number 3. Command them to immediately assemble a frontline fleet to arrive in the Illusion Dream Star System within 5 hours to support the Starry Sky Fleet. All actions in the Illusion Dream Star System are subject to Jiang Tian's arrangements. Remind them to keep it confidential." When Jiang Tian finally arrived at the Illusion Dream Star System, the space tunnel there was already approaching L4 level. Xianhuan and Pei Qingli's fleet ammunition was almost depleted, but thankfully, Jiang Tian was there. Looking at that enormous space tunnel, Jiang Tian cursed silently. "Damn, why is this space tunnel stabilizing so quickly?" Then he quickly commanded, "Xianhuan and Pei Qingli, withdraw from the combat range. The Starry Sky Fleet will enter the battle formation, warm up the weapon systems." At this point, the adjutant reported, "Commander, according to information transmitted by Unit 0134, there are currently over 30,000 L1 level star eroders, over 8,000 L2 level 1s, and more than 400 L3 level 1s emerging from the space tunnel." After hearing this intelligence, Jiang Tian fell into deep thought. So many star eroders, he alone could hardly deal with all of them, and he also had to prevent the possible appearance of L4 level star eroders. Jiang Tian decided to prioritize handling the L3 level star eroders to ease some of the pressure on the battlefield. Once Xianhuan and Pei Qingli left the front lines, Jiang Tian gave the order. The bow guns of the L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers aim at the L3 level star eroders and open fire together. The L2 Hunt Wolf-class missile destroyers follow along the offensive route of the L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers and launch interstellar missiles. The L3 Moon Shadow-class large aircraft carriers released all their interstellar fighters to coordinate with the rest of the fleet in cleaning up the outer areas of star eroders. In an instant, 20 beams of laser coalesced in the void. Wherever the lasers passed, the star eroders were instantly blown to pieces, creating large vacuum zones within the massive swarm of star eroders. Following this, the Xuanhuan Wolf-class missile destroyers simultaneously launched interstellar missiles along the paths carved by the lasers. Soon, the interstellar missiles reached the middle of the star eroder formations. A series of explosions followed, and enormous flames illuminated that entire area of space. This time, the explosions of the interstellar missiles occurred very close to the space tunnel. Many L3-level star eroders hadn't fully emerged from the space tunnel when they were destroyed by the missiles. As a result of this wave of missile attacks, the star eroders lost over 100 L3-level ships. However, seemingly influenced by the interstellar missiles, the space tunnel, which had been at L3 level, suddenly expanded by hundreds of meters and advanced to L4 level. Right after this transformation came an enormous L4-level star eroder battleship. Report to the commander. L4-level energy fluctuations detected on the battlefield. It's an L4-level warship of unknown classification. The ship is suspected to be a biowarship. On the bridge, a crew member reported this development. Xianxia was taken aback. How could there be a biowarship? The second prince never mentioned anything about it. Among the star eroders, there were purely biological insect species and purely mechanical warships. But now a combination of both had appeared, a biowarship, a product of combining mechanical and biological elements. These biowarships had far superior combat power compared to conventional ships of the same class. The Holy Light Empire had once researched such technology, but abandoned it due to the lack of suitable biological material. Zhang Tian opened the deep space telescope to capture an image of the warship. He saw a giant ship encircled by 10 tentacles, with an enormous bow cannon positioned at its front. It represented the perfect fusion of biology and technology, exemplified immaculately on this vessel. While Zhang Tian was still studying this ship, he glanced toward the window and noticed a flash of purplish-red light outside. Suddenly, his hair stood on end out of fear. Chapter 57, Powerful Biological Warship. A new paragraph begins here. Chapter 57. Zhang Tian's heart sank as he immediately heard an alarm ringing in his ear. Warning, L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser number 17 has been hit by a star eroder's L4 plasma cannon shell. Energy shields are depleted, and the hull is fractured in 3 places, remaining hull integrity at 20%. Emergency evacuation procedures have been initiated, and casualty counts are being tabulated. Zhang Tian immediately tensed up and shouted, "Order the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship to prepare for incoming wounded personnel. All warships retreat. Move back 2 units to wait for support, while all L3 warships fully activate their energy shields. Furthermore, send the information of this warship to Crown Prince Air, and instruct his support fleet to hurry here." Under such intense firepower, Zhang Tian's fleet had almost no capacity to resist. A single L4 biowarship was enough to completely suppress his star fleet without any chance of retaliation. If more such warships appeared, it could very well lead to total annihilation. This warship, a blend of biology and technology, had specifications that nearly rivaled an L5-level ship. Though Zhang Tian's L3-level warships could dominate others of the same rank, they were nothing compared to this vessel. Pei Qingli also saw the specifications of this ship and worriedly said, "It seems like our Starfleet can't find a single warship capable of withstanding even one shot from this thing." Sihan, however, confidently said, "There's no need to worry. I trust the capabilities of our commanding officer." Within the Yunxian star system, Crown Prince Air received the data sent by Zhang Tian and instantly felt dizzy and disoriented. He had only ever encountered L4 biological star eroder ships and L4 class vessels. This particular biowarship was entirely new to him. Crown Prince Air once again found himself overwhelmed with stress and anxiously declared, "Send someone immediately to expedite the fleets from the Dushan star domain. They must leave right away, with whatever forces are available. How long does it take just for regional support to arrive? Are we allowing it to conduct cross-star domain operations? The people responsible will face consequences if reinforcements don't reach the battlefield within 2 hours." His subordinates, seeing the Crown Prince's anger, dared not speak and rushed off to carry out the orders. Looking at the spatial gateway before him, Crown Prince Air added, "All warships increase vigilance, watch out for L4-level ships, and report immediately if one is spotted. Additionally, forward this data to the Imperial Academy of Sciences and have them look for weaknesses in this warship." At this moment, his adjutant questioned, "Sir, why not deploy the L5-level ships?" Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Air's anger flared. "Are you stupid? The current L5-level ships are on the front lines, and by the time we mobilize them, everyone over there would be dead. Besides, what happens if something goes wrong at the front after hastily pulling back the L5 class warships?" After scolding the adjutant, Crown Prince Air looked out the window and said, "We can only hope now that Zhang Tian's Starfleet holds up." On Zhang Tian's side, after retreating 2 units away, the L4 biological star eroder battlecruiser did not pursue, but rather stopped at the entrance of the space gateway, as if waiting for something. However, other star erodos continued to emerge. Given the situation, Zhang Tian had no choice but to divide his fleet into 3 groups, forming a triangular stance to defend the battlefield. To this end, Zhang Tian promoted one captain to the role of squad leader and placed charge over one group. L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser number 3 Captain Yi Hanfeng. Congratulations on your promotion to Group Fleet Captain. At this moment, Yi Hanfeng was utterly baffled about how he had suddenly ascended without warning. Before he could process it, Zhang Tian had already begun a meeting, pulling Yi Hanfeng inside. Once everyone was present, Zhang Tian said, "Based on the current situation, Pei Qingli and Yi Hanfeng will each lead 8 L3 Xilong-class battlecruisers, 2 L3 Yuan-class large aircraft carriers, and 10 L2 Hunhawk missile destroyers to the northeast and southeast corners respectively to fend off the star eroders." Pei Qingli promptly responded, "Commander acknowledged," followed by Yi Hanfeng echoing her reply despite still feeling unnatural. Zhang Tian noticed his discomfort and chuckled. "Yi Hanfeng, there's no need to be nervous. You were chosen by me, so have confidence in your abilities. From now on, think of yourself as the captain, not merely the captain of a single warship. I'll decide on the broad strokes of battle strategy, but you'll make the detailed tactical decisions." Yi Hanfeng heard the trust Zhang Tian had placed in him and said, "Commander acknowledged, I will not let you down." Zhang Tian gave a small smile and ended the communication. Yi Hanfeng graduated from the Dushan Military Academy and had a 3-year military service history before joining the Starfleet. However, because he didn't enjoy the atmosphere within the military departments, he chose to leave. He was one of the second batch of recruits brought in by Zhang Tian. On the battlefield, his reaction speed was extremely fast, and he could predict part of Zhang Tian's offensive plans. Simultaneously, his L3 Xilong-class battlecruiser number 3 held the highest hit rate among all ships within the entire Starfleet. Considering these reasons collectively, it was clear why Zhang Tian chose him. Under Zhang Tian's arrangement, the Starfleet held its ground on the outskirts of the battlefield for 2 hours. Finally, reinforcements from the Dushan star domain arrived. Behind Zhang Tian, a vast fleet appeared in the void. "Report to Commander Zhang Tian. The 9th Fleet from the Dushan star domain has come to assist. We await Commander Zhang Tian's instructions." The head of the 9th Fleet said this. So this was the aid that Crown Prince Air had arranged for him, Zhang Tian thought. To be able to mobilize regular Imperial Navy forces so quickly showed just how formidable Crown Prince Air's influence truly was. Or perhaps it was the power of the Star Eroder Patrol Department that shouldn't be underestimated. Zhang Tian scanned through this fleet's data. 5 L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, 200 L3 Science Stillness-class tactical cruisers, and 700 L2 Javelin-class escort assault ships. This fleet configuration was more than enough to take on the Star Eroders. Just then, the spatial gateway trembled as 2 L4 Star Eroder warships emerged together. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tian's expression changed. If 2 more biowarships appeared, there would be no point in fighting. Fortunately, this time they were purely mechanical L4 class warships. Zhang Tian turned to look at the commander of the 9th Fleet and asked, "What plans do you have for such a situation?" That commander remained expressionless as he replied, "My orders are to follow all your commands." Satisfied with his reaction, Zhang Tian handed him a document and said, "This is my prepared combat plan. Raise any questions now if you have them. If not, you can go ahead and prepare." After glancing over the combat plan twice, the commander found no issues and nodded to Zhang Tian as an agreement. Zhang Tian said, "Then we will proceed according to this plan. Have your L2 class warships take over the battlefield vigilance first, and once my fleet gathers, we will execute the combat plan." The commander responded, "Yes, Lord Zhang Tian," before cutting off communication. Soon after, Pei Qingli and Yi Hanfeng's fleets joined up with Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian also issued the order to the 9th Fleet of the Dushan star domain. Commence action. Chapter 58, The Decapitation Plan. Chapter 58. The 9th Fleet of the Fallen God star domain left 300 L2 Javelin-class escort assault ships for outer defense. The remaining fleet lined up in a long snake formation and directly sailed towards the L4 level biological warship. Zhang Tian gave orders to the Starry Sky Fleet. The L2 wolf-hunting missile destroyer launches interstellar missiles to pave the way for the 9th Fleet. All L3 Phantom Wave-class battle cruisers enter immediately after. Soon, Zhang Tian had carved out a path through the star eclipsers. As they advanced forward by a certain distance, several warships would break away from the formation and organize nearby defensive formations. Zhang Tian wanted to use this method to perform a decapitation strike on the L4 level biological warship. That star eclipser was no fool either. It immediately opened fire at Zhang Tian's position. Another purple-red beam of light coalesced at the bow of the L4 level biological warship. Seeing this, Zhang Tian immediately shouted, "The L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser number 1, all energy shields activated, move forward to block that plasma artillery shell." That purple-red artillery shell was promptly fired, traversing across countless star eclipsers, and heavily bombarded the hull of the cruiser numbered 1341. The energy shield of the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser emitted an intense blue glow as it resisted the purple-red plasma artillery shell, causing ripples of blue light on its shield surface. Indeed worthy of being an L4 level warship, it could completely withstand such a powerful plasma artillery shell. Report, Commander. The energy shield of the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser number 1 remains at 24%. On the bridge, crew members were reporting to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian nodded and continued to say, "The L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser number 1 withdraws. The L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser number 2 takes over its position." Zhang Tian intended to take turns letting the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers bear the brunt of the biotic warship's plasma shells so as to reach the range within which the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers could strike back. That L4 level biological warship also realized something wasn't right. increasing Jiang Tian's defensive pressure instantly. He then issued another order. The L3 Moon Shadow-class large aircraft carrier releases all interstellar fighters to ensure the channel isn't cut off. This was Jiang Tian's plan, to carve a path through the group of star eclipsers to allow the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers to execute a decapitation strike. However, this was also an extremely dangerous plan. If the channel were to be cut off, all the warships would be surrounded by star eclipsers and ultimately die horribly. Under Jiang Tian's arrangements, 5 L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers continuously advanced towards the L4 level biological warship. Finally, after withstanding 4 rounds of plasma artillery shells, the L4 level biological warship entered the attack range of the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers. Upon noticing this, Jiang Tian commanded, the leading guns of L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers from 1 to 20 should fire simultaneously, clearing the airspace ahead and leaving firing space. Instantly, 19 beams of blue lasers appeared in the void, instantly annihilating the star eclipsers in front of the decapitation fleet, leaving behind countless silvery gray dust particles. After completing the clearing operation, Jiang Tian issued another order. L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, number 1 to 3 aim at the L4 level biological warship. L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers number 4 and 5 along with other L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers aim at the other 2 L4 level warships. That L4 level biological warship also noticed something amiss. All the star eclipsers in front of it suddenly disappeared. It seemed to sense the impending danger and began forcibly coalescing another plasma artillery shell. But Jiang Tian wouldn't give it this opportunity. He bellowed loudly. Fire! Instantly, 5 beams of red lasers mixed with 10 beams of blue lasers charged towards 3 L4 level star eclipsers. That L4 level biological warship attempted to ward off the lasers with its tentacles, but how easy were the bows of the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers to defend against? In no time, 3 beams of crimson red lasers simultaneously struck the armor of the L4 level biological warship, quickly causing the entire ship to explode. Jiang Tian seemed to hear the dying wail of the biological warship. The 2 L4 level warships next to it followed closely and also exploded together in the void. Jiang Tian suddenly realized that it appeared there was no concept of energy shielding for star eclipser warships. Not just the biological warship, even regular L4 level warships lacked energy shields. Nevertheless, this was ultimately good news. Jiang Tian didn't dwell on it too much and immediately ordered the fleet to retreat. At this point, his adjutant reported. Report, Commander, sir. Due to the annihilation of 3 L4 level star eclipsers, the space channel is entering a collapsed state and is expected to disappear entirely after 10 hours. Jiang Tian sighed in relief. There were no more L4 level warships left. Now they just needed to leave here and gradually clean up the area. Although the 3 L4 level star eclipsers had fallen, other star eclipsers still kept appearing endlessly. Jiang Tian issued an order. The fleet guarding the channel will gradually withdraw. L2 Wolf Hunting Missile Destroyer launching interstellar missiles for covering fire, and the interstellar fighters of the L3 Moon Shadow-class large aircraft carriers will act as rear guard. If necessary, they may self-destruct the interstellar drones. The retreat proved much easier. Jiang Tian only spent over 10 minutes to retreat from the channel that took more than an hour to clear. After returning to the guard fleet, Jiang Tian ordered, all warships are to compile combat data and report, strengthen the defense fleet, and start cleaning up the interior step by step. We can leave here in a dozen or so hours. 10 minutes later, Jiang Tian received his adjutant's report. Commander, according to statistics, the Starry Sky fleet lost 1 L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser in this battle, with casualties, 27 dead and 454 injured. In terms of combat supplies, interstellar missiles exhausted, physical artillery shells less than 10% remaining, interstellar drones loss of 676 units. The 9th Fleet of the Fallen God Star Domain lost 4 L3 class warships, with casualties of 348 people. Jiang Tian nodded. Actually, this combat loss was already quite low, at least lower than what he had anticipated. The 4 L3 class warships of the 9th Fleet were all destroyed during the retreat when they were hit by a counterattack from the star eclipsers. Jiang Tian said, the L3 Phantom Wave class battlecruiser stays behind to help clean up the remaining star eclipsers. Let Sihan and Pei Qingli lead the remaining fleets back first. That adjutant saluted and turned to inform Sihan. At this time, Jiang Tian also received a communication from the person in charge of the 9th Fleet of the Fallen God Star Domain. With a wave of his hand, the projection of that officer appeared on the bridge. Sir Jiang Tian, arrangements have been made for defending the battlefield. Jiang Tian nodded and said, good, we can leave after enduring for another 10 hours. That commander asked, sir, may I ask about the origin of these creatures? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, but decided not to tell him. His rank wasn't high enough. Jiang Tian declined. This you cannot ask me. It involves confidentiality agreements. You should also remind your fleet members not to spread information about this operation, and there will be someone who will come to see you when you return. That person in charge said, understood, sir. Jiang Tian waved his hand, ending the communication. Then, he stood up and walked to the bridge window to look out at the battlefield outside. Chapter 59, 3L3, Level Ships. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 59. 10 hours later, the space channel in front of Jiang Tian's eyes completely disappeared. At the same time, The system prompt sounded in his ear. Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited task, the return of the star size. Obtained 7% of the system fragments. It seems that the other two battlefields have already finished fighting. The illusory star system, where Jiang Tian is located, was the last one. The battle has finally come to an end. Jiang Tian immediately ordered the fleet to return. Soon all the warships left, and the Dream Star system returned to its usual tranquility as if nothing had happened. Near the star erosion altar, Jiang Xichen was reviewing the data from this test. When he saw the space channel of the illusory Dream Star system, he said curiously, why is this star system's space channel much stronger than planned? There shouldn't be L4 level biowarships here. However, the data from the other 9 space channels were all normal, so Jiang Xichen didn't think too much about it. After all, although the strength of the data was a bit off, overall it wasn't a big issue, and it wasn't a bad thing either. On the way back, Jiang Tian naturally wouldn't forget about the reward from the system's mission. This time there was a blueprint for an L4 level warship, which would be Jiang Tian's first L4 level warship. Jiang Tian activated a thought, opening the system interface. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, IV3. Warehouse. Collapsed. Click to open. Mission, main mission. Explore the star erosion altar. Coordinates, 3910 for 1000. In progress. Side mission. Collect system fragments, 9% per 100%. Reward for every 10% collection rate is a current level warship blueprint. Revenge for killing relatives. Rank in the top 100 of 1000 stars. Reward after completion is a current level warship blueprint. System upgrade mission. Own 5 L3 combat type warship blueprints, for 5ths. Own 3 L3 support type starship blueprints, 2/3. Own 100 L3 warships, 67/100. Time limited mission, the return of the star size. Mission objective 1. Go to the illusory Dream Star system to defend against the invasion of the star size, completed. Mission objective 2. Go to the Cloud Fairy Star system to defend against the invasion of the star size, completed. Mission objective 3. Go to the Ice Trace Star system to defend against the invasion of the star size, completed. Reward for each completed objective is an L3 combat type blueprint. Extra reward for completing all 3 is an L4 combat type blueprint. Jiang Tian was startled. These system fragments were really scarce. He was almost able to exchange for his first warship. Detected the host's timely mission has been completed, now distributing mission rewards. Soon, a familiar battleship wheel appeared before Jiang Tian's eyes. Before starting, several models of battleships disappeared from the wheel, those Jiang Tian had already obtained. Subsequently, the battleship wheel began spinning at great speed. Very soon, a sky blue battleship stopped right in front of Jiang Tian. Before he could look closely, 2 more battleships appeared, stopping on either side of the first ship. Then the battleship wheel disappeared, and the system's voice prompted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the L3 Xuanhuan-class interstellar supply ship, the L3 Xianxia-class medium cruiser, and the L3 Yanling-class interstellar destroyer. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian understood that the interstellar supply ship was indeed a good addition. In the past, after Jiang Tian's L2 Hunt-Wolf-class missile destroyer fired its 500 carried interstellar missiles, it would become a live target on the battlefield, useless unless it returned to the starbase to reload. This kind of one-time use weapon put Jiang Tian at a disadvantage during long-term battles against the star sizes, so he had to economize while using it. Now, after the L2 Hunt-Wolf-class missile destroyer depleted its interstellar missiles, it could receive supplies from the L3 Xuanhuan-class interstellar supply ship, reloading its ammunition. Moreover, the L3 Xuanhuan-class interstellar supply ship could carry 200,000 L2 level general interstellar missiles, enough to fully replenish 400 L2 Hunt-Wolf-class missile destroyers. Simultaneously, the L3 Xuanhuan-class interstellar supply ship supplied extremely fast, being capable of replenishing 4 ships at the same time. And on average, it took only 10 minutes to complete the resupply operation for an L2 Hunt-Wolf-class missile destroyer once. The L3 Xuanhuan-class interstellar supply ship was not solely designed for the L2 Hunt-Wolf-class missile destroyer. It could replenish all types of warships. Such interstellar supply ships are often called battlefield healers, solving Jiang Tian's concern regarding insufficient firepower on the battlefield. Building the L3 Xuanhuan-class interstellar supply ship was relatively inexpensive, costing just 30 million per unit, making it the cheapest among all L3 level warships. However, the materials inside were quite expensive. If you wanted to fully load it with L2 level general interstellar missiles, it would cost at least 2 billion St. Glow coins. Jiang Tian couldn't help but tremble at the thought of his own small treasury, shaking nervously. But fortunately, the second prince had promised to cover all expenses related to defending against the star size, significantly reducing Jiang Tian's material consumption. But 2 billion St. Glow coins is still a lot. Jiang Tian opened the blueprint of the next warship. Frost Snow-class medium cruiser. Level, L3. Speed, 180 knots, /grade 2 curvature engine. Length, 1543 m. Weapons, 2 Frost Snow-class large laser forward guns. 20 Snowflake-class laser secondary guns. Frost-grade medium missile launch platform. Defense, hull strength, 9,000. Energy shield, 30,000. Special none. Upon seeing it, Jiang Tian realized that this L3 Frost Snow-class medium cruiser had a much faster speed compared to other warships of the same level and also possessed formidable firepower. Moreover, this warship wasn't expensive to build, costing only 300 million St. Glow coins per unit, which was considered a medium price. Now, Zhang Tian began imagining a combat formation with L3 virtual wave-class battlecruisers on the main battlefield, combined with the L3 Moon Shadow-class large aircraft carrier and the L3 Frost Snow-class medium cruiser performing flank insertions, plus the support of L2 Hunt Wolf-class missile destroyers and interstellar missiles. Zhang Tian casually opened the blueprint of the third warship. Yin-Ling-class interstellar destroyer. Level, L3. Speed, 120 knots, /grade 2 curvature engine. Length, 1346 m. Weapons, 3 Yin-Ling Type I rapid laser bow turrets. 50 Yin-Ling Type 3 laser secondary turrets. Defense, hull strength, 11,000. Energy shield, 35,000. Special none. When Zhang Tian saw this warship, he felt something different about it. This warship's characteristic was that, while its firepower was not outstanding, it was sturdy and durable. And all weapons equipped on this ship were energy-based. This meant that the ship required no physical ammunition. As long as there was enough energy to keep the weapons running, it could sustain continuous output. Most importantly, the cost of this warship was only 100 million St. Glow coins, and if mass production on an assembly line occurred, it could save another 10%. This made the warship extremely cost-effective. However, for now, Zhang Tian didn't have any plans to produce this L3 Yin-Ling-class interstellar destroyer. It would actually be more suitable for Fengling Ji when to sell it. With such high cost-effectiveness, it would surely make more profit than the L3 virtual wave-class battlecruiser. After all, the market for battlecruisers was smaller. Chapter 60, Silver Spear. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 60. After Zhang Tian finished reviewing the blueprints of the three warships, a massive warship roulette wheel appeared before his eyes. Even without the system prompt, Zhang Tian immediately realized it was the L4 level warship roulette. Then the roulette began to spin, and Zhang Tian's vision momentarily became a blur of flashing lights. Soon, a silver warship came to a stop right in front of him. Before Zhang Tian could take a closer look at this ship, the roulette disappeared, and the system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the L4 Silver Spear class strike battleship. Zhang Tian blankly stared at the blueprint and thought, what was this strike battleship? He had never heard of it before. With a thought, he opened the blueprint. Silver Spear class strike battleship. Level, L4. Speed, 150 knots, /class 4 curvature engine. Length, 4318 m. Weapons, 1 Silver Spear class mega cannon. 100 laser secondary cannons. Defense, hull strength, 20,000. Energy shield, 50,000 units. Special, chambering, bond collection completeness 100%, unlocked. Zhang Tian suddenly felt a little disheartened. Judging from its stats, except for being significantly larger, there wasn't much outstanding about it. However, what surprised Zhang Tian was that his chambering bond had been unlocked. This bond had first appeared when Zhang Tian acquired the L2 Bullet-class high-speed escort ship. So much time had passed that Zhang Tian had almost forgotten about it, until now. Zhang Tian then examined the chambering bond. Chambering. Insert an L2 Bullet-class high-speed escort ship into the gun barrel of the L4 Silver Spear-class strike battleship and fire. The description of this bond shocked Zhang Tian speechless. He didn't expect such a huge main cannon capable of launching even an entire L2 level warship. Zhang Tian couldn't even imagine the impact or effect of firing that gun. Nevertheless, these bullets were expensive, 1 million credits per shot. Zhang Tian thought to himself, it seemed like the L4 Silver Spear class strike battleship shouldn't be used on a large scale after all. Indeed, if they equipped the fleet with L4 Silver Spear class strike battleships, they'd need to produce countless L2 Bullet class high-speed escort ships just for storage. As he pondered, 19 L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers had already returned to the starbase. Zhang Tian glanced out the porthole and noticed Huaying's separate task force had returned. Relieved, Zhang Tian decided the timing was perfect to arrange next month's production tasks. Soon, he summoned Huaying to the command room inside the starbase. Zhang Tian asked first, Huaying, did your fleet encounter any trouble during this mission? Huaying replied, all went smoothly, Commander. The Lady Fengling Jiwen arranged everything well, positioning us to defend a section at the front lines of the battlefield. Zhang Tian nodded and followed up with another question. Did you encounter any L4 level eclipsers over there? Huaying thought for a moment and said, yes, there were 2 L4 level eclipse worms, though I couldn't see them directly from my position on the battlefield. Not long after they appeared, both were obliterated by the L4 Holy Light Spear-class battlecruisers. Zhang Tian lowered his head. It seemed only his side encountered biological L4 level eclipse vessels. Changing the subject, he said, I'll make arrangements for next month's production plan. Huaying immediately picked up on it, pulling out her personal terminal to prepare notes. Zhang Tian stated, this week, priority will go towards repairing our damaged warships from this battle and comforting the injured soldiers. We also need to replace the fallen L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser. Huaying nodded, showing she'd noted the instructions. Then, Zhang Tian continued, later, I'll send you 3 sets of blueprints. This week, we'll first produce 5 L3 Fenghua-class interstellar supply ships and 30 L3 Frost Snow-class medium cruisers. Also, let's hold off on the L4 class warship for now. That one isn't urgent. Huaying's pen stopped in mid-motion as she incredulously looked at Zhang Tian and asked, Commander, did you just say L4 level warship? Zhang Tian looked at the slightly flustered big cat in front of him and suddenly found Huaying quite attractive when she wasn't maintaining her serious face. It was mainly due to her previous role-playing as Xianxia affecting her personality. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Tian responded, "Yes, an L4 level warship. What's so strange about it?" Although Huaying confirmed she hadn't misheard, she was still struck with awe inside. At the time when Jiang Tian brought her into the Starfleet, they were just a fledgling fleet mastering L3 class warship technology. And now, in merely a few months, he had already produced blueprints for L4 level warships. Additionally, each time Huaying observed, Jiang Tian would unveil a completely new warship design every so often, blueprints that the Holy Light Empire had never seen before. Based on Huaying's experience commanding the separate fleet, she further discovered that Jiang Tian's warships generally surpassed their same-class counterparts in strength. Such a powerful warship research talent made even Huaying envious. If the Holy Light Empire knew, they would probably have pulled him directly into the Imperial Research Academy. It's worth noting that it took the Holy Light Empire nearly 800 years to break through from L3 to L4 level. The leap from L4 to the initial stages of L5 took over 1,000 more years. Even now, despite having mastered some L5 technology, the Holy Light Empire still hasn't fully understood L4 technology. At this moment, Jiang Tian was using the system's help to forcibly break through this technological barrier. Huaying blankly nodded. Jiang Tian, seeing Huaying's slightly cute and dumbfounded look, smiled and said, "All right, there's nothing else. You can leave now. Remember to send a copy of the battle intelligence from the 3 battlefields to Prince 2. Huaying saluted and turned around, leaving the command room. As she just stepped out of the door, she heard Jiang Tian say, "You should smile more in the future. It suits you better." Huaying's face immediately flushed red, and she quickened her steps, not looking back as she left. 2 days later, Jiang Tian received a summons from the second prince to go to the second annex of the Central Star System's Holy Light Palace. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian immediately called the newly repaired L3 Phantom Wave-class battleship cruiser No. 1, setting off for the Central Star System. A few hours later, Jiang Tian appeared above the Holy Light Palace, where Fengling Jiwen's Spirit of Maple had already docked. Thinking he was late, Jiang Tian quickly boarded the shuttle and flew towards the second annex. As Jiang Tian's shuttle just took off, the Spirit of Maple also launched a shuttle, following behind Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian didn't notice in midair, but upon landing, he realized Fengling Jiwen had walked down from the shuttle together with him. Jiang Tian walked over, curious, and asked, "Jiwen brother, how come you're just arriving? Wasn't the Spirit of Maple already outside the Holy Light Palace?" Fengling Jiwen let out a laugh and said, "I was handling something up there earlier. I've just finished. You know, recently there's been a lot going on at the Star River Heavy Industries." Jiang Tian nodded thoughtfully, but he still felt that Fengling Jiwen had been waiting for him. But he didn't dwell on it, and said, "Then brother Jiwen, let's go inside. We shouldn't keep Prince 2 waiting." Fengling Jiwen laughed, and said, "All right." Then the two of them walked together into the second annex. Chapter 61, Lieutenant General. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 61. It was the same reception room as last time. Knowing that Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen were coming, the second prince had already started brewing tea inside. Soon, Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen sat opposite the second prince. The second prince took a sip of tea and said, "Thank you for your efforts this time. Such a serious incident occurred shortly after you joined the Star Eclipsers Patrol Department." Fengling Jiwen replied, "Prince, there is no need to thank us. We are also doing this for the Empire." The second prince chuckled and changed the topic, saying, "I've already reviewed your combat reports, and as promised, the reimbursement has been transferred to your accounts." Jiang Tian nodded, recalling the message he received on the way. Fengling Jiwen hadn't checked yet, but seeing Jiang Tian's affirmative expression, he also nodded in agreement. The second prince then added, "This was part of the initial agreement. Your additional rewards have not yet been distributed, so I would like to confirm them with you now." The second prince pulled out an electronic document and first looked at Fengling Jiwen, solemnly stating, "Fengling Jiwen participated in resisting the Star Eclipsers in the Ice Trace star system, with a comprehensive participation rate of 38%. Then, the second prince turned to look at Jiang Tian, saying, "Jiang Tian participated in resisting the Star Eclipsers in the Xuanhuan star system, with a comprehensive participation rate of 30%. Led the 9th Fleet of the Fallen God star domain in resisting the Star Eclipsers in the Illusion Dream star system, achieving a comprehensive participation rate of 78%. Fengling Jiwen immediately looked at Jiang Tian in surprise. While high participation rates were understandable, leading meant that Jiang Tian commanded the entire battlefield as the battlefield leader, managing the situation. Fengling Jiwen couldn't understand how Jiang Tian had become the supreme commander of a battlefield when they had joined the Star Eclipsers Patrol Department at the same time. Why did Jiang Tian suddenly seem one rank higher? The second prince understood Fengling Jiwen's astonishment because it felt similar to his reaction upon learning that Jiang Tian had guarded a Star Eclipser's space channel with only 30 warships. He explained, "Fengling Jiwen, there's no need to be surprised. This time, Jiang Tian discovered a space channel that we failed to detect and defended it alone for 5 hours. In the end, all the Star Eclipsers were eliminated with the help of the 9th Fleet of the Fallen God star domain. Thanks to Jiang Tian's assistance, otherwise, we would be in great trouble right now." Fengling Jiwen suddenly understood. He already knew that Jiang Tian could predict the formation of Star Eclipsers' space channels, which made him feel more at ease with this result. The second prince looked at Jiang Tian and asked, "Jiang Tian, can you accurately locate the Star Eclipsers' space channels?" Jiang Tian didn't object and nodded. "Could you share this ability with the Empire?" Not without compensation. I'll pay you for it. The second prince said excitedly, realizing this was a great opportunity to solve the problem of the star eclipsers, so he naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Jiang Tian shook his head slightly and replied apologetically, "Sorry, prince, but I cannot agree to this. It's my secret." The second prince's face instantly darkened, and Feng Lingjiwen quickly gave Jiang Tian a meaningful glance. Jiang Tian understood and continued, "It's not that I don't want to share, but even I haven't fully understood how this works yet. However, my family is in the Holy Light Empire, and if anything happens in the future, I will certainly participate." Upon hearing this, the second prince's smile reappeared. The second prince sighed and said, "Having someone like Jiang Tian in the Holy Light Empire is truly a blessing." Jiang Tian humbly responded, "Prince, you flatter me too much." The second prince smiled faintly, paused for a moment, and then said, "Our conversation was cut off earlier. We still need to discuss your rewards. Let's talk about Feng Lingjiwen's first. Considering your performance in battle, you will be awarded the position of major in the military department, along with a reward of 10 billion Saint-like coins. These rewards will be issued within a week." Feng Lingjiwen stood up, saluted, and seriously thanked. "Thank you, second prince." Actually, the amount of money meant little to Feng Lingjiwen since the Feng Ling family was incredibly wealthy. Thus, the value of this reward was more symbolic than practical. The second prince chuckled and waved a hand, saying, "There are only 3 of us here. No need for formalities. Please sit." Hearing this, Feng Lingjiwen sat back down. Then the second prince turned to Jiang Tian and said, "Major Jiang Tian, considering your significant contributions in this battle, after discussions between myself, the military department, and the empire, you have the following 3 options. 1. You will be promoted exceptionally to Brigadier General in the military department. This makes you the youngest Brigadier General in the entire Holy Light Empire. 2. A reward of 100 billion Saint-like coins. 3. 10 star systems will be bestowed upon you, granting you extensive autonomy within them. For 10 years, you won't need to pay taxes to the empire on any income from these star systems. Additionally, you will become the top candidate for the next governor of that star domain. That's it. I won't persuade you further. All these options are actually very beneficial to you, and I believe you have made a choice in your heart." Before Jiang Tian could speak, Feng Lingjiwen whispered beside him, "Brother Jiang Tian, choose the third one. This is the pinnacle of civilian rights." Jiang Tian ignored him as he was deeply caught up in an intense inner conflict. The second option looked good, but Jiang Tian wasn't short on money at all, so this option was immediately ruled out by him. The other 2 options belonged to the political and military fields respectively, both of which were tempting to him. However, deep down, Jiang Tian somewhat disliked political matters, and he couldn't control which 10-star systems he would be given. After much hesitation, Jiang Tian solemnly said, "Prince, I choose the first one." The second prince nodded, making no comment on this choice, simply saying, "All right, your Brigadier General position will be processed within a week, after which you will officially become a Brigadier General of the Central Star Domain Military Department." Jiang Tian paused for a moment. He had assumed it would be Brigadier General of the Fallen God Star Domain, but didn't expect it to be directly in the Central Military Department. This was the top-level military rank with automatic elevation by half a level during encounters. Jiang Tian's excitement was inevitable as obtaining this rank meant that he could mobilize a portion of the Imperial Army in small areas without having to report upwards. Then the second prince's voice interrupted Jiang Tian's thoughts. "All the rewards that need to be distributed have been issued. Now let's talk about something serious." Jiang Tian and Feng Lingjiwen put away their smiles and looked seriously at the second prince. As they watched, the second prince waved his hand, causing a 200-inch display screen to appear on the far wall. The second prince continued, "The simultaneous formation of 3 space channels by the star eclipsers has greatly alarmed me. The star eclipsers of this era are already different from before. Now they may attack at any time. The star eclipsers patrol department has already entered combat readiness mode, so please make preparations as well. The next battle can strike at any moment." Chapter 62, Cooperation with the Second Prince. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 62. Jiang Tian and Feng Lingjiwen nodded. Indeed, according to the current pattern of events, it might not be months before the next appearance of the star eclipsers. At this moment, Jiang Tian thought of the star eclipse altar and asked, "Your Highness, the second prince, could this space channel have been artificially opened? After all, with 3 channels opening simultaneously this time, it seems a little too coincidental." The second prince also agreed, saying, "In fact, I had such thoughts as well. And this time, it's not just the Holy Light Empire that has seen the appearance of star eclipser space channels. As far as I know, the other 3 races have also encountered star eclipser space channels. This does indeed seem strange. But who would possess such advanced technology? The technological levels of our 4 great races are quite similar. Perhaps the mechanical race is slightly ahead, but they definitely haven't reached this level. And if someone had this kind of power, why would they summon star eclipsers? Wouldn't it be more convenient to just send out an entire fleet?" Jiang Tian nodded contemplatively. This was actually his doubt as well. According to his reconnaissance, the Star Eclipse Hall's technology far surpasses the Holy Light Empire, yet they've never taken the initiative to attack any empire. Feng Lingchuan said, "So it seems likely that the Star Eclipsers are still an external enemy." The second prince added, "The Holy Light Empire has already decided that if the Star Eclipsers appear again within a short period of time, their existence will be disclosed to the public. Meanwhile, the Holy Light Empire will enter a state of war readiness. So what we need to do now is prepare ourselves well and defend against the Star Eclipser's next attack. Jiang Tian and Feng Lingquan nodded in agreement and accepted the task. Then the second prince waved his hand, and on the display screen across from them appeared the data for a warship. Jiang Tian looked up and saw that it was the L4 level biological warship of the Star Eclipsers that had appeared in the Phantom Dream Star system. The second prince said, "This biological warship is unprecedented in this battle, being the most powerful warship ever encountered from the Star Eclipsers in history. It is a top-tier L4 level warship. The combination of biology and machinery brings its combat effectiveness close to that of an L5 level warship. Based on the data provided by Jiang Tian, this warship's primary weapon is a massive plasma cannon. Its weakness lies in the lack of protection from an energy shield." Feng Lingquan, looking at this biological warship, had never seen such a powerful vessel before. He couldn't even imagine how Jiang Tian managed to destroy this warship. The second prince continued, "Our Imperial Research Institute is currently studying large-scale plasma cannon technology and biological warship technology. In the future, we may attempt to use some of these technologies on certain warships. Simultaneously, based on the appearance patterns of the Star Eclipsers, these L4 level warships should appear in large numbers across various battlefields during the next battle." Feng Lingquan now had a basic understanding of this warship. On the other hand, Jiang Tian felt rather curious. Why did the second prince tell them this? Sure enough, as Jiang Tian anticipated, the second prince changed the subject and said, "In this battle, I observed several L3 level warships performing extraordinarily well. Judging by the emblems on those ships, they must have been jointly developed by the two of you. Would you be interested in collaborating?" Jiang Tian thought, "Now that's more like it. All that build-up, and you were just trying to get your hands on new warships." Feng Lingquan remained silent, glancing over at Jiang Tian. After all, the warships belonged to Jiang Tian, so he lacked the final say. This decision pleased Jiang Tian immensely, and he nodded toward Feng Lingquan. He then took out the blueprints for the L3 Flame Spirit Interstellar Destroyer and projected them onto the display screen. He introduced them by saying, "This is the L3 Flame Spirit Interstellar Destroyer. All weapon systems on this ship are energy weapons. The entire ship does not require any physical ammunition, making it extremely suitable for fighting against the Star Eclipsers. Additionally, the L3 Flame Spirit Interstellar Destroyer is inexpensive to produce and has strong defensive capabilities. How does that sound, Your Highness?" Upon seeing the L3 Flame Spirit Interstellar Destroyer, the second prince became overjoyed and excitedly exclaimed, "Good. Very good." Once hearing that, Jiang Tian concluded that his objective had been achieved, so he said, "Then let's hear Your Highness' offer." Without hesitation, the second prince replied, 300 billion credits, and I'll buy out the blueprints." Jiang Tian shook his head, extending 5 fingers with a smile directed at the second prince. Without any pause, the second prince responded resolutely, "All right, 500 billion is 500 billion. I accept. This money will be transferred to your account within a week. But I hope this warship doesn't disappoint." Jiang Tian laughed and said, "There is no way the L3 Flame Spirit Interstellar Destroyer will disappoint Your Highness. That much I can guarantee. After all, it was a product of the system, and the real warship would only be stronger than what was depicted on the blueprints." The second prince glanced at the full set of data Jiang Tian had just sent him and gave a satisfied nod. Feng Lingquan noticed that the time was about right. The matters at hand had been resolved, so he spoke up. "Second prince, it's getting late. We don't want to disturb Your Highness any longer." The second prince was still immersed in the design plans of the L3 Flame Spirit Interstellar Destroyer and casually said, "Then that concludes all the matters we have to discuss. The two of you may leave early." Jiang Tian and Feng Lingquan stood up simultaneously, paid their respects, and then left the second annex hall. When they reached the tarmac, Jiang Tian and Feng Lingquan stood beneath the shuttlecraft chatting. Feng Lingquan said, "Brother Jiang Tian, I am truly amazed by you. We haven't known each other for long, yet your promotion speed is monstrous, becoming a brigadier general already." Jiang Tian humbly smiled without replying. Feng Lingquan added, "I've redesigned your L3 Phantom Wave battle cruiser already, and I'll hold a press conference next week." Jiang Tian hadn't expected Feng Lingquan to move so quickly, so he said, "Good, leave it to you." Feng Lingquan sighed, saying, "I have a premonition that this will be the largest deal our Feng Ling family has ever handled." Jiang Tian laughed and asked, "Is it possible for any business to surpass the size of that L5 Stargate project?" To Jiang Tian's surprise, Feng Lingquan nodded firmly and said, "The Stargate is a one-time deal, but your warships can keep selling indefinitely, yielding profits that wouldn't fall short of building a Stargate. Currently within the Holy Light Empire, L4 class and above warships cannot be traded on the market, a policy enacted to prevent certain civilian organizations from gaining too much power, thus impacting the stability of the empire. Under such policies, Jiang Tian's L3 Phantom Wave battleship could well be considered the strongest warship available for purchase in the entire market, and it would certainly not lack buyers once it hit the market. And through Feng Lingquan's operations, Jiang Tian wouldn't need to do anything except sit inside the base counting his money." Jiang Tian grinned. "Old brother Jiwen, my wealth relies entirely on you now." Feng Lingquan also burst into laughter. Chapter 63, L4 Level System. Chapter 63. Upon returning to the base, Huaying immediately came forward to report, "Commander, during your absence, Ihan sent a message asking when he would be back." Only then did Jiang Tian remember that previously, Ihan had teased him and was consequently sent to Xianhuan Star City for recruitment. It had been a month now. After some thought, Jiang Tian said, "Tell him to stay 2 more weeks, after which I will come over to bring him back. In the meantime, keep him busy. My L4 Silver Spear Great Strike warship is short of crew members," added Jiang Tian. Hua Ying nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Jiang Tian remembered something and asked Hua Ying, "I had instructed you all to watch out for potential ship captains. How is this progressing?" Hua Ying replied, "After summarizing with Pei Qingli, we have decided on 3 possible candidates. Captain Lin Moju of the 3rd ship of the L3 Phantom Waves class battle cruiser. Captain Luo Jinyu of the 27th ship of the L3 Phantom Waves class battle cruiser. Captain Su Muru of the 2nd ship of the L3 Moon Shadow class large aircraft carrier. In addition, there is squad leader Yihan Feng who has already been promoted by you." Jiang Tian, after hearing this, asked, "What about the L2 Hunter Wolf class missile destroyer side? Is there no suitable candidate?" Flipping through the reports in his hand, Hua Ying explained, "Due to the special nature of the L2 Hunter Wolf class missile destroyer's operations, no exceptionally outstanding captain has been discovered." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "In the future, the Starfleet will be divided into operation teams based on the type of spacecraft. Yihan Feng will be responsible for the L3 Frost Snow class medium cruiser team, and Su Muru will be responsible for the L3 Moon Shadow class large aircraft carrier team. You should select someone from the remaining 2 people to take charge of the L2 Hunter Wolf class missile destroyer team." After considering, Hua Ying responded, "Luo Jinyu will be in charge of the L2 Hunter Wolf class missile destroyer team, while Lin Moju will take care of the L3 Phantom Waves class battle cruiser team." Jiang Tian agreed and said, "That's settled then. Issue an announcement throughout the fleet notifying everyone about this decision." Hua Ying quickly documented this. Then Jiang Tian questioned, "How long does it currently take to produce an L4 Silver Spear Grade Strike ship?" Immediately, Hua Ying replied, "Commander, if all the L3 Divine Artistry class large industrial ships are utilized simultaneously for construction, it will take roughly 5 days." Hua Ying clearly desired this L4 class warship and had naturally prepared early. Nodding, Jiang Tian said, "After the production of this batch of L3 Frost Snow class medium cruisers is complete, use all L3 Divine Artistry class large industrial ships to construct L4 Silver Spear class strike ships. Additionally, whenever the L2 Dwarf class light industrial ships are idle, they should produce L2 Bullet class high-speed escort vessels." Hua Ying said, "Understood, Commander, I've noted it down." Jiang Tian waved his hand, and Hua Ying left. 3 days later, while lying on his bed, Jiang Tian received a system prompt. "System upgrade task completed, system upgraded." Jiang Tian immediately opened the system interface within his mind. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 4. Warehouse, folded, click to open. Mission, main mission, explore eclipse altar, coordinates, 3910, for 1000. In progress. Side missions, collect system fragments, 9% per 100%. Each 10% collection rate awards 1 current level warship blueprint. Kinslayer Revenge, enter top 100 in 1000 stars ranking, reward, current level warship blueprint upon completion. System upgrade tasks, own 5 L4 combat warships blueprints, 1/5. Own 3 L4 auxiliary starships blueprints, 0/3. Own 100 L4 warships, 0/100. System fragment collection rate reached 20%, 9/20%. Time tasks, none. Congratulations host for unlocking LV4 system, awarding 1 L4 warship blueprint. Instantly, before Jiang Tian's eyes, the latest battleship roulette wheel appeared. As the wheel rapidly spun, finally, a peculiar-shaped warship stopped before Jiang Tian's eyes. Congratulations host for obtaining L4 Golden Prospector class heavy mining ship. Jiang Tian routinely opened the blueprints of this mining vessel. Golden Prospector class heavy mining vessel. Level, L4. Length, 2764 m. Speed, 150 knots / 5th grade curvature engine. Weapons, 30 laser close defense cannons defense. Hull strength, 20,000. Others, 500 Hummingbird class medium mining drones. Special, gold digging eyes, detect unmined deposits within unit distance. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian realized what a great asset this was. Currently, all raw materials for his Starfleet rely entirely on procurement between star systems by Elder E, inevitably making it much more expensive than direct mining. But now with a heavy mining ship, he needn't pay intermediary differences just for some raw materials anymore. Now he could skip the middleman and make money directly from the difference in prices. This L4 Golden Prospector class heavy mining ship was equipped with ultra-high mining capabilities and a 5th grade curvature engine, allowing it to quickly return to base after completing its mining operations. This saved Jiang Tian the trouble of building mining stations everywhere. It also had a special skill called gold digging eyes, further boosting the mining efficiency significantly. The majority of the ship's structure was allocated for mining and storage equipment, with only a few closed defense cannons symbolically installed. Though it cost 1 billion Saint Light coins to build this L4 Golden Prospector class heavy mining ship, the monthly output of such a vessel could reach around 2 billion Saint Light coins. In other words, within just half a month, the ship could recover its costs, and thereafter, it would only be making profits. Jiang Tian instantly felt as though large sums of money were waving towards him. Jiang Tian thought, I definitely need to get more than 10 of these L4 Golden Prospector class heavy mining ships first. Then I'll let Grandpa E take charge. With that thought, Jiang Tian fell asleep with a satisfied smile on his face. Before long, 5 days passed, and Zhang Tian's first L4 Silver Spear-grade strike warship finally came off the production line. The massive hull made it impossible for this warship to dock inside the port. It could only stay outside the perimeter of the base. Zhang Tian, Huaying, Xihan, and others stood together on the bridge of the L3 Phantom Waves class battle cruiser No. 1 ship, admiring the grand spectacle of the L4 Silver Spear-grade strike warship's launch. On the exterior of the warship was a huge gun barrel, with no artistic flair, just pure brute force design. A gun barrel large enough to house an L2 class warship exerted immense pressure. Set sail. After all preparations were complete, Zhang Tian gave the order. The huge rear end of the warship gradually lit up with over a dozen engines of various sizes, emitting a blue glow. Soon, the L4 Silver Spear-grade strike warship started accelerating, becoming faster and faster, heading off into the distance. After a day of cruise testing, all systems functioned normally, officially marking the commissioning of this L4 Silver Spear-grade strike warship into service. Zhang Tian immediately designated this warship as his personal transport, since it was the first L4 class warship in the Star Fleet, carrying significant commemorative value. Zhang Tian did not forget that he still had something unfinished at Xianhuan Star City and promptly issued the command. L4 Silver Spear-grade strike warship, destination Xianhuan Star City, set sail. However, at this moment, an aide nearby reminded him, "Commander, because this L4 Silver Spear-grade strike warship is too enormous, the Xianhuan Star City Stargate cannot accommodate this warship. We need to jump to the nearest L4 class Stargate and then use the curvature engine to travel to Xianhuan Star City." For a moment, Zhang Tian felt a bit helpless. This was extremely inconvenient, but there was nothing he could do, so he nodded in agreement. Zhang Tian thought to himself, it would be perfect if things could be more convenient. Chapter 64, The Wings of Flowing Light. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 64. After sailing for over 10 hours, Zhang Tian's L4 Silver Lance assault ship entered the Xianhuan Star City. This brand new gigantic ship immediately drew the attention of the crowd. People on the outer rings looked up at the L4 Silver Lance assault ship and began to comment. Whose warship is this? It's been a long time since Xianhuan Star City has seen another L4 level warship. Yes, I haven't even seen the emblem on this ship. This ship is so large, it seems almost comparable to the L4 level ship of the War God Legion. Hey, that's incorrect. The ship of the War God Legion is actually a battleship, much larger than this one. Even the normally diligent patrol team of Xianhuan Star City didn't approach to inquire about its identity, but instead bypassed it. In no time, news of Zhang Tian's L4 Silver Lance assault ship had spread throughout Xianhuan Star City. However, at this moment, Zhang Tian, who was resting with eyes closed on the bridge, remained unaware of the commotion outside. Soon after, Zhang Tian arrived above the space station of the Xianhuan Star City Division, boarding a shuttle to find Ihan. Ihan also knew when Zhang Tian would arrive and decided accordingly when he would return. As soon as Ihan noticed the impending landing of Zhang Tian's shuttle, he hurried out. Upon seeing Zhang Tian using yet another new shuttle, Ihan wasn't particularly surprised, considering he knew a new ship was under construction at the time of his departure. As Zhang Tian disembarked from the shuttle, Ihan rushed toward him. "Zhang Tian, did you hear? A new L4 class warship has arrived in Xianhuan Star City, causing a stir." Zhang Tian hesitated. Another L4? Along his journey here, he hadn't spotted any L4 ships, so it must have been referring to his own. Indeed, Zhang Tian pointed upwards and responded. Ihan looked up to see the same vessel displayed in the forum photos, exclaiming excitedly, "That's right, it's wait. Shit, how did the warship end up over our heads?" Zhang Tian grinned at Ihan's reaction, explaining, "Why should it be anywhere else? This is originally my warship." Ihan nodded and said, "Ah, so this warship is yours, then there's nothing strange. Wait a moment, didn't you just say my warship?" Zhang Tian smiled slightly, nodding, and replied, "Do you recognize me today? Why are you so shocked?" Han shouted loudly, "How can I not be shocked? This is an L4 class warship." Zhang Tian nonchalantly said, "So what?" Ihan was left speechless for a moment, and then exclaimed, "Fine, you're great, all right. Let me take a look at it quickly. I've never seen an L4 class warship before." After saying this, Ihan ran towards the shuttle, but was promptly pulled back by Zhang Tian. "Where are you going? You need to help me with something first, and there'll be plenty of time later." Considering it made sense, Ihan turned obediently and asked, "What did you come here to do?" Zhang Tian questioned, "Do you know about the 1,000-star rankings?" Ihan replied, "I do. Our space fleet probably ranks around 200. Despite our powerful warships, we lack combat achievements, so our ranking stays lower." Zhang Tian gestured toward the L4 Silver Lance assault ship hovering overhead and asked, "What about now?" "Right, now we've got an L4 class warship." Ihan slapped his forehead, calling out, "In that case, our ranking will easily start from at least position 20, and making it into the top 10 isn't impossible either since only a few own an L4 class warship." Zhang Tian, satisfied, nodded and continued to ask, "When does the ranking update?" Ihan thought for a moment and answered, "Due to the continuous disputes among forces in Xianhuan Star City, the 1,000-star ranking usually updates once a week here. In the case of major events, it might update earlier." Zhang Tian smiled, asking, "Is my situation considered a big event?" Ihan carefully considered for a bit and earnestly replied, "It counts. After all, this concerns the rankings of top forces within Xianhuan Star City, which is definitely a major event." Zhang Tian said, "Then let's wait until the 1,000 stars ranking updates before leaving here." Ihan nodded, saying, "Can I go take a look first? I really can't hold it any longer." Jiang Tian thought about it, figuring waiting was waiting wherever they were, so he agreed. The two returned together via the shuttle to the L4 Silver Lance assault ship. After granting Ihan secondary access permissions, Jiang Tian returned to his room, while Ihan began to explore around the starship. About an hour passed. Jiang Tian was nearly asleep when a sudden system notification woke him abruptly. "Congratulations, host has completed the side mission, Blood Vengeance. Enter top 100 of 1,000-star rankings. Rewards are being distributed now." Once again before Jiang Tian's eyes appeared that enormous spaceship roulette wheel, which then started spinning. Before long, a massive pale golden spaceship emerged before Jiang Tian's eyes. "Congratulations, host has obtained the L4 Flowing Light Wings Heavy Interstellar Bomber." Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian almost drooled. The L2 Wolf-Hunting class missile destroyer he had previously acquired was already his main firepower output, and this L4 Flowing Light Wings Heavy Interstellar Bomber was an ultra-enhanced version of it. Unable to wait, Jiang Tian immediately opened the warship blueprint for the L4 Flowing Light Wings Heavy Interstellar Bomber. Flowing Light Wings Class Heavy Interstellar Bomber. Level, L4. Length, 3976 m. Speed, 130 knots, /grade 4 curvature engine. Weapons, Flowing Light Wings Large Interstellar Missile Launch System. 20,000 Flowing Light Type 1 Mid-Range Interstellar Missiles. 20,000 Flowing Light Type 2 Large Anti-Ship Cluster Missiles. 10,000 Flowing Light Type 5 Cluster Shield-Breaking Missiles. 3,000 Flowing Light Type 7 Large Mother and Daughter Bombs. 500 Flowing Light Type 9 Medium Curvature Missiles. Defense, Hull Strength, 26,000. Energy Shields, 40,000 units. Special features, none. This single L4 Flowing Light Wings Heavy Interstellar Bomber had firepower over 100 times stronger than that of the L2 Wolf-Hunting class missile destroyer. It encompassed a variety of missiles designed for different purposes. There were anti-ship cluster missiles targeting ships, cluster shield-breaking missiles targeting shields, and mother-daughter bombs targeting structures. It even had elusive curvature missiles. The firepower of this one ship could nearly match up against Jiang Tian's entire fleet. To supply this L4 Flowing Light Wings Heavy Interstellar Bomber, two L3 xuanhuan-class interstellar supply ships would need to work together. However, behind its powerful firepower lay the burning of tens of billions of holy light coins. Constructing just such an L4 Flowing Light Wings Heavy Interstellar Bomber, along with loading it fully with all its missiles, cost around 12 billion. Jiang Tian couldn't currently support such a massive expense at the moment. Jiang Tian thought to himself, "Looks like I need to expedite the formation of the L4 Gold Miner class heavy mining ship fleet." After reviewing the warship blueprints, Jiang Tian opened the system interface to check the next phase of missions. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, IV3. Warehouse. Folded, click to open. Missions, main mission. Explore the star eclipse altar, coordinates, 3910 for 1000. In progress. Side missions. Collect system fragments, 9% per 100%. Receive 1 current level warship blueprint per every 10% collected. Blood Vengeance. Investigate intelligence on the War God Legion. Upon completion, receive 1 current level warship blueprint as a reward. System upgrade missions. Possess 5 L4 combat warship blueprints, 1/5. Possess 3 L4 auxiliary starship blueprints, 0/3. Possess 100 L4 warships, 0 out of 100. System fragment collection reaches 20%, 9/20%. Time-limited missions, none. Chapter 65, The Truth of That Year. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 65. Jiang Tian thought, "It seems this War God Legion is the murderer of my parents. I wonder if there is anyone behind them." Moreover, this War God Legion is a force that has consistently ranked first in the Xianhuan Star City for many years. They own more than 10 L4 class warships, which is equivalent to an elite frontline Imperial army. However, Jiang Tian was quite puzzled internally. Why didn't the system just tell him who the murderer was? Why go through the trouble of establishing a base in Xianhuan Star City? Still adhering to the truth that existence is reasonable, Jiang Tian called over Ihan, who was wandering around on the spaceship. Jiang Tian asked, "If I want to take action against the War God Legion, are there any restrictions?" Ihan was startled and curiously said, "Big brother, why do you want to take action against the War God Legion?" Jiang Tian solemnly said, "They are related to my parents' death." Ihan immediately became serious, as he had also heard something about Jiang Tian's past. Although Xianhuan Star City does not restrict disputes among lower-level forces, once a force ranks in the top 100 among the 1,000 stars, any disputes must be reported to Xianhuan Star City for mediation, Ihan replied. Jiang Tian asked, "What if I do not comply with this regulation?" Ihan said, "Xianhuan Star City will lead the crackdown on that force." In history, quite a number of forces have been brought down like this. Jiang Tian nodded, realizing the situation. Then what if we absolutely insist on going to war against Xianhuan Star City? After thinking for a moment, Ihan said, "Based on history, if Xianhuan Star City fails to mediate effectively, they will no longer intervene in the matter as long as both parties do not interfere with the operations of Xianhuan Star City." Jiang Tian nodded, considering it understood. He was increasingly impressed by the person who established Xianhuan Star City. It was truly someone with great vision. But to take action against the War God Legion, Jiang Tian's current strength was still insufficient, so he could only temporarily turn back home for now. Another dozen hours passed. Jiang Tian drove his L4 Silver Spear assault ship back to the starbase. He summoned Hua Ying and arranged. I've sent you 2 more L4 grade blueprints. Also, make arrangements for next month's production plan. Hua Ying paused her hand mid-writing and exclaimed, 2 more L4 grade ships? Jiang Tian nodded and said, that's correct, you'll see. Hua Ying dumbfoundedly nodded. Jiang Tian continued. The preliminary production plan for this week will be set at 50 L3 Shingon grade large industrial ships. I currently don't have any L4 grade industrial ships yet, so the production capacity is still a bit lacking. After calculating, Hua Ying said, if we completely halt all other productions, the production task should be able to be completed. Jiang Tian smiled and said, good, then you go ahead and arrange it. Hua Ying saluted respectfully, turned, and left. Jiang Tian opened the dark web and logged into the link that Feng Lingji gave him last time. Reopening the Supreme Eye, Jiang Tian familiarly found that intelligent customer service. Hello, welcome to the Supreme Eye Intelligence Organization. What information would you like to know? The emotionless mechanical voice rang out again, repeating its familiar lines. Jiang Tian said, give me all the intelligence about the War God Legion and Xianhuan Star City. That customer service quickly replied. Sure, 5 billion credits. Jiang Tian cursed inwardly. So expensive. However, without hesitation, he immediately transferred 5 billion to it. After confirming receipt of the payment, the customer service sent a file to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian didn't rush to open it, but instead continued. I also need intelligence about the Blue Cloud System, the Jiang family, and xianxia. The customer service paused for a few seconds, then replied, 2 million credits. This looked much cheaper in comparison. Jiang Tian transferred 2 million to the customer service. Upon receiving the file, Jiang Tian immediately opened it to read, but he did not end the communication. He flipped to the very bottom of the file, where it clearly stated, fatally ambushed and killed during an escort mission in 3820 Saint Glory calendar. Jiang Tian lifted his head and said, I also need detailed intelligence about Jiang Xiyuan's last battle. The customer service was silent for a good while before replying. 3 billion credits. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Why was this so expensive? When he bought intelligence on the Hunter Demon Star Pirate group before, it wasn't nearly this costly. Jiang Tian asked, is there anything special about this intelligence? Why is it so expensive? The customer service answered, this pricing has been specially assessed and incorrect quotes won't occur. This intelligence is definitely worth this price. Jiang Tian nodded, realizing there was indeed something suspicious behind the events from back then. Jiang Tian waved his hand and transferred 3 billion, saying, all right, I'll buy it. The customer service smiled faintly and said, dear customer, it has already been sent to you. Jiang Tian nodded and closed the website. Subsequently, he immediately opened this file and carefully read through it. Finally, after 2 hours had passed, Jiang Tian comprehended everything. Back then, his parents were escorting a batch of military supplies according to their mission plan, advancing along the predetermined route. When they were just past halfway through their journey, they were intercepted by a curvature interceptor. Afterward, a large number of warships appeared, firing upon the transport fleet. These events aligned with what Jiang Tian already knew. However, these warships were not from the mechanical race, but from the War God Legion. Within half an hour, an entire escort fleet vanished from the map. It wasn't until the Empire discovered the loss of communication with the escort fleet that reinforcements were hastily sent to investigate. All they found was chaos, a complete mess of debris. The transport ships had mysteriously disappeared, and the scene was littered with remnants of mechanical race warships. All this was carefully orchestrated by the War God Legion to disguise the crime scene. After swiftly destroying the entire fleet, they commandeered the transport ships and scattered pre-collected fragments of mechanical race warships to create the illusion of an ambush by the mechanical race. The Empire indeed fell for it, and no further clues could be found at the site. In the end, the Imperial Military Department could only conclude that it was a premeditated attack by the mechanical race. No one suspected any other party, but all of this had been witnessed by the Supreme Eye. Jiang Tian opened another file and began reviewing intelligence about the War God Legion. Jiang Tian did not focus on the composition of the War God Legion's fleet, but instead pored over their collaborations with other forces. Finally, he stumbled upon records from a few years ago. The report indicated that the War God Legion had been in contact with the Great Elder of the Jiang family. Just a month before Jiang Xiyuan's fatal encounter, the Great Elder had transferred 100 billion credits to the War God Legion. Chapter 66, a bunch of level L4 zombies. The group found themselves facing a horrifying scene. In the distance, there was a large cluster of level L4 zombies moving towards them. Each one had formidable strength and speed that made everyone on the team nervous. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and said, this is going to be tough. There was no time to waste. The level L4 zombies were already closing in. Chapter 66. Now the matter was clear. The elder of the Jiang family wanted to kill Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Xiyuan. The reason? It must be that the elder wanted to ascend to the position of the head of the family, or perhaps he wished for his descendants to rise to power. Jiang Tian slammed the table angrily and said, if that's how it is, you can forget about getting the position of family head. If it were meant to be yours, I would have no complaints. But your forcible seizure and harming others' lives is not acceptable. Elder, you will pay a price for everything you've done, and I won't let anyone involved in the scheme escape. Despite his anger, Jiang Tian didn't rush into action. Though it was now mostly proven that the elder was behind this, there was still a lack of solid evidence. Acting now would only alert him prematurely. After much deliberation, Jiang Tian decided to strike first at the War God Legion. as they were the ones directly responsible for the murder of his parents, with undeniable proof against them. However, there was a significant gap in strength between the two sides, so Jiang Tian needed to prioritize expanding his fleet first. Soon, a month passed, and Jiang Tian's L3 Shingon-class large industrial ship fleet had been fully constructed. Now he had enough production capacity to start producing L4 warships. Jiang Tian called Huang over and said, "For the next month, focus all efforts on producing L4 warships. Prioritize producing 2 L4 Inxian-class strike ships, 10 L4 Luangzi-class heavy star bombers. In addition, all L2 dwarf-class light industrial ships should be used entirely to produce L2 bullet-class high-speed frigates. Is this task achievable?" Hua Ying's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, and soon she replied, "Yes, Commander. According to this production plan, we're expected to have leftover production capacity for an additional 4 L3 Shingon-class large industrial ships." Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. His fleet was nearly complete, so why not also start producing some L4 gold miner-class heavy mining ships? Remaining L3 Shulan-class battlecruisers, switch all of them to producing L4 gold miner-class heavy mining ships. Produce as many as possible, Jiang Tian said. Huang nodded and replied, "In that case, we should be able to produce 6 L4 gold miner-class heavy mining ships within a month." Jiang Tian responded, "All right, then it's settled. You go ahead and arrange things. For this round of L2 bullet-class high-speed frigate arrangements, don't assign too many crew members. Ensure normal sailing operations. No need to meet combat requirements yet." Jiang Tian's command mainly considered the chambering skill that would come later. Since L4 warships will handle the battles, L2 bullet-class high-speed frigates won't serve much purpose anymore whether manned or unmanned. They aren't adding that much firepower anyway. After chambering, every member from each L2 bullet-class high-speed frigate would temporarily transfer to an L4 Inxian-class strike ship, so naturally, fewer personnel would be better. However, this order left Hua Ying a bit confused. Produce a warship but without needing its attack capabilities? If Hua Ying hadn't known Jiang Tian's character well enough, which wasn't cold-blooded, she might have assumed he intended for the L2 bullet-class high-speed frigates to act as decoys or cannon fodder. Seemingly perceiving Hua Ying's doubts, Jiang Tian explained, "This batch of L2 bullet-class high-speed frigates serves as bullets for the L4 Inxian-class strike ships. What good does having so many crew members do? As long as they move, that's fine." Hua Ying tilted her head and asked, "Bullets?" This left Jiang Tian speechless, and slightly irked, he responded, "Didn't I send you the blueprint? It clearly states that the L2 bullet-class high-speed frigate is developed to serve as the bullet for the L4 Inxian-class strike ship. Where else would you find bullets with such a large caliber for the L4 Inxian-class strike ship?" Only then did Hua Ying understand, feeling astonished at the explosive damage that could result from launching a warship like this. Jiang Tian waved his hand, signaling she could leave. As Hua Ying was about to exit, Jiang Tian shouted, "Oh yes, Hua Ying, make sure to give Ihan something to do. Don't let him be idle. If he gets unruly, just let me know." Hua Ying burst out laughing. Apparently, Ihan had truly angered Jiang Tian before, and Jiang Tian still remembered. "Understood, Commander," Hua Ying said, and without waiting for Jiang Tian's response, she swiftly departed, leaving Jiang Tian flustered. You laugh, it's all Ihan's fault." Jiang Tian thought bitterly. Another month quickly flew by, and under Hua Ying's arrangement, the production tasks of this month were perfectly completed. After all, these tasks were tied to avenging his parents, so Jiang Tian generously rewarded Hua Ying with an amount equivalent to her annual salary. Where did these bonuses come from? They naturally came from poor Ihan, whose previous salary raise had been Jiang Tian's way of compensating Laozi. But now that Jiang Tian's L4 gold miner-class heavy mining ships had been built, he could start paying Laozi directly. This decision left Ihan lamenting daily as he found Jiang Tian to complain repeatedly, but Jiang Tian simply ignored him. Watching Ihan jump around restlessly, Jiang Tian finally felt gratified. However, Jiang Tian did not forget his own matters either. He piloted the #1 ship of the L4 Inxian-class strike ship fleet towards Xuanhuan Star City. He needed to settle this vendetta once and for all. Xuanhuan Star City Central Office. Due to the immense fame Jiang Tian's L4 Inxian-class strike ship had recently garnered, as soon as he walked into the office, he was escorted to the VIP guest room. Facing him, a manager cautiously poured Jiang Tian a cup of tea. Though Xuanhuan Star City didn't fear any single faction, that was a matter for the higher-ups. These lower-level employees were still required to show respect. Otherwise, handling these small fry would still be rather straightforward. After the tea was poured, the responsible person humbly inquired, "Esteemed sir, may I ask why you've come today?" Jiang Tian countered, "I heard if there's conflict involving one of the top 100 factions in Xianxia, they must report it to you, right?" The manager responded, "That is correct, sir. Might I inquire which faction has been in conflict with you?" This manager maintained his smile, showing respectful curiosity. Actually, such occurrences were quite common in Xuanhuan Star City. Many factions rapidly developed because of their feuds with other factions. After gaining a boost in their ranking within Xianxia, the first thing these factions did was take revenge. "The War God Legion," Jiang Tian answered. "The war?" The manager immediately froze, surprised by the massive scale of the news Jiang Tian had dropped on him right away. He carefully questioned, "Sir, what kind of conflict do you have with the War God Legion? Our Xuanhuan Star City can mediate between the two sides to ensure a satisfactory resolution for you." At this question, Jiang Tian paused mid-pour, placing the teacup down before mockingly replying, "The War God Legion deliberately killed my parents. Evidence is undeniable. Tell me, how do you plan to mediate this? Upon hearing this response, the manager fell silent at once. Such a deep-rooted grudge was definitely beyond the ability of Xianhuan Star City to resolve. It could only be settled personally by the involved parties. After a long while, the manager regained his composure and said, "Sir, I understand. You should already be familiar with the rules of Xianhuan Star City, correct?" Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Yes, I won't make a move within the territory controlled by Xianhuan Star City." The manager sighed in relief. Although Jiang Tian's reckless action would result in punishment, he, being responsible for reception today, would certainly also face penalties, and he didn't want to lose this job. Chapter 67. The final chapter of Qin Killing Revenge. Chapter 67. The responsible officer said, "Lord, I will report this matter then. Are you sure you want to seek revenge now?" Jiang Tian nodded, and the responsible officer stopped persuading him. In his eyes, Jiang Tian had just ascended to rank 13 among the 1,000 stars, but was already acting against the War God Legion, which had been ranked first for a long time, making this appear an overestimation of his own strength. At this moment, Jiang Tian also stood up and said, "All right, I have no other matters. Then I shall leave. I'll come find you again after my vengeance is complete." Though the responsible officer didn't fully believe that Jiang Tian truly possessed the ability to defeat the War God Legion, he still respectfully said, "Lord, let me see you off." After waiting for Jiang Tian to board the shuttle and depart, the responsible officer muttered to himself, "How can this lord be so confident he can surpass the War God Legion? Why not wait a few more years?" Then, he turned back and went to report on the work. Soon enough, the news that the Celestial Fleet ranked 13th out of 1,000 stars declared war on the number 1 War God Legion made it onto the front page of the 1,000-star daily. Most people were extremely pessimistic about Jiang Tian's Celestial Fleet's chances since, merely a month ago, it had been nothing more than an obscure small fleet. How could it so soon dare to challenge a dominant force in such a reckless manner? This news eventually reached the ears of the leader of the War God Legion, the War God. The War God Legion released a message. "Regardless of any grievances or conflicts, everything is resolved by strength. I await your arrival at our base." They specifically appended their base's coordinates at the end of the message. Such a domineering move drew even more attention and approval for the War God Legion. It was a clear demonstration of supreme self-confidence in their own strength. On the other side, Jiang Tian also saw this information and laughed. "It seems the War God Legion is rather confident. This will save me the trouble of finding their base." He then said to Huan, "Huan, release the message. The Celestial Fleet will visit your base in a week. Additionally, start production immediately on the 2 ships based on the design I sent you earlier, using all our current output. I need to see them within a week." Huan nodded in agreement and immediately went off to relay the message. Why exactly 1 week? Time rewinds 10 minutes earlier. Congratulations, host, for completing the subtask, Vengeance for Killed Kin. Investigate the War God Legion's intelligence. Reward task activated. There was once again that huge spaceship wheel, and Jiang Tian watched it spin rapidly until finally, a ship with alternating blue and pink colors, with a very good-looking design, came to rest in front of him. This was the first time Jiang Tian had seen such an intricate-looking spacecraft. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Level 4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ship. An interstellar jump ship? What exactly was this thing? Curious, Jiang Tian opened up the blueprint for this warship. After browsing through it quickly, Jiang Tian let out an expletive involuntarily. This warship is simply outrageous. By name alone, the interstellar jump ship meant it was capable of continuously traversing space. But what made this ship extraordinary was its ability to carry along an entire fleet during these interstellar jumps. This would allow them to bypass the limitations imposed by stargates. In just an instant, Jiang Tian could appear anywhere in the Holy Light Empire. The range of this jump capability was second only to the level 5 stargate in the Central Star System. However, a warship as powerful as this came with corresponding costs. Constructing a single level 4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ship cost 10 billion Holy Light coins. Every use consumed another 1 billion Holy Light coins, and there was a 5-day cooldown period. Upon seeing this warship, Jiang Tian thought coldly, "War God Legion, wait and see how I surprise you." Afterwards, Jiang Tian called Huan over. Once Huan left, Jiang Tian opened the system interface and began checking the next stage of the task. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, LV4. Storage room, folded. Click to open. Mission, main mission. Explore the star eclipse altar, coordinates, 3910 for 1000. Ongoing. Submission. Collect system fragments, 9% per 100%. A spaceship blueprint of the current level will be rewarded every time 10% collection degree is reached. Finale of Vengeance for Killed Kin. Annihilate the War God Legion. Kill the Elder Patriarch of the Jiang family. A current level spaceship blueprint will be rewarded upon completion. System upgrade task. Possess blueprints for 5 level 4 combat type spaceships, 2/5. Possess blueprints for 3 level 4 support type spaceships, 2/3. Own 100 level 4 spaceships, 13 out of 100. System fragment collection reaches 20%, 9/20%. Time tasks, none. After reading this, Jiang Tian thought, this mission has entered its final chapter. It seems the murderers of his parents are these people. Never mind, none of these people will escape. 5 days passed, and Jiang Tian issued an order. Gather the Star Fleet, and except for the L4 Flowing Wings class heavy star bombers, have all ships wait 10 units outside the War God Legion base. Soon after, the Starfleet set off in a grand manner. Zhang Tian sat on the Silver Spear, one of the L4 Silver Spear class strike ships, looking at the surrounding warships and thought, War God Legion, your time to die has come. Outside the star base, field reporters who had been waiting nearly a week documented this military operation in real time and published it simultaneously in the Thousand Star Daily. On the other side, inside the command room of the War God Legion base, War God was watching this news. He sneered. Just 3 L4 class battleships dare to move against me? Looks like their brains aren't functioning properly. Order the entire Legion into battle readiness. Give them a taste of our power. A day passed, and Zhang Tian appeared slowly around the periphery of the War God Legion base. Report to the commander. The Starfleet has appeared outside the base. But currently, there seems to be no plan to attack, as the whole fleet is stationary there. Inside the War God Legion, a deputy officer was reporting to War God. War God laughed coldly and said, They must be surveying the situation of our base. It's fine, let them see. Also, order the entire Legion, all warships mobilized, establish defenses 3 units away from the Starfleet. That deputy officer said with some mockery, Commander, do we really need all ships out here? Isn't that like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes? War God proudly said, That's exactly the point. They dared to come here with such limited force. Quickly finish them, and show them what true strength is. The deputy officer nodded. All right, Commander. On the other side, Zhang Tian was also listening to Huayan's report. Commander, detected 10 L4 class battle cruisers, over 600 L3 class warships, and more than 3,000 L2 class warships from the War God Legion, currently being deployed towards us. Chapter 68, the battle begins. A new conflict was about to erupt. Chapter 68. Zhang Tian said, Good. The fleet will remain stationary and wait for the reply from the Starry Sky base. Thus, the Starry Sky fleet settled down 10 units away from the War God Legion with no intention of attacking whatsoever. This left the War God Legion utterly baffled. It had been over a dozen hours already. If reconnaissance was to be done, it would have been completed long ago. So why were they not attacking yet? For a moment, various rumors spread within the Xianhuan Star City. Could it be that the Starry Sky fleet is scared? Afraid to attack because of how many L4 levels the War God Legion has? Not necessarily. They haven't retreated either. They might be waiting for something. TSK, are they waiting for the War God Legion to get ready to deal with them? War God received this information as well, and he laughed unconcernedly. Regardless of what their plan is, order the fleet to remain where it is. Dispatch 5 reconnaissance teams in the opposite direction to conduct a search. We don't want anyone sneaking up on us. The adjutant saluted and turned around to make arrangements. War God looked at Zhang Tian's Starry Sky fleet and muttered, Just what exactly are you trying to do? Since the beginning, Zhang Tian's behavior has seemed quite strange, making War God feel uncertain. Another 5 hours passed, and War God received feedback from the reconnaissance team. There is no detection of any fleet within 30 units. The long-range sensor did not pick up any curvature traces. Upon hearing this feedback, War God immediately fell into deep thought. What could this mean? By now, War God was unable to hold out any longer and decided not to wait anymore. He chose to make the first move. He ordered, It seems like the Starry Sky fleet doesn't have any backup plans. All units, advance. In the void, the massive War God Legion transformed into an offensive formation, heading towards the Starry Sky fleet. At this time, Zhang Tian also received information from the Starry Sky base. Knowing everything was prepared, he also issued orders. L2 Night-class medium assault ships, clear the area. Evacuate all irrelevant personnel around. For this battle, Zhang Tian would use the L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ship. He certainly didn't want such a potent weapon exposed before everyone. Soon after, the evacuation was complete, and the battle officially commenced. Report to the commander. The enemy fleet has entered the attack range of our L4 Silver Spear-class strong attack ships. Due to the unique attack mechanism of the L4 Silver Spear-class strong attack ship, the warship's range was significantly higher than other ships. Zhang Tian said, Load up the 3 L4 Silver Spear-class strong attack ships. Immediately, 3 L2 Bullet-class high-speed escort ships separately entered the gun barrels of the L4 Silver Spear-class strong attack ships. Then they were drawn by mechanical arms to the bottom end of the L4 Silver Spear-class strong attack ships. Afterward, all personnel on board the L2 Bullet-class high-speed escort ships evacuated. The warship's interiors were filled with extra high-energy explosives. Report to the commander. Unit 0141 is ready. All personnel have been evacuated from the bullets and are ready to fire at any moment. Zhang Tian nodded and said, Aim at the L4 class ship at the frontmost part of the War God Legion and fire. Understood. 3 bullets continued accelerating inside the slender hulls of the L4 Silver Spear class strong attack ships, combined with the engines originally equipped on the L2 Bullet class high-speed escort ships. Within a short few seconds, they reached 0.6 times the speed of light, spinning while shooting out of the gun barrels. Don't underestimate this speed. Given the short distance, the strike time took only several seconds. The War God Legion also detected the incoming attack. War God scoffed lightly and said, At this distance, can it even reach us? All energy shields on the L4 class warships at the front of the fleet have been activated, trying to withstand one round. Instantly, 10 faint golden energy shields appeared in the front ranks of the War God Legion. Just as the energy shields lit up, the bullets arrived. 3 high-speed bullets directly impacted onto the energy shields. Even with such tremendous kinetic force, the L4 class energy shields failed to last more than 3 seconds. After the energy shields collapsed, the 3 bullets kept going, heading straight for the ship's body. In an instant, they punched 3 large holes into the L4 class warship. Warning, warning. Detected hull rupture. Sections 105 to 130, J67, J94, S46, S54. Please send rescue personnel there. Alarms instantly blared throughout the L4 class warship. It wasn't until they got hit that everyone realized these bullets were hundreds of meters long. War God was so shocked by this sight that he couldn't speak. Only then did he realize that this puppet he considered was absolutely well prepared. He urgently shouted, "Advance full speed." The cooldown time for such powerful weapons must be pretty long. Quickly close the distance between both sides. The actual reloading time was shorter than War God imagined. The shooting interval was just over 3 minutes. When the War God Legion fully accelerated forward, the bullets embedded in the L4 class warships finally detonated. The high-energy explosives inside the bullets immediately ignited, flames bursting forth from within the bullets. From afar, Xianxia saw a ball of fire shoot skyward. That damaged L4 class warship instantly broke apart. It wasn't over yet. The shockwave from the explosion fiercely hit the 2 L4 class warships beside it, depleting a third of their energy shields in an instant. War God felt as if his heart was bleeding at this sight. Every single L4 class warship was an ace of the War God Legion. Now he had already abandoned formation. Continuing like this, he wouldn't even be able to approach the Starry Sky fleet. All War God wanted was to rush in front of the Starry Sky fleet and restrict the power of the L4 Silver Spear class strong attack ships through close-range combat. His plan was sound, but how could Jiang Tian possibly let things go as he wished? Jiang Tian ordered all L2 Wolf Hunt class missile destroyers and L3 Glare class medium frigates launch all interstellar missiles to interfere with the enemy's advance. Under Jiang Tian's command, tens of thousands of interstellar missiles flew toward the opposing fleet in turns. This offensive was actually far less effective than Jiang Tian's earlier one due to the interception by 9 L4 class warships. Most of the L2 level missiles were unable to inflict damage. However, with the interference provided by the L3 Glare class medium frigates, the advance of the War God Legion was still slowed down. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Tian connected with the communication system inside the Starry Sky base and commanded, "Let the L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ship and the L4 Flowing Light Wings class heavy interstellar bomber set out and execute the previously planned tactics." The next second, the voice of the adjutant immediately rang out within the War God Legion. "Commander, there is an unknown spatial fluctuation behind our fleet." "Unknown? Then find out," said War God irritably. However, before the adjutant could investigate, something unexpected occurred. In the void, 12 L4 class warships instantly appeared behind the War God Legion. "Report to the commander, jump executed successfully, with an error margin of less than 0.1 units. Ihan on the first ship of the L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ship reported back to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian immediately issued an order. L4 Flowing Light Wings class heavy interstellar bombers attack. Launch all interstellar missiles. Ihan replied, "Understood, Commander." L4 Flowing Light Wings class heavy interstellar bomber attacking. Chapter 69. L4 Flowing Light Wings class heavy interstellar bomber. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 69. In the void, the L4 Flowing Light Wings heavy interstellar bomber slowly unfolded its enormous missile launcher. It was like a battleship spreading golden wings, hence the name Flowing Light Wings. After the wings unfolded, hundreds of thousands of various types of interstellar missiles soared into the air, turning into golden meteors, dragging cyan gold tails in the void, flying toward the War God army. Alarm, detecting a large number of incoming interstellar missiles. Alarm, detecting. War God's heart suddenly sank. Although he didn't know where these 12 L4 class warships had come from, he knew that these were L4 level missile ships. If hit by such an intense bombing, his War God army would be nearly wiped out. Hurry! All warships scatter to evade the interstellar missiles. All energy shields activate. The L4 class warships intercept the missiles. War God shouted anxiously. However, with such close-range attacks and countless interstellar missiles, dodging them proved futile. Due to the lack of interception by L4 class warships, the interstellar missiles quickly invaded the War God army. The images obtained from the Deep Space Telescope no longer showed any trace of the army. All one could see were the fiery explosions left behind by the missile detonations. No! War God roared in despair. After this wave of interstellar missile bombings, all L2 and L3 level warships of the War God army were utterly annihilated, and out of the 9 L4 class ships, only 4 remained. A ruthless gleam flashed in War God's eyes as he said, "The remaining L4 class warships will attack the enemy's missile ships directly. They've expended their ammunition and are now without firepower." The 4 L4 class warships turned around upon receiving the command. At the same time, Ihan initiated a communication with Jiang Tian, saying, "Report to the commander. All interstellar missiles have been fired. I'll withdraw now." Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. On the battlefield, the L4 class warships of the War God army had already completed their turn, aiming at the L4 Flowing Light Wings heavy interstellar bombers. War God bellowed, "Fire!" In the moment the shells left the cannons, the L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar teleportation ship activated, bringing the 12 warships back to the star base via teleportation. War God stood there dumbfounded, watching these 12 ships disappear instantly from the battlefield. These ships came and went without a trace. He didn't even know what kind of genius could design such vessels. No, he already knew. This was the person he had angered. He finally muttered with exhaustion. Call the opposing commander, we surrender. This battle ended too fast. His over 3,000 warships were wiped out instantly. This gave him a direct taste of humiliation. Seeing the message of surrender from the opposite side, Zhang Tian replied, as usual. Shut down the engines of the remaining warships. Transfer the control of the base. Upon seeing it, War God did not hesitate at all, immediately complying. Zhang Tian looked at the control rights transmitted on his personal terminal and said to War God, you are to come alone aboard my flagship in a shuttle. War God nodded hastily. For now he had no room to question or delay. When War God's shuttle took off, Zhang Tian said, destroy all remaining warships on the battlefield, set off the War God army's base. Furthermore, cleaning up the battlefield is unnecessary this time. Let these war reporters see the true power of our Starfleet. By the time War God arrived on Zhang Tian's flagship, the L4 Silver Spear Assault Ship No. 1, he couldn't help but ask the question that had been nagging at him. Master, where exactly did I wrong you? Zhang Tian looked down at the kneeling War God and sneered. Seems like you've killed so many people you can't remember. Since that's the case, let me give you a hint. Blue Cloud System, the Zhang family. Hearing this, War God immediately remembered and urgently said, Master, it was the Grand Elder of the Zhang family who paid me to do this. I'm just doing the job for money. Please be merciful and spare my worthless life. Zhang Tian kicked him down hard and said, I'm about to deal with the Zhang family. If you testify later and cooperate, I'll make it quick for you. Otherwise, I'll make your entire life full of suffering, unable to find either death or peace. War God scrambled up immediately, fawning and saying, Master, rest assured, I will fully cooperate. Zhang Tian glanced coldly at him and instructed the soldiers nearby. Take him away and keep an eye on him properly. Then Zhang Tian turned and left. Returning to the bridge, Zhang Tian issued orders. Starfleet, destination, Blue Cloud System. Set sail. The Starfleet made a grand turn in the void before flying towards the distant Stargate, leaving behind debris scattered across the field. From afar, the war reporters waiting for the battle to end seized the opportunity, rushing quickly toward the center of the battlefield. When they saw the Starfleet leave unscathed, they could pretty much guess what had happened. However, the timeliness of the scene still surpassed their expectations. Huge warships were exploded into pieces, countless shipwrecks mixed together, not a single intact hull remained. In the distance, the once impregnable War God army base was completely destroyed, leaving only ruins. Reporters who saw this scene were stunned. They couldn't imagine why the War God army suffered such a catastrophic defeat. Moreover, according to their research, the Starfleet didn't lose even one ship. They annihilated the War God army without any damage. One of the reporters looked out of the window and murmured, looks like Xianhuan Star City will experience a changing of power. The news that Zhang Tian's Starfleet swept through the War God army with 0 losses immediately appeared in the daily news of Thousand Stars, attracting large numbers of people to start supporting the Starfleet. However, the main character involved, Zhang Tian, knew nothing about this. He had already arrived at the Blue Cloud System. After leaping out from the Stargate of the Blue Cloud System, Zhang Tian rejected all inquiry communications and headed straight for the Zhang family's home planet. This massive fleet instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the Blue Cloud System. Even the head of the Zhang family was forced to show up. Not until Zhang Tian's fleet entered the orbit around the Zhang family home planet did he open the communication channel. Among numerous calls, he answered the one from the head of the Zhang family. Immediately on the bridge of L4 Silver Spear Assault Ship No. 1, the figure of the Zhang family had appeared. When he saw that the leader of this fleet was Zhang Tian, he was shocked too. Zhang Tian said, I have captured the murderer of my parents, and I have evidence of his conspiracy with the Grand Elder to murder them. Make the Grand Elder come out and see me. The moment the head of the Zhang family heard this, it felt as though his heart skipped a beat. Shaking, he said, Go find the Grand Elder, don't tell him what this is about. Very soon, the Grand Elder appeared on screen. Seeing Zhang Tian, the Grand Elder asked, It's Zhang Tian, what's the matter? Zhang Tian abruptly pulled over War God, staring mockingly at the Grand Elder. Chapter 70, Vengeance Achieved. A new paragraph begins here. Chapter 70. The Great Elder naturally wouldn't fail to know who this person was. A flicker of panic crossed his face, but he quickly concealed it. The Great Elder forced out a smile and said to Zhang Tian, Zhang Tian, who is this? Zhang Tian's eyebrows arched, and with mockery, he replied, It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Then Zhang Tian gave War God a kick and said, If he doesn't say, then you tell. War God hurriedly nodded and said, I'm the leader of the War God Corps. Several years ago, I received 10 billion yuan from Elder Jiang. He asked me to figure out a way to kill the couple Jiang Xiyuan. Blinded by greed for money, I accepted. That assaulted transport convoy wasn't attacked by the mechanical race either. Rather, it was the battlefield I forged after the battle. Chief of the Jiang family became extremely furious at this point. He said to the Great Elder, Jiang Mingxian, our family rules clearly state no mutual slaughter among clan members. Are you attempting a rebellion? Jiang Mingxian didn't show a trace of worry, instead questioning back. Zhang Tian, making these claims must come with evidence. Without solid evidence, I will not recognize them. Zhang Tian gave a look of disdainful mockery. There certainly is evidence here that you gave War God Corps 100 billion. What? Is there still any more denial left in you? As Jiang Mingxian looked at the documents sent over by Jiang Tian, his face drastically changed, incredulous as he said, "How could this be? How could you have?" "I've clearly." A soft laugh escaped Jiang Tian's lips, leaving Jiang Mingxian unanswered. The chief of the Jiang family then announced, "Come forth, imprison Jiang Mingxian while we await judgment." In protest, Jiang Mingxian retorted, "Why? Why should Jiang Xuanhuan alone be the candidate for clan chief, and not Jiang's side? Both belong to the military department, yet why does Jiang's side surpass him in excellence? Merely because he originates from a collateral line." For once, the word struck a silent chord in the chief's heart, acknowledging his own biased reasoning internally. Jiang Xuanhuan had always been deemed the most capable within the main line, and never had others been considered. But Jiang Tian added, "It's your own arrogance that led you astray. What is rightfully yours will always remain." Saying so, Jiang Tian revealed his lieutenant general badge from the military department. From the other side, both the chief of the Jiang family and Jiang Mingxian were utterly dumbfounded. How had Jiang Tian risen so swiftly to the rank of lieutenant general? Babbling incomprehensibly, Jiang Mingxian stammered, Lieutenant, how did you become one?" With derision, Jiang Tian responded, "That's because all of you are too weak. How can someone of such caliber dare covet the position of clan leader?" Instantaneously, Jiang Mingxian stood dazed and speechless, unable to utter a single word. Seeing this, the Jiang family chief gestured his hand, declaring, "Take him away and lock him up." Immediately, two men clad in Jiang family uniforms stepped forward, dragging the lifeless-looking Jiang Mingxian away. As the room fell silent, the chief addressed Jiang Tian. "Jiang Tian, now that your grudge has been avenged, I shall pass on the position of clan leader to you." The current strength demonstrated by Jiang Tian far exceeded even the young talents of the past like Jiang Xuanhuan, already achieving the standard qualifications required to lead the family. However, Jiang Tian shook his head and refused. "I am only here to reclaim what belonged to my father. I have no intention of becoming the clan leader. Let others take this position." Helplessly, the chief shook his head and stated, "Well, then I shan't try to persuade you." Changing the subject, Jiang Tian questioned, "What does the Jiang family intend to do with Jiang Mingxian?" To which the chief answered, "Based on this scenario, he'll be subjected to extreme punishment, lasting 10 years of torment before eventually meeting death. Ordinarily, the family regulations do not specify handling methods for incidents like this. However, given the powerful might exhibited by Jiang Tian, the chief opted to seize this opportunity to gain favor by granting Jiang Tian some leeway. Nodding, Jiang Tian replied, "Not necessary. I'm not that ruthless either, just eliminate him." The chief stated, "Jiang Tian, make time to visit often. This place will always be waiting for you." Hearing this, Jiang Tian chose not to respond further, but ended the communication with a wave of his hand. Actually, Jiang Xuanhuan perished during internal family strife. Hence, there was little sense of belonging towards the Jiang family in Jiang Tian's heart. Meanwhile, the chief summoned underlings and commanded, "Publish a family announcement immediately, informing all about Jiang Mingxuan's actions. Search the entire family, including collaterals, for a new successor. Compete amongst yourselves, but refrain from foul play or deception. Violators will face harsh penalties. If an appropriate candidate isn't found by the time I pass on the role to Jiang Tian." Upon returning to the starbase, Jiang Tian received a system prompt. "Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Final chapter of the murderous revenge. Task rewards will now be released." Suddenly, that massive spaceship roulette reappeared before Jiang Tian. The grand roulette slowly started spinning, progressively faster, until a spaceship gradually came into view atop the space roulette. Jiang Tian. Whoa, switch special effects? Congratulations to the host for acquiring AL-4 high-energy Forge-class large industrial ship. Jiang Tian took one look and said excitedly, "Great, now my productivity has finally reached level 4. Then Jiang Tian summoned Hua Ying, handed over the blueprint of the L4 high-energy Forge-class large industrial ship to her, and assigned, in the next month, use the L3 Xuanhuan-class large industrial ship to construct the L4 high-energy Forge-class large industrial ship and try to produce as many as possible." Hua Ying quickly calculated and then replied, "Commander Gun, in 1 month, we can probably produce about 20 L4 high-energy Forge-class large industrial ships. That would require a total of 20 billion units of raw materials." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Then let's start this way. Focus on developing infrastructure recently, and all excess productivity should be used to manufacture the L4 gold miner-class heavy mining ships." Hua Ying said, "All right, Commander, I'll make the arrangements right away." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, and Hua Ying left. However, just as Jiang Tian was about to rest, he saw Ihan walk in. Jiang Tian glanced at him and casually asked, "What do you want?" Ihan said excitedly, "Brother, that L4 Chuaqiao-class interstellar jump ship is incredibly powerful. It jumped across an entire star domain in the blink of an eye." Jiang Tian replied without looking up, "If you like it so much, I'll find you something to do later. You will be specifically responsible for the subfleet of the L4 Chuaqiao-class interstellar jump ship. Allocating the ship according to battlefield needs to provide support." Ihan paused in shock and asked, "You're talking about me?" Jiang Tian answered with eyes closed, "Yes, since you graduated from the command track, leading such a fleet shouldn't be a problem." Ihan responded, "All right, I'll take it on." Jiang Tian maintained the same expression and said, "I trust you can do it." Then, with a wave of his hand, he dismissed Ihan as well. Now finally at peace, Jiang Tian could check out the new task updates provided by the system. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 4. Warehouse, collapsed, click to open. Mission, main quest, explore the star eclipse altar, coordinates, 3910, for 1000. In progress. Side quests, collect system fragments, 9% per 100%. Every 10% collected earns 1 blueprint of current level warship. The next emperor of the Holy Light Empire. Choose one from the 6 crown princes and support him to ascend the throne. Quest completion reward is 1 L5 level warship blueprint. System upgrade mission. Possess 5 L4 combat warship blueprints, 2/5. Possess 3 L4 auxiliary starship blueprints, 3/3, completed. Possess 100 L4 warships, 15/100. Reach 20% collection rate of system fragments, 9/20%. Timed quest, none. Wow, it's actually a L5 level warship, though the quest cycle won't be short. Who knows what level the system might be by the time it's done. Additionally, this decision actually stumped Jiang Tian. He didn't know how to choose. Out of these 6 people, Jiang Tian had only seen the 2nd prince, and also had crossed swords with the 6th prince before. He has no connection whatsoever with the other 4, which made Jiang Tian quite uncertain on what to do. Chapter 71, Unexpected Change. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 71, August 18th, year 3824 of the Holy Light calendar. The Holy Light Emperor suddenly passed away due to illness. The 6 imperial princes wasted no time revealing their ambitions, striving to consolidate power in hopes of seizing this opportunity to ascend to the throne. So how did Jiang Tian come by this information? On that very day, Jiang Tian received communication from the 2nd prince. The 2nd prince was direct, saying, "Brother Jiang Tian, the Holy Light Emperor has passed away. The final competition among the crown princes has officially begun. I need your help." The 2nd prince had already considered abandoning Jiang Tian, but after hearing about his actions in the Xuanhuan Star City, he knew he must not let go of Jiang Tian. Xuanhuan Star City's leading force is effectively the largest non-governmental organization. If you want someone more powerful than Jiang Tian, the only option would be from the other 3 races. However, seeking external assistance in such a contest for status undoubtedly amounts to inviting a wolf into your house. This sudden development caught Jiang Tian somewhat off guard. He now finally understood the significance of the mission issued by the system. After some thought, Jiang Tian replied, "Your Highness, this matter is too enormous. I need a little time to consider it. I will reply within 24 hours. The 2nd prince also realized the urgency wouldn't do much good and agreed. "All right, I'll wait for your response." Jiang Tian nodded and ended the communication. Hesitating for a moment, Jiang Tian dialed Feng Lin Jiwen's line. Jiwen answered immediately. Jiang Tian asked first, "Brother Jiwen, have you heard about the major event involving the Holy Light royal family?" Feng Ling Jiwen nodded and said, "I know. The 3rd prince has already told me, and I was just planning to contact you. What are your thoughts?" Jiang Tian replied, "I've received communication from the 2nd prince, but I'm still considering it and haven't given him an answer yet." Feng Ling Jiwen understood how critical this decision was and said, "Brother Jiang Tian, agree with the 2nd prince. From an objective perspective, the 2nd prince indeed has a higher chance of winning." Jiang Tian nodded. Indeed, based on what he'd seen so far, the 2nd prince was a man with deep strategies, ambition, and methods, qualities making him highly suited to being an emperor. After pondering, Jiang Tian said to Feng Ling Jiwen, "Then I will first respond to the 2nd prince. In any case, both of us will ensure there's a way out, regardless of who holds the advantage." Feng Ling Jiwen approvingly nodded and said, "That's correct. Go see the 2nd prince quickly. Don't keep him waiting." Jiang Tian agreed and ended the communication. However, Jiang Tian didn't rush to find the 2nd prince. He knew how important he currently was to the 2nd prince, so delaying a bit wasn't an issue. About an hour later, Jiang Tian dialed the 2nd prince's number and said, "2nd prince, I agree with you." The 2nd prince smiled and said, "Brother Jiang Tian, I knew you'd make the wisest choice." Jiang Tian chuckled without replying. The 2nd prince continued, "Rest assured, Brother Jiang Tian, with your help this time, the throne is definitely mine. You'll be the #1 contributor then." Jiang Tian teased, "Then I'll have to carefully think about what I need." The 2nd prince laughed at this and said, "You can start thinking about it, Brother Jiang Tian. There's a lot going on my side, and I'll contact you if anything arises." Jiang Tian responded, "Sure thing, Your Highness." With that, the two ended the communication. At this point, Jiang Tian's side quest also changed from choose one among the 6 princes and assist him in ascending the throne, to support the 2nd prince and assist him in ascending the throne. Perhaps because news spread of various princes recruiting allies, the dormant mechanic tribes suddenly attacked in large numbers, heading directly to the eastern borders of the Saint Light Empire. On August 23rd, year 3824 of the Holy Light calendar, after mutual consultation among the 6 crown princes, they decided to set aside their internal conflicts temporarily and prioritize dealing with the mechanical tribe's threat. Subsequently, all 6 princes led their fleets to the front lines since this battle would significantly influence each prince's reputation and thus their prospects of ascending the throne. As a supporter of the 2nd prince, Jiang Tian also received an invitation from the 2nd prince to head to the front lines. Citing that his strength hadn't fully recovered since the last battle, Jiang Tian declined the invitation. Nevertheless, he promised that should the 2nd prince face difficulties, he would immediately offer assistance. Though slightly dissatisfied, the 2nd prince couldn't say much, as Jiang Tian was now his greatest supporter. The fact that Jiang Tian had agreed was already quite good. On August 25th, the mechanical tribe launched an all-out offensive against the eastern front lines of the Saint Light Empire. Nearly 1 million warships participated in the battle, including the mechanical tribe's 6L5 class warships held in reserve. The pressure on the eastern front was immense, but with the addition of the fleets of the 6 crown princes, the situation could be maintained for the time being. As a major general of the Central Star Domain military department, Jiang Tian naturally needed to head to the battlefield as well. However, just as he was organizing his fleet and preparing to set out, he received a mission issued by the system. A time-limited mission is now released. Do your best to save the 6 crown princes. Rescuing 4 will count as mission success, rewarded with a current system-level warship blueprint. He immediately summoned Huan and asked, Huan, how many L4 Xianxia class interstellar warp ships have we produced so far? Huan glanced at the fleet data and replied, currently, the Starfleet has a total of 5 L4 Xianxia class interstellar warp ships. This batch of warships were specifically ordered by Jiang Tian after the incident in the Holy Light Empire for Huan to produce. Alongside the L4 Xianxia class interstellar warp ships were 10 L4 Flowing Wings class heavy interstellar bombers. Jiang Tian issued an order. Leave 10 L4 Flowing Wings class heavy interstellar bombers and 2 L4 Xianxia class interstellar warp ships at the base. All other warships will follow me onto the battlefield to support the Second Prince. Chapter 72. The Second Prince under attack from both sides. The Second Prince, xuanhuan, was caught in a difficult situation as enemies surrounded him from both sides. The battle cries echoed through the valley, and tension filled the air. Just when xuanhuan thought he could break through the enemy lines, another wave of soldiers emerged from the forest. Chapter 72. Jiang Tian exited the Stargate at the front line of the Chongshan Star Domain and immediately received an identity inquiry. The garrison at the Stargate asked, Xianhuan Star City, Starfleet. Please state your origin. Jiang Tian revealed his identity as a Xiaozhang, Rear Admiral, of the Central Star System and inquired, where is the Second Prince's fleet? Upon seeing it was a Rear Admiral, the soldier instantly became respectful and replied, Admiral Jiang, His Highness the Second Prince is currently in the E076 sector. 2 hours ago, traces of the mechanical race were found there. Jiang Tian nodded and said, understood, I know now. You may continue with your duties. After that, the petty officer saluted and ended the communication. Jiang Tian ordered, leave the Stargate area and find a distant region to wait. Elsewhere, in the E067 combat zone of the Chongshan Star Domain, the Second Prince was observing a massive battlefield hologram, listening to his adjutant's report. Your Highness, the mechanical race fleet is heading toward the Imperial border via curvature. The Vanguard forces are expected to make contact within an hour. The Second Prince said, set up a pocket formation to lure them deeper. I want to completely annihilate this fleet. The entire fleet immediately began changing formations. From afar, one could see that this was a superfleet consisting of 200,000 warships. Among them was one L5 Bronze Coffin-class large battleship. The Second Prince sat on his modified L4 Holy Light Spear-class battlecruiser, watching everything unfold. When the fleet formation was ready, the mechanical race was almost there. The mechanical race has started entering our ambush circle, reported the adjutant. The Second Prince nodded satisfactorily and said, just wait. Once the mechanical race is fully inside, attack. Before long, the mechanical race unknowingly continued advancing deeper. Just as the Second Prince was about to give the order to close the net, the bridge of his modified L4 Holy Light Spear-class battle cruiser lit up suddenly with red lights. In haste, the adjutant said, Your Highness, we've detected a mechanical race fleet appearing behind us. It is coming toward us via curvature. Estimated contact time, 10 minutes. Stunned, the Second Prince asked, What did you say? Where did this mechanical fleet come from behind us? The adjutant didn't answer, but instead kept looking at the data in his hands, hopelessly saying, Moreover, the data shows that this fleet contains at least 10 L4 level battleships. At this moment, the Second Prince felt his heart sink. He had arranged the pocket formation, using almost all of his fleets to surround the enemy, leaving only a regular escort fleet to protect him from behind. Even worse, this escort fleet only had his single L4 level battleship. After thinking for a moment, the Second Prince said, Have the surrounding fleet close the net and move the L5 Bronze Coffin-class large battleship to my side. The adjutant quickly relayed the orders, just as everyone thought there would be another chance. However, minutes later, the adjutant brought back even worse news. Your Highness, intelligence from the front lines reports that the mechanicals also have an L5 level battleship on their side. Our L5 Bronze Coffin-class large battleship has already engaged in battle. Crap, what the hell have these people been doing? Why didn't we detect that L5 battleship earlier? Said the Second Prince angrily. If he had known there would be an L5 battleship present, he would never have dared to use this tactic. However, it was too late now. After being distracted like this, the mechanicals were now only 3 minutes away from him. He suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly, Quick, help me contact Jiang Tian. Tell him the current situation and see if he can offer timely support. The adjutant quickly established communication. After saying a few words, he came over and whispered into the Second Prince's ear. Second Prince, Master Jiang wishes to speak with you privately. The Second Prince frowned slightly, waved his hand, and immediately a transparent barrier appeared around the captain's chair, completely separating the inside from the outside. This was the result of research from the Imperial Academy of Sciences. By utilizing a vacuum barrier to block sound transmission, coupled with optical assistance, visual effects were disrupted. allowing those inside to see outside while preventing those outside from seeing inside. The second prince took over the communication, looked at Jiang Tian, and said, "Young friend Jiang Tian, what do you wish to say?" Jiang Tian said, "His Highness the second prince, please provide the precise coordinates of your fleet." The second prince immediately recited a string of numbers, causing Jiang Tian to nod approvingly. The second prince then asked, "Young friend Jiang Tian, when will you?" Before he finished his sentence, he saw through the viewport that the mechanicals had already disengaged from curvature state and entered battle formation. Jiang Tian, looking straight at the second prince, solemnly said, "His Highness the second prince, although as your ally, I must warn you that what you're about to witness is an absolute secret of the Starfleet. I hope you can maintain confidentiality." The second prince was taken aback. Jiang Tian had never spoken to him with such tone before. Before the second prince could react, Jiang Tian cut off the communication. Faintly, the second prince seemed to hear a phrase. L4 Chuaqiao class interstellar jumpship, launch. The second prince had just deactivated the isolation barrier when the adjutant quickly reported, "Your Highness, we have detected 12 L4 Night Cruise class battle line ships, 300 L3 Raven class light frigates, and 500 L2 Reconstructor class combination frigates of the mechanical race." Sitting in the captain's chair, the second prince said, "Pass these fleet details to the Starfleet." Jiang Tian said he will come. Before the adjutant could turn around, the alarm on the L4 Holy Light Spear class battlecruiser sounded. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown space fluctuations detected. The second prince was startled because the source of that space fluctuation was right between his fleet and the mechanical race's warships. The adjutant reported, "Your Highness, we are being targeted by the fire control systems of 12 L4 Night Cruise class battleships from the enemy side. Expected to be hit within 10 seconds. The second prince's heart turned cold. He clearly knew that if struck simultaneously by the forward cannons of 12 L4 level warships, there wouldn't be a single piece of his body left. Just as he saw the flash of light from the bows of the L4 Night Cruise class battleships, a sudden white light flashed in front of him, and an entire fleet appeared, the Starfleet. "Second prince, you owe me the funds for this operation. Remember to reimburse me." Jiang Tian's joking voice echoed through the public channel. The 12 forward cannon shots were completely blocked by the energy shields of the L4 Flowing Wings class heavy interstellar bomber, with each ship deflecting one shot. As Jiang Tian watched the average energy shield values decrease by a third, he became enraged and said, "L4 Flowing Wings class heavy interstellar bomber ship 1 to 3, enter combat mode. Prioritize attacking the 12 L4 Night Cruise class battleships and blow these bastards to pieces." The second prince was still recovering from Jiang Tian's unexpected arrival when he heard his adjutant shout nearby, Lord Second Prince, look at the L4 interstellar missile ships." Chapter 73, The Conspiracy of the Mechanical Race. A new plan was quietly brewing within the mechanical race. Led by the enigmatic xuanhuan, they were determined to take their fate into their own hands. Chapter 73. Prince 2 looked up at the window, where the three central L4 Radiant Wing-class heavy star bombers simultaneously spread their golden wings, revealing parts of the missile launchers. Jiang Tian gave the order, "Fire." In an instant, tens of thousands of various types of interstellar missiles roared toward the mechanical clan. Prince 2 stood in front of the porthole and said with emotion, "This is truly beautiful. Jiang Tian has certainly surprised me." The aide, however, remarked on the side, "Your Highness, Prince 2, don't be too hasty to celebrate. Based on estimates, this batch of interstellar missiles will cost over 30 billion. Prince 2 laughed. "It's all holy credits spent like water. Good thing it's not my, damn it." Suddenly, Prince 2 couldn't laugh anymore. Jiang Tian had just shouted that he was going to ask Prince 2 to reimburse him. Immediately, Prince 2 felt his heart bleed. The strike by the interstellar missiles soon ended, and 11 out of the 12 L4 Night Cruise class battleships of the mechanical clan were destroyed. Because most of the firepower was concentrated on the L4 class warships, the remaining L2 and L3 classes could not be fully annihilated, leaving about 10%. From this, one can see the strength of the mechanical clan. Without interference from fear, their combat efficiency soared. Seeing this, Jiang Tian gave the order, "Yi Hanfeng, Lin Maqian, clean up the battlefield according to tactics and destroy all of the mechanical clan warships." "Yes." "Receive." Both replied together. Subsequently, the L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers and the L3 Frost Snow-class medium cruisers from the Starfleet began to weave through the battlefield, continuously clearing away the remaining mechanical clan warships. The L4 level warships without energy shields became live targets and were the first priority for elimination, immediately being taken down. After finishing all of this, Jiang Tian once again called up communication with Prince 2 and said, "Prince 2, Your Highness, do you need help on your main battlefield?" Prince 2 looked at the battlefield sandbox. Due to the addition of one more L5 level warship, his deployment on the main battlefield had become ineffective. Prince 2 awkwardly said, "It might be necessary. We haven't been able to take down that L5 level warship." Jiang Tian smiled indifferently and said to Huan, send over the 3 L4 Silver Spear class assault ships and the 15 L2 Bullet class high-speed escort ships. They'll return after they run out of bullets." After hearing this, Prince 2 said, "This time I am really grateful to you." Jiang Tian waved his hand humbly and said, "Prince 2, there's no need for such gratitude. I will rely on you in the future." At this moment, Prince 2's personal terminal suddenly rang. He smiled while lowering his head, but then he stopped laughing. "Jiang Tian, I've just received news that the other 5 royal heirs have also been surrounded by the mechanical clan. I'm not the only victim. This information is already from 10 minutes ago, and they are now all in imminent danger. Prince Tu said anxiously. Jiang Tian didn't care. He responded, isn't that great? Now your competitors will all be dead, and the throne will definitely be yours. Prince Tu was a little angry and said, I want the throne, yes, but I also want a complete Holy Light Empire. If all 5 of the royal heirs die, how chaotic will the Holy Light Empire become? Jiang Tian thought about it and realized it made sense. He said, all right, I'll go save them. You send them a message. Those who want to survive must voluntarily abandon the competition for the throne and sign confidentiality agreements. Prince Tu clapped his hands and said, that's a good idea. I'll send the message right away. But Jiang Tian, will you make it in time? You need to rush to several places simultaneously. Jiang Tian replied, I won't go to 6th Prince's location, as I had some conflicts with him earlier. Moreover, saving 5 people at the same time isn't very realistic. A few royal heirs dying wouldn't be a problem anyway. There will be no issues with the other locations. Also, tell them that I am only responsible for dismantling their situation of being attacked from both sides. Anything else is not my responsibility. Prince Tu nodded and said, all right, I understand. Jiang Tian's words immediately caused Prince Tu to form new thoughts about him. Jiang Tian nodded, smiling, and said, just send me the coordinates directly, and I'll arrange my fleet. With that, he ended the communication. Jiang Tian turned around and dialed Yihan's communication, saying, Yihan, I'll send you 2 sets of coordinates shortly. You're to form 2 fleets composed of 5 L4 Radiant Wing-class heavy interstellar bombers and 1 L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar teleportation ship each. You yourself will be responsible for leading 1 fleet, and find someone among the captains of the L4 Radiant Wing-class heavy interstellar bombers to lead the other. Your task is to eliminate the mechanical clan surrounding each of the royal heirs. Once the ammunition is depleted, you can retreat. Set out immediately upon receiving the coordinates. Jiang Tian had instructed Yihan beforehand, so Yihan had already been prepared mentally. He immediately agreed. Understood, Commander. Jiang Tian waved to end the communication as he received the coordinates information sent by Prince Tu. Jiang Tian chose 2 distant locations and sent them to Yihan. Then, he clapped his hands on the bridge and said, all right, let's get to work. Squadron Leader Luo Jinyu will lead L4 Radiant Wing-class heavy star bombers numbered 6 to 10, using 1 L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar teleportation ship to teleport to 5th Princess's location. The rest of the fleet will follow me to support the eldest princess. After issuing the order, instantly 6 L4 level warships disappeared from Jiang Tian's starfleet. After tidying up the formation, Jiang Tian also ordered, Starfleet, set sail. The remaining over 100 warships vanished together in a flash of white light. From a distance, Prince Tu looked at Jiang Tian and murmured, you truly are a monster. I don't even know if it's right or wrong for me to cooperate with you. The aide standing nearby naturally heard this remark, but the content was too terrifying so he could only keep his eyes fixed on his nose fixed on his heart, pretending not to hear. Function Star Zone J128 battle area, where the eldest princess's battle area was located. Jiang Tian led the Starfleet down from the heavens like a god, directly blocking between the mechanical clan fleet and the eldest princess's fleet. Report to the commander. Radar shows there are a total of 15 L4 level warships, 627 L3 level warships, and 818 L2 level warships of the mechanical clan. This was reported by the aide on the bridge. Jiang Tian took a look and realized that the situation here was much more severe than on Prince Tu's side. With no time to hesitate further, Jiang Tian immediately shouted, L2 Wolf Hunter-class missile destroyers and L4 Radiant Wing-class heavy star bombers launch all interstellar missiles. L3 Flashlight-class medium escort ships deploy interference beacons. L3 Moon Shadow-class large aircraft carriers release all interstellar fighters. L3 Frost Snow-class medium cruisers perform tactical insertions. All fleet enters combat mode. With Jiang Tian joining the battlefield, the balance of victory instantly tipped towards the eldest princess. At this moment, Jiang Tian spoke to the eldest princess's fleet. Your fleet can focus on the other side. Leave this battlefield to me. The eldest princess still remained stunned at the sudden appearance of the Starfleet, with even her replies being handled by her aide. After a long while, the eldest princess finally regained herself and said, it seems that the only winner in this struggle for the throne will be my second younger brother. I wonder where he found such an extraordinary person. Chapter 74, Son of the Wind. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 74. In the void, countless lasers, interstellar missiles, and starfighters crisscrossed in chaotic dance. The flashing lights of energy shields lit up sporadically amidst the battle chaos. With Jiang Tian's entry into the fight, it was as if a spark had been thrown into a battlefield, igniting the entire engagement with fervor. As Jiang Tian unleashed his fierce assault, even the usually swift mech race fleet started to exhibit signs of sluggishness. At this point, Jiang Tian also received information from Yihan. Both support missions he had undertaken were now over, and they had successfully rescued the 3rd prince and the 4th prince. Worthy of mention, Yihan also happened to save the life of Fengling Jiwen along the way. Before long, the mech race fleet before Jiang Tian dwindled down to almost nothing. The situation on the side of the eldest princess seemed resolved. Jiang Tian sent a communication to the eldest princess, saying, Your Highness, my mission is complete, I'll be going. Without waiting for her reaction, he terminated the communication. The eldest princess stood on the bridge watching as Jiang Tian's fleet slowly turned and entered curvature mode, disappearing instantly into the vast depths of the universe. Report, eldest princess. The mech race fleets at the eastern front are retreating entirely, said an attendant nearby. The eldest princess ordered, assess our losses, prepare for return. Once we get back, make sure you thoroughly investigate where all those mech race ships came from behind us. Under the forceful intervention of Jiang Tian, the chaos of the battlefield quickly settled. Needless to say, the sixth prince definitely perished on the spot. However, the battlefield command was swiftly taken over by a general, stabilizing the situation rapidly. Eventually, they held their ground at the border. Among all the battlefields, the one that witnessed the greatest achievements was the E076 sector of the Chongshan Star Domain, where the second prince resided. With the assistance of Jiang Tian's L4 Silver Spear heavy assault ship, its 15 rounds of ammunition directly helped the L5 Bronze Coffin class heavy battleship destroy a mech race L5 class ship and more than 10 L4 class ships. This became the only L5 class loss on the battlefield this time. Such accomplishments also brought instant fame to the second prince, causing his approval ratings to soar sharply. After leading the space fleet back to the base, Jiang Tian decided to give everyone a break. The Holy Light Empire had already stabilized. There wasn't much more to deal with. To reward everyone, Jiang Tian gave all members of the space fleet 2 months bonus and a 2-week vacation. Moreover, since the formation of the space fleet, Jiang Tian had never officially given any kind of vacation, only allowing some rest when there were no tasks. Jiang Tian summoned Hua Ying and said, Hua Ying, this time you tally up the damages from this battle, replenish everything accordingly, then give everyone a leave. When you're done with your current work, you should go on leave as well. But Hua Ying shook her head, replying, Commander, I don't need a vacation. There's nowhere I want to go. Jiang Tian frowned slightly. Indeed, because of past experiences, Hua Ying felt somewhat aimless when she wasn't occupied. Jiang Tian could only say, then this leave will be noted down for you. It can be accumulated and used later. Hua Ying couldn't refuse, gratefully responding, Thank you, Commander. Jiang Tian laughed and said, No need to be so formal. You can carry on with your work. Hua Ying saluted respectfully, then left the room. Jiang Tian opened his system interface. He certainly hadn't forgotten that he still had a task reward unclaimed. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, 4-4. Warehouse, folded, click to open. Mission, main mission, explore the stellar eclipse altar, coordinates, 3910 for 1000. Ongoing. Side missions, collect system fragments, 9% per 100%. For every 10% collection, rewarded with 1 blueprint for the current level of warship. The next emperor of the Holy Light Empire. Support the second prince and help him ascend to the throne. Reward upon completion is a blueprint for an L5 level battleship. System upgrade missions. Own 5 blueprints for L4 combat type warships, 2/5. Own 3 blueprints for L4 auxiliary starships, 3/3, completed. Own 100 L4 warships, 23/100. System fragment collection reaches 20%, 9/20%. Timed mission. Rescue as many of the 6 crown princes as possible. Rescuing 4 counts as mission success. Reward is a blueprint for the current level of warship, completed. Detected host completion of timed mission. Congratulations, host. Acquired the L4 Son of Wind combined escort ship. Jiang Tian glanced at the message, noticing how even special effects were omitted this time. It felt increasingly rudimentary. A combined escort ship, another type of warship he hadn't heard of. Curious, he opened the blueprint for the ship. Blue Son of Wind class escort warship. Class, L4. Length, 2149 m. Speed, 240 knots. Weapons. Blue Son of Wind Type 3 closed defense cannon array. Blue Son of Wind Type V torpedo launching system. Defense, hull strength, 20,000. Energy shield, 100,000 units. Special, combined defense, connects and combines the energy shields of several L4 Sons of Wind combined escort ships to expand the defensive area. The energy shield of this L4 Son of Wind combined escort ship was extremely durable, equivalent to the strength of 2.5 L4 Glowing Wings class heavy interstellar bombers. Moreover, with the help of combined defense, it could construct an ultra-large energy shield on the battlefield. As long as there were enough ships, adding an energy shield to an entire planet was not an unrealistic goal. Simultaneously, this L4 Son of Wind combined escort ship was very affordable, costing only 1 billion Holy Light coins to build. While this number seemed large, compared to over 10 billion Holy Light coins for one L4 Glowing Wings class heavy interstellar bomber, it was really cheap. Jiang Tian thought contentedly. Now my fleet will have balanced offense and defense. I'll start production next month. Suddenly, Xianhuan appeared in front of Jiang Tian, startling him out of his system immersion. Jiang Tian sat up and straightened his clothes, asking, Xianhuan, is there something? Xianhuan looked a little strange, fidgeting as he asked, Dear Commander, do you have time next Monday? Instantly, Jiang Tian felt covered in goosebumps and retorted, Spit it out already, don't gross me out. Still unsatisfied, Jiang Tian stepped forward to kick Xianhuan. This immediately frightened Xianhuan into jumping back, hurriedly changing his expression to explain, Commander, Pai Qingli and I want to get married during this vacation, and we invite you to attend our wedding. Jiang Tian was somewhat surprised. They were getting married so soon? All right, I'll be there, Jiang Tian said. Xianhuan immediately lit up with happiness, saying, Great, now I won't get scolded. Jiang Tian shot him a sidelong glance, feeling somewhat peculiar. Xihan suddenly remembered something, stating, "Oh right, Commander. Once Pai Qingli and I design the invitations, we'll send you one." Jiang Tian nodded, replying, "All right, I'll prepare a gift for you both then." "Thank you, Commander." Xihan exclaimed happily before leaving the command room excitedly. Jiang Tian rested his chin on his hand, muttering to himself, "What should I give them?" After all, Xihan and Pai Qingli were senior members of the space fleet, and their wedding was definitely something Jiang Tian would participate in. How about I give them an L3 level battleship? I'll modify it for them too. With that decision, Jiang Tian slapped his hands together. Chapter 75, Jiang Tian's request. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 75. The next day, Jiang Tian went to the second annex hall of the Holy Light Palace to meet the second prince, as per their previous agreement. The second annex hall is no longer considered a side hall now. The second prince has an absolute lead in the crown prince competition and is currently planning for his coronation. By the time Jiang Tian arrived, the second annex hall was already crowded with people, making it impossible for Jiang Tian to even get through the door. Finally, with no other option, Jiang Tian sent a communication to the second prince, informing him that he had arrived. Upon hearing that Jiang Tian was there, the second prince immediately set aside the documents in his hand and headed towards the entrance, shouting along the way, "Royal guards assemble." About 5 minutes later, the crowd began to stir, and Jiang Tian also looked towards the source of the noise. There appeared the second prince surrounded by a group of soldiers, walking out of the gate. Everyone quickly pushed forward, all wanting to familiarize themselves with the second prince before his enthronement. The only person who remained unmoved at the scene was Jiang Tian. Such abnormal behavior certainly stood out in the crowd, and the second prince instantly spotted Jiang Tian. He then gave the guards a slight gesture. The guards immediately understood and began to divide the crowd on both sides. Although everyone wanted to see the second prince, none dared to defy his wish, as no one would want to be remembered in such a manner. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Jiang Tian became the standout. A person nearby quietly reminded him, "Hey, move out of the way, you're blocking the second prince's path." Just then, the guards reached him, and Jiang Tian turned towards the Good Samaritan who kindly reminded him, giving a faint smile. Subsequently, everyone saw the guards stop collectively in front of Jiang Tian, line up, part ways, and then uniformly salute, forming a channel about 2 meters wide. Jiang Tian stepped forward toward the second prince. Seeing Jiang Tian, the second prince was glad, saying, "Brother Jiang Tian, I've finally waited for you. Come on, let's go inside and talk." Saying that, he gestured to invite Jiang Tian into the second annex hall. As the remaining guards slowly retreated back into the annex hall, complete chaos erupted outside. "Wow, who is that guy? I've been waiting here for 2 days and haven't even managed to see the second prince." Yet upon his arrival, the second prince actually comes out to greet him. Someone nearby explained, "It looks like that rumor is true." "Rumor?" The person explained. Initially, the second prince was on par with the other crown princes, but he suddenly lured a super genius over to his side. In just a few weeks, this individual decimated the fleets of the other crown princes, assisting the second prince in claiming the throne. After all, this is just a rumor, which does have some discrepancies from reality, though it's already quite close. Everyone around them was enlightened, so this was why Jiang Tian had such a high standing. The kind-hearted individual who had reminded Jiang Tian was drenched in sweat at that moment, yet Jiang Tian didn't seem to be mad from his expression alone, thus there was no need to worry about retaliation. Jiang Tian and the second prince were not aware of the chatter outside the hall, but even if they were, they wouldn't have said anything. The two proceeded to the guest room, returning to that familiar place, where the second prince took the initiative to sit down and make tea for Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian smiled as he sat down and teased. "The second prince is now a very busy man. You've already shown kingly demeanor." The second prince remained composed and responded calmly, "Wouldn't be for brother Jiang Tian's help, I might not have obtained the throne." Jiang Tian laughed without further words. After the second prince finished making the tea, Jiang Tian continued, "Has the second prince found out where that mechanical fleet originated from?" With some anger, the second prince replied, "These mechanical races snuck in accidentally during the April assault by the mechanical clan. They split into more than 100 small squads across the borderlines. If they survive, they regroup within our empire." Jiang Tian hadn't expected the mechanical clan to come up with such a strategy. Had it not been for Jiang Tian stepping in and saving the 5 crown princes, this situation would have caused major problems. The second prince added, "I've arranged for the Star Eclipsers Inspection Department to simultaneously search for any traces of the mechanical fleet while carrying out regular patrols throughout the entire empire. A full inspection may take another 2 months or so." Jiang Tian nodded, realizing that conducting a full-scale search across the entire empire was no small task. If not for the existence of the Star Eclipsers Inspection Department beforehand, investigations like these would have been far from simple. Jiang Tian also warned, "Your Highness, be cautious with the Star Eclipse Temple as well. The mechanical clans already have intelligence on the matter. They could possibly find out too. This cult has deep ties with the Star Eclipsers." Deeply agreeing, the second prince promised, "Yes, I will increase personnel accordingly. Additionally, I plan to hold my coronation ceremony after the upcoming imperial inspection ends. I will officially ascend to the throne on December 1st. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "That's great. Let me congratulate you in advance." The second prince said nonchalantly, "Brother Jiang Tian, you're the first meritorious subject of this occasion. Speak up. What reward do you desire?" Jiang Tian feigned a moment of thought before responding, "Your Highness, I want the blue cloud star system." The second prince waved his hand grandly. "Granted." Anything else? This reward is hardly enough. How about I just give you the Mo-Dai star domain altogether? Hearing this, Jiang Tian hastily waved his hands in refusal. Your Highness, it's unnecessary to go that far. I have no interest in managing an entire star domain. It's too troublesome. I just want a job with light duties where I don't have to deal with official business every day and can simply lie down and count my money. This request seemed demanding, but in reality, it was exactly what the second prince wanted to hear. Jiang Tian assisted him in ascending to the throne, so he must have some desires. If the second prince couldn't satisfy Jiang Tian's needs, his position as emperor would be in jeopardy. Additionally, he had to guard against Jiang Tian changing his mind. Now Jiang Tian supported him, but who knew for how long? After all, being from an external family, he dared not bestow too much imperial power into Jiang Tian's hands. And at this moment, Jiang Tian's request was quite perfect, asking neither for power nor refusing entirely. Moreover, vast sums of money were difficult for others, but for the ruler of a nation, they were easy. It was simple to assign Jiang Tian a redundant post and give him several hundred billion monthly. The second prince smiled. That after I ascend the throne, I'll appoint you as the national protector ambassador. Would a salary of 100 billion holy light coins per month suit you? Jiang Tian responded, satisfied. That would be more than satisfactory. Thank you, your highness. Wait, thank you, your imperial majesty. The second prince laughed heartily, highly pleased with Jiang Tian's perceptiveness. Chapter 76, Xihan's Anxiety. Xihan paced back and forth in the room, his face etched with worry. Time was slipping away, and he felt more restless with each passing second. Chapter 76. At this moment, Jiang Tian asked, Your Majesty, do you have any better-looking L3 class warships? One of my subordinates is getting married, and I want to give them a gift. The second prince thought for a moment and said, If we're talking about looks, the best-looking warship I have is the L3 Marine Breeze class rapid frigate. Jiang Tian brightened up and said, Could you spare me the trouble, your majesty, and sell me one? I'll pay the highest market price. The second prince waved his hand dismissively and said casually, Brother Jiang Tian, there's no need for that. This warship isn't very powerful anyway, so I'll just give you one. I'll send someone down to pick out the latest model shortly. Jiang Tian didn't hesitate and accepted readily. All right, thank you, your majesty. After staying for more than an hour, Jiang Tian felt it was time for him to leave. He got up and bid farewell. Your majesty, it's getting late. I'll take my leave now. Please reach out if anything comes up. The second prince nodded and replied, All right, I'll see you out. But Jiang Tian shook his head in refusal. Your majesty, there's no need. I've been here several times already. I can find my way out myself. With that, Jiang Tian left, leaving the second prince sitting in his seat. Actually, he had always wanted to ask Jiang Tian about his L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar transition ship. However, recalling the tone Jiang Tian used when reminded last time, he wasn't bold enough to bring it up. He wasn't yet powerful enough to disregard Jiang Tian entirely. If he annoyed Jiang Tian and caused him to switch allegiances, the second prince would end up looking like a fool. On the other side, Jiang Tian returned to the Starry Sky base aboard the L3 Marine Breeze class rapid frigate that the second prince had gifted him. This L3 Marine Breeze class rapid frigate has a hull painted light blue, and all its weapon systems are internal. From the outside, not a single turret can be seen. Indeed, this warship met Jiang Tian's requirements. Let me erase the fleet emblem, then replace it with the initials of Xihan and Pei Qingli's names. I'll also construct a stargazing platform on the top of the ship, and make slight modifications to the control system of the warship so that it can be operated by two people. Jiang Tian murmured to himself as he planned. Once the design was finalized, he could start making changes immediately. Such a simple task wouldn't be difficult for Jiang Tian. He steered the L3 Marine Breeze class rapid frigate into a shipyard and instructed Huan to prepare the necessary materials. After working for more than 10 hours, a brand new L3 Marine Breeze class rapid frigate rolled off the line. Although Xihan and Pei Qingli weren't currently at the base, Jiang Tian directly ordered the shipyard to be closed off to avoid being noticed by others. The wedding day soon arrived. As Jiang Tian prepared to depart, he saw Xihan pacing back and forth anxiously within the base. Seeing Jiang Tian come out, Xihan hurried over and said, Commander Den, bad news. Jiang Tian curiously asked, What's wrong? Xihan explained, Pei Qingli and I sent out invitations and planned to go to her home for a proposal, but I didn't even get inside their door before being driven away. Pei Qingli was taken back by force too. It seems from what I've learned that Pei Qingli has caught the eye of one of the second prince's underlings who wants her for a political marriage. Commander Deng, what should we do? I promised to come for her today. Jiang Tian paused, surprised that such a dramatic plot twist could happen here. Jiang Tian asked, Isn't Pei Qingli from the Yilan star system? Who are they planning to marry her to? Xihan thought for a moment and answered, It's apparently someone named Gufeng Ao. It's rumored that their Gufeng family is the most influential clan under the second prince. Jiang Tian nodded and said, All right, I'll take care of this matter. Go change your clothes quickly. Xihan blinked in confusion. Change clothes? What kind of clothes? Jiang Tian sighed exasperatedly. Wedding attire. Are you going to greet her dressed like this? Oh, I'll go right away. With that, Xihan rushed off to change. Jiang Tian summoned Huan and instructed, Huan, gather the entire Starfleet immediately. Huan looked puzzled. Commander Deng, isn't it the vacation period? Jiang Tian slapped his forehead, realizing she was right. He amended his words. Gather everyone still at the base right now. We'll set out in 10 minutes. Prepare the L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar transition ship. All crew members participating will receive an extra week's bonus. Huang nodded and said, "All right, Commander. I'll get to it immediately." After Huang left, Jiang Tian contacted the second prince through communications and said, "Your Majesty, doesn't one of your men belong to the Gu Feng family?" The second prince thought for a moment and responded, "Yes, that's correct. They're competent." "Brother Jiang Tian, why do you suddenly bring this up?" Jiang Tian, somewhat irritated, said, "Their family member, Gu Feng Ao, has set his sights on one of my subordinates, and now her family is planning a political marriage with the Gu Feng family." The second prince asked curiously, "The Gu Feng family? Who did they have their eye on?" Jiang Tian explained, "Didn't you give me a warship as a gift? That was intended for my subordinate." Now the second prince understood why Jiang Tian was so upset. Moreover, he knew something about the Gu Feng family. The situation was definitely more complicated than what Jiang Tian had said. "Brother Jiang Tian, I'll get back to you in 2 minutes," the second prince said immediately. Jiang Tian nodded and said, "All right, thank you, Your Majesty." The second prince sighed with relief. It would be ridiculous if he were to anger Jiang Tian over this matter. He quickly called the Gu Feng family, while Jiang Tian's fleet was gathering at the same time. Huang reported, "Commander Deng, we have gathered a total of 59 warships, including 6 L-4 Flowing Light Wings class heavy interstellar bombers, 1 L-4 Silver Spear class strike ship, and 3 L-4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar transition ships." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "That's good enough. Let the L-4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar transition ships get ready to depart anytime." Just then, the second prince's communication came through, and Jiang Tian picked it up casually. "Brother Jiang Tian, I found out that Gu Feng Ao is in the Yilan star system right now. I've already told him to wait there." Jiang Tian replied, "All right, I'm on my way." Then, he ended the communication. The expression on the second prince's face darkened. He wouldn't allow anyone to affect his ascension to the throne. Bring the fleet together. Depart within 5 minutes for the Yilan star system. At the main planet of the Yilan star system, inside the Pei family castle, Pei Ling, the matriarch of the Pei family, was directing the beautification of Pei Qingli. Watching the bustling staff, Pei Ling said to Pei Qingli, "Cheer up, forget about your little boyfriend. Now that the second prince is gaining power, you'll become the wife of a prestigious household after you marry into their family." Chapter 77, The Holy Sword Makes an Appearance. A new paragraph begins here. Chapter 77. Pei Qingli said sarcastically, "With such great conditions, why don't you go?" This immediately infuriated Pei Ling. She angrily replied, "I am doing all this for your own good, and yet you show no gratitude. Besides, after you marry in, our entire Pei family will benefit." This was probably the real reason, and Pei Qingli felt deeply nauseated inside. All the benefits she sacrificed herself to obtain would be enjoyed by her family. Pei Qingli inwardly hoped, "You will come for me, right?" At that moment, Pei Ling received a call and then told Pei Qingli, "Gu Fengao has already arrived. He is waiting for the second prince to arrive so he can send us to the orbital path." Upon hearing that the second prince had come, Pei Qingli became less worried. She knew about Jiang Tian's alliance with the second prince, and as long as she could meet him, the matter could be resolved. However, Gu Fengao likely wouldn't give her this opportunity. Pei Ling instructed the servants, "Escort the young miss onto the starship." With the help of the servants, Pei Qingli stood up, lifting the heavy red dress, and slowly walked toward the exit. Seeing this, Pei Ling smiled happily. Soon enough, Pei Qingli appeared on the only L3 class battleship owned by the Pei family. Through the holographic image, Gu Fengao saw the gorgeously dressed Pei Qingli and said satisfactorily, "This time, the Pei family has done well. I will consider cooperating with you." Upon hearing this, Pei Ling rejoiced in gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, young Master Gu." However, Gu Fengao hesitated before saying, "But the second prince commanded me to wait for him here. You'll have to wait for me here. Once the second prince leaves, I will come to fetch you." After saying this, Gu Fengao ended the communication, leaving Pei Qingli in despair. While waiting for the second prince, Gu Fengao instead waited for another person. Warning, warning, unusual spatial fluctuations detected. Puzzled, Gu Fengao looked at the crew on the bridge. The crew also looked back at him. Suddenly, "Who's that son of a gun trying to steal my wife?" Xihan's voice rang out over the public channel. Pei Qingli, kneeling in the cabin, burst into tears immediately. "You finally came." The light of an L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ship gradually faded, appearing in front of Gu Fengao's fleet. Gu Fengao disdainfully looked at the approaching L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ship. Even though it was an L4 level warship, he also possessed one, and 3 of them. Gu Fengao arrogantly said, "With this warship of yours, who gave you the guts to confront me? If you leave now, I might spare your dog life." Xihan smirked and said, "Who said I only have this one warship?" As soon as those words left his mouth, alarms blared instantly across Gu Fengao's ships. "Warning, warning, multiple unusual spatial fluctuations detected. Warning, warning, detecting." Gu Fengao suddenly panicked. Previously, space anomalies signaled Xihan's arrival. Now multiple anomalies indicated something far more serious. Within seconds, various starships of the Starfleet emerged, encircling Gu Fengao's fleet completely. Xihan spoke again. "Now, where do you think I get my courage from?" Jiang Tian standing beside Xihan was already awkward beyond measure. He had no idea how Xihan designed such a scenario. Why not send all the warships at once? Why the need for phased hyperspace jumps just to create tension? Isn't jumping expensive? Though annoyed internally, Jiang Tian couldn't interfere since he decided to help Xihan out. So, he merely observed quietly from the side. Jiang Tian thought, Once this is over, I'll definitely deduct the extra expenses from his salary. On the other hand, Gu Fengao was already utterly stupefied. He could never imagine where all these ships were coming from. By now he was thoroughly humiliated. Moreover, the missile launchers of the L4 Flowing Light Wings class heavy interstellar bombers in the void had already extended fully, targeting Gu Fengao's fleet. At this point, Gu Fengao's adjutant reported. Report, Commander. Long-range sensors have detected a fleet arriving at maximum curvature. It should be the second prince's fleet. Gu Fengao cheered up. His savior had come. Now there was no problem. He laughed maniacally and said, "The second prince is here. Let's see how arrogant you dare to be. I will make all of you die." Xianhuan remained unperturbed. After all, if Jiang Tian wasn't panicking, why should he be? In the next instant, a massive fleet appeared beside Jiang Tian's and Gu Fengao's fleets. The three fleets formed a triangular formation. Upon seeing the second prince, Gu Fengao immediately complained. "Your Highness, the second prince. This is simply outrageous. They suddenly appeared beside my fleet, surrounded me without even speaking, and threatened to kill me. Please, Your Highness, take care of justice for me." Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. This guy's ability to twist the truth was truly impressive, and it flowed so easily from his mouth. Clearly, his skill in changing expressions must be something he practiced regularly. However, the second prince ignored him and instead, after confirming that this was Jiang Tian's fleet, issued an attack order. In an instant, dozens of L4 Divine Light Spear-class battlecruisers entered combat status. Moreover, to show due importance, the second prince also brought out the newly developed L4 Sacred Sword-class large cruisers. This new warship, researched by the Imperial Academy of Sciences based on the Star Eclipse-class vessel, was a cruiser but possessed nearly equal fighting strength to the L4 Divine Light Spear-class battlecruiser. The second prince had brought more than a dozen of the new L4 Sacred Sword-class large cruisers, making the total count of L4 level vessels exceed 30. Adding Jiang Tian's fleet into the equation, the number of L4 level ships approached almost 50. On the other hand, Gu Fengao's measly 3 ships were utterly insignificant in comparison. Just as Gu Fengao wondered why the second prince wasn't acknowledging him, the latter's fleet opened fire. The heavy-caliber electromagnetic railguns of the L4 Divine Light Spear-class battlecruisers and the large laser bow cannons of the L4 Sacred Sword-class cruisers crisscrossed toward Gu Fengao's fleet. In the blink of an eye, they annihilated most of his fleet, leaving Gu Fengao terrified enough to wet himself, pale yellow liquid trickling down his legs. Dozens of seconds later, another wave of attacks came. Dozens of laser beams instantly destroyed the remainder of Gu Fengao's fleet. Within just 3 minutes, the once arrogant Gu Fengao became a lone commander without troops. Only his own L4 class ship remained. It was only then that the second prince sent Jiang Tian a communication link. "Brother Jiang Tian, I've arrived. This is entirely my fault in managing my subordinates. I'll take the initiative to deal with this situation. I'm leaving Gu Fengao to you. Handle him however you see fit." Jiang Tian nodded. The second prince's response was quite proactive, and Jiang Tian hadn't anticipated him showing up. But since he had come, Jiang Tian expressed his gratitude. "This isn't your fault at all. Even His Majesty has taken the trouble to come in person, and I truly regret causing you any inconvenience." Chapter 78, Instant Costume Change. Chapter 78. The second prince said indifferently, "It's fine, and actually, it is also my fault." Jiang Tian smiled and didn't respond further. Then Jiang Tian ordered, L3 Xuanhuan-class medium escort ship release interference beacons to interfere with the remaining warships. L4 Chuaqiao-class interstellar jump ship opens a warship channel to dock with the Pei family's L3 class warships. The L4 Chuaqiao-class interstellar jump ship flew toward the Pei family's warships, and subsequently, a huge glass bridge was built in the void. Now no one dared to detain Pei Qingli anymore. Anyone with eyes could see that Xianhuan wasn't simple either. And Gu Fengao had already failed. Choosing Xianhuan wouldn't be bad. Upon being released, Pei Qingli saw the glass bridge and ran towards the L4 Chuaqiao-class interstellar jump ship, lifting her skirt as she went. Meanwhile, Xianhuan was already waiting at the end of the passage. However, when he saw Pei Qingli's red dress, his lips twitched slightly. It wasn't because Pei Qingli looked bad, but because Xianhuan was wearing a suit. Obviously 2 different styles of clothing. Xianhuan instantly became awkward again, and Jiang Tian looked somewhat exasperated beside him. He found it incredible how unlucky Xianhuan could get, but after all, Jiang Tian was still Jiang Tian, and he had another trick up his sleeve. As seen, Jiang Tian took out a medal from the Starfleet and pinned it onto Xianhuan's chest, then patted it. Instantly, Xianhuan's suit transformed into a red robe quite matching Pei Qingli. Xianhuan didn't react immediately, surprised by the sudden costume change, but now wasn't the time to ponder about it. With the clothes issue helpfully resolved, he rushed toward Pei Qingli. In the middle of the glass bridge, there appeared a tightly hugging young couple. No, they were technically already husband and wife. Afterward, Xianhuan and Pei Qingli returned to Jiang Tian. Pei Qingli spoke first. "Commander, thank you so much this time." Jiang Tian said nonchalantly. "You make it sound formal. We were classmates before, and now you're my subordinate. Helping you guys a little isn't a big deal." Pei Qingli smiled, and Xianhuan realized they had been graduated for 9 months already. Jiang Tian asked again, "So where do you plan to go?" Pei Qingli glanced at Xianhuan, who also looked back at her. After discussing briefly, they replied, "We'll just go back to the starbase. It seems there's nowhere else to go right now." Jiang Tian nodded, saying, "All right, I have prepared a gift for both of you in the base. I'll give it later." Xianhuan already knew, but Pei Qingli couldn't imagine, feeling embarrassed. To make Commander waste money on us like this, causing so much trouble. Jiang Tian pretended to be annoyed. I've said it's nothing. If you two continue like this, I will be mad. Pei Qingli laughed right away, realizing this was true camaraderie among companions. Looking at Xihan playing idly with Pei Qingli's hair, Jiang Tian waved his hand and said, "You two should go chat somewhere. It's still your vacation, no need to stay here the whole time." Xihan immediately got the idea, said thanks to the commander, and dragged Pei Qingli away. Suddenly, Jiang Tian shouted, "Xihan, return my medal. It's mine once it reaches me. I'll consider returning it after I use it for a bit." A distant, shameless laugh echoed from Xihan. Jiang Tian chuckled, shaking his head and saying, "Still, this thing from the Xuanyu heavy industry proved quite interesting and helpful this time." The emblem Jiang Tian had given to Xihan earlier was actually specially requested from Feng Lingquan. When they met for the first time, Feng Lingquan's top-tier transformation skill did catch Jiang Tian's attention for a long while. He kept that fact in mind, then casually ordered some custom-made ones during their cooperation. However, Jiang Tian only carried one on this trip, never imagining it would come in handy. Once things settled down, Jiang Tian sent a communication to the second prince. "Your Majesty, we will complete the wedding inside the base now. Would you like to come along?" The second prince smiled and replied, "Forget it, I won't come. There are still plenty of things to handle in the Holy Light Palace." "Understood, Your Majesty, then I'll take my leave." Jiang Tian waved and ended the communication. Then Jiang Tian ordered, L4 Flowing Light Wings class heavy interstellar bomber ship. Launch 10 units of Flowing Light Type 9 medium curvature missiles. Eliminate xuanhuan. Immediately, 10 interstellar missiles shot out of the missile launcher, flashing briefly on both sides of the warship, and disappeared instantly, entering curvature status. The next second, they appeared right in front of xuanhuan. Due to the interference from Jiang Tian's L3 Xianxia class medium escort ship, xuanhuan's warship was entirely paralyzed, with not even a single light turned on. Before xuanhuan could see any interstellar missiles, the deck of his cabin was torn apart in the next moment, and he was sucked into space, becoming space debris. Of course, even if his battleship were intact, intercepting 10 curvature missiles at once would be impossible. As xuanhuan's warship exploded in the void, Jiang Tian also commanded the fleet to return. The second prince watched Jiang Tian leave, then turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Get rid of the Gu family. Why keep such a menace around? Additionally, investigate the high-ranking officers of the Starfleet clearly, and send their pictures to all subordinate forces. Make sure they keep their eyes open. Anyone who offends Jiang Tian will end up like the Gu family." The more the second prince thought about it, the angrier he got, almost having been killed by xuanhuan this time. The curvature bombs that Jiang Tian finally displayed left the second prince uneasy. Previously, 0142 always used missile salvos, so the curvature missiles weren't very noticeable. Now just observing this attack method, the second prince instantly felt that his battleships were nothing but scrap metal in front of Jiang Tian. The only good news was that Jiang Tian didn't have an L5 level warship, while the Holy Light Empire had more than 10. The second prince shook his head fiercely, saying, "What a mess. This is so annoying." After more than 10 hours of navigation, Jiang Tian returned to the starbase. However, he hadn't sent anyone to fetch Xihan and Pei Qingli yet. Instead, he went to the shipyard first and drove out the L3 Marine Wind-class rapid escort ship, positioning it directly facing the L4 Xuanhuan-class interstellar jump ship. Only after doing all this did he call for Xihan and Pei Qingli, asking them to come to the bridge. Xihan immediately tidied up and came out with Pei Qingli upon hearing Jiang Tian calling them. By this time, both had already changed out of their red clothes and were wearing casual, everyday attire. When Jiang Tian saw the two appear, he smiled and said, "We've already returned to the starbase. Now it's time to give you two your gifts." Upon hearing the word gift, Xihan began looking around. Pei Qingli became somewhat awkward seeing this, but Jiang Tian didn't think much of it. He smiled and said, "Don't bother looking, it's not here." Xihan immediately stopped looking around and gave Jiang Tian a silly grin. Jiang Tian was momentarily speechless, then pointed toward the porthole outside. Both Xihan and Pei Qingli walked to the porthole together and looked out. Jiang Tian also came up behind them and introduced, "This is the L3 Marine Wind-class rapid escort ship developed by the military department of the Holy Light Empire, which I've modified a bit." Chapter 79, Newlyweds. Chapter 79. Xihan and Pei Qingli were practically drooling at the sight, never imagining that Jiang Tian would make such a big move, giving them an L3 level battleship right off the bat. Jiang Tian continued, "I've redesigned the control system of this ship so that two people can operate it. And we added you a glass viewing lounge," he added with a smile. "From now on, this battleship is yours." Pei Qingli looked at the battleship, which had a light blue base color with white and pink patterns, and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Tears welled up in her eyes. Xihan excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, our names are even on it." Jiang Tian nodded and replied, "It's a gift for the two of you, so of course there should be some markers." Pei Qingli turned around and moved to thank Jiang Tian. "Thank you, Commander. I really like this present." This made Jiang Tian slightly embarrassed because he hadn't actually spent any money on the ship. Changing the subject, he asked, "Do you two have any plans? I notice you've both changed your clothes." Xihan volunteered, "Commander, our wedding may as well just end here. After all, what happened was quite a touching memory for us." Pei Qingli agreed beside him. "Yes, Commander. If it weren't for your help, things could have been disastrous for us this time." Jiang Tian smiled and said, then that's settled. Since you've decided, enjoy your holiday well. Report back in a week. Sihan and Pei Qingli responded in unison. Yes, Commander. Jiang Tian waved his hand. The L3 Marine-style rapid guard ship is ready with its energy source prepared. You can go wherever you want. Sihan naturally was very delighted upon hearing this. This was their first L3 level battleship after all. Commander, then we'll take our leave, Sihan told Jiang Tian. Sure, have fun. Subsequently, Sihan and Pei Qingli boarded the shuttle together and flew towards the ship that now belonged to them. Jiang Tian remained standing on the bridge, suddenly exclaiming with emotion. What a good relationship they have. I envy them. After saying this, he shook his head, sighed, and then left the bridge. Soon, the vacation was over, and Jiang Tian had spent an entire week staying at the base. Indeed, he didn't feel like going anywhere. Things were handled pretty well already, yet suddenly he felt a little empty inside. No, there was still one big thing left unresolved, Flower Shadow's grudge of clan extermination. Calling Flower Shadow, he said, now that the vacation is over, let's start a new round of production plans. Flower Shadow nodded, ready to take notes. Jiang Tian began by asking, how many L4 level warships do we currently have? Flower Shadow answered without hesitation. Commander, we currently have 3 combat starships, L4 Silver Spear class assault ships, 20 L4 Flowing Light Wings class heavy interstellar bombers, 5 L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ships, 30 L4 Golden Miner class heavy mining ships, and 20 L4 High Energy Forge class large industrial ships. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and said, didn't the second prince say he would reimburse me? Has he given the funds yet? In fact, in Jiang Tian's eyes, the second prince wasn't worth much compared to the money. Flower Shadow immediately replied, during the vacation, the second prince transferred the funds. However, he sent a full 1 trillion holy light coins, far exceeding our battle expenditures. Jiang Tian nonchalantly replied, he just wants me to help him more, doesn't he? Fine, if he gave it, then use it freely. Flower Shadow nodded, showing she understood. Jiang Tian continued, since that's the case, next month start producing 5 L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ships and 30 L4 Wind Children class Union escort ships. Additionally, keep the production of the L2 Bullet class high-speed escort ship running. It's expendable, and we need to maintain at least 100 units. Flower Shadow noted down each instruction one by one, but she questioned, Commander, what exactly is the L4 Wind Children class Union escort ship? Oh right, I forgot to send you the blueprints. My bad, I'll send them to you now. Jiang Tian lightly slapped his forehead, slightly apologetic. After receiving the blueprints, a look of surprise appeared on Flower Shadow's face. It had only been so long, yet Jiang Tian had already continuously produced designs for 6 L4 class warships, including monsters like the L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ship. Jiang Tian, looking at Flower Shadow's expression, said, don't be amazed. Isn't anything happening to me always normal? Flower Shadow firmly nodded. Being secretary officer to Jiang Tian for so long, she should have gotten used to it by now. Jiang Tian then added, this month, remember to look into the forces that harmed your clan members back then. Whether it's the beast race or the spirit race, list every single one of them. Just let me know when you're ready, and send it to me. Commander, what do you mean? Flower Shadow asked, unable to immediately grasp Jiang Tian's meaning. Jiang Tian smiled as he explained, I promised you from the start when you joined the Starfleet that I would help you take revenge if I ever had the ability. Now that everything is calm within the Holy Light Empire, once this batch of fleets is constructed, we will set off. Flower Shadow let out a surprised gasp. So many years had passed, and she had long since lost hope. Even though Jiang Tian had promised her, she hadn't really given it much thought. She had worked in the Starfleet for so long, just to repay Jiang Tian's favor of saving her life. But now Jiang Tian was giving her an unexpected turn of events. B-Boss, are you serious? Flower Shadow asked somewhat hesitantly. Of course I'm serious. Why would I lie to you? Jiang Tian replied. A streak of tears immediately appeared on Flower Shadow's delicate face. She hadn't shed any tears for years. Seeing this, Jiang Tian became flustered, saying anxiously, Hey, don't cry. I can't handle girls crying. Flower Shadow wiped away her tears and apologized. I'm sorry, Commander. I lost my composure just now. Jiang Tian waved it off carelessly, saying, It's fine. You'd better get prepared for this month's mission quickly. I promise you, next month on this day, we'll depart. Flower Shadow nodded solemnly, replying, All right, Commander. After saying that, she saluted and then left the command room. Jiang Tian sat down in his seat as well, beginning to think carefully about helping Flower Shadow with her revenge. After all, this involved conflict with 2 other races. It couldn't be handled carelessly. Chapter 80, The End. Year 3824, October of the Holy Light Calendar. After the last L4 Winds Child-class joint escort ship was taken offline, Jiang Tian led the Starfleet to set off towards the Beast Race Fortress Empire to avenge Huang. 2 days later, the Warhowl Alliance was destroyed, and the Emperor of the Thunderstorm Empire was killed by Jiang Tian, replaced by an unknown minor noble. Jiang Tian had no time to manage things here. It was important to prop up someone. Year 3824, November of the Holy Light Calendar. Jiang Tian returned to the starbase. He wasn't in a hurry to look for the spirit race as his fleet supplies were not sufficient enough. In the battle against the beast race, he expended many interstellar missiles and needed replenishment. Moreover, the spirit race had L5 level warships, which Jiang Tian could barely handle at the moment. Year 3824, December 1st of the Holy Light Calendar. The new emperor of the Holy Light Empire ascended to the throne. Holy Civilization Xianxia, the second prince, became the next emperor. On the same day, Jiang Tian completed the system upgrade mission, ascending to level 5 system. Along with the reward for Saint Civil Mind's coronation, Jiang Tian obtained an L5 grade interstellar cluster stealth ship and an L5 grade battleship. Now that Jiang Tian had his starships, he directly ordered the production of L5 grade starships for 3 months. Year 3825, March of the Holy Light Calendar. Having accumulated 50 L5 grade battleships, Jiang Tian once again led the Starfleet on a far expedition against the Spirit race. It is worth noting that the L5 grade starships were too enormous. Each ship was equipped with an independent space jump engine. Late March, year 3825 of the Holy Light Calendar. The Xianling race, who had once destroyed Huaying's homeland, was completely annihilated, leaving no survivors. With Huaying's vengeance finally exacted, Jiang Tian relaxed completely. May, year 3825 of the Holy Light Calendar. Jiang Tian detected the secrets of the star erosion altar. An average L7 grade superfleet is heading towards the universe. The star eroders are the vanguard of that fleet, and the hooded man is an L7 grade star eroder, but to give him intelligence, his fighting power is extremely weak. There is a 19-year countdown until the arrival of the star eroder army. Guided by the system, Jiang Tian went to the mechanical race. September, year 3825 of the Holy Light Calendar. Jiang Tian drove alone in an L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ship towards the territory of the mechanical race. There, he met the Mechanical King. To Jiang Tian's surprise, the Mechanical King was the remaining fragment of the system. The existence of the Mechanical King was meant to assist Jiang Tian, but due to some issues with the previous program, the mechanical race was established. The Mechanical King actively merged with Jiang Tian, instantly upgrading Jiang Tian's system to level 8, and the system evolved, or rather restored, the previous powerful artificial intelligence, Guangyi. Under Guangyi's introduction, Jiang Tian also understood the origins of the system. It was the legacy of a universe-level empire, which was invaded by the star eroders and the entire universe was destroyed. But only one star eroder couldn't destroy an entire universe. Behind the star eroders lay a true four-dimensional being, he. At the last moment, that emperor uploaded Guangyi's data and detonated the energy core of the near L9 grade Imperial Mothership, transmitting Guangyi to an unknown universe. This became the system embedded within Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian instantly became a super senior expert owning an L8 level warship. To resist the star eroders, Jiang Tian built an L8 level warship, uniting this universe with absolute force. Year 3830 of the Holy Light Calendar. Jiang Tian utilized the combined forces of the entire universe to build 100,000 L8 grade warships, planning to eliminate the star eroders before they reached the universe. Jiang Tian commanded the fleet to jump into the gravity trap to ambush the star eroder fleet. But he appeared, wiping out 8/10 of Jiang Tian's fleet, causing billions of casualties. Only then did Jiang Tian directly understand the gap between himself and her. In response, Jiang Tian urgently jumped back to the universe. After this battle, Jiang Tian knew he would definitely lose without a real four-dimensional warship. He immediately issued an order for the entire universe to begin researching four-dimensional technology. However, such knowledge was all provided by Jiang Tian. They didn't have the scientific research capabilities for it. Final 5-year countdown to invasion. In desperation, Jiang Tian boarded the L8 Soul Ferry class interstellar jump ship and entered the jump command, but did not set any location. In the blink of an eye, the L8 Soul Ferry class interstellar jump ship displayed a state that was half three-dimensional and half four-dimensional, as if caught in 3.5 dimensions. Jiang Tian quickly commanded Guangyi to collect data, as this state wouldn't last long. After Jiang Tian maintained this wondrous state for an hour, it dissipated. The entire L8 Soul Ferry class interstellar jump ship was scrapped. However, Jiang Tian also obtained crucial data. He immediately gave the order to start renovating the quasi-L9 grade Imperial Mothership. Final countdown, 4 years. The L9 grade Imperial Mothership went online. It took Jiang Tian an entire year to build this final warship. Now he finally had the ability to confront him directly. Jiang Tian piloted this battleship alone and jumped to the outside of the universe, where once again Jiang Tian encountered him. He emerged from the void, and a spatial attack was already headed toward Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian let out a cold laugh and said, "You're the fourth dimension being? Full ship dimensional shift." In an instant, the L9 Imperial Mothership's hull became ethereal and disappeared from three-dimensional space. He also transformed into the fourth dimension, appearing before Jiang Tian. However, under the same dimensional condition, he could not inflict any damage on Jiang Tian. Seeing this, Jiang Tian chuckled coldly and said, "If that's the case, then die." Subsequently, his massive figure was instantly detonated by some unknown means, transforming into a streak of white light and disappearing within the fourth-dimensional space.